Prologue: The Seven Deadly Sins. Cataclysm. In the aftermath of an unforeseen cataclysm, the earth lay in ruins, plagued by mutated species, a scarcity of sustenance, and a harsh living environment. An era was irrevocably obliterated, and civilization was rendered non-existent. 300 kilometers from the Ninth District, in a yet overplanned anarchic zone, on an unnamed street, a 23-year-old youth, clutching his tattered garment, hurriedly walked with his head bowed. The street was dilapidated and unsightly. The sewage system had collapsed countless years ago, and makeshift outdoor toilets emitted a foul stench, connected to rows of decrepit shops. The entire area was dimly lit, with sporadic clusters of people gathered by the roadside, predominantly women, with few men in sight. The youth, briskly striding and avoiding eye contact, was named Chinyu. Standing at a height of 1.82 meters, he possessed a robust physique. Having just lost his job, he aimed to procure legitimate residency in the Ninth District, marking the first step of his plan. Once handsome with refined features, Chinyu now appeared somewhat disheveled, with an unshaven face and hair that clung together in untidy strands. His clothing was stained with grease and grime, rendering him inconspicuous among the crowd. As he walked purposefully, he glanced up at the intersection, intending to return home from the left side. "Hey, young man! Young man!" a bright voice rang out. A woman, clad in a faded dress with a worn coat, gently tugged at Chinyu's sleeve by the roadside. Chinyu paused and turned to look, asking, "What is it?" $30, she said, raising 3 slender fingers, glancing at the dilapidated shops behind her, and softly added, "Let's go there, I can't afford that." Chinyu chuckled and continued on his way. "Wait," the woman grasped his arm again. 25. "How about 25? Chinyu assessed her for a moment before shaking his head and broke. "Not interested in me. There are others inside. I really have no money." Chinyu shrugged her off. "Let me go in a hurry." Biting her red lip, the woman tightened her grip, and after a prolonged silence, she whispered, "2 bowls of rice would suffice, but must be measured with my bowl." Chinyu frowned. "I told you, I have nothing. Get away." The woman persisted, not releasing him, her eyes pleading as she gazed toward a group of 7 or 80-year-old children beside the shop. "I have 3 children. If I don't make any money tonight, I won't be able to feed them. Please, young man, help me just this once. Even a bowl of rice would do ill for you." Chinyu looked at her coldly and replied, "How many years has the world been like this? In such an environment, if you cannot provide for yourself, why bring more into it?" The woman was taken aback. With a forceful motion, Chinyu broke free from her grasp and continued forward, clutching his garment. After a moment, the woman dashed back to the shop, breathless, exclaiming, "That man has money. I saw it when I pulled at him." Approximately half an hour later, Chinyu returned to a crumbling 6-story building, traversing the old, dust-laden staircase to enter his home on the 5th floor. The building is inhabited solely by Chinyu and his friend Xiao Zhuang. The exterior walls have suffered considerable collapse, rendering it akin to a dilapidated structure on the brink of demolition in times past. Yet, in this era, the essence of home is confined to one's presence rather than the physical abode. Chinyu chose this place for its absence of electric lights and water supply, sparing himself from the burden of exorbitant living expenses. The interior is stark, featuring a bed and 2 battered cabinets, devoid of any entertainment amenities, save for a tattered military magazine, its publication date lingering in 2019. Upon entering, Chinyu shed his grimy coat and retrieved a polished canvas bag from his pocket. He approached the bedside with care, picked up a cracked bowl, and began to ladle out enticing white rice, calling out, "Xiao Zhuang, is dinner ready?" "Not yet, I just got back," came the response from within, as a young man of similar age to Chinyu emerged, his skin dark and features resolute. Suddenly, as Chinyu was about to converse with Xiao Zhuang, a cacophony of thunderous footsteps erupted from downstairs. He paused, swiftly concealing the bag and bowl in the cabinet before striding to the entrance, which was merely a weathered wooden door. In less than a few seconds, a swarm of children under the age of 10, accompanied by dozens of men and women, flooded the staircase. The stairs, situated outdoors, were marred by cracked cement and corroded iron railings. The rush of so many people ascending in haste caused the fragile building to tremble ominously. Chinyu raised his hand and shouted, "Don't come up so fiercely, damn it. The stairs might collapse." "Uncle, I'm hungry. Uncle, I want to eat." The children each clutched a small bowl, dirty and expectant as they gazed at Chinyu. I'm hungry too. Did your family have dinner? If not, let's share. Chinyu replied with a playful grin. The children's innocence contrasted sharply with the adults behind them, who had shed the veneer of civility. A burly man with a shaved head was the first to bark. Hand over the food. If you don't, you won't be able to leave. I don't have any food, Chinyu retorted with a wave of his hand. I truly don't. We are all starving ghosts in this planned area. It's tough for everyone. If I had any, I wouldn't just promise you, I would at least share. Stop the nonsense. We saw you with food, the muscular man shouted again. Hurry up and give it to us. We won't take much, just half. I don't have any. Chinyu shook his head. Go into his room. The man commanded in a deep voice. Uncle, I want something to eat. Give me food. The crowd surged forward, causing the already precarious staircase to sway dangerously, as if on the verge of collapse. As Chinyu surveyed the throng, a rush of emotion surged within him that he lifted his right leg and, drawing a dagger from the grime of his trousers, pointed it at the crowd, shouting, Damn it! Do you think I'm an easy target? Who here fears death? I have food. I'll give it to you if you break my knife. The crowd momentarily hesitated, but the burly man coldly replied, There are children in front, you might as well stab them first. Damn it. Chinyu was momentarily at a loss for words. Get inside and fetch the food. The burly man barked again, waving his hand. As his words fell, the crowd surged forward from the steps, and the children instantly surrounded Chinyu, pleading, Uncle, please give me something to eat. Uncle, I haven't eaten for several days. Get away from me. With a dagger in hand, Chinyu helplessly shouted at the children, or I swear I'll stab you. I really will. Inside, Xiao Zhuang noticed the commotion at the door and quickly stepped forward to block Chinyu, calling out to the crowd. Everyone, calm down. Let's talk this through. The children, driven by hunger, were unafraid and clung to Chinyu, while the adults behind them squeezed through the gaps. Chinyu, robust in stature, stepped forward to block the doorway, glaring fiercely as he shouted, I only live for myself. Don't you dare push me. The throng continued to surge towards the entrance, paying no heed to Chinyu's words. The diminutive children relentlessly tugged at him, forcing him towards a door, but he could not bring himself to actually stab them. He could only struggle, preparing to face the incoming adults. Uncle, just a bowl of rice will do. Get lost. As a child of about 10 clung tightly to Chinyu, he violently shook his arm to break free, but unexpectedly, the child collided with the rushing crowd and lost his footing, tumbling through the gap in the iron railing. Da-da! A terrified scream from the child echoed hauntingly. Thud! The sound of the body hitting the ground resonated below. Chinyu and Xiao Zhuang were momentarily stunned, panting as they looked towards the iron bars, uncertain of how to react. The crowd fell silent. The staircase regained its composure. That child fell. Xiao Zhuang shouted urgently. Dozens turned to glance down the stairs, their expressions blank, and within 2 seconds, they collectively turned back. The child's mother, after a moment of daze, let out a wail and rushed downstairs. Chinyu stood frozen. Food. If we don't give them food, they won't let him go. Seize him. The uproar was deafening. A formidable presence, not a single person turned to check on the fallen child, as they continued to push forward. Xiao Zhuang stood at the entrance, his eyes wide as he regarded the crowd, fully aware that if he did not shed blood today, he would have to fight for his life. Therefore, he licked his lips and shouted, Fine, you all are tough, I concede, I admit defeat. They'll get it for you. Upon hearing this, Chinyu immediately grasped Xiao Zhuang's arm, commanding in a low voice, We can't give them anything, not even a morsel. Xiao Zhuang looked at the throng outside, his eyes wide with determination as he replied, The food is already leaked. If we don't give them a little something, they won't let us go. Giving them a taste will only complicate matters further. Chinyu replied gravely, Better to fight to the death than to relent. Utter nonsense. Xiao Zhuang disagreed with Chinyu, insisting, Only you have a firearm, yet with so many people outside, do you truly believe you can pacify them? If you fail to do so, we shall surely be robbed. Can't you see their bloodshot eyes? Just trust me, I'll retrieve the firearm. Chinyu replied. Xiao, you can't you see? Even after the child fell, they didn't disperse. These individuals have lost all reason. Xiao Zhuang tugged at Chinyu's arm, whispering, We've already had enough to eat, and we've exchanged what we needed to. Giving them a bowl of rice is a minor loss for us, so I refuse to gamble with our lives. The grain belongs to me, and I have the right to decide how to utilize it. Chinyu was rendered speechless by this declaration. Xiao Zhuang straightened up, glaring at the leading burly man, and shouted, "The planning zone has its own means of survival. Take the rice, but do not stir up trouble to part at once. You won't starve well, leave immediately." The burly leader nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhuang retreated and returned to the room, placing a large bowl of rice on the ground with a loud thud. "Now leave." Dozens of pairs of eyes were fixated on the rice, all gleaming with avarice, yet none dared to step forward to take it. The burly leader remained silent for several seconds before pulling a cloth bag from his waist and pouring the rice into it in one swift motion. "Get out," Xiao Zhuang urged impatiently. The crowd lingered at the door, unmoving. The burly leader scrutinized the two men, sweat beading on his forehead as he secured the rice around his waist, not making an immediate exit. "Did you not hear me? I told you to leave." Xiao Zhuang frowned and reiterated the command. After a moment of silence, someone in the crowd shouted, "Damn it. If he can give us a bowl of rice, he must have at least another large bag. Give us more, there are too many of us, this won't satisfy anyone. More rice, otherwise we'll just storm in and take it what's there to discuss." The shouts and curses echoed through the six-story building once more, and this time, some individuals in the crowd discreetly revealed knives and other weapons, their expressions dark and devoid of gratitude. The burly leader spread his hands and spoke in a low voice, "You see, these people are starving mad. I simply cannot control them. If you don't mind, why not let us take half of the rice? You bastards." Xiao Zhuang, now agitated, drew a knife from his pocket. "What are you doing? Do you wish to fight? Are you afraid? We're starving to death. What do we have to fear from blades and guns?" The crowd showed no fear of Xiao Zhuang, stepping forward with the burly leader into the room. Xiao Zhuang was at a loss. Frozen in place, he contemplated taking action, but felt uncertain about handling the frenzied crowd intent on seizing the grain yet. Remaining passive clearly meant he would be unable to protect his belongings. Crack, crack. At that moment, Qin pulled out a 20-centimeter-long, 3-barrel, revolving chamber handgun from the cabinet, swiftly chambering around. Upon seeing the firearm, the crowd instinctively halted in their tracks. With a stoic expression, Qin forcefully extracted a hefty bag of grain from the cupboard and nonchalantly tossed it onto the floor, declaring, "All the food is right here. Those who wish to partake may come and take it." The crowd fell into a heavy silence. "Who are you trying to intimidate?" The burly leader shouted with reddened eyes. "Living without food is tantamount to death. Are we supposed to fear your pitiful gun?" Qin tilted his head to regard the man, pointing at the sack of grain with his left hand. "The food is right here. Stretch out your hand, and it can be yours. Why don't you come up?" The leader hesitated for a mere half-second before shouting, "With so many of us and only one gun, I refuse to believe he can kill us all." With that, the leader stepped forward and reached for the grain sack. Bang! The gun fired, the mechanism whirring. The leader was propelled backward by the force, blood splattering the floor as a gaping hole appeared in his chest. Qin, gun in hand, an expression unperturbed, proclaimed, "Without food, you may starve to death in a few days. However, the first person to reach for the grain will be the first to die by my bullet." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, rendered speechless. "I still have 2 bullets left. Will you dare take it?" Qin suddenly bellowed. The crowd recoiled in response. Qin advanced, bending down to unfasten the grain sack tied around the fallen leader's waist, stating softly, "Xiao Zhuang, gather the supplies, we must leave." Xiao Zhuang immediately rushed back inside. Qin, holding his gun aloft, commanded, "Form 2 lines and clear the way for me." The crowd remained unmoved. Qin raised his weapon, aiming it at the nearest individual, and shouted, "Will you clear the way?" After a moment's hesitation, the man stepped aside, prompting the others to follow suit and make way for the descent. 5 minutes later, upon reaching the ground floor, Qin encountered a mother weeping inconsolably while cradling her injured child. After a moment of silence, Qin tossed the bag of rice he had taken from the leader towards her, saying, "They will be coming down. Soon you should hide the food." The mother was taken aback but quickly accepted the grain bag, exclaiming, "Thank you, thank you. I will bow to you with food. We need not perish." Qin led Xiao Zhuang away, swiftly vanishing into the night. That at around 3 in the morning, amidst the boundless Gobi Desert, Qin divided the grain and tossed a portion to Xiao Zhuang, saying, "Having taken your share, we must part ways." Xiao Zhuang, bewildered, questioned, "Is it really necessary? Was it not merely a disagreement between us? I feel I have done nothing wrong." Qin Yu raised his hand to interrupt Xiao Zhuang. When individuals do not share the same path, it is unwise to associate it endangers both you and me. I am heading to Zone 9. Take care of yourself. With that, Qin Yu turned without a hint of reluctance and set off towards the first station of his new life, Zone 9, that within the military encampment on the left side of the planned area. A burly black man flashed a wide grin and in fluent Chinese inquired, "Did you hear the gunfire from inside? Should we go take a look? Why bother? There are food thefts and deaths here every day. They even dare to ambush military vehicles. What do we matter?" An old veteran, lazily sprawled on a dilapidated wooden bed while smoking inferior tobacco, replied. Chapter 1. A new arrival in the northern expanse of Asia, the 9th Special District, Songjiang City. Qin Yu stood within the office building belonging to the Municipal Police Department's Black Street section, smiling as he inquired of a middle-aged man, "May I enter?" "Yes, come in." The man gestured with a wave of his hand and turned to enter the office on the left. Qin Yu adjusted his attire and followed him inside. The office was reasonably spacious, encompassing around 60 square meters. However, only one person occupied the desk within. This individual appeared to be in his 40s, sporting a pronounced mustache, with a visage that conveyed an intimidating demeanor. The middle-aged man approached the desk and placed 2 stacks of documents before the mustachioed man, speaking softly, "Director, this is the final one. Has the medical examination been completed?" The mustachioed man inquired, picking up the documents. "Indeed," came a reply. "Very well, you may leave." After a brief exchange, the middle-aged man departed, leaving Qin Yu to take 2 steps forward, standing silently before the desk, observing as the mustachioed man scrutinized the documents. Within the confines of the desk, the mustachioed man furrowed his brow, intently reading the information aloud. Qin Yu, 22 years old, weighs 75 kilograms, stands at 182 meters. A native from the year prior to the era, hailing from J City in H Province. That is not far from Songjiang now, is it? Prior to employment here, you lived in the planning zone, parents missing, presumed dead, no relatives. Why does your record appear blank? I simply have no record, Qin Yu replied with a smile. Surviving in the planning zone was challenging enough. I did whatever work was available, hence no record at all. The mustachioed man chuckled. You could have at least fabricated a few details before you arrived. A lack of record doesn't present well in the system. All right, I'll fill in some details later. Qin Yu readily agreed without argument. The mustachioed man scrutinized the documents further and asked, "So, no record means you have never served? Do you possess any experience with firearms?" Qin Yu shook his head without hesitation. "No." "Any prior criminal offenses?" "None." The mustachioed man pondered for a moment, gradually setting down the documents, and looked up at Qin Yu with a smile. In that lawless, unregulated place, managing to afford a work and residence permit in the 9th Special District. "You certainly have some experience, young man." "Not really," Qin Yu grinned. "I simply had good fortune in encountering some benefactors." The mustachioed man lifted his cup of water, surveying Qin Yu with a nod of acknowledgement. You certainly appear spirited." Qin Yu smiled, but refrained from responding. Setting down his cup, the mustachioed man leaned forward, delivering a succinct admonition. The 9th Special District is quite unique. Though it falls under the administrative hierarchy of the United Government, it possesses substantial autonomy, distinguishing it fundamentally from the 8 major districts. It is a melting pot of various ethnicities. Aside from us East Asians, there are also numerous black and white individuals. The social environment is exceedingly complex, and certain areas indeed exhibit chaotic phenomena that we aspire to rectify but cannot immediately change. As a law enforcement officer, you must adapt comprehensively to your surroundings. Understood, Qin Yu nodded solemnly. Furthermore, regardless of your past experiences, dining in my presence requires that dragons coil and tigers lie low. Should you cause any trouble or seek unnecessary conflict, I shall swiftly handle the situation. The man with the handlebar mustache, hands clasped, spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. "Lisi, I am here to alleviate your burdens," Qin Yu said with a grin. "Ha." The man with the mustache chuckled, tapping on the touchscreen phone on his desk before leaning closer to the microphone. Moments later, a male voice resonated. "Hello, Director, this is the 1st Criminal Investigation Team. Where is Yuan Ko? Directo Linkidat. Team Yuan is currently out. We have a newcomer for you. Please come and collect him promptly. Very well. Director Lee stroked his mustache and pressed the hang-up button. Wait by the entrance. Someone will come to fetch you shortly. You'll learn the specific protocols once you arrive at the team. Understood. Director Qin nodded, stepping forward to produce a small black bag from his pocket. Placing it on the desk. Xiao Qi specifically instructed me that the policing system in the special zone is exceedingly difficult to penetrate without your assistance. I cannot even fathom how long I would have to wait for my placement without your help. Thus, please do not forget the customary etiquette. Director Lee opened the bag and paused momentarily upon discovering a diamond roughly the size of soybean inside. You have some remarkable talents in the planning district. How did you manage to obtain this? Goodness, it has been years since I've seen one. Qin Yu merely smiled without responding. Director Lee casually tossed the small bag into his drawer and locked it, then pointed at Qin Yu, remarking, "You may be young, but you certainly possess a certain gravitas. I have little else to my name." Qin Yu feigned modesty, scratching his head and noticing that Director Lee was not in a hurry to leave for lunch. He engaged him in further conversation. A few minutes later, a stout young man, of similar age to Qin Yu, strode into the room. Standing tall as he saluted and announced, "Report, Director Lee, third-level Officer Qi Lin has been assigned to escort the new colleague back to the team." Director Lee patted Qin Yu's arm, saying, "Work diligently. I hope to see your name in the end-of-year evaluations." Understood. Qin Yu nodded. "All right, off to the team you go." Director Lee instructed Qi Lin, "Make sure to look after this young man." In a matter of minutes, having exchanged only a diamond and a few words of advice, Qin Yu found himself in the company of Qi Lin, who walked alongside him in the corridor, engaging him with questions. "Where do you hail from, brother?" "From the planning district." Qi Lin paused, surprised. "That must have been quite a challenge." "A bit of good fortune," Qin Yu smiled. Qi Lin nodded, refraining from probing further. For in these times of scarcity and struggle, everyone carries their own undisclosed secrets. As they walked briskly, Qi Lin began to outline the basic functions of the police department, which primarily oversees criminal work within a designated area, including public safety and case investigations, yet does not encompass a range of administrative tasks such as household registration, issuance of residence permits, or processing immigration procedures. To put it plainly, it resembles a bureau from epochs past, albeit without a comprehensive division of responsibilities. For instance, the department where Qin Yu is stationed not only tackles major criminal cases, but also manages basic public safety. After approximately an hour, Qi Lin guided Qin Yu through the 5 floors of the police headquarters, introducing him to the armory, interrogation rooms, public case handling areas, training facilities, and the cafeteria, among other functional spaces. Throughout their interaction, Qin Yu discerned that Qi Lin was a remarkably suave individual, effortlessly striking up conversations wherever he went. Moreover, his patience was commendable. Every time Qin Yu inquired about something, Qi Lin provided detailed answers, appearing, at least on the surface, to be genuinely warm-hearted. Around 2 in the afternoon, Qi Lin led Qin Yu to the communications department, where he was instructed to purchase an internal mobile phone. However, upon glancing at the counter, Qin Yu noticed that there was only one outdated model available, and its price was decidedly unwelcoming. "What brand is this? I have never heard of it," Qin Yu remarked, turning to Qi Lin. "Never mind. I'll wait until I settle in and buy one elsewhere. It's too expensive here." Qi Lin chuckled softly, glanced at the young man behind the counter, and then leaned in closer to Qin Yu, whispering, "You might as well buy it here." "Why?" Qin Yu queried, puzzled. "Well, it's simple. The communications department belongs to the police, but the mobile phone counter is privately contracted. The owner is a friend of Captain Yuan, so new recruits always get their phones here," Qi Lin explained with a wink. "As a newcomer, it's best not to seek special treatment. Although this phone may not be very durable, it will save you the trouble of interfacing with the communications department system. Once your information is entered into the main system, you'll just need to input your name and badge number to use it." Having lived in an ungoverned region for several years, Qin Yu is certainly not oblivious to the most basic social niceties. Thus, when Qi Lin hinted at this, he ceased his resistance and reluctantly addressed the clerk, saying, "Please get me one. Thank you." Why the reluctance? Because Qin Yu was exceedingly frugal, to the extent that he would demand a warranty even for a pair of socks. Yet it was precisely this characteristic that allowed him to gather resources during critical moments and ultimately secure a job in the 9th Special Zone. After acquiring the phone, Chi Lin took him out of the police headquarters and led him to a general goods store across the street. In early August, although the sky was clear, the air remained as frigid as winter, with sporadic flakes of snow still visible on the streets. Has it been snowing continuously in the Special Zone? Qin Yu inquired. For the past 3 years, Chi Lin replied. Goodness, it's unbearable. Qin Yu sighed, shaking his head. As they conversed, they stepped into a large general goods store. Upon entering, Qin Yu quickly surveyed his surroundings, brushed off the small splatters of mud from his legs, and remarked with a smile, "This store is quite spacious. Yet there aren't too many people around. Feel free to look around. Buy whatever you need," Chi Lin said, taking a puff from his electronic cigarette. As Qin Yu wandered through the aisles, he found himself increasingly furrowing his brow. After meandering for over 10 minutes, he had yet to select a single item. "Why aren't you picking anything up?" Chi Lin approached from the counter and inquired. Qin Yu furrowed his brow as he looked at Chi Lin and asked, "My friend, are you pulling a fast one on me? What's the deal? The goods in this place are marked up at least 30% compared to the outside, and many items are counterfeit." I squeezed the comforter, and it felt like it was stuffed with steel wool. It pricked my hand, brother. The merchandise may be subpar, but all the newcomers in our precinct come here to shop. Why is that? Qin Yu inquired, perplexed. Because this shop is owned by Captain Yuan's cousin, Chi Lin whispered. It's considered a designated procurement unit for the precinct. Qin Yu's expression fell as he mulled over this revelation, eventually responding, "Then may I ask, does Director Li also shop here? Now you're just being argumentative." Even if Director Li dared to buy, Captain Yuan wouldn't dare to sell. Chi Lin rolled his eyes and explained. Everyone who comes here is a newcomer. After a couple of months, there won't be a need to shop here anymore. I'm not buying a single thing. Isn't this just a way to take advantage of people? Qin Yu declared without hesitation. Let us go. Take me to another place. Chi Lin was taken aback. After spending so much money, are you really going to quibble over this? Trust me, everyone shops here. Don't make it a special case. If I buy a phone, I'll be doing Captain Yuan a favor. Qin Yu strode straight toward the exit. Hey, Xiaoyu, just listen to me for a second. Do you have a commission? Trust me, just buy something. Buy a dang thing. The toilet paper feels like razor blades after one use. I'll need a Band-Aid. Qin Yu ignored the conversation and continued to walk out. At 4:30 in the afternoon, at the dormitory building of the police precinct, outside the second dormitory of the first criminal investigation team, Chi Lin cheerfully called out to a few individuals inside. Third brother. I brought the newcomer back. Inside, 6 or 7 young men were gathered around a round table playing cards. One of them, the leader, glanced up at Qin Yu upon hearing Chi Lin's voice and said, "Come in." As the two entered, Qin Yu surveyed the cramped space, which measured less than 30 square meters but contained 6 bunk beds, a total of 12 beds, 2 shared metal lockers, and numerous personal belongings. Overall, it appeared quite crowded but relatively tidy, lacking any particularly unpleasant odors. Let me introduce you. This is Third Brother, our group leader in Action Team 1, Chi Lin said, delicately indicating the other's identity. Third Brother has been with us for 3 years, demonstrating outstanding professional skills, and is Captain Yuan's right-hand man. Third Brother, this is Qin Yu, our new brother. Hello, Third Brother, Qin Yu greeted with a smile, extending his hand. The Third Brother, sporting a buzz cut, turned slightly to glance at Qin Yu, holding a card in his hand. He merely nodded in acknowledgement before asking, "Where are you from?" "The planned area," Qin Yu replied candidly. The Third Brother was momentarily taken aback. "The planned area? What are you doing there?" "Delivering goods for the boss, mainly daily necessities." "On the road?" he inquired. "That's not an easy job." No, I was just responsible for driving." "Ah, a driver," the Third Brother said, his initial surprise fading. And with a languid tone, he asked, "What connections do you have to get into the police precinct?" A friend greeted me as I entered the police office at my own expense. Amusingly, I pondered whether I had truly purchased my way in. At that moment, Lausen merely lowered his head to scrutinize the cards in his hands and remarked, "All right, wait for Team Leader Yuan to return and make arrangements." "Chi Lin, could you let him occupy the bed by the window?" "Certainly," Chi Lin replied, turning to Qin Yu. "You can take the bed inside." All right, Qin Yu said, grasping his belongings that he had stored at the security office, along with some newly acquired daily necessities, and proceeded to walk in. Hey, wait a moment, Lao San called out upon noticing the items Qin Yu was carrying. What is the matter, Brother San? Qin Yu turned back. Lao San glanced at the bag in Qin Yu's hand and inquired, where did you purchase those daily necessities? I can't quite recall the name. Just a shop next to the unit, Qin Yu casually responded. With an impassive expression while continuing to play cards, Lao San addressed Qi Lin. Did you not inform the newcomer where we buy our supplies? Qi Lin suddenly felt a bit awkward, as admitting in front of Qin Yu that the young man had disregarded his advice would make him seem untrustworthy. Yet, remaining silent would unjustly place the blame on himself. After a brief pause, Qin Yu quickly interjected, Qi Lin told me to buy daily necessities across the street, but they were rather expensive, so I opted for the nearby shop instead. Very well, Lao San replied after a few moments of silence. No worries, just make your bed. All right. Qin Yu nodded and proceeded to the inner side, opening his bag to begin arranging his bedding. Qi Lin stood nearby, diligently assisting while quietly advising, as a newcomer, you should take the upper bunk by the window, as it tends to be drafty and quite chilly at night. Cover yourself with your coat for a while. It will be better once more newcomers arrive. What's the big deal? I've lived outdoors for several months. Qin Yu dismissed the concern, opening his luggage and subtly pulling out 2 packs of Chunghua cigarettes, handing them to Qi Lin. What is this? Qi Lin was taken aback upon receiving the cigarettes. I saw you smoking an e-cigarette earlier, Qin Yu replied with a smile. I don't have much of value, so I thought I'd give you these as a thank you for your help today, in an era where even meals can be a challenge. Tobacco is a luxurious indulgence, especially this vintage brand that most smokers rarely encounter, let alone smoke. Qi Lin, astonished, exclaimed, you managed to acquire this in the planning area? Chunghua, I haven't seen this in years. There are indeed advantages to being in impoverished areas. Qin Yu grinned. I'll handle the rest. You go about your business. I'll treat you to something later. Thanks, brother. Qi Lin, not one to decline, tucked the cigarettes into his pocket. At that moment, Lao San unexpectedly turned around, tilting his head with a grin. Oh, you got some fine goods there? Surprised that he had been observed all along, Qin Yu hesitated before responding. A friend gifted them to me. Such a remarkable item, something we've never encountered, remarked Lao San with a cold smirk. Qi Lin paused for a moment, then promptly retrieved 2 boxes of Chunghua cigarettes, bending slightly as he approached, saying, we're all brothers here. Let's share a smoke together. Come, everyone take one. Qin Yu handed a cigarette to Qi Lin, feeling a bit guilty for the latter's company throughout the day, wishing to express his gratitude. Yet he did not believe he owed anything to the individuals in the room. However, upon seeing Lao San's reaction, he contemplated the necessity of maintaining a cordial atmosphere since he would be residing there in the future. He then reached into his bag and produced another box of Chunghua. At the card table, Lao San pushed Qi Lin's arm aside, exclaiming, this cigarette is exquisite. I've never smoked anything like it before, and it's quite overwhelming. Qi Lin stood frozen at the remark. Qin Yu, sensing the underlying sting in Lao San's words, frowned and returned the cigarettes to his bag, continuing to organize his belongings. Lao San tossed down his cards, a smile gracing his face as he turned to Qin Yu and said, here, we have a rule. When a newcomer arrives, they work 3 consecutive shifts. Tomorrow, the day after, and the day following that, you will be on duty on the streets. Is that agreeable? Qin Yu looked up at Qi Lin, who appeared somewhat evasive, and he quickly understood the implications. Brother San, how will the shifts be arranged? It meant working continuously, during the day with the team, and at night on the streets. Lao San took a sip from his cup. Is there extra pay for overtime? Qin Yu inquired. In our team, there is no such thing as overtime pay, Lao San replied without lifting his head. Shall you just accept the 3 shifts? Qi Lin, after a long moment of hesitation, glanced at the Chunghua cigarettes in his hand and mustered the courage to interject. You're quite loyal, Xiao Qi. The young man seated to Lao San's left teased with a smile. We're all brothers. We help one another. Qi Lin returned the smile. Lao San set his cup down and pointed at Qi Lin, saying, once he receives his uniform, you will instruct him on the shifts. Agreed, Qi Lin nodded. Brother San, I cannot take on this shift, Qin Yu suddenly declared. The room fell silent at his words. Lao San licked his lips and, tilting his head, inquired, "If newcomers can manage, why can't you? I have a heart condition. I cannot endure staying up late." "No worries. I'll prepare some quick-acting heart pills for you, and you can still work your 3 shifts." I said I cannot. Chinyu responded with a smile. How absurd. Lao San's expression darkened immediately after being challenged twice by the newcomer. "Who do you think you are to refuse? Everyone else can do it. Why can't you?" Brother San, we are all brothers here. What else with the harshness? Let us discuss this amicably," Chi Lin interjected, trying to ease the tension. Bang! Lao San punched Chi Lin on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You're just a fool. What gives you the right to speak? Who considers you a brother?" Chi Lin, clutching his cigarette, lowered his head, feeling stuck between the urge to speak and the desire to leave. Lao San led 4 individuals forward, tilting his neck to gaze at Chinyu, and inquired, "Next week is entirely your shift. When will you succumb to a heart ailment? And when will this conclude? Do you comprehend?" Chapter 2. Just arrived and already causing trouble in the dormitory. Chinyu squinted at the group before him, succinctly replying, "I understand your words. But this is not my responsibility. I cannot do it." "What's the matter? Do you have influential relatives in your company?" The third man grinned, seizing Chinyu by the collar. "You just arrived and you want to make waves. Can you handle it? Don't touch me." "Huh? Are you some kind of cactus? I'm going to touch you, so what?" The third man, robust in stature, raised his right arm and threw a punch towards Chinyu's temple. Chinyu swiftly sidestepped, locking his hands around the third man's wrist, while his right leg executed a swift horizontal kick. Thud! A resounding crash echoed as the third man was hurled onto the bed, his head colliding harshly against the iron railing. "Beat him up," the third man shouted. Clutching his head, Chinyu bent down, leaned into the bunk, grasped the collar of the third man, and instantly raised his right leg, driving his knee towards the man's temple. Bam! The impact caused the third man's head to snap back, striking the wall with a loud thud. "Beat him to a pulp. If anything happens, it's on me," he declared, and the others charged forward. Chinyu, however, nimbly emerged from the bunk, retreating 2 steps, positioning himself against the corner between the windowsill and the bed, his body slightly hunched. The third man stood up, casually grabbing a telescopic baton from the wall, striding towards Chinyu while muttering curses under his breath. "You little brat, trying to stir trouble right after entering." Just then, the ajar door swung open, and a woman in a light green police uniform bellowed, "What's going on?" The group turned in unison at the sound. The third man froze, wiped the blood from his forehead, and immediately smiled, "Sisterwin. From the corridor, I could hear the commotion in your room. What are you doing, trying to kill someone?" The woman appeared to be in her early 30s, slightly shorter in stature, but strikingly attractive, with an oval face and large, expressive eyes that sparkled with vitality. "It's nothing. A new friend just arrived, and we were having a chat," the third man replied with a toothy grin. The woman scanned the room, her expression tinged with annoyance as she glared at the third man. "Why are you so domineering? Did he offend you upon arrival?" "No. I asked him to take his turn, but he refused and even cursed at me," the third man explained, casually lowering the baton. "I've caught you playing cards during your duty several times now," Sisterwin remarked, rolling her eyes at him, her tone impatient. "If you cause any more ruckus, don't think I won't note it down." "Understood, Sisterwin," the third man nodded repeatedly. Sisterwin, unwilling to step into the dormitory, called out to Chinyu from the doorway, "Are you the new arrival?" "Yes," Chinyu nodded. "Why haven't you gone to collect your uniform?" "I just went, but no one was there," Chinyu replied, somewhat sheepishly. Sisterwin shot him a stern look. "Nonsense. I was in the office the whole time." Chinyu was taken aback. "Oh, I must have missed it. Come with me to get your uniform," Sisterwin instructed, turning to leave. "All right." Chinyu nodded immediately, bent down to pick up his luggage, and walked outside, while also beckoning Chi Lin, "Come with me." Chi Lin, unsure of how to face the third brother, promptly followed him out. In the dormitory, the third brother sat up, rubbed a large bump on the back of his head, and spat a mouthful of blood onto the floor, muttering, "This bastard has some skills. He strikes hard." "Are you all right, third brother?" The third brother remained silent, lowered his head, and retrieved his phone, dialing a number. "Hello, are you in the office?" "It's nothing serious. I just wanted to ask about Chinyu, the one who joined our team today. Does he have any connections up there?" "None." "Are you sure?" "Ah, all right, I understand." In the corridor, Sister Wen, with her hands clasped behind her back, asked Qinyu, "Do you have someone backing you?" Qinyu was taken aback and replied, "No." "Then be honest. The environment here is quite complicated," Sister Wen cautioned, her demeanor cold yet warm-hearted. "Try to avoid conflicts with them and work harder. It won't kill you." "Thank you, Sister Wen." Qinyu nodded appreciatively. Sister Wen said no more and led Qinyu to the first-floor storage room, where she selected a set of standard police uniforms. A set of training gear, a pair of handcuffs, and a baton before gracefully departing. In the lobby on the first floor, Qi Lin glanced at his watch and remarked, "I have to deliver some materials soon, so I want to be able to accompany you. When you return, speak softly and avoid causing trouble. That third brother has Captain Yuan backing him. If you offend him, you want to have a pleasant time later." "All right, I understand," Qinyu replied with a smile. "If you're free tonight, let us have dinner together." "Sure, I'll come find you if I have time," Qi Lin readily agreed. After a brief exchange, Qinyu picked up his belongings and returned to the dormitory, only to find that the third brother and his friends had already left. The remaining two individuals shot Qinyu a cold glance before continuing their conversation on the bed. Qinyu surveyed the two, boldly returned to his bedside, and efficiently organized his belongings, paying no heed to them. As time swiftly passed, around 7 in the evening, Qinyu finished packing and, noticing Qi Lin had yet to come find him, decided to take a stroll outside to familiarize himself with the surroundings and perhaps grab dinner. He climbed down from his bed, pulled out a waste bag from beneath his pillow, secured it around his waist, and stepped outside. Just as he exited, he collided with the hurriedly approaching Qi Lin. The two exchanged surprised glances, and Qi Lin quickly explained, "I was caught up in an impromptu meeting and arrived late." "What are you up to? I thought you weren't coming." "I was about to go out for a walk and grab something to eat." Qinyu greeted with a smile. "Let us go out together. I have a friend who needs to discuss something today. Are you okay with that?" Qi Lin inquired. "Absolutely." Qinyu hesitated for a moment before replying, "It's fine. Let us go together." "Great." After exchanging a few more words, the two descended the stairs together and encountered another young man at the lobby entrance. Qi Lin's friend was named Li Fuguwei, nicknamed Old Cat. According to the elderly officer within the precinct, he shares a certain connection with Officer Li. However, their interactions are infrequent, leaving the true nature of their relationship somewhat ambiguous even to peripheral individuals. This particular person is known for his erratic behavior, having once committed a most outrageous act. While intoxicated, he brazenly solicited individuals at his post, demanding an open audition, which ultimately led to him being caught by the inspection team. In the end, he was merely reprimanded and faced a brief administrative suspension of 2 weeks. Conversely, two colleagues who had never quite gotten along with him found themselves in dire straits, being unceremoniously dismissed and stripped of their positions. Though the name Old Cat may sound somewhat unsophisticated, he possesses a strikingly handsome appearance. If Qinyu's features could be described as resolute, with a spirited demeanor, then Old Cat embodies a charmingly roguish allure, reminiscent of the once popular actor Zhang Yishan. When the three met, Qi Lin succinctly introduced them. "This is Old Cat, a friend who looks after me. This is Qinyu, a newly arrived intern in our team." Old Cat, with one hand casually in his pocket and a mischievous smile, inquired, "I heard you stirred things up with Lao San and the others right upon your arrival. You got a bit of temper, huh?" "Not really, just had a bit of a quarrel," Qinyu replied, feeling that Old Cat's demeanor was somewhat blunt. "I share your frustration. They should just get on with their duties," Old Cat scoffed. "The entire first team is filled with rascals, wasting time on trivial matters." Qinyu found himself somewhat speechless at this remark and glanced at Qi Lin, who scratched his head and explained, "That's just Old Cat's way. He speaks his mind." "Where should we eat?" Old Cat asked. "I just arrived, so I'm not sure where the good food is," Qinyu responded softly. "You lead the way then." Old Cat pressed. "Who has treating?" Old Cat's cunning eyes sparkled with curiosity. "I'll treat, haha." Qinyu chuckled. "Oh, you're treating." Old Cat waved his hand grandly. "Let us go to Urgi's place." "Better not. It's quite expensive," Qi Lin cautioned. "Does it cost you anything?" Old Cat retorted with a sidelong glance. It's fine. I still have some coins, and it should be enough for a meal," Qinyu thought to himself, feeling a pang of concern. In these times of scarcity, particularly for vegetables and grains that require vast tracts of land for cultivation, such items have become quite luxurious. Meanwhile, Those in the unregulated areas must toil relentlessly just to secure a basic sustenance. Thus, dining out is a rarity for the overwhelming majority of the impoverished. Nevertheless, Chinyu understood that as a newcomer, he needed to forge connections, and some necessary social expenditures were unavoidable, especially since he had recently secured stable employment. After deliberating on their dining destination, the trio walked for approximately 2 kilometers along the road and stumbled upon a quaint establishment named Little Tavern. Standing at the roadside, Chinyu glanced at the restaurant's facade and unconsciously touched his wallet, feeling another wave of regret. "Let's go," Old Cat called out, stepping up the stairs. Just then, a thunderous roar of an engine erupted from the roadside, followed by the abrupt arrival of an old, rugged SUV that parked right in front of the tavern. The 3 individuals turned at the sound, and the elderly cat, with a look of astonishment, remarked, "What kind of family drives a gasoline vehicle?" In this era, gasoline cars have become a rarity, as much of the land is transformed into desolate wastelands, either frigid or riddled with lethal radiation. The extraction of oil has ceased, rendering it an exceedingly scarce resource, which explains the old cat's surprise. After the off-road vehicle came to a halt by the roadside, 4 men and a young woman disembarked and strode toward the restaurant. "Let us go inside." Chinyu, having seen a bit of the world in the designated planning area, cast a couple of glances at the gasoline vehicle before turning toward the restaurant's entrance. However, the old cat remained rooted in place, his gaze fixed intently on the young woman among the 4 men, and he exclaimed, "Charming, beautiful." Upon hearing this, Chinyu turned back, caught the old cat's lewd expression, and replied with exasperation, "Let us go." She came with the men. The young woman, with her beautiful large eyes, glanced around before lowering her head and stating, "I need to go to the restroom. You better not cause any trouble. Hurry up," chastised a diminutive middle-aged man, his voice carrying a harsh accent reminiscent of Japanese. Buzz. At that moment, Chi Lin's phone buzzed twice in his pocket. He pulled out his mobile device, glanced at the message, and then cast a glance filled with complexity toward Chinyu, who was walking ahead. Chapter 3. The Unreliable Li Fugue inside the restaurant. After Chinyu and his companions settled at the table, Old Cat ordered 3 dishes, 2 meat and 1 vegetable, along with a half-pound bottle of the cheapest white liquor. "You needn't worry about the budget. Order a couple more dishes." Chinyu feigned politeness. "Never mind. You just arrived and have yet to earn a salary. This is quite sufficient," Old Cat replied, somewhat clumsily but evidently with a kind heart, rubbing his somewhat cold and dry palms together. He looked up at Chinyu and inquired, "I heard you come from the planning district?" "Indeed," Chinyu nodded. "Is it difficult over there?" "Not particularly," Chinyu smiled. "People fear change. Once you adapt, it's all the same wherever you are." True enough. As the 3 young men conversed, they found no generational gap, especially since both Old Cat and Chinyu possessed cheerful personalities and enjoyed joking, which quickly fostered familiarity among them. During the conversation, Chinyu noticed a subtle detail. Chi Lin's body language and tone exhibited a certain subservience towards Old Cat, his demeanor distinctly humble. Once the food and drink arrived, Chinyu raised his glass and declared, "Once seated, we are friends. As for me, being new here, let's look out for one another. There's not much to look out for. In this day and age, if you have the ability, you'll thrive anywhere. If you don't, no one can help you." Old Cat replied candidly, raising his glass with a grin to add, "But it is indeed necessary to stay connected. Just because you dare to confront Lao San and the others, we can be friends." Kinyu uzlabia shukulad, lete sadrink. "Cheers!" they all exclaimed, downing their drinks in one go. "Come on, let us refill." Chi Lin wiped his mouth and picked up the bottle to pour more for Old Cat. "Brother, about that matter I mentioned last time, can you help me with it?" Old Cat rolled his eyes at the mention, using his chopsticks to pick at a small piece of beef while teasing, "You're quite the schemer. Little you is treating, and you're asking for favors. How come all your cleverness is reserved for this?" Chi Lin, unfazed, scratched his head and replied, "It's just, finances are tight." "Since when haven't they been?" Old Cat frowned while chewing, continuing, "Sigh, regarding that matter, I asked around, but there are no vacancies in the clerical positions at the moment. If you want to get in, you'll have to pray for good fortune. But you lack the funds for that, so just wait a bit longer." Chinyu was taken aback, curious as he asked, Why is it necessary to work in clerical? Because he is timid, Old Cat scoffed. Last year, during the report to the chief, we lost 35 people in 6 months in this area. The situation is chaotic. He feels uncertain in the first team and desires a less strenuous job. Oh, I see. Chin Yu's expression remained unperturbed. For the security conditions here were infinitely more tranquil compared to the planning district. Old Cat turned to Chi Lin, his gaze laced with disdain as he admonished, Chi Lin, you must understand one thing. The environment has changed. If you don't strive and put in the effort, when will you ever turn your situation around? I managed to secure a position for you in the administrative department. It may seem inconsequential at first, but eventually, you might find yourself sidelined. There is a saying, circumstances create heroes. Take, for instance, Yuan Ku's elder brother. Before the establishment of the 9th Special Zone, what was he regarded as? Yet, when turmoil struck, he ascended unexpectedly. Now, in the underworld, few dare to challenge him. He has married 6 wives, but who does he rely on? No one, right? I certainly cannot compare to him. Chi Lin flashed a smile, revealing his teeth. All I desire is to live without illness or misfortune, to earn a living that supports my mother and sister. This is the extent of your aspirations? The Old Cat replied with a sense of disappointment. I had hoped you could find some opportunities in your new position, but instead, you spend your days washing socks and serving tea. Given your current state, it is no surprise that others take liberties with you. You lack even a semblance of equal standing. So how can you discuss networking? Is this how one forms friendships? Chi Lin bowed his head in silence. Alas, with such a feeble character, your father named you Chi Lin. Here I am, exceptional, yet my mother calls me Li Fugue. Where is the justice in that? The Old Cat shook his head, lamenting the situation. Enough of these matters. Let us converse about something else. Chin Yu interjected. Having reached this point, Chi Lin refrained from broaching the subject of his job transfer with the Old Cat. The three of them continued to drink and chat, time slipping away swiftly. As the clock approached 9 in the evening, Chi Lin glanced at a new message on his phone and promptly declared, I have some matters to attend to at home. I must take my leave. We shall meet tomorrow. Not going to drink a bit longer? Chin Yu inquired. I cannot. I must return home first. Then allow me to accompany you. No need, I can manage on my own. Take care. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chi Lin hurriedly departed with his phone in hand, while Chin Yu remained with the Old Cat, who had no intention of leaving just yet. Old Cat, our ability to share a drink signifies friendship, Chin Yu said, his cheeks slightly flushed. Please, extend some courtesy to Chi Lin in the future. Am I berating him? I am trying to stimulate his potential. The Old Cat passionately tapped the table, speaking with piercing clarity. If a person remains on their knees, they will never rise. Do you understand? Chin Yu pondered this, nodding thoughtfully. In the police force, he is my only friend, and I see him struggling. The Old Cat, sensing the need to change the subject, shook his head. Let's not discuss him anymore. I have some business to attend to. What business? Chin Yu asked, taken aback. I observed that young lady from earlier. She appears to have no romantic ties to those 4 men. The Old Cat whispered, his eyes glimmering. I believe it is time to take action. Chin Yu was momentarily bewildered. Which young lady? Goodness, how oblivious can you be? The one who got out of the car at the entrance, the Old Cat grinned. She is quite striking. Tell me, doesn't she resemble that former star, Jun Ji-hyun? Tall and long-legged. Chin Yu, drenched in sweat, remarked, take it easy, my friend. Times are different now, quite chaotic. No worries, I'll give it a try. The Old Cat rubbed his palms together, mischievously standing up, and, with a swift motion, headed towards the table by the window. Outside, Chi Lin stood by the roadside, taking a couple of deep puffs from his electronic cigarette. After a lengthy moment of hesitation, he finally pulled out his phone, intending to call Chin Yu. However, as his thumb hovered over the screen, he recalled that Chin Yu's newly acquired phone had yet to connect to the communication system, leaving him with no choice but to retrieve the Old Cat's number. Inside the restaurant, the Old Cat adjusted his slick-back hairstyle and approached the table by the window, smiling as he addressed the young woman. Hello, beautiful. Are you dining out with family? The young woman, who had been gazing intently outside, turned back, her expression filled with curiosity. Do you need something? Well, I am the director for a star hosting program at a television station, and we are currently holding auditions. Would you be interested in learning more? The old cat inquired, weaving a web of fanciful tales. As his words lingered in the air, a short middle-aged man sitting opposite shot a peculiar glance at his companion and queried in Japanese, "Is this about delivery?" The companion, glancing at the old cat, furrowed his brow. He is not speaking in code. During their exchange, the young woman regained her composure, her charming face lighting up as she eagerly replied, "Is it really from a television station? How coincidental. I am studying to be a host." The old cat, taken aback by her enthusiasm, brightened up. "That is splendid. Do you have your contact information? Let us connect privately." As he spoke, the old cat had already produced his personal phone, ready to hand it to her. However, this device was not the one mandated by the police department. The young woman took the phone, lowering her head to input her number. Suddenly, the short middle-aged man stood up, firmly grasping the young woman's arm. His brow slightly furrowed. "Return the phone to him. It's time to eat." "But I'm quite interested," the young woman responded with a smile. Looking up, "I said, return the phone," the short man reiterated. The old cat tilted his head, casting a glance at the man, and cheerfully assured, "I truly am from the television station. There is no need to be alarmed. I mean no harm." After a moment's hesitation, the young woman promptly returned the phone to the old cat, apologizing with a smile. "Well, never mind. Sorry about that." The old cat, initially elated at her receptiveness, felt a surge of frustration at the uninvited interruption by the unsympathetic goblin. He opened his mouth to argue further. "Never mind. Thank you," the young woman insisted. The old cat was taken aback, staring at her for 2 seconds before responding with a forced grin. "If that's the case, then it's fine. Sorry for the disturbance." A minute later, the old cat bent down to sit across from Chinyu, his expression peculiar. "Did someone put you in a bind?" Chinyu chuckled as he picked up some food. The old cat blinked rapidly and discreetly kicked Chinyu under the table, looked down. Chinyu was taken aback and glanced down at the table. The old cat, holding his phone in his right hand, whispered, "Look at the screen." Upon hearing this, Chinyu turned his gaze towards the screen, where the dial page displayed the number 959595. "What does this mean?" Chinyu felt somewhat bewildered. The old cat rubbed his face with his left hand and replied, "Damn it. We've stumbled upon something." "What do you mean?" "Those 4 men and the girl are definitely not together. She just kicked me under the table." The old cat retrieved his phone and took a sip of his drink. "But I can't figure out their intentions. Something is definitely off. That girl asked us to save her." At the dining table by the window, a short man glanced at his watch, his expression stern as he whispered to his companion, "Was the person who just arrived a coincidence, or were they testing us?" "It's hard to say." His companion shook his head, looking somewhat dazed. The short man cast a nervous glance at the old cat and said, "Time's up. We're leaving." "Fine," his companion nodded, his voice icy as he addressed the girl. "Don't cause any trouble. Come with us." The girl, beads of sweat forming on her fair forehead, stole a glance at the old cat before nodding in response. Not far away, the old cat, somewhat agitated, rubbed his cheeks and quietly asked Chinyu, "What should we do? Are we getting involved?" Just then, a fully electric car came to a halt at the entrance of the restaurant. Chapter 4. The reluctant intervention of the third one. Initially, Chinyu harbored no interest in the quartet of men and a woman. However, upon old cat's mention, he cast a sidelong glance towards the window. The 4 men were uniformly clad in suede jackets, work trousers, and worn leather boots, their gazes sharp, and the exposed skin tinged with a hint of crimson. They did not appear to be from the special zone, Chinyu remarked as he lowered his head. "How can you tell?" Old cat inquired, curiosity piqued. "They're overdressed and show signs of frostbite," Chinyu replied succinctly. "They resemble the rascals from the planned area." "What do you mean by rascals?" "Those who live by the edge." Chinyu scratched his nose. Upon hearing this, old cat felt a twinge of unease. "So, are we foolishly playing the heroes? Do we stand a chance against them? Did you bring your sidearm?" Chinyu asked. "Of course not. I came here to eat." Old cat shook his head. "Then I suggest we hold off." Chinyu furrowed his brow in contemplation. "Let us call the team." While the two exchanged words swiftly, the 4 men had already risen with the woman and were preparing to settle their bill. "Damn it, they're leaving." Old cat's hand trembled as he raised his glass, his nervousness causing him to stutter. "Should we follow them? Who do you think you are, Neza? You think you can chase them down with your legs?" Chin replied, exasperated. They arrived by car, and you're jesting about running after them? I completely forgot. Chin's gaze darted towards the four men, his brow furrowing further as he added, if those rascals are up to something, they undoubtedly have something on them. Even if we jump out, we won't be able to stop them. Old Cat was indeed anxious. Despite being part of the frontline investigation team, these individuals were of a caliber far beyond him. Dangerous work was not meant for him. Thus, he often found the firearms below him far more effective than the one he held. He had never participated in any large-scale operations. Nonetheless, he turned to Chin and said, if we were ordinary people, it would be one thing, but dressed like this, we can't just ignore them. Think of something quickly. We have no resources, we're outnumbered, and it's too late to notify the team. I'll figure something out. Chin was drenched in sweat. Unless a miracle occurs. Otherwise, at that moment, the restaurant door swung open, and 6 burly young men entered, scanning the surroundings. The leader, the third one, then called out, Chin. As the words left his mouth, both Chin and Old Cat turned in astonishment, their eyes lighting up in unison as they murmured, wow, a miracle has occurred. The third one, clad in a light green police uniform, approached with 5 comrades. Tilting his head and puffing on an electronic cigarette as he scolded, you just arrived and you're already dining out. Seems you've got quite the stash. Come on, step outside. I need to talk to you. Third one, are you here to investigate? Before Chin could respond, Old Cat stepped forward, grasping the other's arm and inquiring. The third one appeared bewildered. What investigation? Weren't you following us? Old Cat's eyes reflected confusion. Indeed, I inquired and heard that he is here. That's right. How many people did you bring? Are there still brothers from the team outside? The third one became increasingly bewildered. What are you talking about? Are you out of your mind? I hit a wall too. Why are you hiding this from me? Old Cat slapped him on the arm and, with an urgent tone, asked, are we apprehending them here or outside? No, it seems we're not discussing the same matter. The third one pointed at Chin and stated, I came to find him. Old Cat was taken aback and subtly gestured toward the 4 men by the bar. Aren't we here to catch those people? Catch them? What is wrong with them? That's a coincidence. Beads of sweat formed on Old Cat's forehead as he whispered. Those 4 men have taken a girl hostage, leading us into this situation. Just now, Chin and I were discussing how to handle it when you arrived. Enough talk. Let us subdue them. We have enough people. The third one appeared utterly lost, stammering, damn it, I came to find Chin. ISNT, the second sister's restaurant in your team's jurisdiction? Why are we still talking about finding Chin at this moment? Old Cat quietly replied, you decide how to capture them. What can I decide? I'm not prepared. The third one was utterly disheartened, raising his head to glance again at the 4 individuals. I don't even know what they are up to. As soon as the third one and his companions entered the room, the 4 individuals noticed them. Seeing them dressed in police uniforms and conversing with Old Cat and Chin, they suddenly felt a sense of unease. The 4 exchanged glances, promptly placing the girl in the center and bowing their heads to leave. Don't dawdle. Figure out how to apprehend them and provide a plan. Old Cat's heart raced as he urged the third one and the others. The third one, feeling defeated, took a step back. This situation was caused by both of you. How can I devise a plan? You are the main force. We have nothing on us. Main force? My foot. The third one was in a cold sweat, turning to the police officers he had brought. We can't ignore this Old Cat as a fool. If we leave, he might report us. What should we do? Young Hu, notify the team. The others should disperse a bit. The third one instructed, lowering his head. Go up and conduct an inspection. Ask them for their residence permits. If they don't have them, demand special region entry permits. If they show any intent to resist, open fire. Am I going to conduct the inspection, brother? The young man called Guo was nearly in tears. You should send Old Cat. They are in uniform. You go. Damn, this is truly unfortunate. Guo cursed, hardening his resolve as he stepped sideways to block the 4 men's path. Police from the Black Street, show me your residence permits. The 4 halted, their expressions unchanging as they looked towards the third one and his companions. The girl stood among them, sweat pouring down her temples, her fists clenched tightly. I'm talking to you. Show me your residence permit. Guo repeated once more. We came from the planned area to make purchases. The short middle-aged man said quietly, we do not have long-term residence permits. Show me the entry permit. Guo extended his palm. All right. The short man lowered his head and began to reach into his pants pocket. Lao San, a seasoned veteran of the streets, cast a quick glance at the man's attire and instinctively took a step back, his right hand feigning a motion to conceal itself behind him. Yet his true intention was to grasp his firearm. Just as the short man inserted his hand into his pocket, the girl suddenly let out a piercing scream. Help me. They're kidnapping me. Don't move. As the words echoed, a companion of the short man flicked his sleeve, brandishing a T-34 military grenade, and shouted, pull the pin, and everyone dies if you move. Chaos erupted in the restaurant, patrons ducking for cover and scattering in every direction. The short man seized the girl, pulling her back with an unperturbed expression, stating, cover me, I will exit through the back door. Lao San, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, placed his hand on his holster, directing his attention toward the middle-aged man wielding the grenade. Calm down, brother. If that thing doesn't go off, it's one matter. If it does, that's an entirely different scenario. Bang! No sooner had he spoken than Lao Mao sprang into action, seizing a bottle from the table and smashing it against the adversary's wrist with a resounding crack. The middle-aged man staggered back, his demeanor ferocious, and without a moment's hesitation, hurled the grenade into the crowd. In a sudden burst of action, Qin Yu lunged forward, grasping Lao Mao by the collar and retreating several steps. A thunderous explosion followed, creating a massive crater, sending countless fragments of bricks soaring into the air and shattering 2 tables, while 3 officers fell to the ground, injured by shrapnel and debris. Lao San lay on the ground, shouting, take cover. Shoot that man with the grenade. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, and just as Lao San attempted to rise, a spray of blood erupted from his rear, sending him crashing back down. Damn it, damn it! In a panic, Lao San reached for his bleeding backside, eyes wide with fury as he cursed, I swear, Lao Mao, you truly are a dead man. Chapter 5. The 3 Cons and the King of Hell. In the aftermath of the explosion, Qin Yu found himself sprawled on the ground, shaking his head in an attempt to clear the fog of intoxication. He turned to Old Cat, questioning, are you all right? Fortuitously, the arrival of Lao San and his companions had averted disaster. Otherwise, our confrontation would have been dire indeed. One cannot deny the valor of Lao San and his crew. They are indeed warriors of iron and blood. Old Cat, still in shock, wiped the sweat from his brow. Noticing that his companion was largely unscathed, Qin Yu promptly pushed him aside and cast a vigilant glance around the vicinity. He then called out softly to a colleague hiding behind a wooden table, hand me the gun. The individual, cowering and visibly shaken, darted a terrified look at Qin Yu, his eyes betraying confusion. The gun now, Qin Yu barked again. Coming to his senses, the colleague hastily tossed the firearm across the floor without a moment's thought, then resumed his position beneath the table. The weapon was an A2911 model, crafted from the mold of an M1911, albeit enhanced with a larger magazine capacity, boasting 9 rounds, an armament reserved for elite police forces. Although Qin Yu had never handled such a firearm before, having only seen it in magazines, the mechanics and feel were familiar. He examined it briefly before instinctively ejecting the magazine to check it, then recocking the slide in a seamless, practiced motion. With the gun now in hand, Qin Yu crouched and rose, skillfully maneuvering to adjust his angle. He positioned his left arm horizontally to steady the gun and, with decisive resolve, pulled the trigger. The sharp crack of gunfire echoed thrice, and the middle-aged assailant who had just thrown a grenade collapsed, his skull shattered upon impact. Indeed, Qin Yu had opted for lethal force rather than merely injuring his opponent. The assailants were armed and ruthless, and any hesitation could result in further casualties. After firing 3 shots, Qin Yu did not glance elsewhere. He immediately bent low. A barrage of bullets soon followed, sending debris from the walls flying. With acute awareness, Qin Yu leaned forward, instinctively firing 2 shots in a flash, but the chamber was empty. His adversaries, displaying commendable reflexes, quickly reacted. One provided cover while the other kicked open a window and escaped through it. They avoided the door, uncertain if law enforcement awaited outside, opting instead for the element of surprise. Seeing the 2 fleeing, Qin Yu chose not to pursue. He clutched his weapon and ascended the staircase towards the second floor. In the lobby, Lao San sat on the ground, clutching his rear end, his eyes wide with disbelief as he fixated on Qin, who had made the ruthless decision to kill without hesitation. He appeared somewhat dazed. "Goodness, is Xiao Qin truly this fierce?" Old Cat exclaimed, rising to his feet and shouting to Lao San and the others. "Chase them. Help Xiao Qin. He is on his own." Lao San cast a sidelong glance at him, his frustration boiling over. He felt that his misfortunes were directly tied to this Li Fuguwei. Whenever he encountered this fellow, trouble was sure to follow. On the second floor, Qin sprinted towards the back door, glancing down at the street below. Through the glass, he spotted the short, middle-aged man dragging a girl across the road, disappearing into a dilapidated alley of the adjacent building complex. After much deliberation, Qin clenched his teeth and cursed under his breath. "Damn it, where's the backup? I'm left with just one chance. Let us go for broke." With a resounding crash, he charged forward. Qin opened the window, welcoming the brisk wind that rushed in, and leaped down. Upon landing, he unleashed the speed befitting his physical prowess, crossing the street in less than 3 seconds, and found himself alone at the alley's entrance. Raising his firearm and steadying his aim, bang! 2 gunshots echoed. Not far away, a short, middle-aged man, alerted by the sound, hastily pulled a girl to hide against the alley wall, standing in the shadows, his brow furrowed. "Are the brothers from the planned area here?" Qin called out. The short man glanced down at his weapon and replied in halting Mandarin, "Yes. The streets outside are desolate, and we came into the city to make a living." "Where did you spot us?" "I didn't T-spot you. It's just that someone ran into trouble," Qin answered candidly. "Can you lower your hand? I have tickets in my bag. Just say the word, and you can take them." The short man licked his lips. Qin blinked. "I understand the streets outside are cold, but given my attire and the trouble at hand, I can't simply ignore it. I don't want the tickets. You can keep them, but I require the person." The short man hesitated, his gaze wavering. "I still have a goldfish in my pocket. I'll take the person with me and leave the tickets in it for you." "I can't agree to that," Qin decisively refused. "Fine, I'll leave the person." After a moment's hesitation, the short man nudged the girl forward. "You move ahead slowly, then speed up in 3 seconds. If you don't obey, I'll shoot you." Qin licked his lips and peered into the alley. "Come here." The girl hesitated for a moment, but then stepped forward, while the sounds of footsteps within the alley grew chaotic. 3 seconds later, she quickened her pace. Qin briefly hesitated before stepping into the alley, waving his hand. "Hurry up." The girl looked up at Qin, her eyes filled with urgency as she exclaimed, "He hasn't tea left." As her words fell, the short man stepped out from the shadows, raising his weapon towards the alley's entrance. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid gunfire exploded in the night, causing the girl to cover her head with her hands and crouch down, screaming. A second later, a dull thud resonated from within the alley as the short man collapsed. Qin stood protectively in front of the girl, cautiously refraining from advancing further. Instead, raising his arm and, without hesitation, fired 2 shots into the criminal's head. The girl, still covering her ears, continued to scream. Ignoring her, Qin approached the short man's body, kicked his head, then turned to inspect the graze on his shoulder from a stray bullet, exhaling in relief and muttering, "Cunning and crafty, this is perilous. Damn it, did I kill him?" A familiar voice rang out from the alley's entrance. Qin turned to see Lao San, clutching his rear, standing under the dim light. "Where are Lao Mao and the others?" "They are also pursuing. The gunfire has thrown them into disarray. They went left." Lao San ziblit, gasping. "Did the criminal get killed?" Qin blinked, stepping closer to Lao San, glancing around before suddenly reaching out with his left hand and pulling him into the alley. "What the hell are you doing?" Lao San was momentarily bewildered. "Are you looking to confront me?" Qin inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. The third brother was taken aback, suddenly recalling that he had come to the restaurant with the intention of confronting Qin. "What did you want to discuss? Speak your mind." Qin squinted and pressed further. "What do you mean?" Qin raised his hand, pressing the gun against the third brother's head. "Have you ever ventured into the planning district? When the army supply trucks pass through Sankanzi, even the devil himself must disembark to pay respects. I single-handedly emerged from there. And now you think you can teach me the rules?" "Huh." The third brother stood in stunned silence. The gunshot rang out, piercing the air. Moments latte. The third brother collapsed, gasping, his eyes wide with terror. Chinyu tossed the gun onto the third brother's body. From now on, we tackle dangerous jobs together. Don't provoke me, or next time, in a moment of fear, I might not know where the gun is aimed. With that, Chinyu approached the young woman. Leaning down to ask, "What predicament have you found yourself in, sister?" An hour and a half later, at the police hospital, the third brother lay on the operating table, answering a call. "Team Leader Yuan, where are you?" Yuan's voice was cold and unyielding. "I'm at the hospital. Did you encounter a case at the restaurant?" Yuan-ku inquired again. "Indeed," the third brother replied, instantly puffing up with bravado. "We were on a routine patrol when we stumbled upon a few outlaws from outside the district. I sensed something was amiss and moved in for an inspection, but they pulled guns on us. Realizing it was a major case, I engaged them. Haha, the main offender and an accomplice were shot on the spot. Though two managed to escape. No worries, the district has already ordered their capture." Heh, Team Leader Yuan. I overheard in the office that the main culprit seems to be named Matsushita. He has been a notorious criminal for 4 years, with numerous murders to his name. Don't you think we've done something remarkable? Not only did we encounter him, but we also managed to take him down, clearing a backlog of cases. You must commend me to the chief. Such a criminal is rarely apprehended by ordinary officers. I've been a second-level officer for 2 years now. It's time for advancement. Moreover, the case was handled by our team, which brings honor to the entire precinct. Honor my foot. Yuan Kiskiviko retorted. What kind of nonsense is this? Did you lose your mind? How could you let that happen? The third brother was bewildered. What do you mean? Matsushita was sent by my brother. Just as I was about to finish the job, you had to interfere. Yuan conceded. You are truly worthless. Wait, team leader, let me explain. The third brother, flustered, began to stammer out a clarification. I was boasting earlier. Let me rephrase. The truth is, I intended to confront Chinyu, but unexpectedly ran into that fool Lao Mao, who mentioned there was a case. Beep. Yuanka had already hung up the phone. Chapter 6. Climbing up with Brother San in the police office building, within a room designated for inquiries. Chinyu absent-mindedly twirled a pen in his right hand and softly inquired of the young woman before him. Are you feeling any better? The young lady, brushing her hair back, revealed a slightly dazed expression, her face betraying lingering traces of shock. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded, observing her condition. Chinyu stood and approached the water dispenser, pouring her a cup of warm water. He placed it gently on the table, saying, "Drink some water. If you feel unwell, you might consider visiting a hospital for a checkup." "Thank you, but there's no need for a hospital. I have no visible injuries." The young woman picked up the cup, expressed her gratitude politely, and took a deep breath. "You may ask your questions." "All right, then I shall proceed." Chinyu resumed his seat, taking out the inquiry notebook to commence his recording. "What is your name?" "Lin Yinlei." "And your age?" 20. "Gender?" Lin Yinlei appeared somewhat bewildered. "Can't you tell? We're recording this with a body camera. I must ask," Chinyu explained with a smile. "Female. Place of residence?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yinlei hesitated noticeably. "Fongbei City." You have come from the capital of the special zone?" "Yes." "What brings you here? Work or change of residence?" Though Chinyu had never conducted an inquiry before, the forms in his notebook were straightforward and easy to understand. Concerned about making a mistake on his first inquiry, he asked detailed questions. "Work." Once the basic information was verified, Chinyu began to inquire about the case. "You have been kidnapped. Can you tell me where the incident occurred? Do you know who was responsible?" "I'm not quite sure. I just came from," just as Lin Yinlei was about to respond regarding the case. The office door swung open abruptly, and Director Li entered, accompanied by Old Cat and others. Chinyu turned to glance back, immediately rising to greet him. "Director Li, how may I assist you? Are you in the midst of questioning?" Director Li asked, hands clasped behind his back. "Yes, I'm verifying the basic details." "Hello, Miss Lin." Director Li nodded at Chinyu before extending his hand courteously towards Lin Yinlei. "I am the Chief of Police. My surname is Li. Hello." Lin Yinlei nodded and shook his hand. "There is someone from the online broadcasting side here to take you away. You may leave now." After a moment of contemplation, Director Li smiled amiably. "We will handle the case. The remaining 2 suspects will undoubtedly be apprehended." Chin Yu felt a surge of curiosity at these words. Director Li had not been present in the room earlier, yet he seemed to know the young woman's name and appeared inclined to conclude the inquiry without further questioning. Thus, Chin Yu scrutinized her more closely. She stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, her figure graceful, despite the dirt on her face and the disheveled state of her hair. Her delicate features remained strikingly beautiful. Old Cat had remarked that Lin Yinlei bore a resemblance to the once popular Jun Jihyun, yet Chin Yu found her even more captivating. Her eyes were larger and more expressive, and her proportions were simply exquisite. Most importantly, the young lady possessed an exceptionally fair complexion, her skin radiant and translucent, much like that of a porcelain doll. In this era, which household could nurture their child to such a degree? How could one remain entirely idle? It was evident that Director Li's sudden visit, without even a basic inquiry before preparing to release her, must have been for compelling reasons. After a brief exchange with Director Li, Lin Yinlei descended the stairs with the others. 5 minutes later, at the ground floor, several middle-aged individuals alighted from a purely electric vehicle, engaging in cheerful pleasantries with Director Li before hastily escorting Lin Yinlei away. Chin Yu caught a glimpse of the past displayed on the windshield, noting it was a vehicle from the propaganda department of Songjiang City. As the group watched Lin Yinlei depart, Director Li stepped aside to make a few phone calls, then turned back, calling out, "Come to my office." "What is going on?" Chin Yu inquired, turning to Old Cat. Old Cat scratched his nose, responding in a hushed tone. "You've really stepped into a heap of trouble. Haven to you? You've barely arrived and already caught the attention of the higher-ups." "Well, it's to be expected. Capable individuals seldom falter, regardless of where they are." Upon hearing this, Chin Yu felt a sense of assurance. A few minutes later, in the office, Director Li clapped Chin Yu on the shoulder, exclaiming, "I always said you had a certain quality, but I never anticipated you would shine so brightly so soon." "Just a stroke of luck," Chin Yu grinned. "Quite the achievement." Director Li, unable to conceal his delight, paced the room, exclaiming, "This Matsushita is embroiled in numerous significant cases, ones the Bureau has specifically aimed to apprehend. However, he had been evading capture in the planning district for the past 2 years, and the higher-ups lacked the means to seize him. Yet, upon his return, he fell right into your hands. Tomorrow, at the meeting, I shall have the pleasure of boasting about this at the Bureau. You've provided me with a sense of pride right from your arrival. Commendable indeed." Chin Yu listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. Director Li sighed as he sat down, lighting one of the Chinese cigarettes Chin Yu had gifted him, his expression tinged with regret. Had the situation involved someone else, they could have swiftly ascended from a third-level officer to first level, easily stepping into a group leader role. But your circumstances are a bit more complex. You've only just arrived, and your information has barely been entered into the system for 24 hours. If I were to push for your promotion, it might invite unwarranted gossip." Old Cat, overhearing this, immediately defended Chin Yu. "Merit cannot be merely bestowed. It must be earned through dedication and hard work. Who was it that pursued Matsushita? Who brought him down? Who rescued the hostages? These facts are unmistakable. Why fear any gossip? If one were to be deterred by the opinions of others, they might as well resign from their position as director. You need to think before you speak to me." Director Li, usually composed, shot a glance at Chin Yu, momentarily flustered by Old Cat's retort. Old Cat blinked and remained silent. "Xiao Qin, the credit is yours. No one can take it away from you. However, the situation at the Bureau is somewhat intricate. Since you're new, if I were to insist on promoting you, it could indeed create a negative impression," Director Li remarked, his expression neutral as he regarded Chin Yu. "However, we have ample time ahead of us. Let us proceed with patience. Director, you have already assisted me significantly. I am content," Chin Yu replied with a smile. "It is of little concern. Within a month, I shall elevate you from an intern officer to a third-level position. Tomorrow, I shall have someone draft the case report to be submitted to the police department. I believe securing a third-class merit award for an individual should pose no difficulty. Once the commendation is received, your promotion to second class will be a natural progression." Director Li pondered for a moment before continuing, stating that, given the current circumstances, appointing you as the team leader would be unfeasible, as your tenure here has been brief and you lack familiarity with the team. Suddenly thrust into a leadership role, you would struggle to gain their respect. Therefore, I shall speak with Yuan Ku to arrange for you to assume the role of deputy team leader. This appointment will be a decision made within the department, not formalized within the system, and it will not carry an official title. However, once you acclimate to the team, I will endeavor to secure you a permanent position when a vacancy arises. Additionally, for this case, you will receive a bonus of 3,000, and at the end of the month, you will also be recognized as an outstanding individual. Thank you, Director. Qin Yu felt a surge of elation at this outcome and immediately saluted in gratitude. Very well, let it be so. Director Li gestured, indicating that they could leave. Please take care and rest well. With those words, Qin Yu and Old Cat departed, just as Director Li took a sip of water and prepared to leave for home. The phone rang. Hello, Li, I have a question. How should I address the situation regarding Old San in the case report? Should we consider Captain Yuan's perspective? Director Li contemplated for a moment. I have heard some details about him. He was not there to apprehend anyone at the restaurant. Here's what we should emphasize. The following day, at the hospital, what is the word from above? Old San inquired from colleague while lying on a hospital bed. The medical expenses for the injured will be fully covered by the department, and we will also apply to the police department for a collective third-class merit award for our team. As for financial compensation, apart from Qin Yu, each severely injured participant will receive 5,000, while those unharmed will receive 3,000. The colleague replied with a downcast demeanor. Old Sam was taken aback by this information. What about Qin Yu and Old Cat? I'm not certain regarding Old Cat. The colleague shook his head and replied, but I have heard that Director Li has already promised Qin Yu a promotion to second-class officer by year-end and will also apply for a third-class merit award for him. Furthermore, the office has already notified the team to appoint him as deputy team leader. Upon hearing this, Old San was overwhelmed and exclaimed, Is there no justice left? Is there no semblance of fairness? Is Qin Yu truly the illegitimate son of Director Li? I contributed the most, suffered the most severe injuries, and when a bullet was thrown my way, I thought that we would meet again at the Martyrs' Cemetery. Yet, the one reaping the benefits is a mere newcomer? Why is it that the department seeks a personal merit award for him while only applying for a collective one for me? Look at the bullet wound on my backside. Had I not evaded it swiftly, that bullet would have struck my rectum. In the end, the department only grants me a meager 5,000. What does that signify? I demand to know its meaning. What use is it for you to ask me? The colleague rolled his eyes. Someone in the team has spoken on your behalf, but Director Li swiftly rebuffed them. The criteria are stringent. The credit for the kill belongs to the one who delivered it. Moreover, it is clear to those above what our purpose was at the restaurant. Do not say another word. Lao San, weary and disheartened, lay languidly on his bed, murmuring, Since childhood, my mother has always said, My fate is unfortunate. He felt a deep sense of injustice, believing that Qin Yu had usurped the accolades that rightfully belonged to him. However, Qin Yu himself bore a degree of unfairness. For the true beneficiary of the situation was not him, but rather the elusive Old Cat, whom Director Li had not even mentioned. A first-level officer had effortlessly ascended to the rank of third-level police chief. Concurrently, internal adjustments had quietly elevated him to the position of deputy leader within the third squad. And within a single day, the approval for his personal third-class merit was granted. Very few within the department were aware of this matter. Yet those who had caught wind of it speculated in hushed tones about the connection between Old Cat and Director Li, which also included Qin Yu. They lamented the reality that relentless effort could not rival fortunate circumstances, and that good fortune paled in comparison to those who wielded control over their own destinies. On the day following this minor upheaval, Lao San's ally, Yuan Ku, boarded a train back to Songjiang City. Chapter 7. Meeting Captain Yuan. Although Qin Yu had tasted some success in the Songxia case and received commendations from Li Si, his standing within the team had not improved. Instead, among the 45 members of Team 1, most of his colleagues regarded him as if he were invisible. Aside from Qi Lin, the Old Cat, and a few marginalized colleagues who were somewhat friendly towards him, the core members of the team met him with cold indifference. If it were merely outsiders treating Qin Yu this way, he might have been able to endure it, but even his roommates, with whom he shared close quarters, subjected him to subtle hostility. This group, while not directly confronting him, also refrained from engaging in conversation. Upon Qin Yu's entrance into the room, they would either fall into an immediate silence or collectively exit, only to return to their games and chatter once he had left. Their treatment of him stemmed from his offense to the third-in-command, portraying him as a thorn in their side, especially since he had seized credit upon his arrival, inevitably inciting jealousy among some. Whereas others might have regretted offending the third-in-command, Qin Yu felt no such remorse, as his naturally aloof disposition made it difficult for anyone to breach his emotional barriers. Moreover, he did not believe that ingratiating himself through servility would allow him to integrate into any social circle. He felt that living in such an environment, excessive weakness would foster an insatiable sense of entitlement among others. If the third-in-command could suppress him once, he could do so 100 times. If Qin Yu remained silent after being scheduled for an extra 3 days, it would not be surprising if the third-in-command next insisted on 4 consecutive days. If this continued, he might soon find himself responsible for cleaning the common areas or even washing others' clothes, a prospect that was utterly unacceptable to him. In the face of his colleagues' subtle hostility, Qin Yu felt indifferent, yet remaining in the dormitory had begun to feel somewhat uncomfortable. After all, sharing a roof with individuals who openly disdained one another and exchanged cold glares daily would undoubtedly affect one's mood. The Songxia case had awarded Qin Yu a bonus of 3,000 yuan, an unexpected windfall that prompted him to decide to rent a place of his own. Since they could not get along, it seemed best to avoid seeing each other. However, unfamiliar with the local housing market, he sought the assistance of the old cat to help him find a suitable place, specifying that it should be affordable, have electricity, and be habitable. The old cat, appreciating Qin Yu's resolute nature and straightforward demeanor, readily agreed to assist him. The following day, as Qin Yu entered the office to prepare for his handover and officially commence his duties, a voice called out from outside. "Qin Yu, Captain Yuan wants to see you in the dining hall." Turning at the sound, Qin Yu intended to inquire further, but the caller had already departed, leaving no room for further dialogue. With a faint smile, he shrugged on his coat and exited the office. In the dining hall, after inquiring with the staff, Qin Yu spotted Captain Yuan seated by the window, standing at approximately 178 to 179 centimeters. Yuan had a slender physique, fair skin, and an attractive countenance. Moreover, he possessed a pair of enchanting almond-shaped eyes, the inner corners gently sloping downwards, reminiscent of a crescent moon, while the outer edges subtly arched upwards, imparting an impression that his eyes were perpetually smiling. Upon their first encounter, he effortlessly garnered affection. "Hello, you must be team leader Yuan? I am Qin Yu." "Haha, greetings," Yuan corresponded, rising to shake Qin Yu's hand. "Originally, I should have come to welcome you the day before yesterday, when you first arrived at the team, but regrettably, I was not in Songjiang for the past few days and have only just returned today. I've heard about it. I know you attended a meeting in Bay. Have you settled in well?" Yuan gestured for Qin Yu to take a seat. "Yes, all the necessary formalities have been completed," Qin Yu replied, sitting across from Yuan Ku. "That is good to hear." Yuan Ku personally poured a glass of water for Qin Yu and smiled warmly, saying, "Haha, I've heard about the kidnapping case. You certainly made a name for the team leader." "It was merely a stroke of luck," Qin Yu grinned. "This morning, I had a brief conversation with Director Li, and he shared your situation with me." Yuan Ku, hands clasped, transitioned the discussion seamlessly to the main topic. Typically, if a criminal like Song Xiao were apprehended, the primary investigators would certainly receive recognition, and anyone below the rank of chief would at least be promoted a level. Thus, Director Li suggested that you be appointed as the group leader and elevated to a second-level officer. However, since you just arrived and this incident occurred so soon, it feels somewhat coincidental. If we were to push for it, it might raise eyebrows. Therefore, both Li and I thought it prudent to let you wait a bit longer. There is no need to rush. We have ample time ahead. Indeed, Director Li mentioned this to me. Qin Yu responded in alignment with Yuan Ku's sentiment. "I'm not anxious. Having just arrived, I should first acclimatize to the environment. No worries. What is meant for you will certainly be pursued on your behalf." As the two exchanged pleasantries, the restaurant staff brought forth 2 plates of hot dishes and 2 plates of cold dishes, featuring not only beef but also some rather expensive greens. This made Qin Yu feel that Yuan Ku was quite generous, at least appearing to be an open-hearted person. During our duty hours, we cannot indulge in alcohol. Let us keep it simple and have a bite, Yuan Ku said, refilling Qin Yu's glass. This is quite sufficient. Don't just look at it. Eat while it's hot. All right. As they conversed, both began to eat, and Yuan Ku discreetly observed Qin Yu. He noted that this young man, emerging from the planned district, was unperturbed. While not ravenously consuming his meal, he displayed no signs of awkwardness either. Qin, you should join the third group of the team, Yuan Ku suddenly declared after a moment of silence. The current head of this group has been dismissed due to dereliction of duty and embezzlement, and there is currently no one managing it. It will be perfect for you to serve as the acting group leader. Qin Yu was taken aback. Isn't that inappropriate? Director Li said, I was to be the deputy group leader. The acting group leader is indeed of the deputy level, and Director Li's original intention was to promote you to second-level officer. Once your title is confirmed, we can simply remove the acting designation, Yuan Ku replied with a smile. Matters within our team are easily managed. Thank you, Team Leader Yuan, for your support. Qin, this position is not something I have personally established, but this team leader is indeed a product of collective effort. Without a formidable team of 40 or 50 brothers behind me, how could I, Yuan Ku, engage in conversation with Director Li? Yuan Ku spoke with eloquence, exuding a sense of camaraderie and righteousness. You are here, which makes you one of my own. I support you, and you are entitled to my care. There is no need for formality between us. If you have any concerns, bring them to me directly. What is rightfully yours, I shall strive to secure for you. We share the same pot, albeit in different roles. Our essence remains the same, to navigate this chaotic environment and live just a little better. Qin Yu initially believed he had offended the third brother, thinking that in Yuan Ku's eyes, he might be viewed as a thorn in the side. Even if Yuan Ku did not overtly retaliate, he would surely find a way to humble him. However, to his surprise, Yuan Ku's words today were remarkably sincere, devoid of any bureaucratic pretense, which warmed Qin Yu's heart. Yuan team, since you have said so, I shall raise my glass in your honor, substituting water for wine. Qin Yu, a man of discernment, lifted his cup and earnestly proclaimed, in the future, I will exert my utmost efforts to excel in our team. Once their cups were emptied, Yuan Ku wiped his mouth and turned to Qin Yu, saying, now that we have exchanged pleasantries, let us discuss matters of work. Very well, I am listening. This morning, a wanted notice arrived from the police station indicating that several major criminals were likely to appear on the black market. The task has been assigned to our team, and I have returned to organize personnel for their apprehension. Yuan Ku frowned as he addressed Qin Yu. However, I have another significant case that requires manpower. As you're new, I would like you to lead Team 3 on this case, as it would be unwise to assign you directly to the major criminals without experience. What kind of case is it? Qin Yu inquired. It is a drug trafficking case, Yuan Ku explained after taking a sip of water. Recently, a substantial quantity of smuggled drugs has surfaced on the black market, some counterfeit, others from unregulated sources. Initially, no one took notice, as where there is demand, there's a market. Given the scale of our major cases, we have no personnel to control this issue. However, 2 major pharmaceutical companies from the capital have jointly pressured the government, claiming that this situation is adversely affecting their market. As you know, in tumultuous times, those in the business of saving lives hold considerable influence. The higher-ups, left with no choice, have exerted pressure downwards, leading our leadership at the Songjiang Medical Bureau to incessantly contact the police station. The police, in turn, have been pressuring Director Li, as the proliferation of illicit drugs is concentrated in the black market. Consequently, Director Li is nearing his breaking point, declaring in meetings that we must eradicate all drug dealers from the black market within 3 months. Is this truly a commitment to eradicate them, or merely lip service? Qin Yu inquired subtly, blinking his eyes. Yuan Ku paused for a moment, his expression revealing surprise as he responded. It is genuine. This is not mere rhetoric. We must achieve a thorough cleanup. Will Team 3 have enough personnel? You will begin your work, and once you uncover the main leads, our team will concentrate our efforts to apprehend them, Yuan Ku replied softly. However, until we have those key leads, we will still pursue those major criminals. Understood. I grasped the situation. Qin Yu was acutely aware that once he donned this attire, he was bound to abide by the commands of this place. It was an unyielding rule, and he currently had no power of choice. You're also cognizant that the joint government's crackdown on counterfeit drugs is unprecedented, aimed at safeguarding the interests of pharmaceutical companies engaged in research, as well as the multitude of patients. Thus, trafficking in smuggled drugs, regardless of authenticity, is met with the death penalty if the quantity exceeds 5 kilograms. Yuan Ke furrowed his brow and cautioned, therefore, you must exercise utmost caution in your endeavors. The case must be resolved, but the safety of your team members and yourself must also be assured. I understand, Qin Yu replied. I will send the materials to Team 3 this afternoon. You should familiarize yourself with the members as soon as possible. If necessary, perhaps you could extend a gesture by treating everyone to a meal to foster camaraderie. They're all young, easy to approach. As Yuan Ke rose to settle the bill, he suddenly turned to Qin Yu and added, "Oh, I almost forgot to mention, the third member has a rather fiery temperament. At times, he speaks and acts without thinking. Do not emulate him. I will arrange for the two of you to meet. Let the past be the past." Qin Yu was taken aback. That will be troublesome. I will take care of the bill. It's almost time to get to work. Yuan Ke smiled at Qin Yu and headed toward the cashier. Qin Yu watched Yuan Ke's retreating figure and murmured softly, he possesses quite the magnanimity. Later that afternoon, as Qin Yu was about to return to Team 3, Old Cat notified him to urgently visit 88 Tongbai Road in the Black Market area, as a new residence had been located. After checking his phone and realizing he had some time before work commenced, he promptly set out. After approximately 15 minutes of walking, Qin Yu hurriedly arrived at the entrance of 88 Tongbai Road, where he did not see Old Cat, but heard someone call out from behind, "Are you the one?" Unable to distinguish between men and women, turning at the sound, Qin Yu saw Lin Yanlei standing at the bottom of the steps, clad in a tailored woolen coat. Her face radiant with a smile that dispelled the fear she had displayed the previous day. With her back to the brilliant sun, she resembled a captivating figure who had stepped forth from a painting. Chapter 8. Outside Gate 88 with a smile, Qin Yu inquired, "Lin Yanlei, what brings you here?" "I'm here to look at apartments," Lin Yanlei replied, playfully tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "What about you?" "What a coincidence." Qin Yu paused momentarily. "I'm here to view apartments as well." "Really?" Lin Yanlei blinked her bright, sparkling eyes. "Don't the officers have dormitories?" There are too many people in the dorm. I can't get used to it, so I thought I'd rent a place," he explained. "Oh," Lin Yanlei nodded playfully, extending her hand in a friendly gesture. "Since it's such a coincidence, let's get acquainted. I don't even know your name." "I'm Qin Yu." "Thank you, Qin Yu." Lin Yanlei's eagerness to engage stemmed primarily from her desire to express her gratitude. Qin Yu understood that her thanks was for saving her life in the alley. So he replied with feigned modesty, "It's all part of my duty. There's no need for thanks." Upon hearing this, Lin Yanlei's demeanor shifted to one of respect. "Hey, salute to the officer. Shall we go in and take a look together?" Qin Yu, typically lacking resistance against attractive women, found himself slightly flustered. Previously constrained by circumstances, he had not dared to flirt. Now feeling somewhat settled, he was eager to engage more with the charming young lady. "I've already seen the place and reserved it. My colleague went to buy some things and will leave once she returns," Lin Yanlei replied warmly. "If you're renting here, we may run into each other again. Once I get my salary, I'll treat you to a meal." Well, I should check if the apartment suits me first. I work at the online platform, so I will definitely interact with the police department. See you later." "All right." After exchanging a few simple pleasantries, Qin Yu stepped into Gate 88. He had not yet requested Lin Yanlei's contact information when she left with a female colleague. Inside the courtyard, Lao Mao sat on a stone pedestal, waving his hand and calling out, "Qin Yu, over here." "I'm coming." Qin Yu responded as he hurried over. "I heard you talking at the entrance. Who were you with?" Lao Mao casually asked. "Did Qi Lin come too?" "No, I just ran into that girl who was kidnapped the other day. We chatted for a bit." Lao Mao was momentarily taken aback. "You ran into her? Where is she? Could you not sound like you wanted to devour her?" "She has already left." Qin Yu retorted. "What is she doing here?" Lao Mao asked, curiosity piqued. "Who is she with? What did she say to you?" "She works at the online platform, not far from our police department, So, she came to check out apartments and happened to run into me. Qin Yu replied, visibly impatient. Why are you asking so many details? Did she rent a place here? It seems she did. Lao Mao furrowed his brow in contemplation before suddenly looking at Qin Yu and asking, Hey, are you in need of a roommate? I can cook. You really are something else. Qin Yu remarked, speechless. She genuinely intrigues me, my friend. Lao Mao continued, rambling on. Why don't we share an apartment? Living together could be quite beneficial, let me tell you. Let us talk later. First, let us view the property, Qin Yu urged, waving his hand. Hurry up. I need to return to the team soon. All right, let's take a look, replied his companion. With that, the two stepped into the main hall of the house. The property that Old Cat showed Qin Yu was approximately 30 square meters, furnished with some basic furniture and freshly painted walls, presenting a clean overall appearance. Though the price was somewhat steep, the landlady demanded $300 per month, payable every 6 months. This rate, while not insignificant, was considered reasonable due to the prime location of number 88 Courtyard, situated in the heart of Songjiang City's governmental district, adjacent to the television station, Internet Broadcasting Center, Police Department, and Transportation Bureau. This proximity was also the reason Qin Yu and Lin Yinlei crossed paths. Their workplaces were already quite close, and even if they had not met here, opportunities for future encounters were certain. The current currency in the 9th Special Zone is the recently issued Asian Yuan, whereas the universal currency is the Alliance coin, distributed by the United Government's affiliated institutions. It is worth noting that the European Union has its own currency, the euro, but that is a matter for another time. The exchange rate hovers around 1 Alliance coin to 6 Asian Yuan. Given the Asian Yuan's recent introduction, it boasts a high purchasing power, estimated to be roughly 10 times that of the previous renminbi. Thus, 300 Asian Yuan equates to approximately 3,000 renminbi. Presently, Qin Yu's monthly salary is a mere 500. Should he rent this apartment, his disposable income would dwindle considerably after accounting for essential expenses. This situation epitomizes the plight of the lower strata in the 9th Special Zone, where living costs escalate daily due to dwindling resources, an abundance of individuals vying for a limited number of positions, and consequently low incomes. This explains Qi Lin's relentless pursuit of a secondary police officer position. A higher rank would naturally yield a better salary. Observing Qin Yu's interest in the apartment, but sensing his reluctance regarding the 300 yuan rent, Old Cat whispered. In the police department, aside from timid individuals like Qi Lin, who is utterly devoted to ingratiating himself, the majority do not rely solely on their salaries. You don't seem like a saint either. You'll likely engage in some gray income activities in the future. Do you have any gray income? Qin Yu asked, casting a sidelong glance. Of course, how could I not? What kind of gray income do you have? I specialize in taking advantage of those who fail to pay their dues. If they don't settle up, I make them regret it, Old Cat shamelessly replied. Qin Yu was rendered speechless. Stop pondering. Just rent it. I can visit you later, Old Cat urged once more. After some deliberation, Qin Yu realized that he might not find a better or cheaper place anytime soon, especially since this courtyard was indeed very close to the police department. Thus, he hesitantly agreed. All right, I'll rent it. Let us start with 6 months. Later that afternoon, within an office area of less than 50 square meters, 9 young individuals stood attentively in uniform. Yuan Ku, smiling, addressed the group. I'll keep it brief. Although Qin Yu has only recently joined us, he has commendably taken down the notorious bandit Matsushita and successfully resolved a kidnapping case. Therefore, after thorough consideration by the department and the team, it has been decided to appoint Qin Yu as the temporary leader of Team 3. The room was filled with silence for a moment before erupting into enthusiastic applause. Qin Yu's personal third-class merit has already been reported to the department, and his rank will undoubtedly be elevated in due time. So I advise you all to harbor no other thoughts. I have previously stated that as long as you excel, you will be promoted in Team 1. This applies to everyone equally. After Yuan Ku finished speaking, he gestured for Qin Yu to introduce himself. Come and meet everyone. At the sound of his voice, Qin Yu stepped forward, clad in a neatly pressed light green uniform, with 2 crutches resting on his shoulder. He saluted and proclaimed, "My name is Qin Yu. I look forward to your support in the future." In the crowd, Qi Lin stared blankly at Qin Yu, his heart heavy with an indescribable bitterness. Just hours prior, he had personally welcomed this newcomer to the team. Yet, less than 2 days later, this very individual had become his superior. Such a feeling was undeniably disheartening. I will reiterate, once you don this uniform, you must adhere to the rules here, Yuan Ke continued. Although Qin Yu is new, should anyone dare to bully or cause trouble, do not expect me to overlook it. With a smile, Yuan Ke cautioned the group before turning back to Qin Yu, saying, "All right, you all chat among yourselves." "All right," Qin Yu nodded. "Thank you, team leader Yuan." "Don't mention it," Yuan Ke replied with a wave, gracefully departing. In the office area, Qin Yu blinked at the group and casually retrieved a box of the Chinese cigarettes he seldom indulged in, smiling as he addressed everyone. "I happened upon a fortuitous opportunity and inadvertently became the team leader. However, my personal experience pales in comparison to yours, so I will be relying on your assistance with future cases. Come, relax and have a smoke." Qin Yu's words were merely a courteous opening, intended to foster camaraderie. However, unexpectedly, a relatively older youth on the far left of the crowd seized the cigarettes from Qin Yu's hand, deftly tearing open the packaging while exclaiming, "Haha, brother, you got some good stuff. Where'd you manage to get this fine tobacco?" Qin Yu was taken aback and chuckled in response. "A good friend gifted it to me." The individual engaging Qin Yu was named Zhu Wei, an experienced member of Team 3 who had been employed for 4 to 5 years. However, due to his somewhat blunt demeanor, he had yet to ascend in rank. Had Qin Yu not arrived, Zhu Wei might have been considered for promotion to team leader. Given his qualifications and decent rapport with Yuan Ke, Zhu Wei extracted a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag before passing the box to others. "Please, have a seat," Qin Yu invited. Suddenly, Zhu Wei playfully slapped Qin Yu on the arm, laughing. "This is quite enjoyable. It feels good to smoke. Brother, you're straightforward and generous, haha." While the sentiment was harmless, the slap landed directly on Qin Yu's bruised arm, a remnant from a recent encounter with gunfire, which had yet to heal completely. "Ouch!" Qin Yu winced in pain, furrowing his brow as he stepped back and turned to Zhu Wei. "Brother, the team leader is injured." Qi Lin interjected, having unconsciously shifted his address to refer to Qin Yu as team leader. "What happened?" Zhu Wei inquired, concern etched on his face. Zhu Vida gazed at Qin Yu and inquired, "Where are you injured?" Qin Yu cast a glance at Zhu Wei, responding with a smile. "I got grazed by a bullet while trying to loosen a grip." "Grazed, you say? That's nothing to worry about. Just visit the hospital later for some medication," Zhu Wei replied, grinning. "As for the injection, let us skip it. It's not life-threatening. I'd rather not lose half a month as salary over a shot." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes at Zhu Wei, choosing to remain silent as he gestured for the others to take their seats. Once all 10 members of the third group were seated, they began to converse quietly. Through their initial dialogue, Qin Yu garnered a general understanding of the group as composition. Together with his own personnel, the team consisted of 10 members, including 3 Thai individuals, 1 foreigner, and 6 Chinese nationals. Due to the special district's location in the northeastern part of the country, Mandarin served as the official language. Having resided there for a significant period, they had all become quite fluent in Mandarin, albeit with a slight northeastern accent. After a brief exchange, they commenced their respective duties, delving into the investigation of the drug trafficking organization. As night fell, Qin Yu had just finished inspecting 2 dilapidated police vehicles assigned to the third group downstairs. Upon returning to the office, he discovered it was empty, save for Qi Lin and the foreign brother, who were busy sorting through the clues. "Where is everyone?" Qin Yu inquired. "Brother Zhu took them out for some business," Qi Lin replied. Qin Yu frowned. "We were supposed to focus on the case and hold a meeting tonight. Why did he suddenly take everyone out? Is there a case?" "No, it seems he took them out for personal matters. It's not even time to clock out yet, and he leaves without a word?" Qin Yu muttered expressionlessly. Qi Lin remained silent for a moment, offering no response. Qin Yu, furrowing his brow, sat down in the chair, staring at the desk phone, his fingers lightly tapping the surface. What is Zhu Wei playing at? Is he trying to put on a show? On the very first day of officially leading the third group, Qin Yu's test had already begun. Chapter 9. The wind rises on Dirt Heap Street at 5:30 in the evening. Qin Yu, Qi Lin, and the Nanzi brothers, including the elder He, had already finished their meal in the canteen when Zhu Wei returned with the others. "Ah, you went out?" Qin Yu inquired, seated comfortably in his chair. Zhu Wei, gulping down water, responded nonchalantly, "Some kid had a problem with my family, so I took the brothers to check it out. No worries, it's all resolved." After a brief silence, Qin Yu nodded with a smile. "All right, then let us discuss the case. Are we all working overtime tonight?" Zhu Wei set down his water cup and ambled over to Qin Yu, asking casually, "Got any cigarettes?" "Lend me one." "None left. We finished that one pack." Qin Yu replied, "Wow, you guys smoke fast. You should savor such fine goods." Zhu Wei retorted as he opened his drawer, pulled out an electronic cigarette, took a puff, and asked, "So, are we working overtime tonight?" "Yes, Team Leader Yuan has instructed us to expedite the investigation. We need to hit the ground tonight and gauge the drug dealer's operations." Qin Yu confirmed with a nod. The others remained silent, and Zhu Wei plopped down on the desk, reiterating, "No need to feel around. The drug dealers are all operating openly on Dirt Heap Street. We'll catch them easily." Qin Yu paused. "Are we guaranteed to find something if we go there?" "Ah, if it weren't for the higher-ups giving us a nudge, who would care about these drug dealers? They're brazenly selling drugs right on Dirt Heap Street. I've encountered them numerous times," Zhu Wei declared, counting on his fingers. Team Leader Yuan mentioned that drug control is very strict in this special zone. How do they dare to sell so openly? Our 9th special zone is different from others. Qi Lin interjected. It was established later and is the only special zone composed of such diverse ethnic groups, making the situation quite complex. Last year, during the chief executive elections, there were military conflicts in Songjiang and Fongbei. It was quite chaotic. "Ah," Qin Yu nodded, then queried, "Would it be feasible to sweep directly on the streets?" Just as Qi Lin was about to respond, Zhu Wei interjected, "What is not feasible about that? We should seize the opportunity while the crackdown on drug dealers hasn't leaked out yet. Let us gather a few leads. The case will be easier to solve." Qin Yu found Zhu Wei somewhat unreliable. He seemed rather blunt. Thus, he turned to Qi Lin. "What do you think? Is it appropriate to investigate directly? I'm not familiar with the situation over there." Qi Lin admitted, scratching his head. Zhu Wei chuckled, disdainfully remarking, "Qi Lin is quite the coward. Whenever there is something to do, he hides away. He knows where it's dangerous and avoids it. How would he understand the situation over there?" Though the remark was a bit harsh, Qi Lin merely smiled and remained silent. "Xiao Qin, since you're new, you can't go wrong by listening to me. Tonight, we'll head out to sweep the area and gather a few leads. Then things will be manageable," Zhu Wei proclaimed with misguided confidence. "All right, let us get moving, brothers. I'll head to the armory shortly to sign for some firearms," Zhu Wei shouted, oblivious to his own position. The others, accustomed to following Zhu Wei's lead, promptly stood up. Qin Yu, still seated, fixed his gaze on Zhu Wei, offering no objections, and softly said, "Very well, let us go assess the situation." Zhu Wei leaped down from his desk, a smile gracing his face as he playfully slapped Qin Yu's arm. "Brother, with the arrival of Team 3, consider yourself fortunate. Our band of brothers is not one to meddle in trivial matters. You handle your affairs with clarity, and Brother Zhu will certainly rally everyone in your favor." After being struck, Qin Yu clenched his teeth and cast a glance at his arm. "Damn, I forgot you're injured." Zhu Wei paused momentarily before stepping closer, concern evident in his voice. "Are you all right?" Qin Yu lifted his gaze to meet Zhu Wei's eyes. "I'm fine. You should go fetch your gun." "All right, I'll head off then." Zhu Wei turned and walked away. Qin Yu observed Zhu Wei's retreating figure, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Team leader. Zhu Wei is different from the others. He harbors no malice. He is usually rather boisterous, loves to joke around, and enjoys causing a ruckus. Qi Lin approached and whispered, "Don't take it to heart. Perhaps you have encountered individuals like Zhu Wei in your life. Those who, regardless of your temperament, often indulge in excessively inappropriate jokes. They approach life with a carefree attitude, treating themselves as one of the gang, completely disregarding the feelings of others. When you attempt to confront them, they merely chuckle and retort, 'We're just having a laugh. Why are you so sensitive?' They persist in this manner, utterly unrepentant. In a typical social circle, one might choose to distance themselves from such a person, opting for silence in future encounters. However, for Qin Yu, such an option was not feasible. Zhu Wei was his colleague, and they were obliged to work together closely. Avoiding him was simply not an option. Yet, Zhu Wei's indiscriminate antics, often issuing commands as if he were in charge, and stealing the spotlight from the team leader in front of regular officers, posed a challenge for Qin Yu's future work. Compounding the situation was the fact that everyone in Team 3 was a friend of Zhu Wei's. If Qin Yu clashed with him upon his arrival, it could easily lead to internal discord. What to do? As Qin Yu pondered this dilemma, Qi Lin observed with a detached gaze, curious to see when this newcomer would confront Zhu Wei and whether he could maintain his composure as the team leader thereafter. At 8:30 in the evening, 2 police cars came to a halt at the entrance of Tuzha Street. Qin Yu and the others, dressed in plain clothes, disembarked and strolled onto the street. Tuzha Street was the most chaotic area in the entire black market district, home to thousands of marginalized individuals who possessed residency rights but lacked stable employment. On either side of the road, outside every establishment glowing with pink lights, stood at least 7 or 8 women, posing provocatively as they beckoned for customers. In the dark alleys, one could frequently spot dazed drug addicts, their hollow stares sweeping across the street. These individuals, devoid of a stable home, might steal today, rob tomorrow, merely to secure a meager meal or a fix. Just as they grasped a fleeting sense of happiness, a heavy snow could blanket the area, leaving them buried in the frigid alleys. Qin Yu had witnessed countless such souls in the designated planning area. The environment had rendered his gaze numb as he kept his head down and continued walking. After traversing nearly a kilometer, the group paused before a storefront devoid of signage. Zhu Wei scratched his nose and murmured, "This place sells drugs. Looks like there aren't too many people around." Qin Yu turned his head to survey the surroundings and whispered, "I am not well acquainted with the situation here. If we act directly, will we be able to take the person away?" Qi Lin pondered briefly before responding, "We should apprehend the dealer. When someone arrives to purchase the drugs, we can make our move." Standing by the roadside, Qin Yu furrowed his brow, contemplating for a long time, and finally expressed his lingering doubts. They dare to conduct business so openly here. Do they have no precautions whatsoever? I fear that if we attempt to capture them, we may instead alert them. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wei's expression turned impatient as he replied, "I've already told you, no one has intervened in this matter before. If you want to clean up, it must be done with an element of surprise. Once you investigate secretly and gather information, the suspects will surely catch wind of it, and the resistance to solving the case will greatly increase." Indeed, Qin Yu lacked experience living in the 9th Special District and was not particularly seasoned in investigative work. Thus, after a moment of deliberation, he turned to Lao He and inquired, "Zabi, do you think we can make the arrest? This is something that has not been addressed before." Lao He replied somewhat foolishly, "But if we take our time to gather intelligence, the information will inevitably leak. There are no secrets in the Bureau." After several seconds of silence, Qin Yu promptly commanded, "The police vehicle is too conspicuous. We cannot drive it in. Lao He, Xiao Lu, you two take the car to the back street. Once we complete the operation here, we'll get in the car and leave." Understood. The others dispersed to check their firearms, ammunition, and bulletproof vests. Qin Yu reiterated, "As soon as someone enters the store across the street, we will rush in." "Huh? You even came wearing a bulletproof vest? You really are cautious." Zhu Wei scoffed. "These drug dealers have no standing in the underworld. Back when I was on patrol a few years ago, I used to beat them up regularly. They are quite cowardly." Qin Yu shot Zhu Wei a wary glance and firmly instructed, "Let us focus on the task at hand." Half an hour later, 2 young men escorted an elderly man, swaggering into the storefront. Qin Yu concealed himself in an alley and communicated via radio. "Observe through the glass and see if they are here for drugs." After a brief wait, Qi Lin responded, "Yes. Everyone, get ready." Qin Yu called out immediately, "They've entered." As soon as he finished speaking, 8 individuals surged from 3 directions towards the entrance of the store, forcefully yanking open the wooden door as they rushed inside. Inside the dimly lit hall, the 2 youths and the elderly man stood beside the counter, currently in the process of packaging drugs, while a burly young man behind the bar, puffing on an electronic cigarette, looked on in shock at the entrance. Zhu Wei stepped forward, gun in hand, and shouted at the burly young man, "Police! Put your hands on your head and step aside." The young man snapped back to reality, hastily retreating, inadvertently revealing a handgun at his waist and failing to immediately comply. In such a chaotic environment, a criminal might resort to any desperate measures when confronted by the police. Noticing the weapon, Zhu Wei swiftly seized the young man's collar with his left hand and, without hesitation, struck him on the head with the butt of his gun. Bang! 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 Zhu Wei hit the young man 6 or 7 times, yet he continued to struggle. In a moment of urgency, he grabbed the young man's hair and forcefully slammed his head against the corner of the counter. Blood trickled down from the young man's head as his eyes rolled back. And with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from upstairs. A bald man clad in a military coat rushed down, his astonished gaze sweeping across the room before he seized a walkie-talkie and shouted, "Damn it, the second store has been raided, everyone come out." Silence. A brief silence ensued. Suddenly, the street was filled with a deafening cacophony of footsteps as dozens of individuals surged forth from the modest houses and buildings flanking the road. Armed with knives, steel pipes, chains, and firearms, they swarmed like a tide, blocking the entrance to the storefront. Qin Yu, gazing at the throng outside, felt a prickling unease wash over him, reminiscent of the scenes of looting in the planned area. Instinctively, he pushed the gun's safety off. Through the glass, Zhu Wei beheld the unfolding chaos. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he swallowed hard, pondering, when did the group expand to this scale? This is truly becoming overwhelming. Chapter 10. The gritty streets inside the storefront. A bald man draped in a military coat stood upon a wooden staircase, his gaze sweeping coldly over the robust young man who had been knocked down by Zhu Wei. In a low voice, he inquired whose dog is loose. Daring to cause trouble in my establishment? Qin Yu felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he glanced back towards the entrance, noticing over 20 individuals who had forcefully entered and blocked the exit. "We are police officers." Zhu Wei regained his composure and, with his left hand reaching into his pocket to retrieve his badge, held it against his chest, declaring, "No unauthorized personnel should move. We are here to investigate a drug trafficking case." "Huh," the bald man scoffed. "Who here is selling counterfeit drugs?" With his gun in hand, Zhu Wei pointed toward the counter and asserted, "We witnessed those individuals engaged in a transaction upon our arrival. And you saw it. You are the embodiment of the law?" The bald man remained immovable on the stairs, gesturing towards the crowd at the entrance. "Ask them if they have seen anyone here involved in drug trafficking." As he spoke, the gathered crowd remained silent, only advancing with weapons in hand, effectively encircling the 3 groups in the living room. Zhu Wei, feeling the weight of the moment, stood awkwardly, at a loss for words, and began to feel intimidated, realizing that none of the intruders appeared to be benign. After a brief moment of hesitation, Qin Yu stepped forward to speak. Just then, the robust young man, who had been struck down by Zhu Wei, abruptly sat up, clutching his bleeding head and cursing. "You damn fool! How dare you hit me here? Don't move!" shouted a young man beside Qi Lin. "Don't move? You must be joking." The robust young man sprang up, raising his fist without a second thought, and with a thud, struck Zhu Wei on the head, exclaiming with a broken gun, "Are you trying to intimidate your father?" Zhu Wei staggered back 3 or 4 steps. "Don't lay a hand on him. This is an assault on law enforcement." The 3 groups, sensing a collective urgency, quickly surrounded the robust young man upon witnessing Zhu Wei being struck. "I just assaulted you, so what?" The robust young man, still seething from nearly being killed by Zhu Wei moments ago, seized a box cutter from the counter, rushing forward with a roar, "Damn you all. Even if Fat Li were to send 500 men, if I am displeased, none of you are leaving." With a furious shout, the young man lunged at the crowd with a knife. Qi Lin, who had been evading the chaos, was taken aback to find that the first target of the robust young man's attack was none other than himself. As Zhu Wei noticed the knife, he instinctively stepped back to evade the assault. "Damn!" Qi Lin cursed. Realizing he had no time to dodge, he instinctively arched his back to shield his vital areas. Just as the knife was about to pierce Qi Lin's body, Qin Yu surged through the crowd, grabbing the robust young man's knife with a single hand. His palm clenched around the blade, blood gushed forth instantly, streaming down onto the floor. Qi Lin, still in shock, took 2 steps back, his eyes wide with astonishment as he looked at Chinyu. Silence enveloped the room. After a brief pause, a burly young man glared at Chinyu and shouted, "You can wield a knife with your hands. Are you invulnerable?" With that, he brandished his blade, ready to strike again. In a flash, Chinyu seized the young man's wrist with his left hand and called out to the middle-aged man on the stairs, "Brother, we are not here to cause trouble. The department has received several reports alleging that counterfeit drugs are being sold here. We had no choice but to come and investigate. However, upon entering, your brother attempted to draw a weapon, prompting my colleague to respond in kind to control the situation." The bald man, draped in a military coat, bent down and sat on the stairway, pulling out an electronic cigarette without uttering a word. Chinyu maintained his grip on the young man's wrist, continuing with a smile. "I have just arrived in Songjiang and am unfamiliar with the depths of Tuza Street. Since this is a misunderstanding and there are no drugs being sold here, we shall take our leave. Would that be acceptable to you, brother? Since there are no drugs being sold here, why did you resort to violence?" The bald man inquired, a smirk playing on his lips as he inhaled from his e-cigarette. Chinyu fell silent for a few seconds before responding, "Brother, it is precisely because of individuals like you that we have our livelihoods. We all rely on one another, and life is challenging for everyone. Therefore, it is best that we do not create difficulties for one another. Wouldn't you agree? What can you do if I do?" The burly young man retorted fiercely. The bald man exhaled a stream of yellow phlegm, still refusing to speak. Chinyu paused momentarily, his smile unwavering, and turned to the bald man, saying, "Brother, although we may not solve any cases on Tuza Street, you still need to conduct your business beyond its confines, don't you?" Upon hearing this, the bald man hesitated slightly before saying, "Let them leave." "Just like that? That means I was hit for nothing?" The burly young man countered, his demeanor dark as he shouted at Chinyu and the others, "If you wish to leave, then strip off your jackets and frog jump out of Tuza Street. Don't push your luck." Guan Shi, typically reserved, shouted while gripping his firearm. Smack! Chinyu turned at the sound, grabbing Guan Shi's arm with a serious expression. "So what if we jump? What's the big deal?" Guan Shi, feeling frustrated, replied, "Captain Qin, if we don't leave, will they have an easier time? Damn it, there are many of them. They could easily—" "I said to listen to me." Chinyu barked, his eyes wide. Guan Shi clenched his teeth and fell silent. "Take off your clothes and frog jump out," Chinyu commanded his team. On the stairs, the bald man suddenly asked in a soft voice, "Why are we the only ones being investigated when there are so many in this line of work?" Chinyu paused in surprise before replying, "We received some reports, and the higher-ups instructed us to come and take a look. I'm not entirely sure of the details." The bald man slowly stood up and began to ascend the stairs, speaking over his shoulder. "Tuza Street is rather chaotic and predatory. Avoid coming here unless necessary. With so many people around, if one were to stab you, where would your police department find the culprit?" With that, the bald man vanished up the stairs. 5 minutes later, 8 police officers, including Chinyu, stood bare-chested in a row on the street, leaping frog-like toward the periphery of Tuza Street. Dozens of young men, armed with weapons, watched silently from the roadside, their expressions devoid of emotion. The buildings lining the street had open windows, with occupants smoking or crossing their arms, apathetically observing Chinyu and his companions as they bounded towards the outskirts. After an indeterminate period of silence, a voice suddenly shouted from a building on the right, "Damn it, we'll kill you if you come back." The furious roar echoed through the night. Following that, a barrage of glass bottles, jars, and debris rained down from above. "Run!" Chinyu shouted, leading the group as they fled into the darkness in disarray. Inside a storefront on the second floor, a bald man sat on a dilapidated wooden chair, frowning as he addressed a sturdy young man who was wrapping bandages around his head. "Have the brothers dispersed?" "Yes, they've all left," the young man nodded. "Call a few brothers over to move the goods," the bald man instructed softly. "For the next few days, don't release any stock. Let us keep a low profile." The young man hesitated. "Are you afraid, Uncle San?" "No, those earlier ones were clearly inexperienced little officers. Do we still need to fear them? The prices of our goods have skyrocketed outside, and how many impoverished patients in Tuza Street rely on us for survival? If I shout, thousands will rush out to support us. Do we need to concern ourselves with their opinions?" The bald man crossed his arms, his tone terse. Hurry and call 2 brothers. I sigh. I'm becoming more timid the more I do this, Ma Lao muttered discontentedly, but ultimately yielded to Uncle San and stepped outside to summon his comrades to move the goods. On the outskirts of Tuza Street, Chinyu first donned his clothing, then retrieved a medical kit from the vehicle, hastily wrapping his injured hand in bandages. Beside the vehicle, Guanqi glared and complained, "Damn it. The enforcers can't even handle the thieves, and in the end, they let them strip us of our clothes and leap away. This is so humiliating. If it gets back to the precinct, we'll be the laughingstock. We shouldn't have backed down. If we hadn't taken off our shirts, what could they have done to us?" Zhu Wei, in a moment of bravado, criticized Chinyu. "You're just too timid. I tell you, we don't handle cases like this in Songjiang. You're the team leader. When it matters, you must step up." Biting down on the bandage, Chinyu lifted his gaze to the others. "Gather around. I have something to say." "What for?" Guanqi inquired. "Come here." Chinyu barked, his brow furrowed. The group exchanged glances, their spirits low and some visibly impatient as they approached Chinyu. They checked their ammunition. Those without bulletproof vests retrieved them from the vehicle, while Lao He and Xiao Lu continued to manage the car. Chinyu, expressionless, directed the group. They listened to his words, faces filled with confusion. A few minutes later, inside the storefront, Ma Lao was directing 3 brothers of his age at the back door. "The truck will take a while to arrive. Once you finish unloading this room, head over to the 3rd shop. There's still some goods left there." "Where are the goods being moved to?" someone inquired. Ma Lao, with a nonchalant demeanor, grumbled, "Uncle San is just too timid, always fussing about. If it were up to me, I'd leave the goods right here and sell them as is." Just then, a sudden sound of footsteps emerged from the left side of the back door. As Ma Lao turned around, cigarette in hand, he was met by Chinyu, clad in a light green bulletproof vest, wielding a meter-long anti-explosive shotgun, charging towards him. "Damn it!" Bang! With a cold gaze, Chinyu raised his right leg and kicked Ma Lao squarely in the chest. Whoosh! Thud! Ma Lao was sent flying half a meter away, his back crashing into 3 crates of goods, leaving him momentarily dazed. "Don't move if you do. I'll shoot you dead." Guanqi aimed his gun at Ma Lao's head. With no hesitation, Chinyu pushed open the door and stormed into the storefront, heading straight for the 2nd floor. Inside a room on the 2nd floor, the intercom crackled with static as a running drug dealer shouted from downstairs, "Uncle San. Those guys are back." Startled, Uncle San got up, reaching for his gun. With a swift motion, Chinyu pulled back the gun's chamber and called out to Uncle San. "The terrain of Tuja Street is too complicated. We've been jumping around for ages without finding a way out. Brother, you need to come with us and show us the way." Uncle Sam looked at Chinyu in astonishment. The return shot. Chapter 11. Just as I was about to dominate, my hand broke. Inside the 2nd floor, Chinyu had no time to dally with his uncle. He swiftly struck the adversary's head with 2 shots, and Zhu Wei promptly placed handcuffs on him. "Hurry, let's go," Chinyu urged, dragging his uncle while hastily calling out as they rushed downstairs. "No need to chase the small fry. Those captured should be taken away immediately. Do not waste time." As he shouted, Chinyu and Zhu Wei had already pulled their uncle out of the storefront. Outside, Ma Lao, subdued, bit Chi Lin's palm in a frenzy, shouting, "Damn it, those police are back." Commotion erupted in the street, and the surrounding drug dealers immediately brandished their weapons, rushing out. However, Chinyu had made prior arrangements. As he observed Ma Lao shouting, he swung the gun but in a wide arc and struck Ma Lao in the mouth with a resounding thud. "Ow!" Ma Lao writhed in pain, rolling on the ground, and upon turning his head, he spat out 2 front teeth, with his lip torn and bleeding. "Move to the side," Chinyu commanded, stepping across the road behind the storefront, urging, "Stop dawdling. Just grab 5 kilograms of contraband. That's enough to convict them thoroughly. What are you doing with those boxes, you fools?" Only then did the oblivious old black drop the box, grab 2 bags of antiviral medication, and sprint into the alley across the street. In the bustling street, a throng of dozens surged forward. Bang, bang, bang. Chinyu fired 3 shots in the crowd. Yet they pressed on, seemingly undeterred, returning fire with fervor. Damn it, these drug dealers are reckless. Chinyu found himself cornered at the alley entrance. Realizing his shots could not quell the chaos, he turned and fled. Moments later, as they navigated through the narrow alley, they heard the piercing sound of screeching brakes. "Get in the car," Old Black and Xiao Lu shouted from behind the wheels of two vehicles. Without hesitation, Qin Yu and the others stuffed Ma Lao Air, his uncle, and two accomplices into the police vehicle, swiftly jumping into the truck bed. The police vehicles in the Dark District came in two varieties: 7-seat SUVs and 5-seat pickup trucks. Only high-ranking officials like Director Li were entitled to ride in standard sedans. Patrols rarely featured them. In such times, practicality reigned supreme, and resources were scarce, leaving no room for showmanship. Fortunately, the design of police vehicles was functional, at least providing a truck bed for transport. Otherwise, they would have struggled to fit everyone inside. Upon everyone boarding, Old Black slammed the accelerator to the floor, racing toward the outskirts of Tachaji Street at breakneck speed. Throughout their rapid escape, gunfire echoed incessantly. The vehicle was riddled with bullet holes, and the two Thai brothers seated on the outer side sustained varying degrees of gunshot wounds. "Damn it, no need to hold back. Whoever's in front, just ram them," Qin Yu shouted from the truck bed. The man, known as Lao He, dared not raise his head to look ahead, instead keeping it low, just below the steering wheel. After repeatedly adjusting the car's direction and knocking over several people, the crowd approaching from the opposite direction gradually began to disperse. The vehicle, powered to its fullest, sped through the rugged streets for approximately a minute before finally breaking free. Qin Yu glanced back at the hundreds still pursuing them, wiped the sweat from his brow, and remarked, "If this place isn't managed properly, the future of Songjiang remains uncertain." Just as he finished speaking, a sharp sound echoed above him, followed by a jolt of pain. "Impressive, brother," Zhu Wei exclaimed after delivering a slap to Qin Yu's head. "You've got some guts. That counterattack was quite the spectacle." Qin Yu furrowed his brow, casting a sidelong glance at Zhu Wei, but remained silent. Later that evening, around 10 o'clock, in the police headquarters, after stitching up his injured palm in the medical room, Qin Yu strode into the interrogation chamber. Ma Lao Air lounged casually on the floor, casting a sideways glance at Qin Yu. "You've landed yourself in trouble in less than 3 hours." With a swift motion, Qin Yu raised his foot and delivered a straightforward kick to Ma Lao Air's head. "Damn it!" Ma Lao Air's head struck the wall, and he immediately saw stars. 500 men are of no use, are they? You think you're the toughest on Tuzha Street? Thud! What, are you the boss? Thud, thud, thud. As Qin Yu berated him, he unleashed 7 or 8 brutal kicks to Ma Lao Air's head, leaving him sprawled on the ground, unconscious, blood spurting from his nostrils, convulsing. "Come on, get some cold water to extinguish our brother Ma's boiling blood. Hurry up," Qin Yu called out to Lao He. Without hesitation, Lao He fetched a bucket of icy, filthy water from the restroom and doused Ma Lao Air's head with it. Less than half a minute later, Ma Lao Air's eyes regained some clarity. Qin Yu stepped on Ma Lao Air's calf and leaned down to interrogate him. "You want to see some frog jumps, do you?" At that moment, Ma Lao Air looked at Qin Yu with a hint of fear in his eyes, his bravado fading. "Kneel!" Qin Yu suddenly shouted. Startled, Ma Lao Air instinctively recoiled. "I said kneel," Qin Yu insisted, pointing to the floor, his gaze piercing. Ma Lao Air, taken aback, stammered, Don't make it too humiliating, all right?" At his words, Qin Yu promptly lifted his right leg. Thud! Before his foot could connect with Ma Lao Air's head, the latter hastily knelt on the floor. "Kneel and frog jump. If I'm not satisfied, you cannot stop. If you do, I'll kick you." Grasping Ma Lao Air's hair, Qin Yu enunciated each word carefully. "Do you understand?" 2 minutes later, gritting his teeth, Ma Lao Air began to frog jump across the room on his knees. A wise man does not suffer needless humiliation. "Damn it, I concede." Outside the door. "Working late tonight?" Chi Lin inquired. "No need, it's time to sleep," came the reply. Qin Yu shook his head and replied, "Let it sit overnight. Tomorrow morning, we shall interrogate those 2 youngsters for evidence. Otherwise, Ma Lao Air and that so-called third uncle will certainly remain tight-lipped. These 2 clearly have been in this line of work for quite some time." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Chi Lin nodded and inquired, "Will you be returning to your newly rented accommodation? Shall I escort you?" "No need," Qin Yu responded with a shake of his head. "I shall manage here for the night and prepare for work in the morning." "Very well." After exchanging a few more words, Qin Yu turned and proceeded to the washroom. Meanwhile, within a certain entertainment venue on the dark street, Yuan could answer a phone call, his expression one of astonishment as he asked, "Is this true? Qin Yu has led a team to arrest people at 2 Jia Street, and they were successful? Haha, this lad truly surprises me." Chapter 12. The heart of a fierce tiger observes the world the following day. At 8:30 in the morning, Yuan Ke sat in his private office and, with a smile, addressed Qin Yu. "Let us forego the pleasantries. Each participant in last night's case will receive a stipend of 300 yuan, drawn from the Team S budget." Qin Yu, momentarily taken aback, promptly gave a thumbs up. "Excellent. Let's expedite the interrogation. I await the results." "Very well." Qin Yu nodded. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Wait a moment," Yuan Ke interjected, opening his small cabinet to retrieve a pair of new leather boots. "What's your shoe size?" "Size 43. "Perfect, we share the same size," Yuan Ke stated as he placed the shoebox on the desk. "A gift from a friend, which I have yet to wear. You may have them." This is rather expensive. What is a pair of shoes in the grand scheme of things?" Yuan Ke waved his hand dismissively. "Take them." Qin Yu glanced down at the shoebox, suddenly realizing that Yuan Ke's loyalty was not merely talk. He would go to great lengths to secure benefits for those who prove themselves. "Thank you, Captain Yuan. Don't mention it." "Off you go," Yuan Ke chuckled. With the shoebox in hand, Qin Yu departed. In the ensuing 2 days, the brothers of Team 3 devoted themselves entirely to the interrogation work. However, to Qin Yu's surprise, both Sanshu and Ma Lao Air proved to be exceedingly obstinate. Although those 2 lackeys had confessed, the 2 main suspects remained either feigning ignorance or refusing to utter a single word. Interrogation was not Qin Yu's forte, as this was not a controlled environment. Many of his tactics and experiences were rendered ineffective here. In terms of direct interrogation experience with criminals, the other members of Team 3 clearly had greater expertise. Thus, he decided to delegate the task to Lao He, Guanxi, and the others, opting instead to await leads and results. On Thursday afternoon, shortly after 3 o'clock, while Qin Yu was engaged in casual conversation with Qi Lin, Lao He, and Xiao Lu in the office, Zhu Wei, having indulged in a bit of alcohol, swaggered in from outside. "Hey, no interrogación? Everyone's slacking off?" Zhu Wei remarked, his words slurring slightly. "Yes, just taking a short break," Qin Yu replied with a nod. With a playful slap on Qin Yu's head, Zhu Wei said, "Go sit over there." Qin Yu chuckled as he shifted in his seat. "Quit messing with me. Why do you always have to slap my head? What's wrong with giving your head a little smack? You're about to get promoted, acting all high and mighty now. Are you?" Zhu Wei teased. "How can you go out drinking during work hours?" Qin Yu casually inquired. "Your body may withstand it, but the expense must be considerable." "How costly is a night out drinking?" "With many friends and social obligations, I have no choice," Zhu Wei replied, reclining casually in his chair. "My family is pressuring me to marry and set me up with a Japanese girl. I met her for a brief moment, and we had a drink." Qin Yu nodded, deliberately pulling out a Chinese cigarette and lighting it with his lighter. "What the hell?" Zhu Wei exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before scolding, "You scoundrel, didn't you say you were out of cigarettes? Why are you hiding them from your brother? Come on, give me one. That's all I have left." Qin Yu replied after taking a puff. "Come on, stop picking on the leader. This cigarette is quite expensive. Why do you always have to mooch off me?" Guanxi jestingly remarked to Zhu Wei, then cheerfully extended his hand. "But I'm different. Today, I had a breakthrough, so logically, you should reward me with a cigarette." If no one was willing to joke around or act foolishly, perhaps no one in the group would dare speak to Qin Yu. However, with Zhu Wei's playful antics, who often teased Qin Yu without restraint, it allowed everyone, regardless of the occasion or task at hand, to speak freely. "Seriously, that's all I have." Qin Yu pushed Zhu Wei away. "Damn, you're so stingy. Hurry, give me one," Zhu Wei exclaimed as he grasped Qin Yu's wrist. "Leader, don't be so miserly. Share it with everyone. Half a cigarette each is fine." Lao He joined in. "Really, that's all I have," Qin Yu said, leaning back in his chair. "Let's take it from him." Zhu Wei, reeking of alcohol, pressed down on Qin Yu's arms and shouted, "Come on, hold him down, and let us see what cigarettes he has in his pocket. We'll split it all. Damn it, this guy doesn't know the rules. Being so stingy right from the start. Lao Zhu, stop messing with me. I genuinely have none left." Qin Yu laughed, emphasizing his point. Hurry up. Hold him down. Xiao Lu, grab his legs. Zhu Wei continued to rally the group. The atmosphere was charged, and all members of the third group, except Qi Lin and the two injured Tai brothers, rushed to Qin Yu's side, pushing and attempting to snatch the cigarettes. Come on, stop messing around. I really have none left. Qin Yu chuckled as he playfully shoved back against the group. The sturdy young men joined in, creating a ruckus alongside Zhu Wei. What a day. It feels like I've never smoked. Qi Lin laughed as he stood up to pour some water. Damn, I'll get you for this. Hurry up and bring it out. Zhu Wei pressed against Qin Yu's arm, reaching towards his pants pocket. Just then, Qin Yu suddenly seized the police knife from the desk, gripping the blade with his thumb and index finger, and thrust it down with force. Thud! The blade plunged, and Zhu Wei froze in place. Stop messing with me, or I'll stab you. Qin Yu chuckled, still gripping the knife's tip, and aimed for Zhu Wei's thigh once more. Thud! The second stab landed, causing Zhu Wei to stumble back 2 steps. Upon seeing blood, the rest of the group stood frozen, while Qi Lin stared at Qin Yu in shock. Oh my goodness! What happened? Did you really stab him? I was just joking around. Qin Yu feigned surprise, standing up with the knife in hand. He leaned down to inspect the wound on Zhu Wei's leg and asked, Are you all right? Zhu Wei, in considerable pain, grew agitated and pushed Qin Yu away. Are you out of your mind? You don't play with knives like that. Qin Yu, looking up with a persistent smile, replied, I told you not to mess with me. I'm not gentle when I'm provoked, and you keep joking around. Look where that got you. Upon hearing these words, everyone in the room fell silent, their gazes shifting towards Qin Yu, their faces devoid of the playful expressions they had just moments before. Do not provoke me again, understood? Qin Yu said with a smile as he set down his knife, extending a hand to help Zhu Wei to his feet. Let us go. We should head to the infirmary quickly. Zhu Wei hesitated for a moment, observing Qin Yu's calm demeanor, and then lowered his head, following him to the infirmary. After this minor disturbance, no one in Team 3 dared to make excessively frivolous jokes at Qin Yu's expense, including the simple-minded Zhu Wei, and no one continued to regard him as merely a newcomer in the police force. Qi Lin, observing from the sidelines, gained a clear understanding of how Qin Yu handled Zhu Wei. It suddenly struck him that while Qin Yu appeared friendly and engaging, his thoughts were likely far removed from the events unfolding before him. One might believe they had become friends, but Qin Yu could, at the right moment, convey the message that one had overstepped boundaries in an unexpected manner, while still preserving their dignity. Simultaneously, Qi Lin recalled how the usually domineering old 3 had not dared to trouble Qin Yu since the kidnapping incident. What did this signify? It indicated that Qin Yu had discreetly dealt with his issues. It was from this moment that Qi Lin began to realize that perhaps it was individuals like Qin Yu who could navigate such a complex environment. Daring, astute, and well-versed in human relationships and societal norms. Having honed his skills in the planning district for over a decade, he was perhaps poised for takeoff in this very place. After parting ways with Zhu Wei at the infirmary, Qin Yu remembered he had rented an apartment, but due to his recent busyness, he had yet to visit it. Thus, he called upon Old Cat and headed towards Courtyard 88. Meanwhile, in a warehouse on Dirt and Gravel Street, an elderly man, around 60 years of age, leaned on his cane and remarked, Qin Yu? I haven't heard of him before. I had someone look into it. Yes, new. He just arrived and has already apprehended Xiao, Heir, and Demin. He must have someone backing him. After deliberating for a moment, the old man turned and instructed, Take some people and investigate this Qin Yu. Chapter 13. A friendship where truth can be shared in courtyard number 88. The old cat lounged beside the window of the house on the left, its wide eyes scanning Lin Yinlei's room. Why hasn't she returned yet? Inside the house on the right, Qin Yu called out, Can you come and lend a hand? Did I invite you here just to enjoy the view? Stop shouting. I'm coming, the old cat replied with a lackluster tone, turning to cross the courtyard and entering Qin Yu's room. It's just a rented place. You usually only come here to sleep. Do you really intend to transform it into a palace? It's sufficient to tidy it up a bit. Living alone. Shouldn't you keep it cleaner? Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively. Could you help me sweep the floor? It's all dusty. What? You want me, a vice captain, to sweep the floor for you? Brother, you're getting a bit carried away. I'll treat you to a meal later. Now we're talking. The old cat was inherently lazy, and the fact that he was willing to assist Qin today was a rare occurrence. The two worked seamlessly together, with the old cat primarily directing while Qin did the labor, remaining busy until around 8 or 9 o'clock without seeing Lin Yinlei return. Why hasn't she come back yet? The old cat was motivated to visit today, largely because he wished to catch a glimpse of Lin. Stop looking. She's not your type. Qin rolled his eyes. Let's eat. Then let's go to Sister Air's place. Forget Sister Air. I'll just go out and grab some late-night snacks. What late-night snacks? Instant noodles, of course. They're convenient. Seriously? I help you move, and that is what you offer me? Instant noodles are cheap. Do you want some or not? If not, you can head home. After working all night, you must be tired. Damn it. You're so unreasonable. Huh. I'll even throw in a sausage for you. It's settled then. Qin chuckled as he stepped out of the residence. The small courtyard housed a total of 5 families. The female landlord resided within the iron gate of the inner courtyard and seldom ventured out. The remaining 4 families included Lin Yinlei and Qin, who occupied the left and right sides of the main entrance, while the last 2 families lived in adjacent rooms without water or electricity, rarely seen by anyone. After purchasing food and returning, Qin boiled some water, shared a simple dinner with the old cat, and prepared to retire early, as he intended to continue interrogating Ma Laonyo and Damon the next day. All right, I've finished eating. You can head back now, Qin remarked as he removed his outer garment, casually addressing the old cat. The old cat let out a satisfied burp. Never mind, I'm staying here tonight. Brother, it's just a 1.5-meter bed. How are we supposed to sleep? I'll hold you. The old cat, too lazy to even tidy up the leftover scraps, flopped onto the bed and kicked off his 2 stinky shoes. Are you out of your mind? Qin asked, somewhat dazed. Are you here for Lin Yinlei or for me? Hey, have you ever played with a guy? The old cat asked curiously from the bed. Qin was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. I'm asking you a question. Have you? Have you? Qin countered. I have seen others play it, and it is said to stimulate the prostate. The old cat, endlessly verbose, was eager to tell a story. Be quiet. Qin felt a bit nauseated. Are you going back or not? I'm not going back. It's too late. I'll stay here. The old cat yawned, carelessly shedding his clothes. Qin found himself at a loss, and, after a brief wash, climbed into bed as well. However, there was only one blanket in the room, which left Qin feeling somewhat awkward, especially since the old cat's previous remarks lingered in his mind. Did they catch the drug dealer? The old cat faced Qin, his eyes already closed as he began to drift into slumber. Yes, Qin nodded. They caught 2 of the ringleaders. Hee. That Yuanka must be delighted, huh? The old cat sneered. That bastard talks a big game about morals, but he is always up to no good. This was not the first time Qin had heard such words from the old cat. You seem to have a bit of a prejudice against that team, don't you? It's hard to explain in just a few words, but I must remind you to keep your work life separate from your personal life. Move your leg away. You've touched me. Qin interrupted. I didn't move my leg. How could you not? You've already touched my leg. That is not my leg. The old cat kept his eyes shut. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Who is it? Qin called out. It's me. Lin Yinlei, are you back? Ah, yes, I'm back. Is there hot water? I just got off work and the water is out. I can't wash up. Lin Yinlei, unaware that Qin was inside, leaned against the window, peering in while knocking on the door, and she vaguely saw Qin getting out of bed. Yes, just a moment. Qin had no choice but to throw on a coat and open the door. Sorry to bother you. You must be asleep, Lin Yinlei said, her petite face flushed from the cold. Not at all. I have hot water left. Qin smiled. I'll get it for you. Thank you, Lin Yinlei replied politely, refraining from entering the room uninvited. As Qin turned to fetch the water, he remarked, Your job seems quite exhausting. You're working so late? I just started. I'm still adjusting, Lin Yinlei replied, stretching her delicate neck. Oh, after sitting all day, my neck feels like it's stiffening. Yinlei. We don't have much hot water left. At that moment, the old cat abruptly sat up in bed, hastily grabbing his underwear and shouting, Wait. I'll go to the storage tank to get you some cold water. You can boil some more, just wait. At the doorway, Lin Yinlei stared in shock as the old cat donned his underwear from beneath the covers. With a stiff neck, she glanced at Qin, her expression bewildered, and stammered. Oh, your partner is here too? Qin stood frozen, holding the water kettle, utterly dumbfounded. Outside the gate of number 88, an electric motorcycle came to a halt, and the person on the back seat glanced at the front door, saying, "Xiaohu mentioned that he has a colleague living here." "Two people?" the rider asked in response. "Yes." "Well, let us wait a moment for Qin Yu to come out before making our move." As the words faded away, the motorcycle quietly glided down the street, vanishing into the embrace of the night. Chapter 14. Old Man Ma. Early the next morning, the old cat was roused from slumber by a phone call at 6. Summoned back to the police station due to a task at hand. Meanwhile, as Qin Yu pondered over what frugal breakfast to have, he was pleasantly surprised when Lin Yinlei brought him a plate of freshly made youtiao. "I just bought these, enjoy," Lin Yinlei announced, hanging the youtiao on his door. "Oh dear, this is too kind of you," Qin Yu stammered, taken aback while he was washing up. "It's nothing, just neighbors helping each other," Lin Yinlei replied with a smile, wishing to express her gratitude for the hot water from the previous night. "I'm off to work now." "So early?" he inquired. "Yes, I have field duties and need to set up equipment," she replied, beaming at him as she waved. "See you tonight." "All right. Bye, sister," Qin Yu called out, still in a daze. "Sister? How did that come about? Is she treating me like a kid?" 5 minutes later, Lin Yinlei was waiting at the entrance for a female colleague. As they walked towards their workplace, she excitedly remarked, "Let me tell you, that rather manly guy in our courtyard. He might be a homosexual, is that for real?" Her colleague gasped. "Absolutely, I saw it with my own eyes." "Oh my goodness, what a shame." After enjoying the breakfast Lin Yinlei had brought, Qin Yu tidied up briefly before heading to the station. Due to a lack of resources and the relatively recent establishment of Songjiang City, public transportation was exceedingly inconvenient. There were no subways, buses were scarce, and taxis were a rarity. Ordinary citizens relied primarily on their own two legs for travel or resorted to purchasing electric scooters for convenience. However, the cost of charging these scooters was quite high, making them affordable only for those with stable jobs and reliable incomes, such as small-time officials or businesspersons. Being somewhat frugal and intent on saving money for other goals, Qin Yu had opted not to buy an electric scooter. Moreover, although the Team S vehicle was available for use, the expenses were to be borne by the user, compelling him to walk to work. After about 5 minutes of walking, just as Qin Yu considered stopping by a shop to see if they sold e-cigarettes, he was approached by two burly men who flanked him on either side. Instinctively, he took a step back, placing his right hand on his waist as if to draw a weapon, though in reality, his service gun was not on him. "No malice intended, we just want to chat," the leader of the men said, lowering his head slightly. Qin Yu paused for several seconds before responding. "Who are you?" "You don't need to know me, just recognize this," the leader replied, lifting his shirt to reveal a gun at his waist. With a cold expression, Qin Yu stood his ground. The leader then disengaged the safety on his firearm. "Can we talk?" Recalling anyone he might have offended since arriving in Songjiang, Qin Yu finally nodded and said, "All right, let us go." A few minutes later, in an alley, four middle-aged men positioned themselves on either side of Qin Yu, while an elderly man remained seated in an electric off-road vehicle, not stepping down. Qin Yu scrutinized the group before him and noted their simple attire. Each individual was clad in thick, heavy leather coats and woolen caps, their cheeks smeared with what appeared to be grime and oil. In this setting, Qin Yu felt no trepidation towards those who were slickly dressed and spoke in hushed tones, often projecting an air of profundity typical of so-called big shots. However, he harbored a certain wariness towards these rough-hewn individuals of unclear origin. A faint sense of unease gripped him, as these figures reminded him of the ruthless bandit Matsushita, who had met a violent end mere days prior. "Did you capture Ma Lao, heir and Amin?" inquired an elderly man, his arms crossed and wrapped in a coat, from within the electric vehicle. Qin Yu had refrained from confronting them earlier and had obediently followed them inside, primarily because he had surmised that they had come for a case. He had indeed made enemies in Songjiang, with Laosan being one of them, but their conflicts had yet to escalate to the point of lethal confrontation. If they were here regarding a case, it likely pertained to business dealings or an effort to extricate someone, leading Qin Yu to believe that a confrontation was unnecessary. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Yu nodded in affirmation. "Yes, I apprehended them. My surname is Ma. I'm the uncle of Ma Lao heir." The elderly man bowed his head and produced a homemade cigarette, igniting it with a lighter. Qin Yu blinked, his expression shifting to one of obsequiousness. "Greetings, Mr. Ma." The old man turned to gaze outside the vehicle, his voice gravelly. "Young brother, have you just arrived in Songjiang?" "Indeed, I have just arrived. Having purchased this position with my own funds," Qin Yu replied candidly. "Heh, it seems someone has connections to be made a team leader so soon," remarked the elder as he took a drag from his cigarette. "I possess no such connections," Qin Yu replied with a strained smile. "I consider myself fortunate to have stumbled upon a case, which I resolved, and the director was pleased and promoted me." Malao exhaled mocha. And after a prolonged silence, he continued, "Young brother, since you are the one handling the case, I implore you to extend me a favor and release the individuals." This, Qin Yu's countenance was filled with trepidation as he chuckled nervously. "I find that quite challenging. You will not be doing this for free," came the elder's response. With that, Ma gestured to the burly man standing to Qin Yu's left, who produced 20,000 yuan in cash from his pocket and proffered it to him. "Take it." That seems inappropriate," Qin Yu chuckled, attempting to decline. "There is no need for payment. There are also other benefits," the burly man stated succinctly. "Which do you prefer?" Qin Yu felt beads of sweat form on his forehead, his anxiety palpable. He sensed that if these individuals were displeased, they could easily resort to violence. "Young brother, you are leading the case. A mere wave of your hand to produce some evidence could see my family members released, right?" Ma Lao Er said with a smile. "In this era, there are those who speak of indulgence and survival, but I have yet to hear anyone champion principles. The role of a police officer may not be long-lasting, but once the money is in your hands, you can spend it whenever you wish." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu touched the 20,000 yuan in the burly man's hand, a broad grin spreading across his face as he replied, "Old sir, I must speak candidly. This money is something I have dreamed of acquiring. With 20,000 yuan, I could easily purchase a sheriff and take several wives, yet I am indeed burdened by an unspeakable dilemma." The old man remained silent upon hearing this. "The leadership from the Bureau has promoted me and explicitly tasked me with cracking down on a drug trafficking case," Qin Yu quietly recounted. "Had the individuals been apprehended and not yet brought back to the Bureau, even if you, old Master Ma, were to offer me 20,000 yuan, I would have surely released them upon hearing your name. But now that they have been returned and the evidence chain is complete, to suddenly release them would be tantamount to defying my superiors and undermining the Bureau's authority. Old Master, after surviving in this planning district for so many years, I have finally secured a stable livelihood. I simply cannot afford to offend my superiors. Therefore, I am truly unable to assist in this matter." "Damn it, how audacious!" At that moment, the burly man on the right drew a Nepalese dagger, swinging his arm in a wide arc, aiming for the back of Qin Yu's head. The sound of slicing air filled the space as the blade descended with alarming speed. Chapter 15. A spring-like approach to problem-solving. Qin Yu raised his arm, his body leaning slightly to the left. With a dull thud, he pushed the burly man back 2 steps, remaining steadfast in his position. He immediately raised his hands and called out, brother, don't make this difficult for me." The 9th Special District spans nearly 7 million square kilometers, filled with rugged lords everywhere. What am I in comparison? Why must you contend with me? The burly man, now holding a knife, looked astonished. "You can actually hold your own? What can I do? I'm just a lowly officer," Qin Yu replied. His face contorted with frustration as beads of sweat streamed down his forehead. He shouted towards the elderly man in the car, "Uncle Ma, I truly cannot make a decision regarding this case. Please, just lift your hand and let me off the hook, all right?" Old Ma furrowed his brows and shot a glance at Qin Yu. After a moment's consideration, he called out to the burly man, "Don't move him for now." The burly man, holding the knife, took a step back. "Since you claim this matter does not concern you, then tell me, who is it that has compelled you to resolve this case?" Old Ma inquired, clearly intent on pressing Qin Yu for answers. Upon hearing the question, Qin Yu did not hesitate to respond, providing a detailed account. It was an order from the police station, mandating the department to thoroughly eradicate the drug trafficking gangs in the Blackstreet area. Director Li is primarily overseeing this, and it was Captain Yuan who informed me that the task must be completed within the deadline. The crowd stood in stunned silence. as none could have anticipated that this young man would not defend his superiors, but rather would candidly lay the matter bare without a hint of backbone. Noticing their bewilderment, Qin Yu quickly added, "Uncle Ma, if you can deliver this money to the higher-ups and persuade them to ease the situation, I will promptly gather new evidence and ensure the safety of your family without any issues." "Ah, you certainly know how to speak to people according to their nature," Old Ma remarked with a knowing smile. In response, Qin Yu clasped his hands together, nodding earnestly. "I am but a humble officer, struggling to survive. How could I dare offend anyone?" After a few moments of silence, the old man waved his hand and said, "Let him go." "Ma Jie," the burly man called out, blocking Qin Yu's path with his knife. "Let him go," Old Ma reiterated with a wave of his hand. The four men exchanged cold glances with Qin Yu before finally allowing him to pass. "Rest assured, Uncle Ma, while I cannot release your family, they remain in my custody, and I will certainly take good care of them," Qin Yu added, showing his understanding of the situation. Old Ma paused, then smiled and said, "Very well. I appreciate your assistance." "Not a bother at all," Qin Yu nodded before turning to leave. In the alley, the burly man stepped forward and remarked to Old Ma, "This kid is too soft. I believe he was telling the truth. He can't handle this matter." Old Ma lit another cigarette and shook his head lightly in response. "He is not soft, he is slick." The burly man was momentarily taken aback. Those who were truly soft would have been terrified into submission in this situation. Old Ma, taking a drag from his cigarette, continued, "Have you not grasped it yet? He is attempting to convey a message to us." "What message?" the burly man asked, perplexed. "This matter is entirely unrelated to him. The issue lies with Yuan Ku and Li Si." The old man murmured softly, "He is merely a worker, unwilling to offend us on behalf of his superiors, which is why he hastily brought Yuan Ku and the plump Li to the forefront without a second thought." Does this imply that his relationship with Yuan Ku is not as close as we presumed?" the sturdy man inquired. "Following this line of thought, Yuan Ku's promotion of him likely indicates." "Precisely," the old man interjected. "I suspect the sudden crackdown on illicit drugs by the authorities is closely linked to another batch that recently infiltrated the market. Previously, we were the sole players in this arena, yet now new competitors have emerged. The issue may very well stem from competition. And what about below? Pursuing Qin Yu is futile." The old man gestured dismissively. "Let us get in the car. We must first understand why the authorities are conducting this sweep. Once we grasp that, we will know how to approach the matters concerning Xiao, Air, and Damin." Upon exiting the alley, Qin Yu hurriedly made his way to the police station. In fact, the old man's analysis was entirely accurate. Qin Yu was simply reluctant to shoulder the blame for anyone. "If Yuan Ku directs me to solve a case, that is no issue at all. However, once the case is cracked, a series of complications will inevitably arise, and it will be the team leader who must bear the brunt of it, something Qin Yu would never undertake himself. His current physical state cannot withstand any burdens. Maintaining the status quo is already a considerable challenge." Upon arriving at the police station, Qin Yu immediately sought out Yuan Ku and relayed the situation concerning Old Ma, eager to gauge his reaction. Yuan Ku, upon hearing this, appeared utterly astonished and solemnly advised, "These individuals are not to be trifled with. You must ensure your safety in the coming days. Rest assured, I shall bear the pressure on this end. I will have people disseminate the information that I ordered you to crack down on the drug trafficking ring, thus ensuring that any ensuing troubles will only reach me." Hearing this, Qin Yu temporarily quelled his doubts regarding Yuan Ku. The latter's words were without flaw, exhibiting a sense of loyalty and the demeanor of a dependable leader. Once the minor upheaval subsided, Qin Yu promptly proceeded to the interrogation room, intent on rigorously pressing Ma Lao, Air, and Damin for confessions, eager to unravel the thread leading to bigger fish. After 6 hours of relentless interrogation, Ma Lao, Air, and Damin remained tight-lipped, steadfast in their refusal to cooperate. Frustrated, Lao He dragged the two into a basement devoid of surveillance or recording devices, resorting to alternative methods to compel them to speak. Yet, even after enduring a severe ordeal, the pair remained resolute in their silence. Ultimately, Qin Yu had no choice but to seek leads from the subordinates, despite knowing that their information was not of paramount importance. In the interrogation room, Qin Yu, puffing on an electronic cigarette, tilted his head to gaze at Ma Lao, Heir's associate, and implored, "Share something useful. If you only offer trivial bits of information, how can I assist you?" The subordinate, head bowed, replied, "Brother, it's not that I refuse to speak. It's just that since we were captured, all the goods and personnel must have been hidden away. The information I once knew is now rendered useless. You may not be aware of Lao Hei's ruthlessness." Growing impatient, Qin Yu rose. "Enough. I shan't interrogate you further. Let Lao Hei provide you with a lesson." Brother, please, spare me. I can't endure any more. Give me a moment to think." "Then think faster. I haven't eaten yet." Qin Yu bent down and sat back down. The man lowered his head and pondered for a long while, then suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Ah, I actually have a lead." "What is it?" Qin Yu inquired. "Before getting caught, I overheard Ma Lao Heir mention a significant figure responsible for supplies who was supposed to arrive in Songjiang in the next few days," the man said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Hearing this, Qin Yu's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. "Is that true?" In a dilapidated slum in Songjiang, a disheveled man whispered into his phone, "Has a storm passed? The goods must be secured. I need to take action." After a lengthy deliberation, old Ma replied with a tone of resignation, "Let's meet first and discuss." Chapter 16. The daily life of a sycophant while Qin Yu was engrossed in his case. Qi Lin's thoughts were elsewhere. This pragmatic individual was contemplating how to elevate himself to the rank of second-level officer. Outside the office of the Public Security Bureau's security team, Qi Lin, clutching 2 bags of gifts, nervously knocked on the door. "Come," a voice called from within. Pushing the door open, Qi Lin entered with a broad grin. Bowing slightly as he announced, "Captain Ryan, are you busy?" Inside the office, a middle-aged man with European features looked up at Qi Lin and inquired, "Oh, Qi? Come. Haha. I just came to see how things are," Qi Lin replied. Captain Ryan, a burly man with a heavy build, was already sweating profusely. He adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and said, "Qi, I have a meeting soon. If you have something to discuss, please get to the point." Unobtrusively wiping the sweat from his plump thighs, Qi Lin placed the 2 bags of gifts beside the desk. "Captain Ryan, my friend brought me some beef jerky and steak from Phone Bay, all quite fresh. Please take some home and enjoy." Ryan frowned and glanced at Qi Lin. "Let's skip the formalities and talk business." "Well, I know you have a good relationship with Captain Yuan. I was hoping you could assist me in getting promoted to second-level officer. You know, in terms of qualifications and work performance, I am more than eligible for the promotion. All I need is someone to advocate on my behalf." Standing beside the desk, Qi Lin spoke with trepidation, "Please help me." Ryan, focused on writing a report, did not look directly at Qi Lin. "There are only 10 slots available. Yours was originally among them. But Sang Yong from Team 4 put forward his brother-in-law. Yuan Ku and I are powerless to change that. Just wait a while. I will ensure you are considered for the next promotion." Qi Lin was taken aback. "Captain Ryan, but Sang Yong's brother-in-law has been here for less than 5 months." "Indeed, but his brother-in-law is Sang Yong," Ryan replied with a resigned smile. "Just wait a bit longer. Opportunities come with time, and you've made connections." Clenching his fists, Qi Lin pressed on, "Captain Ryan, I genuinely need this second-level title. My mother is ill, and every month." Ryan's expression remained impassive. Who doesn't he aspire to rise without reason? "But this position is rightfully mine. I have been waiting for nearly a year," Qi Lin insisted. Ryan absent-mindedly shuffled through the food bags, murmuring, "Beef jerky, steak, such fine items. Qi, how about this? I'll send you 2 cases of red wine and 10,000 yuan in cash. And you help me speak to Director Li to promote me to the office." Qi Lin was taken aback. "Qi, opportunities have become very pragmatic. Those without money wait for those with money, and those with money wait for those in power. So tell me, what can beef jerky do?" I could shout, "And it wouldn't fill my refrigerator," Ryan said, casually pushing the steak back towards Qi Lin. "Take it back and wait a bit longer." Qi Lin pressed his lips together, remaining silent for a long moment before finally speaking. "Then I shall wait a little longer. Please keep the steak, it's quite good." With that, Qi Lin turned and left. Ryan remained silent, his gaze fixed on his work. Qi Lin approached the entrance and noticed several garments hanging on the rack, permeated with a pungent odor. He promptly turned back and said, "Your clothes are dirty. May I wash them for you?" Ryan did not lift his head. merely responding with a nonchalant Your shoes are also dirty. I can clean them. Then I shall take my leave. Chi Lin, burdened with a multitude of items, tugged the door open and departed. A few minutes later, Ryan casually tossed the gifts Chi Lin had collected to a female colleague in the office, stating, "Steak, take it home with you. You don't want it? It's been frozen for who knows how long. Even my dog won't eat it." Ryan adjusted his attire and stepped away. In the laundry room, Chi Lin rolled up his sleeves, scrubbing the shoes while on the phone, incessantly saying, "For this month's medication, I still need. Yes, I will find a way to transfer the money back to you." In the third Group S office area, Chin Yu clapped his hands and announced, "Old Hay is going to procure guns and equipment. No one is to leave the building before 8 o'clock. There may be an operation." Zhu Wei, still nursing the injury inflicted by Chin Yu, hesitantly inquired, "Captain, do I still need to go? We are short on personnel. You will drive." Chin Yu commanded without room for debate. "All right." Zhu Wei nodded, not daring to protest further. At 4 in the afternoon, after a dinner in the cafeteria, everyone gathered their gear and police firearms, returning to their dormitory. Upon entering the room, Chi Lin, spotting the rare automatic rifle, inquired, "What is going on? Who are we apprehending? Why such a grand setup? Even the M464 is out. Little Pony has spilled. A significant figure supplying the Ma family may have arrived in Songjiang." Chin Yu said, glancing down at his watch. "I've sent someone to follow a core member of the Ma family. It might yield results." "Oh." Chi Lin nodded, pondering for a moment before firmly pulling Chin Yu aside, saying, "I need to return home for a while. Is that all right?" Chin Yu was taken aback, his expression one of helplessness as he quietly asked, "Are you trying to avoid the capture operation again?" "Brother, we're short on manpower, otherwise I will let you off the hook. If you're worried about complications, you can drive, all right? It's not that I want to evade. I must go back today." Chi Lin replied with a furrowed brow. "My mother is quite ill, and my sister is blind and still very young. If I don't return, they want to even have food to eat. Besides, I need to take her to the hospital for a follow-up." Chin Yu considered that Chi Lin, despite his timidity, would not lie about his mother, and after some deliberation, he said, "Can you make it back before we proceed? The operation will commence soon. I will call you, and I promise to return." "All right, then go." "Captain, I apologize for the trouble." Chi Lin politely nodded to Chin Yu. "It's nothing. We all have our difficulties. Let us help each other," Chin Yu said, patting Chi Lin on the shoulder. "I will call you before we act." "Okay," Chi Lin nodded. It was shortly after 7 in the evening. In a dilapidated slum within the dark alleys, the old man from the Ma family disembarked from his vehicle. After casting a glance around, he wrapped his military coat tighter and lowered his head as he walked into a foul-smelling alley. "Whom are you seeking?" a man in the shadows inquired. "I am looking for Along," the old man replied, halting at the sound of the voice. "Is that you, Brother Ma?" The other responded with a smile, approaching him. "Is he inside?" "Yes." The young man lowered his head politely and said, "Brother Ma, if you could raise your arm. I need to conduct a standard procedure." The old man complied, lifting his arm for the young man to search him meticulously. Inside the room, Along, scruffy and disheveled, sat on the bed, idly toying with a small object in his hand. Meanwhile, Yuan Ku, in his office, held the phone and approached the window, saying, "Brother, why are you in such a hurry to have me return?" "Yes, I am in the midst of something," came the response. "All right, let's leave it at that. I shall return shortly." Chapter 17. The lives of the inhabitants of Zone 9 in the dormitory. Chin Yu lowered his head, polishing his service pistol, and glanced sideways at Lao He, inquiring, "Brother, how did you come to Zone 9? Like most people, Lao He replied softly, his gaze directed downward. When catastrophe struck, nations formed a united government and established 8 refuge zones. However, with the world's population so vast, how could everyone possibly fit into these 8 districts? With so many people and limited resources, viable places to survive became scarce. Thus, to gain entry into these 8 zones, one had to wait for the united government to randomly select individuals from the global populace for permanent residency. Though termed random selection, the majority of these tickets were claimed by the societal elite, leaving only a scant few, which were then sold at exorbitant prices. Toward the end of the process, a single ticket could cost upwards of $10 million. As for my homeland, ravaged by war in Africa. Survival was already a challenge. Where would I find the means to purchase a ticket? At this juncture, a brother named Tai Ji gently chimed in. We have all endured similar experiences. My father held onto a glimmer of hope, having heard that quotas for Zones 7 and 8 were still unfilled and that permanent residency was still being randomly allocated. Thus, he endeavored by all means to reach Asia, only to find that the populations had already exceeded capacity. Lao He, with a smile, turned to Qin Yu and asked, Do you know the origins of Zone 9? I have heard some. Qin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Since Zones 7 and 8 are both within your country's borders and are the last two areas with unfilled quotas. Many who dared to hope for residency flocked here from around the globe, waiting for that elusive chance. However, once Zones 7 and 8 reached full capacity, Zone 9 was left with millions of homeless souls. They could not sustain themselves. Thus, under the leadership of some, riots erupted, aimed at breaching the other residential zones. The United Government, left with no alternatives, decided to allocate a portion of resources to permit the establishment of the 9th Special Zone. Yet, they lacked the capacity and sufficient resources to support this area, which ultimately led to our self-governance. This is the history of Zone 9. It represents a sliver of hope seized by those of us from the lower strata of society. Although chaotic, it feels like home. Now, if you were to send me to one of the other 8 zones, I might find it difficult to adapt. Lao Hei's optimism shone through as he spoke, revealing a bright smile that imparted warmth. After a prolonged silence, Qin Yu inquired, What about your family? Do you have anyone left? No one. Lao Hei's gaze dimmed slightly. My mother and younger brother perished during the first military conflict in Zone 9. My father was among the first batch of officers in Zone 9 and also sacrificed his life during a duty assignment. Qin Yu paused, taken aback. I'm sorry. It's nothing. I've long since moved past it. Lao Hei replied with another smile. What about you? Do you have family? How did you end up in the plan zone? I may be even less fortunate than you. After much hesitation, Qin Yu was finally prepared to confide in his colleague. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, the phone rang. Hello. Qin Yu answered the police phone. The core member of the Ma family has taken old Ma to the 3rd Ring Road. I observed for a while and am 80% certain that they are meeting with the contact person. Xiao Lu on the other end succinctly briefed the situation. What is the exact number of individuals involved? Is the contact person here? Was a judgment formed from experience? Xiao Lu furrowed his brow and replied, I haven't seen him in person, but there are at least 2 to 4 individuals on lookout at the alley entrance. What about old man Ma? He inquired. He went in alone, leaving 3 others waiting outside. Xiao Lu responded without hesitation. Does he have a handle on their firepower? Qin Yu asked again. It's hard to tell just by looking, but from my experience, I believe this group is heavily armed, Xiao Lu replied confidently. All right, I understand. Stay put. We'll be there shortly. Okay. After their communication concluded, Qin Yu clapped his hands and called out to his colleagues, Prepare your gear. Beginning to work. Lao Hei was the first to respond to the call. Let us get to it first, and we can chat over drinks later, Qin Yu said with a smile, patting Lao Hei on the shoulder. Sure. Lao Hei was a diligent worker, unlike many of his peers, and was unafraid of challenges. He could easily take on the roles of observer or demolitions expert, and he was quite skilled with a firearm, making him one of the few formidable members of their group. You all gather downstairs. Qin Yu instructed before promptly leaving the dormitory and dialing Yuan Ku's number. Hello. Xiao Qin. Team Leader Yuan. I am requesting personnel assistance, Qin Yu stated plainly. Have you caught a big fish? Yuan Ku's eyes brightened. It's not certain yet. We need to take it down to find out. Qin Yu licked his lips. The opposing side may have heavy firepower, and I estimate their numbers to be around 10. How many people do you need? At least 1 team. Right now, it's quite challenging for me to gather 2 teams. Our personnel are all tied up with the case. Yuan Ku sounded apprehensive. Without personnel, I cannot make an arrest, Qin Yu frowned. You are aware of the situation with Team 3. After a moment of consideration, Yuan Ku replied, I will call the captain of Team 3 and see if they can assist. Wait for me downstairs. Old Cat's team? Qin Yu paused. What is the matter? Is that not acceptable? No, it's fine. Let him come. Qin Yu responded with satisfaction. I'm familiar with him. Communication will be easy. That is settled then. Approximately 5 minutes later, Old Cat arrived with 20 individuals clad in light green tactical gear, their sturdy boots echoing as they marched forward. Equipped with folding riot shields and 5M464 rifles. "You're quick," Chinyu remarked with a smile as he approached. "I only came to lend a hand because I heard you were leading. I would have avoided it if it were someone else's task," Old Cat grinned, revealing a camaraderie. "These are all the personnel available. The rest are occupied with the case. Thank you. Let us avoid unnecessary chatter. We're here to assist, and we'll follow your lead." Old Cat gestured dismissively. "Let us discuss in the vehicle." Chinyu pulled Old Cat aside and turned to his team members, commanding, "Check the communication equipment and devise a capture plan on the way." "Understood." Team 3 responded in unison as they each boarded their vehicles. A few minutes later, 4 police patrol cars and a multi-functional combat van simultaneously rushed towards the third ring road. In a dim and damp room within a narrow alley. Along was savoring braised beef while glancing at the old man Ma, inquiring, "Can you resolve this matter or not? If you can't, I will assign the task to someone else." Ma replied, "If I can, just wait a bit longer. I can afford to wait for you at most a week." Along contemplated for a moment and responded, "It truly cannot be delayed any further. If the warehouse is raided, I will have nothing left to lose." "I understand," Ma said, rising to his feet. "I will resolve the issue within a week." "Good." Along took a sip of white liquor and called out, "See you off, Brother Ma." As Ma turned towards the door, he paused briefly and suddenly asked Along, "In this line of work on the dark street, there isn't much competition? Just a few of us. Yet their drug prices are double ours. I fail to understand why you insist we cannot raise our prices. What difference does it make to our profits?" Along scratched his eye and replied nonchalantly, "Damn, as long as there is profit. What does it matter how much we earn?" Ma pondered for a moment. "True enough. I shall take my leave now. Resolve the issue quickly." "Understood." Ma pushed open the door and stepped out of the room. 3 minutes later, Xiao Lu dialed Qinyu's number. "Captain, there has been a change." Ma suddenly left. Qinyu was momentarily stunned before asking, "Are the people inside still there?" "Yes." Chapter 18, The Iron Rice Bowl. A life to uphold in the middle section of the third ring road, for police patrol vehicles spread out, halting at the corner. While the multifunctional combat vehicle swiftly departed after depositing a dozen officers at the intersection. Qinyu, seated in the lead car, picked up the radio and instructed quietly, "The target is still inside. We will proceed with the apprehension according to the earlier groupings. There are individuals in the alley, but refrain from gunfire. We must avoid making noise, as we are unfamiliar with the indoor layout." "Received." "Understood." Several team members responded immediately upon receiving the complete instructions. Qinyu exited the vehicle, checked his firearm secured at his waist, and was about to stride forward when Qi Lin rushed over from behind, exclaiming, "Hey, you made it just in time." Qinyu turned at the sound. "Are you finished?" "Yes, just wrapped up," Qi Lin replied, panting slightly. Qinyu, with no time for idle chatter, quickly commanded, "Stick to the original plan. You'll drive vehicle number 2 and wait at the intersection of the third ring road and Fenglin Road. If the capture is successful, I'll join you immediately. If Lei Zi comes to assist, report right away." "Understood." "Thank you, team leader, for always looking out for me," Qi Lin expressed gratefully. "Let us not dwell on that." Qinyu replied, hurrying along as he spoke into the radio, "Old Cat, prepare to approach the alley. We'll charge from the front." "Received." 3 minutes later, Old Cat, donning a Kevlar helmet and clad in light green tactical gear with a steel plate vest, led a team of 10, crouching low as they neared the alley. Positioned on either side, awaiting orders. On the roadside, Qinyu walked briskly, holding the radio. "Is there a high point?" "None, just an external staircase. It should provide a clear view of the second floor." "Good. Your team will secure the second floor. Your primary task is to provide cover," Qinyu instructed. "Understood." After concluding his communication with his colleagues, Qinyu reached the entrance of the alley, turned to scan the deserted street, and patted Old Cat on the shoulder, saying, "Old Black and I will go in, you all stay put." "All right," Old Cat nodded. "Let us go, Old Black," Qinyu called. Old Black, dressed in civilian attire, followed closely behind as they entered the alley. Walking side by side at a leisurely pace, Qinyu casually inquired, "Feeling nervous?" "I'm used to it." Old Black chuckled. "No worries, just relax." Qinyu playfully draped an arm around Old Black's neck, suddenly shouting, "Take me somewhere fun." You've had too much to drink. Old Black understood the jest. In the central section of the alley, a middle-aged man rose from a dilapidated wooden chair, squinting in their direction. As Qin Yu staggered, still with his arm around Old Black, he walked about 30 meters before turning to spit, muttering, "Damn, this life is tough." The spit landed squarely on the shoulder of a burly man nearby. "You bastard." The man's companion stood up, frowning, ready to curse. "Whoa, there are people here." Qin Yu feigned drunkenness, slowly turning his head to inquire. "Pardon me, brother, could you tell me how to get to the Duo Club?" The burly man initially assumed Qin Yu was merely a tipsy fool, but as the latter approached, his expression tightened, instinctively retreating his hands behind his back. "I don't know." "Ugh." Qin Yu let out a dry heave, his body unintentionally lunging toward the burly man. "Damn it, you don't smell of alcohol." The burly man stood up, ready to draw his gun, while his companion instinctively reached for the earpiece button. Bang! Qin Yu swiftly unleashed a kick with his right foot. Thud! The burly man staggered back 2 steps, colliding directly with the wall. Crack! Qin Yu seized the man's arm, violently yanking him to the left, causing the burly man to stumble and fall. Following this, Qin Yu's knee crashed down on the man's head, his left hand pressing firmly on the gun at the man's waist. He growled softly, "Don't scream, or I'll end you." "You!" The burly man showed no fear of Qin Yu, straining to shout. With no other option, Qin Yu released the grip on the man's arm and swiftly covered his mouth. "Be quiet." Puffed. The burly man, fiercely defiant, struggled against Qin Yu's hold and bit down hard on his hand, blood gushing forth immediately. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Qin Yu engaged, Black rushed forward, employing a police takedown to subdue another drug dealer. However, that individual was equally ferocious, thrashing violently as soon as their mouth was covered. Observing that both men were willing to risk everything, Qin Yu realized he could not maintain control and immediately gestured for backup. Clatter, clatter. Old Cat received the signal and led the team into the alley. As the group reached Qin Yu's side, they raised their weapons and, one by one, struck the heads of the 2 thugs, causing blood to flow profusely, rendering them temporarily unconscious. "We missed one," Qin Yu shouted, "Breach the door." Crash, crash. The crisp sound of the Remington series breaching shot rang out as the officers prepared their weapons. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots erupted, shattering the iron door. Old Cat waved his hand, commanding tactical formation advance. At the sound, Qin Yu led 10 officers charging into the room, only to be taken aback upon entry. The first-floor corridor was long and dimly lit, with a faint glimpse of an iron staircase at the end. "Damn it, move quickly. They surely aren't on the first floor." After a brief assessment of the layout, Qin Yu swiftly issued commands. The officers on both sides advanced without hesitation. 3 seconds later, at the top of the iron staircase leading to the second floor, 2 individuals brandished automatic rifles, firing indiscriminately downward without warning. "Don't ascend. Suppress them." Qin Yu took cover at the stairwell corner, dodging bullets while clenching his right fist. "Team 2, do you have a shot?" "We can shoot." Around the corner of the staircase, 2 automatic rifles were aimed. Bang, bang. The number of snipers in the police department was limited, so this operation lacked pure sniper support. However, the seasoned field officers were assured of their accuracy when using automatic rifles at close range. In the ambush at the external staircase, upon receiving orders, the team swiftly eliminated the assailants trapped on the second floor with 2 precise shots through the glass. The corpses tumbled down the stairs, prompting Qin Yu to signal and shout, "Enter." With a rush, Qin Yu led the assault team up the staircase to the second floor. The living room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of the moon, which barely revealed the room's contours. Beads of sweat formed on Qin Yu's forehead as he took a few cautious steps forward and inquired quietly, "Why is there no one here?" "Did the second team see anyone jump out?" "No, our angle does not permit a clear view of the living room," came the immediate response. Qin Yu furrowed his brow in contemplation. Just then, a faint sound emanated from the left side. The anxious voice of Old Cat, who had just ascended, called out, Qin Yu, I've stepped on a booby trap." As Qin Yu turned at the sound, he saw one of Old Cat's team crouched on the ground, preparing to probe the tripwire with his hands. Don't move. Old Cat's trembling voice warned. It's not about the wire. I've triggered the trap. The group paused momentarily before hastily retreating, securing the entrance to the living room, fearing that more adversaries might be concealed within. Chinyu swiftly drew his flashlight and crouched down to inspect the booby trap at the bathroom door, stating succinctly, Old Cat, if you step back, your right leg will be fine. If not, lift your foot and I will shoot the trap. Can you aim accurately? It's hard to say. I can't ascertain if the trap has been altered. Are you joking? It's not certain. If you miss, I'm done for. Old Cat exclaimed, his eyes wide with fear. I can hit it. You 1T lose your leg, Chinyu assured him, firmly grasping the flashlight. What is the plan? Give me a word. After a brief silence, Old Cat's usual jovial demeanor vanished, replaced by solemnity. Save my leg. Count to 3, and you lift your leg. Chinyu raised his automatic rifle and commanded everyone else, retreat. 3, 2, 1, lift your leg. He bellowed. Old Cat, without hesitation, lifted his leg and retreated. With a resounding bang, Chinyu swung the butt of his gun, striking the trap beneath Old Cat's foot as though playing golf. The explosion shattered the glass, sending shards flying outside. Yet, after a few seconds, the outside remained eerily silent. Old Cat, feeling faint, crouched down and muttered, what the hell? Why didn't he go off? False alarm. Chinyu gritted his teeth in response. It's a dummy trap. Second team, check for any anomalies. Just then, a clatter sounded as a member of the assault team, stepping forward, inadvertently brushed against a cabinet beside the wall, producing a peculiar noise. The group froze in shock. Damn it, this one is real, Old Cat shouted, his face ashen. Get down, deploy the riot shields. 2 officers armed with riot shields knelt and positioned their shields just in time to witness a fireball erupt before them. Boom! A violent explosion rang out, and 3 officers who had team managed to take cover were engulfed by countless fragments, losing their lives in an instant, deprived even of the chance to cry for help. Chinyu lay on the floor inside, his ears ringing as he bellowed. There must be no one left in the house. They have fled outside. Team 2, maintain vigilance. Outside, DeLazy along raced through the courtyard with a single companion, shouting, damn it, the dog is drawn by the scent of the old horse. This person is utterly unprofessional. Is it possible he might betray us? No way. He still relies on me for his livelihood. Along waved his hand, urging, call Xiaopa Z and have him come to pick us up quickly. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape. Chapter 19. The ruthlessness of Lei Zi inside the second floor room. Chinyu had just shaken his head and risen from the ground when the voice of the second team crackled through his earpiece. 2 individuals have fled from the slum houses, heading towards Fenglin Road. Our position is somewhat distant, making pursuit difficult. Are you certain there are only 2? Chinyu asked, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Affirmative. Just the 2. Everyone, move towards Fenglin Road. Chinyu barked through gritted teeth. If there are casualties, we must apprehend the principal offender. Otherwise, our efforts will be in vain. Received. Acknowledged. Came the urgent responses over the radio. Chinyu drew his firearm and shouted, those who are uninjured, come downstairs quickly. In less than a minute, everyone had gathered downstairs, with Chinyu at the forefront, demanding, second team, have you locked onto them? Report the location of the criminals. They have reached Fenglin Road and are advancing, nearing the intersection with the third ring road. The second team leader replied in a low voice. We are in pursuit, but the distance remains considerable. Chinyu paused momentarily, his mind racing as he recalled Chi Lin was in that direction. He immediately grabbed the radio and commanded Car 2. Car 2, respond if you hear me. Car 2 received. Chi Lin's voice came through. The criminals are heading your way. Chinyu instructed rapidly. There are 2 of them. If you can intercept them while ensuring your safety, do so. We have suffered casualties. If you can delay them for even a few seconds, we'll be right there. Chi Lin was momentarily taken aback. Did you hear me? Chinyu pressed. Why, yes, I heard. Chi Lin replied, his voice strained with anxiety. Maintain communication. We will be there shortly. Chinyu said, already bolting out of the alley and into a police vehicle that had just arrived. Meanwhile, Lao He and 2 other members of Lao Mao's team boarded another vehicle, hastening toward the intersection of the third ring road, no more than 500 meters away. Inside the car, Lao Mao called out over the radio, Chi Lin, Have you seen anyone pass by? At the same time, at the third ring road intersection, Chi Lin had exited his vehicle, so tense that he had forgotten to bring the car's radio. His arm trembled as he drew his sidearm from his waist. Positioning himself behind the front of the car, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of Feng Lin Road. Indeed, Chi Lin had never anticipated that the reckless Lei Zi would come charging towards him. He was filled with trepidation, unconsciously recalling the explosion from earlier and the colleagues who had perished in the chaos. He was frightened, hiding behind the car for what felt like an eternity, each second stretching into years. Unlike the other officers, his thoughts were devoid of any heroic notions of sacrifice. He was gripped by sheer, unadulterated fear. As the cold wind swept by, Along led his companions forward at a swift pace, brandishing a gleaming shotgun and a handgun. Inside the vehicle, the radio crackled with Lao Mao's voice. "Qilin, do you hear me? Has anyone passed by? Respond. Sweat beaded on Qilin's forehead as his eyes remained glued to a long S direction. After a long moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and raised his weapon, his voice trembling as he prepared to speak. In the dim light, Aaron turned to his companion and inquired, "What do we say about the shrimp?" His companion, breathless, pointed ahead and replied, "We go through the single-story houses. Hold still, there's a police vehicle." As Aaron turned, he noticed the second car driven by Chi Lin at the intersection. The tension was palpable as his companion, upon spotting the police car, unhesitatingly pulled the trigger and shouted, "You go ahead." The bullet struck the police vehicle, sparks flying in every direction, while Chi Lin hunched down, too terrified to reveal himself from behind the front of the car. Inside, the radio crackled with the voice of Old Cat, who bellowed, "Chi Lin, there's gunfire on your end. Have you encountered them?" Chi Lin, sensing movement inside the vehicle, crawled to the passenger seat and reached for the door handle. Meanwhile, Aaron seized the opportunity provided by his colleague's cover and sprinted down the street, determined to breach the area of single-story houses, now less than 30 meters away from Chi Lin's position. As Chi Lin grasped the door handle, preparing to pull it open, he turned just in time to see Aaron attempting to slip into an alleyway. With no other choice, he raised his gun, ready to shout a warning. At the street corner, Aaron, while running, kept a watchful eye on the police car. As he turned, he unexpectedly came face to face with Chi Lin. Both men froze for a moment, and without a second thought, Aaron raised his shotgun and fired at the front of the car. The metallic hood crumpled under the impact, while Chi Lin stood frozen in place, unable to retaliate. Just then, Old Black's car sped onto the scene, and he barked into his radio, "Chi Lin, fire a shot to hold them off. They can't escape." Chi Lin remained hidden behind the police vehicle, his eyes wide with fear as he gazed at the intersection, his face pale. "Damn it!" Old Black, noticing Chi Lin's silence, shouted, "Charge forward. There are only two of them." The car surged forward like a bullet, swiftly passing where Chi Lin was stationed. Bang! Bang! Old Black leaned out of the vehicle and fired 2 shots at Aaron's companion, who fell to the ground in a burst of blood. "Son of a b! I told you to pursue," Aaron cursed, his eyes blazing with rage as he turned and fired back. Bang, bang. The powerful shotgun roared, blowing out the tires of the electric vehicle, which veered off and crashed into the wall beside a shop at the intersection, half of the front crumpling and emitting smoke. Old Black shook his head, pushed open the car door, and shouted, "He's alone. Go and subdue him." Hearing his command, the men disembarked, guns in hand, rushing towards Aaron's position. Creaking to a halt, the snow-covered street echoed with the sound of brakes as 4 burly men emerged from the vehicle, 2 armed with automatic rifles, opening fire in Old Black's direction. On the third ring road, Xin Yu, arriving at the scene of the gunfire, immediately spotted those rushing toward Aaron and shouted into his radio, "Old Black, fall back. They have backup." At this moment, it was too late for Lao He to retreat. He exited the vehicle and charged forward, forcing him to take refuge in a recess near the store entrance as bullets whizzed past. However, Along, whose brother had just been killed, was filled with rage. He rushed forward, shotgun in hand, shouting, "Are you still going to chase them?" Lao He pressed himself against the glass door of the shop, too fearful to peek outside and only daring to fire a shot blindly. Yet Along, bold and ruthless, crept along the wall until the barrel of his shotgun was pressed against Lao He's head. Silence, a brief silence. Don't move. Two police officers behind Lao He aimed their weapons in an attempt to provide cover. But with a rapid succession of gunfire, the assailant forced them back to their cover. Lao He's forehead glistened with sweat as his thick lips trembled. Please, don't kill me. Am I killing you for nothing? Huh? A long roared. The gun fired, and Lao He collapsed to the ground. Chase me again, and I'll send a bomb to your precinct every day. After emptying 3 rounds into Lao He's lifeless body, Along was pulled back by his companion, who tossed 2 grenades onto the road to delay the response before vanishing into the night. Behind a police vehicle at the street corner, Chi Lin witnessed Lao He's death and saw the explosions create 2 large craters on the pavement, his entire being frozen like a statue. The car came to a halt, and Chin Yu rushed out, his eyes wide with disbelief, reaching for Lao He. Brother, hold on. Dead. Just let it be. Living is just suffering. Lao He grasped Chin Yu's wrist, his voice hoarse. I have no family left. It's lonely to live. I raised 2 children from my hometown in New District. Please, give my pension to them. Chin Yu clenched his fist and nodded resolutely. I will ensure they receive it. On the street, Lao Mao, eyes blazing with fury, leapt out of the vehicle and marched directly to Chi Lin, demanding, "Give me your gun." Chi Lin stared blankly, his expression vacant, as he looked up at Lao Mao. "I said, give me your gun," Lao Mao shouted, snatching Chi Lin's firearm with practiced ease, only to freeze when he removed the magazine. "I am sorry." Chi Lin stuttered. Lao Mao, trembling with anger, pointed at the bullets in the magazine and yelled, "You didn't fire a single shot. Not one." "Huh. If you had fired, would Lao He have died? Would Lazy have escaped? Damn it, you useless fool." The 3 individuals who had just perished on the 2nd floor were all members of Lao Mao's team. Though not close friends, they were colleagues who had shared many moments together. Frantic, he leaped up and kicked Chi Lin's head. "Why didn't you shoot? Afraid of dying? If you were afraid of death, why occupy the latrine without doing your business? Damn it, I'll kill you, you worthless piece of trash." Chapter 20. The notorious Along in Songjiang. 2 hours later, within the office of the police commissioner, Director Li slammed his palm against the table. His visage twisted in fury as he bellowed, "What on earth are you doing, Yuan Ke? How could an organized operation yield such a disastrous outcome? Look at the report. How many criminals were there? Are your officers made of paper? With full gear, how could we lose 4 men? How am I to report this to the police department?" Yuan Ke bowed his head. "Director, I was preoccupied with another case. As for this incident, never mind, I shall not elaborate further. In any case, such a grave error has occurred, and I am willing to accept responsibility." "Accept responsibility? Then you should resign, and let someone capable take your place." Director Li Shota, his demeanor cold and stern. Yuan Ke suddenly lifted his gaze, fixing his eyes on Director Li in silence. "Damn it." Director Li turned on his heel, pacing furiously before continuing his tirade. "I have reviewed the report. This Chi Lin is not just incompetent, he is suspicious. We must monitor him closely. He may be in collusion with the criminals. Otherwise, why has he not fired a single shot? This must be thoroughly investigated." Yuan Ke stood tall and responded resolutely. "He is already under surveillance. Chin Yu and Lao Mao are interrogating him, collecting statements from the apprehended individuals." With a scowl, Director Li strode around the room, then suddenly turned to face Yuan Ke, declaring, "Let me be clear, in the current environment, everyone has ulterior motives. Those seeking profit, promotion, or allies are abundant within the police force, myself included. However, you must never encroach upon others' interests, nor use the police as a weapon against certain individuals. Otherwise, the fallout will be disastrous for everyone involved." Yuan Ke was taken aback by this statement, but quickly straightened his posture and replied, "Director Li, the rumors circulating outside may not be directly related to me. I believe you are misunderstanding my position. Whether it is a misunderstanding or not, you cannot hide it, and I am not blind. We shall see how this unfolds," Director Li said, his irritation palpable as he moved to the window. "Draft a detailed report for the police department. As for the follow-up work, you will handle it personally. Submit any necessary expenses for my approval." "Understood." Yuan Ke saluted. That night, in the early hours, Yuan Ke hosted a banquet at the Second Sister restaurant, where 2 to 3 dozen well-known underworld figures gathered from various districts. In the second-floor hall, after toasting the assembly with 3 glasses of wine, Yuan-Ke finally spoke. "Tonight, our team conducted an operation on the 3rd Ring Road. And I believe all of you have heard about it. The criminals killed 4 of our brothers. And the higher-ups are furious. It's as if they are ready to strip me of my clothes. There are no outsiders here, so I will speak plainly. I intend to take action against these drug dealers. I ask for your support. I, Yuan-Ke, will surely repay you in the future. However, should anyone attempt to protect them or aid in their evasion, it would mean opposing me and the police department. For the next year, my sole focus will be on targeting them. Yuan, what are you saying? If you speak up, who would dare to disrespect you? Oh, it's hardly a significant matter. Just a few drug peddlers. We will inquire and quickly locate them for you." As the crowd listened to Yuan-Ke's words, no one felt anger. They all chimed in agreement. Yuan-Ke bowed and poured the wine, smiling at everyone. "Thank you all for your courtesy." After some time, once the serious matters have been discussed and the banquet dispersed, a robust man entered his car and lowered his head to return a phone call. "Hello, old ma. I have a favor to ask. Could you help me move a few people out of the special zone?" The voice of old ma echoed back. The robust man chuckled. "I won't inquire about who they are, but I can't assist with that. Is money an issue?" Officer Yuan-Ke is red-eyed, wielding a submachine gun, and inviting us to dinner. "Are you trying to intimidate me?" The robust man spoke softly. "Old ma, well, I wouldn't say I'm afraid of him. It's unnecessary to offend someone from the official ranks, you understand? Fine, just pretend I never made this call." "All right then." With that, the two ended the conversation. At 8:30 in the morning, the special warrant for Along was dispatched from the police station to the 6 districts of Songjiang City. Upon receiving the order, each sub-police chief immediately deployed their subordinate security units for assistance. In an instant, Along, once a nameless figure, became a household name within Songjiang and across the entire underworld, as everyone recognized that the police had personally ordered a crackdown on him. Initially, when Xinyu had taken over the case from Yuan-Ke, he thought it was a minor issue. However, he never anticipated that it would escalate to this level. The situation seemed somewhat out of control and severe, leaving him with an inexplicable feeling of being pushed along. Inside the captain's office, Xinyu furrowed his brow and addressed Yuan-Ke. "I underestimated the complexity of the capture." He was well aware of the issues at hand. Yuan-Ke waved his hand dismissively. "You have your responsibilities, but we also have our limitations. The leading drug dealer will face death if caught, so he will fight back. Yet, some of our officers think about their salaries being disbursed at the end of the month without making arrests. Their motivations differ, and naturally, their mindsets do too. This is an objective reality I am well aware of." Xinyu remained silent, reflecting on Yuan-Ke's words. "Whether or not you face punishment depends on whether the case can be solved and to what extent, as well as the satisfaction of the higher-ups." Yuan-Ke remarked with stark realism. "The situation is not yet conclusive. Focus your efforts, Xinyu. I am keen to see how you perform." "Thank you, Captain." Since returning last night, Xinyu had been on edge, fearing that he had not performed well and that the higher-ups would surely reprimand him severely. Unexpectedly, Yuan-Ke had supported Team 3, an old cat, specifically mentioning Xinyu and advising him to concentrate his efforts on solving the case. Knock, knock. Just as the two were conversing, a knock sounded at the door. "Come, Yuan-Ke called out. The office door opened, and a young man in uniform saluted before saying, "The testimonies have come in. The arrested henchmen stated that they had no inside informant and did not receive any tips." Yuan-Ke frowned and inquired further, "Are you certain?" "The two henchmen's accounts are identical. They do not appear to be lying." "Then let's lift Qi Lin's surveillance." Yuan-Ke deliberated before responding. The youth hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "What about his punishment?" Yuan-Ke responded without a hint of hesitation. "It has become evident that he is unfit to handle cases within the first team. Let us reassign him to logistics for the time being and notify him once the disciplinary decision is made." "Understood." The youth saluted and departed. Xinyu, upon hearing this exchange, let out a quiet sigh, refraining from defending Qi Lin. For the matter of survival within the first team was one that ultimately no one could assist with. A few minutes later, as Xinyu exited the office, intending to grab a quick breakfast before returning to address the matter of Lao Hei's demise, he overheard a heated argument between Lao Mao and Qi Lin escalating at the stairwell. Meanwhile, downstairs, Lin Yinlei, clad in a woolen coat and adorned with a charming pink scarf, her hair in disarray, called out to the duty officer, "I wish to file a report." Chapter 21. In pursuit of survival, I must give my all in the stairwell on the third floor. Qi Lin vehemently shook off Old Cat's arm, exclaiming, "Do not obstruct me. I must inquire with Team Leader Yuan about why I have been reassigned to logistics. Are you even suited for frontline work? Wake up and do not drag others down." Old Cat retorted, his eyes wide with intensity. Last night's case remains unsolved, and everyone is seething with frustration. Seeking out Old Yuan now is akin to walking into the line of fire. If he loses his temper and dismisses you, wouldn't that render you utterly foolish? As the two continued their heated exchange, Qin Yu descended the stairs, inquiring, "What are you two arguing about?" Both parties paused momentarily. "Could you refrain from shouting here? Is there no sense of embarrassment?" Qin Yu frowned at them and suggested, "Let us step outside. I need to speak with Qi Lin." After a moment's hesitation, Qi Lin was reluctantly pulled away by Qin Yu and Old Cat. Downstairs, Lin Yinlei blinked her beautiful eyes and stated, "I am a journalist. I discovered individuals selling overpriced smuggled drugs around Tuza Street. During an undercover investigation, those thugs spotted us and seized our camera. Do you know them? No. Fill out this form, provide a copy of your identification, and clearly note the time, location, and specific details." The officer casually tossed a questionnaire her way. Lin Yinlei took a seat, diligently completed the form, and handed it back. "Is this sufficient? Can we proceed to apprehend them?" "Very well. You may leave. We will investigate later." "Wait, my camera is still in their possession, and they have not left. You must go and arrest them," Lin Yinlei urged, her anxiety mounting. "Do you really think you need to instruct me on how to handle a case?" The officer leaned back, crossing his legs. "Return home. We will notify you if we have any updates." "What kind of attitude is this? They stole my camera, and they should still be there. Why aren't you going now? Do you not understand? I told you to go home first." "You." Lin Yinlei's face flushed with anger, and in a moment of desperation, she exclaimed, "Forget it. I will find Qin Yu. Is he here? You know him?" The officer asked, momentarily taken aback. "Yes, I am acquainted with him." "Then please wait here." The officer's demeanor softened slightly as he picked up the radio and called out a few instructions. After a brief wait, the officer shook his head and informed her, "Qin Yu is not here. He has stepped out." Lin Yinlei sighed in resignation. "Then will you accompany me to retrieve my camera?" "I cannot go now. I need to report this upward and follow the proper procedures." "Unbelievable," Lin Yinlei muttered under her breath, grabbing her bag and turning to leave. In a nearby breakfast shop adjacent to the police station, Qi Lin stared blankly at the multi-grain steamed buns on the table, seemingly frozen in place. "Do not let it get to you. If you've been reassigned to logistics, so be it. Team Leader Yuan is simply upset," Qin Yu said, trying to console Qi Lin as he ate. With reddened eyes, Qi Lin gazed down at his hands and murmured, "It is profoundly unfair." Old Cat was in a furious temper. He was already dissatisfied with Qi Lin's performance from the previous night, so when he heard those words, he erupted, "What the hell is unfair? If you fail to do your job properly, is it wrong to punish you? I have told you before that you are utterly unfit for frontline work. Yet you continue to dream of promotions. And now look at the situation. You have not only jeopardized yourself, but also your colleagues. That fellow Alung is about to be apprehended. What do you think the higher-ups will say today? Everyone involved in the case will be rewarded. But because you lack the courage to fire your weapon, we are not only facing punishment, but Old Black has also gotten someone killed. Have you seen his body? He was shot 3 times, his bulletproof vest shattered." Hearing this, Qin Yu remained silent. Qi Lin slowly lifted his head, his face devoid of any emotion, as he numbly asked, "Old Cat, could you refrain from passing judgment before understanding the details of the situation?" "What details? Then tell me. Why didn't you shoot?" "Why?" Old Cat slammed his bowl down, glaring intensely. Qi Lin clenched his fists, staring at Old Cat for several seconds before gritting his teeth and replying, "Fine, even if I didn't fire. I acknowledge my mistake. It was your fault from the start. But have you never erred? Haven't you?" Qi Lin suddenly countered. Old Cat was momentarily at a loss for words. "I have never made a principled mistake since the day I became a police officer." "Not once," Qi Lin said, his voice trembling as he looked at Chinyu and Old Cat. I tread carefully, diligently performing my duties as a constable. Not only have I never made a mistake, but to qualify for a promotion to second-level officer and earn that additional few $100s a month. I even worked hard to secure a top 3 spot in shooting at the precinct, first place in the constable category, right? Chinyu was utterly taken aback, as he had no idea that Qilin had such shooting accolades. When I brought honors to the precinct, there was no tangible reward. Yet when I err, I face punishment. Is that fair? Qilin's eyes glistened with emotion as he questioned, is it difficult to become a second-level officer? It's merely a matter of a word from above. Yet why hasn't it been said for me? Why has no one advocated for me? Year after year, I receive nominations, yet year after year, I am left trailing behind. Am I not correct, Old Cat? Old Cat had never witnessed Qilin speaking to him in such a manner, leaving him momentarily bewildered. I'm not like you. You have Oldly backing you in the precinct, and you can act as you please. You can even scold Yuanko when you're upset. But can I? If I say one wrong word, I might be sent home the next day. I have no work to fall back on. Who will treat my mother's illness? Who will support my sister? You? Tell me, is it you? Qilin's voice was hoarse as he clenched his fists and shouted. You're living a life, while I am merely seeking to survive. I cannot afford to gamble with my life. When trouble arises, I must evade it, for I lack the privilege to fight against others. There are 2 mouths at home waiting for me to feed them. If I don't work for 3 days, they will starve. You have a background, while I carry burdens, which allows you to belittle me from your lofty position, whereas I can only remain bent over, forever. Perhaps one day, despite my utmost efforts, I may only manage to reach your starting point, and nothing more. Having spoken, Qilin rose, staring blankly at Chinyu and the Old Cat, saying, You eat. I shall take my leave. Qilin, Chinyu called out. Without turning back, Qilin departed the breakfast shop in solitude. The Old Cat furrowed his brow and continued to sip his porridge. Chinyu remained lost in thought, oblivious to his own musings. After a considerable time, the Old Cat, his head lowered, inquired, Did I speak too harshly? Yes, somewhat, Chinyu nodded. I genuinely worry for him. The Old Cat sighed. As snowflakes began to drift from the sky, Qilin trudged along the desolate streets, contemplating purchasing a bottle of liquor to alleviate his inner turmoil. Yet, upon reaching for his pocket, he recalled that even the most inexpensive bottle would cost 25 yuan. He persevered, walking towards home. Within a certain dwelling in Tujia Street, a Long inhaled a cigarette, frowning as he addressed Lao Ma. When can I leave? It's being arranged. It won't be long, just a couple of days, came the reply. Before I go, I need to step out for a moment. Stop rambling. They're searching for you frantically outside, Lao Ma urged, his tone urgent. This time I leave. Who knows when I shall return? Along replied, lowering his gaze. I have a few wishes to fulfill. Chapter 22. The purchase of a human the next day. As Chinyu entered the office, the Old Cat approached him, inquiring, What are you busy with? Before he passed, Lao He shared a few words with me, asking me to expedite his compensation so that it could support the 2 children he left behind. Chinyu replied, sipping his water. Oh, haven't you lost 3 from your side? Don't you have to deal with that? Chinyu asked proactively. I'm currently handling it. Reaching out to the families of the fallen comrades, the Old Cat responded, lowering his head. I don't particularly like such occasions, so I didn't attend. Ah, King Yuno did. Hey, do you have anything scheduled later? The Old Cat suddenly asked. Chinyu hesitated. Is it still about interrogating those 2 lackeys? Nothing of great importance. Then come with me to Qilin's home. The Old Cat feigned a nonchalant demeanor. He's been transferred to logistics, which means no more field allowances and a reduced salary. I'm worried he might do something drastic. Through their interactions, Chinyu had come to realize that the Old Cat had a sharp tongue and often spoke without regard for others' feelings. Yet he was acutely aware of the situation. He likely knew that Chinyu had already broached the topic at the breakfast shop yesterday, hence this little scheme. However, the Old Cat was somewhat hesitant to visit Qilin alone, prompting him to bring Chinyu along. I'll be off work at noon. I need to check on Zhu Wei's interrogation. Chinyu glanced at the clock and replied, All right, I'll come by to get you at noon. Sounds good. As the noon whistle rang, Chinyu hopped onto the Old Cat's electric motorcycle and made his way to Qilin's residence. In truth, Those who held positions in the police force were generally faring quite well in this era, at least in District 9, where they were considered part of the middle-income demographic. Despite the inherent dangers of the job, it provided a steady paycheck each month. However, Chilin's circumstances were still quite dire. He resided on the outskirts of a slum near the dark street, where the majority of inhabitants lacked stable employment. The younger folks managed to scrape by with manual labor, but the elderly, sick, and disabled suffered greatly, as many were truly incapable of working. The local government of Songjiang lacked sufficient resources to provide relief provisions, leading to actual cases of starvation. The crime rate was alarmingly high, with a constant turnover of residents. Chilin's residence in such a place stemmed from financial constraints. The rent was low, and utilities were intermittently supplied, allowing him to save a bit more to support his family. This was also why he would take advantage of his position at the police station, often lingering for dinner even if he had finished work early, and even bringing home his laundry to save a few coins. As Qin Yu stepped into Chilin's modest courtyard, he surveyed his surroundings. The yard was square, approximately 300 to 400 square meters in size, but most of it belonged to the landlord. They had merely rented out 2 small, low-roofed rooms at the entrance to Chilin on a long-term basis. The 2 bungalows faced each other, separated by a wall and an iron gate. To those unfamiliar with such arrangements, it may appear peculiar. However, those in the know understand that the landlord, wary of dishonest tenants, intentionally created this division and mandates locking the iron gate at night. Yet, having resided here for an extended period, Chilin likely earned the landlord's trust, leading to a more relaxed management style, with the gate often left ajar as a gesture of respect. Upon entering the courtyard, they immediately spotted Chilin, who appeared dejected, sitting silently on the steps. "What are you doing?" Lao Mao inquired as he approached. Chilin, momentarily taken aback, rose to his feet. "What brings you 2 here?" "Just checking if you were alive," Lao Mao replied, known for his bluntness. "Come on, let us go inside." Chilin, adept at overlooking conflicts and awkwardness, made no mention of the previous day's events. He quickly adjusted his mood and cheerfully invited them in. "Where's your mother?" Lao Mao asked. "She's lying in the room across, and my sister is out doing some odd jobs," Chilin responded with a smile. "Come in for some water." "No, let us go see your mother," Lao Mao insisted, carrying food prepared specifically for Chilin's mother. Chilin hesitated, shaking his head. "Let us not." "What is wrong?" Qin Yu asked. "We had a quarrel." "Damn," Lao Mao exclaimed. "Are you taking your frustrations out on your mother? Aren't you too old for this?" "Enough. She is the one taking it out on me," Chilin sighed. "She insists I bring home a daughter-in-law before she passes. How am I supposed to manage that? I'm about to be reassigned to logistics, earning over 100 less each month. It's hard enough to make ends meet, let alone find her a daughter-in-law." "What brought this on?" Lao Mao asked, intrigued. Chilin hesitated, beckoning them inside, and began recounting the situation. His mother suffered from liver disease, which had escalated due to a lack of funds for treatment, resulting in a syndrome that caused the deterioration of vital organs. Time was running short. Lacking education and having endured numerous misfortunes, her only wish before departing was to see Chilin married, to witness a continuation of the family line. Chilin understood the deeper motivation behind her desire. She wished to spare him the burden of spending on her and hoped he would settle down with a wife. Inside the house, after listening to Chilin, Qin Yu remained silent, unsure of what advice to offer. Lao Mao, contemplating for a moment, finally remarked, "If you're to find a woman, you need to be prepared. She suddenly demands a daughter-in-law. Where do we even start? Time is of the essence. She has already made arrangements through a broker with Lao Dong's wife. My mother wants me to spend money on a marriage. But you know my situation. I've just faced penalties, my income is reduced, and the future in logistics is uncertain." Chilin's expression was one of despair. After reflecting on Chilin's predicament, Lao Mao suggested buying one could be an option. "Stop joking," Chilin replied. Chilin waved his hand, expressing concern. "What if my punishment is severe and the police chief can no longer remain in his position? What will happen to me then?" The old cat, lowering his head, replied, "I will do everything in my power to ensure you stay on with the police." Chilin was taken aback by the response. "Tell me the truth. Is the old lady truly unwell?" The old cat inquired softly. Qi Lin remained silent for a few seconds before letting out a long sigh. It's not a matter of healing, merely maintaining her condition, which implies deterioration. How long? It's hard to say. Then let's arrange for a wife. The old cat said through clenched teeth. You ought to get married. A grown man can't simply run home every day without doing anything. Having someone to look after you would allow you to work more effectively. But I have... Wait a moment, Qi Lin began, only to be interrupted by the old cat, who turned to Qin Yu and called out, Come out with me for a moment. Old cat, there's no need. Qi Lin immediately stood up. The old cat pointed at Qi Lin, insisting, You just wait here. 2 minutes later, outside the door, the old cat was puffing on an electronic cigarette, looking down at Qin Yu. Do you have any money? Qin Yu blinked. I can lend him a maximum of 500. That's insufficient. The old cat shook his head. Qin Yu responded without hesitation. That's all I can manage. The old cat raised his head and articulated each word slowly. If Qi Lin cannot repay you temporarily, I will return it to you before Christmas. Qin Yu looked at the old cat in surprise, and after careful consideration for a few seconds, he replied, I only have 1,500 left. I can give you 1,300, leaving 200 for my meals. Thank you, brother. The old cat clapped Qin Yu on the arm. Hey, I want to ask. Qin Yu blinked with curiosity. If Qi Lin cannot repay me, how will you settle it? I will sell silver on the dirt street to repay you. How dare you? Qin Yu exclaimed in frustration. I don't want to lend anymore. Then it's decided. The old cat chuckled as he rushed back inside, calling out, Qi Lin, find someone to contact. We've gathered 3,500 for you. You'll need to figure out the rest. Qi Lin stood in the dilapidated room, staring at the two for a long moment before bowing deeply. I assure you, I will repay this money. Indeed, Qi Lin did not wish to defy his mother's wishes, as he understood that this might be the old lady's final desire. At 3 p.m, Qi Lin, with a substantial sum secured at his waist, departed the urban area of Songjiang with Qin Yu and the old cat, heading towards Beitai Living Village. As the vehicle traversed the long-frozen Songjiang, its tires crunched over the pristine white snow, finally halting on an unnamed dirt road. The trio walked 3 kilometers to the entrance of Beitai Village, where they made a phone call. After approximately half an hour, a woman in her 50s, clad in a military coat and sporting a flushed face, approached them and asked, Are you here to buy someone? Unamused by the bluntness, the old cat replied, We are looking for a wife. Follow me, she said dismissively, turning to lead the way. The 3 followed her, winding through a rundown area of houses, until they entered a dilapidated dwelling with gaps that allowed the wind to whistle through. The woman forcefully pushed open the iron door and pointed at the diverse individuals seated on the floor inside, declaring, We have both black and white. As long as the money is right, everything is negotiable. Qin Yu stood at the entrance, pinching his nose, and said, Qi Lin, go in and choose. Are they all legal residents? The old cat feigned understanding and inquired, Brother, are the ones with residency rights the ones I should introduce to you? The woman rolled her eyes, responding, Isn't it more appealing to directly pick them up from the dirt street? You seem quite knowledgeable, remarked the old cat. Indeed, the woman retorted with a smirk. Who doesn't have a story these days? The old cat was rendered speechless. She patted Qi Lin on the shoulder, saying, Brother, there's no need to feel embarrassed. It's business. After all, the client comes first. Go on in and choose. There's a flashlight here. It's too dark to see clearly. Qi Lin felt a twinge of embarrassment, standing at the door with a hint of hesitation. Bang! The old cat kicked Qi Lin into the room, urging, Hurry up. It's getting dark. Qi Lin blinked and stepped inside. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure stealthily scanned the surroundings before approaching the window of Qi Lin's house, whispering, Qi Lin, are you home? Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached from behind, startling the figure, who instinctively drew a concealed firearm from beneath their clothing. After a quick glance, they realized it was merely someone passing by. Beads of sweat formed on their forehead as they took another glance into Qi Lin's house, and upon seeing no one, they furrowed their brow and departed. Chapter 23. Everything speaks in currency in times past. Life was fraught with pressure, and many would lament that love had become so inexpensive it could be purchased with money. This sentiment, once merely a sarcastic critique of societal conditions, has now transformed into a stark reality. Whether this marks progress or regression remains uncertain. The women in question have gathered young ladies from the designated planning area, not through abduction or coercion, but rather these girls willingly choose to accompany them. Their sole aspiration is to secure a stable meal. These young women lack residency rights in the 9th Special Zone and can only obtain legal status through marriage or personal purchase. Otherwise, exceeding a certain duration would lead to their lawful expulsion and removal. After wandering the room for several minutes, Chi Lin emerged to inquire of the women, "Do those two compatriot girls have family?" "No," the women replied without hesitation, shaking their heads. "Are you aware of my profession?" Chi Lin asked, his brow furrowed. The women paused, taken aback. "Do not deceive me. Do they truly have family?" Chi Lin pressed further. After a moment of contemplation, one woman responded, I almost forgot, those two girls do indeed have family. But they are all in the designated planning area. Then I shall not take them," Chi Lin replied, shaking his head. "That would only invite complications. Then look for others. What is the name of that Belarusian girl?" Chi Lin pondered before asking. "Bella," the woman said, giving a thumbs up. "Young brother, you have a good eye. Look at that girl. Around 1.70 meters, with fair skin and beauty, she would be quite the delight at home. Her Chinese is no problem?" Chi Lin inquired. "She resides near the 9th Zone. She speaks the local dialect better than I do, so there is no issue." "Then I shall take her," Chi Lin nodded. "How much?" 8,000, the woman replied succinctly. "Let's go," Chi Lin stated, turning to leave. Chin Yu and Old Cat exchanged glances, quickly following suit. "Wait, young brother. Why such a foul temper? What have I said that was incorrect?" The woman called after him. "Come back, and I shall give you a 10% discount." 8,000? Why not just rob a bank?" Chi Lin retorted, glancing back. "I cannot afford such an expense. I can deduct 1,000 for you," the woman insisted, catching up and grasping Chi Lin's arm. "Brother, they lack residency rights, and bringing them in incurs costs. Do not haggle too harshly." 3,000, Chi Lin countered. "Do not be absurd. For 3,000, I might as well sell you a leg to take home." The woman rolled her eyes. "Then let it be," Chi Lin said. "Why does he always want to leave?" The woman exclaimed, growing anxious. "The minimum I can offer is 6,800. It cannot be less. I have been supporting them for over 2 months. I can only bring 4,500. If that is agreeable, we can draft a written agreement." "And I shall take the girl," Old Cat interjected wide-eyed. "But there is one stipulation. If she returns home and then runs away, do not say I hindered your business." "No way. For 1,500 is absolutely unacceptable. With that amount, you can only acquire someone like me," the woman exclaimed, waving her hand dismissively. "If you want to leave, then go. The minimum is 6,800. Upon hearing this, Chi Lin did not hesitate. He turned and departed the small courtyard with Chin Yu and Old Cat. Approximately 2 minutes later, the woman caught up with them, panting as she called out, "All right, I see a connection between you two. I'll sell it to you for 4,500. Let us be friends, little brother. Come back." After 3 rounds of price negotiations, Chi Lin finally reached an agreement with her, while the Russian girl, Bella, listened attentively from within the house. Later that evening, around 8 or 9 o'clock, Old Cat hailed a black car, and the 4 of them returned to the city of Sanjiang. On the road, Chin Yu glanced at the disheveled Bella and jokingly asked Chi Lin, "Aren't you going to take care of this? Where's the money for that?" Chi Lin replied, shaking his head, "Let us just have a meal with a few friends." "When? How about tomorrow?" Chi Lin pondered for a moment before adding, "I'll notify the team as well." "All right, that settles it." After a long day, Old Cat was quite exhausted. He turned to the Russian girl and succinctly stated, "Although our acquaintance began with money, my brother is a good person. He won't treat you poorly. Please take good care of him." Bella never lifted her gaze. Her head bowed as she fiddled with the ends of her hair, murmuring, I understand. Well then, we'll take our leave." Old Cat waved at Chi Lin. "Hey." The 4 exchanged a few brief pleasantries before Old Cat and Chin Yu watched the man and woman, brought together by money, depart. On the weather-beaten street, Chi Lin walked ahead, feeling somewhat awkward, his heart pounding. After an indeterminate amount of time, Bella called out, "See, can you slow down? My shoes are worn out. They hurt my feet." Chi Lin paused, turned to the girl, and after deliberating, said, "Shall I carry you? We're almost there." The girl stood still, grasping Chi Lin's clothing. I want to eat." Chuckling, Chi Lin bent down and said, "Hop on. We'll eat when we get home." That night, Old Cat had no particular destination in mind and, unlike his usual practice of staying over at Chinyu's place, made an excuse and left. When Chinyu returned home, it was already past 8. He initially intended to boil some water and grab a bite to eat, but then remembered he had lent out 1,300 yuan and only had 200 left for daily expenses. Thus, he simply washed up and prepared for bed. Around 9 o'clock, as Chinyu lay down, he heard Lin Yinlei's furious shout, "What are you doing? Do you believe I will report this?" Startled by the commotion, Chinyu quickly threw on his jacket and went to the window to look outside. Lin Yinlei stood at the bottom of the steps, pointing towards the entrance, while 3 burly men in leather coats staggered inside. "Young lady, you truly lack awareness of your situation. Consider this a warning. Do you still not feel any shame?" The burly leader stroked his bald head and extended his hand, demanding, "Hand over the camera." "The camera is not in my possession. If you continue to harass me, I shall immediately contact the police." "You look rather foolish," he chuckled, pointing at Lin Yinlei and mocking her. "The police? My friend Yuan Ku is a police officer. Go ahead and call. I shall await his arrival with amusement." Lin Yinlei was momentarily taken aback by his words. Inside, just as Chinyu was about to step outside to investigate, he froze upon hearing the name Yuan Ku, his brow furrowing in concern. Suddenly, a 15-year-old boy burst out from the inner courtyard, clad in a tattered cotton jacket, shouting, "What is going on? Why are you making such a racket in the middle of the night?" Chapter 24. A cry for justice in courtyard number 88 as a young boy dashed out. A woman behind him seized the collar of his shirt, pulling him back into the inner courtyard. "Quick, shut the door and mind your own business," she instructed. Chinyu, observing from inside, recognized the woman as the landlord. Within the courtyard, a burly man with a crooked neck glanced over at the inner area and chuckled, addressing Lin Yinlei. "Did you see that? Nowadays, people just shy away from trouble. They think that shouting a few times will summon help. Dream on." Lin Yinlei retreated to the doorway, her bright eyes darting nervously at the 3 imposing men, and with a note of vulnerability, she pleaded, "Big brother, I truly don't have the camera. I have already handed it in. Please, don't make things difficult for me." The crooked-necked man stepped forward, seizing Lin Yinlei's dark hair. "How can you be so deceitful, little girl? If I wasn't sure it was with you, would I be here?" Gazing at the man's rugged features and malicious gaze, Lin Yinlei's heart raced. "I assure you the item is truly..." Bang! The man, losing patience, clutched Lin Yinlei's head and forcefully slammed it against the doorframe. "Damn it, I've been too lenient with you." Caught off guard by the sudden aggression, Lin Yinlei felt dazed. "Dongzi, drag her inside. I'll communicate with her differently." "What are you doing? If you want to be disrespectful, I'll show you what winter feels like," the man on the left growled, advancing to kick the door and pull Lin Yinlei inside. Creak! At that moment, the door opposite swung open, and Chinyu stepped out. "What is going on? Why trouble a young girl?" Upon hearing his voice, Lin Yinlei looked up in delight and called out, "Brother, brother, save me." Chinyu, normally reserved and uninterested in meddling, found it hard to ignore the escalating situation. It was evident that these men were intent on causing further trouble. Should matters intensify, Lin Yinlei would undoubtedly report it. Given that he resided in the same courtyard, it would be difficult to justify in the aftermath. Moreover, knowing that Lin Yinlei had connections, he preferred to avoid entangling himself in a larger mess, prompting him to intervene. "Who are you?" the lead thug barked, turning to confront him. "I'm an officer, residing here," Chinyu replied tersely, standing firm at the doorway. "It's late. If you have something to discuss, do it later. Spare us the nonsense here." "An officer?" The thug paused, taken aback. "Which department do you belong to?" Chinyu chose not to directly answer. "I'm telling you to release her." "You've got quite the tone," the thug frowned. "This is none of your business. Go back inside and mind your own affairs." Disregarding Chinyu, the thug turned back to Lin Yinlei, shouting, "Last time I'll ask you, are you giving me the item or not? I already told you the camera." Slap! Before Lin Yinlei could finish her sentence, Chinyu stepped forward and firmly grasped the thug's wrist. "Buddy, don't cause trouble in this courtyard." The imposing figure turned his stern gaze back. "I'm the tiger of Tuzhou Street. If you do not recognize me, you may call the police officer to verify." Chinyu furrowed his brow. "Get lost. The tiger shrugged his shoulders. Qin Yu's right hand, akin to a steel vice, clasped firmly around the tiger's wrist. Is this not yet over? Bang! The tiger abruptly turned, landing a punch squarely on Qin Yu's chest. As a police officer, have you lost sight of your position? Qin Yu remained silent, standing his ground. The tiger slapped Qin Yu on the head. What do you intend to do? Uphold the law. Go on, try to arrest me. With a sudden motion, Qin Yu seized the tiger's arm with his left hand and swept his right leg low. Thud! The tiger collapsed to the ground. Damn it, is he really the tiger? Are there no lions on Tujia Street? Qin Yu, with his head down, delivered 3 swift kicks to the tiger's head, sending him rolling down the steps. The burly men on either side drew knives from their jackets without hesitation, disregarding Qin Yu's badge, and advanced to stab him. Crash! Qin Yu swiftly retrieved a gun from the tiger, deftly chambering a round, disengaging the safety, and aimed it at one of the attackers. You point that knife at a police officer. Do you believe I won't shoot you dead? You're just boasting. Bang! The gun fired. Lin Yinlei, terrified, crouched down, covering her head. The bullet grazed the cheek of the man with the knife, leaving him stunned. Did you not say I was bluffing? Why are you flinching? Qin Yu glared. Stand firm. I'll press the gun against your forehead and fire. The 2 men froze, uncertain of Qin Yu's intentions. On the ground, the tiger, shaking his head, yelled, Damn it, Dongzi, call for backup. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Yu struck the tiger's head forcefully with the butt of the gun 7 or 8 times. 3 men and 1 gun. What is lacking? You cannot stand, yet you pretend to be tough. Blood streamed from the tiger's head as he slumped against the doorway, utterly dazed. Crouch, Qin Yu commanded, pointing his gun at the other 2. They exchanged glances, their expressions dark, and squatted down the steps. Qin Yu's mind raced as he contemplated his next move before addressing Lin Yinlei. Go to my room and bring me the phone. Lin Yinlei, still crouched and afraid to raise her head, hesitated. Bang! Qin Yu kicked her lightly. If you can stir up trouble, you can handle it too. Stop whining. Go get my phone from the bedside. Lin Yinlei snapped back to reality and hurried into Qin Yu's room, returning with the phone. Qin Yu, holding the gun in one hand, dialed Zhu Wei's number with the other. I have captured 3 suspects. Come drive them away. Upon hearing this, the tiger looked up and cursed. You little pup, are you serious? Qin Yu raised the gun, ready to strike. The tiger instinctively recoiled, falling silent, gritting his teeth as he awaited the arrival of the police. Beside them, Qin Yu tugged at Lin Yinlei, taking a few steps before lowering his head to inquire, Sister, why do you always attract trouble? What do they want from you? I captured some footage of them, Lin Yinlei replied, blinking her eyes. It's part of my job. What did you film? They're inflating prices of medicines in the slums and secretly selling counterfeit drugs. I managed to photograph it. Lin Yinlei responded after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt a sudden jolt in his heart. They're selling counterfeit drugs too? Yes. I've been following them for several days. They even snatched my camera last time, Lin Yinlei nodded. These scoundrels are devoid of humanity. Taking advantage of your crackdown on price gouging, they're forcing people in the slums to sell their organs. It's akin to feasting on the blood of the innocent. Qin Yu fell into deep thought upon hearing her words. Half an hour later, as Officer Zhu Wei arrived at the scene, he spotted Tiger and paused in surprise, saying, Oh, Tiger, what brings you here? Little Zhu Wei. Upon seeing an acquaintance, Tiger immediately regained his composure and stated, I need to make a phone call. Qin Yu approached Zhu Wei and asked, Do you know him? What the hell? Why are you arresting him? He is a friend of Team Yuan, Zhu Wei replied, lowering his head. You little brat. If I don't strip you of that outfit today, I won't share your surname, Tiger said, wiping the blood from his face as he stepped aside to dial Yuan Ku's number. Chapter 25. The Sly Old Eel in Courtyard number 88. After making a phone call at the entrance, the tiger had not long to wait before Qin Yu's phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID and recognizing Yuan Ku's number, he promptly approached his room's door and pressed the answer button. Hello, team leader Yuan? What is going on? Oh, come now. For such a trivial matter, you need to be alarmed? Qin Yu's earlier aggression towards the tiger had vanished, replaced by an obsequious demeanor. Those individuals who came to my courtyard, are they your friends? Sort of, Yuan Ku replied, blinking. They know my older brother and, upon learning that you're a police officer, they called me. Quite the unexpected turn of events, Qin Yu mused, fabricating a story as he had already overheard the tiger's words and was aware of the connection between the two. Why did things escalate to violence? It wasn't my intention to resort to violence. Qin Yu, a man accustomed to contemplating his escape routes before acting, articulated his thoughts with clarity. The girl your friends were after is the one from that recent kidnapping case. Yuan Ke paused, taken aback. The one who was abducted? Precisely. This woman works at an online broadcasting station and rents a place in the same courtyard as I do. She was outside just now, crying and screaming, and I felt compelled to intervene. You know, she must have some sort of background. Otherwise, Director Li Wunti have personally come to escort her away that day. Qin Yu explained softly. So, upon encountering the situation, I had no choice but to act. Otherwise, it could escalate into a serious issue, and we might all find ourselves in trouble. Initially, I intended to persuade your friends to leave, but unexpectedly they got a bit carried away and drew knives on me. I had no idea they were associated with you, and, given their actions, I had no choice but to retaliate. Do you have any insight into this woman's connections? Yuan Ke inquired, his brow furrowing. I'm not certain, Qin Yu replied, shaking his head. However, the individual who came to retrieve her that day was a leader from the media department, and Director Li personally went downstairs to see her off. Ah, are you acquainted with this girl? Qin Yu, unhesitatingly embellishing, replied, Well, we're on friendly terms. This must be a misunderstanding. Please hand the phone to the tiger. I'll speak with him briefly and have him leave. Yuan Ke chuckled, adding, You should also have a word with the girl. The tiger likely isn't aware of her connections, so she shouldn't take it to heart. I'll arrange a gathering later for the tiger to treat her to a meal. Such matters are trivial. I will convey that to her. Very well, then. Just a moment, Team Leader Yuan. Qin Yu, holding the phone, strode over to the tiger. You're needed on the line. The tiger paused briefly, then stepped aside to converse with Yuan Ke. After a few exchanges, he hung up the phone, his expression slightly sullen. Ah, so you all know each other. You should have mentioned that sooner. I wouldn't have acted so rashly. Qin Yu remarked with a smile directed at the tiger. The tiger, holding back his frustration, retorted, You'd best watch yourself, kid. This isn't over. My apologies, brother tiger, for failing to let you successfully strip me of my clothing. Qin Yu responded lightly. The tiger sharpened his teeth and tossed the phone to Qin Yu, gesturing with his hand. Let us go. Beside them, Zhu Wei, bewildered by the unfolding events, turned to Qin Yu in utter confusion and asked, How did you manage that? What exactly is your relationship with Captain Yuan? What relationship? Qin Yu retorted. Captain Yuan has always shown respect towards the tiger, yet you've made such a mess of things, and a single phone call resolves it? I thought you'd have to strip him down. Zhu Wei was perplexed. After pondering for a moment, Qin Yu leaned closer to Zhu Wei and whispered, Actually, I've never told you this, but the highest administrative officer of the 9th Special District is my uncle. Come on, not a word of truth in that. Zhu Wei rolled his eyes, choosing not to press further. Is there anything else? If not, I'll be on my way. Trouble is brewing. Qin Yu patted Zhu Wei on the shoulder. Get some rest. You can report to the team by noon tomorrow. At least you have a bit of humanity. Zhu Wei chuckled. I'm off. Goodbye. Yes, goodbye. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhu Wei turned and left the 88th courtyard. At the entrance, Lin Yinlei brushed her hair back and stepped in front of Qin Yu, saying, I'm sorry to trouble you again. Qin Yu looked at Lin Yinlei with curiosity. Are you specifically here to test my professional abilities? Every time I run into you, it's never good news. Upon hearing this, Lin Yinlei pouted and sighed. I've been rather unlucky lately. By the way, why do they keep bothering you? Suddenly, Qin Yu asked. Lin Yinlei glanced at his attire and politely suggested, It's cold outside. Let us talk inside. All right. Lin Yinlei turned and opened the door to her room, leading Qin Yu inside. Qin Yu cast an eye around the space, noticing that the layout was similar to his own, but this room was more meticulously arranged, exuding a faint, pleasant fragrance. What would you like to drink? Besides water, do you have anything else? Qin Yu inquired. No. Then let us skip the formalities. Qin Yu settled into a chair. Just get some water. Lin Yinlei removed her coat and poured Qin Yu a cup of warm water from the thermos, softly explaining, I intended to do a special report on patients from the lower strata, but unexpectedly encountered this drug trafficking gang. During my interactions, I realized these people have no moral boundaries. Their actions are utterly ruthless. As a media professional, beyond supporting myself, I have an obligation to give a voice to society. So I took some photos of them, and that's when the trouble began. Holding the cup of water, Chin Yu bluntly asked, "Is your family relatively well off?" "It's okay, why do you ask?" Lin Yinlei was taken aback. "You seem like someone who has had it easy." "That's absurd." Upon hearing this, Lin Yinlei could not help but retort, "You work in the judicial field. How can you make such a tasteless remark?" "Huh, why do you look like a simpleton?" "I was just chatting. Why are you getting worked up?" Chin Yu raised his neck and drained a glass of water, then stood up and addressed Lin Yinlei. "What you choose to do is beyond my concern, but as a considerate neighbor, I must advise you to swiftly dispose of those photographs and adopt a more constructive theme. Your reporting will not alter the circumstances in Songjiang. Rather, it may provoke discomfort in some individuals. If a media person cannot evoke a reaction from others, what value do they truly have?" Lin Yinlei, with her large, watery eyes, appeared both earnest and somewhat endearing. "You are such a simpleton." "No, you are," Lin Yinlei retorted, slightly exasperated. "You've already insulted me twice since entering the room. I'm leaving." Chin Yu, disinclined to continue the conversation, turned to depart. "Return my cup." Chin Yu set the cup down, turned his back on Lin Yinlei's room, his expression now devoid of jest. Lin Yinlei had mentioned that the tiger was also involved in drug trafficking. Was it merely coincidental that the tiger knew Yuan Ke? For the first time, Chin Yu sensed something amiss, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Inside the hospital, the tiger sat in the surgical consultation room, shouting into the phone at Yuan Ke, "I simply cannot comprehend why you are protecting a clueless youth with no background whatsoever." Chapter 26. The banquet. Are you aware of the woman's background? Yuan Kiskiviko inquired coldly. The tiger was momentarily taken aback. "I haven't heard anything." "You have no idea of her background, yet you recklessly bring people to stir trouble? Is this not a rather reckless endeavor?" Yuan Ke furrowed his brow. "If today you had encountered someone other than Chin Yu, and something unfortunate befell that young lady, do you comprehend the consequences? My brother, when he initially abducted her, failed to ascertain her background, resulting in a disastrous outcome for Songxia. And you think you are exempt from such fate?" I didn't think it through," the tiger stammered. "Moreover, the entire police department is rigorously cracking down on drug trafficking. Our own slogan is being echoed. Are you attempting to sabotage me by engaging in narcotics now?" "What did I tell you?" Yuan Ke reprimanded in a low voice. The tiger scratched his head, where a bandage was wrapped. "It's not that I wanted to deal drugs right now. The goods are piling up, and we brothers have already discarded a substantial amount." "Tiger, do not let minor gains disrupt your judgment. There are influential individuals backing you in this matter. Why are you so flustered?" Yuan Ke ordered with a look of resignation. "Regardless of your reasons, you must adhere to the directives from above. Do not say I did not warn you. If you cause a stir at this juncture, no one will be able to rescue you." "Understood," the tiger nodded. "Also, Chin Yu is under my command. He is working for me. Do not provoke him. Instead, cooperate with him in any matters that arise. Do you comprehend?" Yuan Ke, aware of the tiger's vindictive nature, specifically advised him. "Xiao Ke, I fail to understand. You've been in the police force for so long, and you have many capable individuals under your command. Why must you recruit this brash youth?" The tiger cursed through gritted teeth. "Damn it, I have roamed the underworld for so long, and no one has dared to press a gun to my head like this kid. Tiger, when will you grasp this simple truth?" Yuan Kiskiviko saw it. There are always greater powers beyond your own. You may believe in your own prowess, but do you realize that even the formidable Songxia fell to Chin Yu? What era are we in? It is a time where desperation drives people to seize even military supplies. It is an age where the streets are crowded, and ruthless individuals abound. You never know which scavenger today might rise to prominence tomorrow. Therefore, conflicts devoid of interest do not even qualify as conflicts. Do you understand? The tiger scoffed. "Your words are quite formidable. They could plow fields." "Fine. I will heed your advice and refrain from confronting him." "That settles it," Yuan Ke concluded, hanging up the phone. The following evening, Chin Yu and Old Cat proceeded to the second sister's restaurant as previously arranged. For Chi Lin was hosting a banquet to celebrate his marriage. Although termed a celebration, It was essentially an invitation for a few acquaintances to enjoy a meal and create some merriment. Given Qi Lin's limited finances, a grand affair was beyond his means. Upon arriving at the restaurant around 8 in the evening, Qin Yu surveyed the second floor and found mostly familiar faces from the police department, alongside some of Qi Lin's neighbors and his younger sister. Mother did not come? Old Cat queried within the hall. Due to poor health, I was unable to attend. Qi Lin smiled, pulling his blind sister to introduce her Qin Yu. You haven't met yet, have you? This is my sister, Qi Yu. Hello, brother Qin Yu. Qi Yu appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, her delicate features possessing a striking elegance, yet marred by her blindness. Such a beautiful girl, tragically deprived of her sight. Hello, Qin Yu greeted the young girl, then turned to the bride. Bella, you look stunning today. Bella, dressed in a simple red qipao, smiled and nodded at Qin Yu. Hello. Old Cat, observing the radiant Bella, teased with a grin. You've clearly been well taken care of. Get lost, Qi Lin retorted, waving him off. Come, take a seat at the main table, feel free. Hearing this, Qin Yu and Old Cat moved to the main table, indulging in light snacks as they awaited the feast to commence. After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, Yuan Ke suddenly appeared on the second floor, accompanied by Tiger. Captain Yuan, enjoying the banquet? Upon noticing Yuan Ke's arrival, the 30 or so guests in the room rose to greet him. Come, mingle a bit. Everyone sit down. Yuan Ke gestured amiably before taking a seat at Qin Yu's table. You lot, neglecting your work to come here for a wedding, huh? Qin Yu grinned. Just finished the interrogation. Yuan Ke patted Qin Yu's thigh and turned to Tiger, asking, Do you know each other? How could I not? We met just yesterday. Tiger pointed to the bandage on his head, chuckling as he addressed Qin Yu. Brother, your impression left quite a mark on me. Seeing Tiger's demeanor, Qin Yu quickly extended his hand. I sincerely apologize. I had no idea you were acquainted with Captain Yuan. Little Ke mentioned that woman had some connections. So your intervention was quite helpful, Tiger said politely, shaking hands with Qin Yu. Let bygones be bygones from yesterday. Let's start anew. With Yuan Ke here, we are like family. In the future, you will see what kind of person I am. All right. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. We'll have a drink later. Absolutely. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Old Cat leaned in, furrowing his brow as he whispered in Qin Yu's ear. How do you know this guy? I had a bit of a scuffle with him yesterday, Qin Yu replied casually. Old Cat cast a disdainful glance at Tiger and cautioned quietly, best to avoid him. He's not a good person. What happened? Last year, he had a conflict with a boss from our shady street and secretly ran over his wife, killing her. Old Cat's expression darkened. The woman was over 6 months pregnant. Her head was smashed to pieces. Qin Yu was taken aback. Did he not face any consequences? Consequences? The boss had 2 children. He managed to escape accountability, and it was deemed an accident in the end. He just paid some compensation and got off. Old Cat's voice was hoarse. He's nothing but a beast. Upon hearing these words, Qin Yu cast a cold glance at the Tiger and chose not to engage further. Shortly after Yuan Ke's arrival, the banquet commenced, and the atmosphere was lively with the clinking of cups. Throughout the meal and drinks, Yuan Ke persistently drew Qin Yu into conversation. Brother, there are few whom I can truly appreciate, but you are one of them. In these times, those who possess both courage and intellect are highly sought after. As long as you perform well, I assure you, you shall not be treated unfairly in the future. Qin Yu nodded, his complexion flushed with warmth. Just wait a moment, Yuan Ke said, patting Qin Yu on the arm. He then poured himself a drink, stood up, and called out, Everyone please quiet down. The 3 tables of friends turned their attention to Yuan Ke. Qi Lin, a member of their team, joyfully exclaimed, We are all familiar faces here, so let us toast to him. Yuan Ke raised his glass and cheerfully addressed the crowd. With Yuan Ke leading, everyone stood up to toast Qi Lin. The young couple, beaming with joy, also poured drinks to accompany everyone. After downing his drink, Yuan Ke poured again and declared, Additionally, I would like to say a few words. Although this young, Yu has only recently joined our team. He has already clicked with me and has assisted in resolving numerous cases for the department. Director Li is quite pleased. His promotion is merely a matter of time, so I hope everyone will extend their support to him in our work. With that single statement, Qin Yu quickly became the center of attention. Regardless of whether he recognized them or not, colleagues from the police force began to raise their glasses in his honor. If it had been someone else receiving such praise from Yuan Ke, they might have felt a bit elated, but Qin Yu, being a seasoned veteran from the planning district, felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Recently, he had indeed been in the spotlight. The case in Songxia had been solved, and there had been significant breakthroughs in the drug trafficking case, both of which revolve around him. Thus, he believed that receiving attention from superiors was justified, as leaders tend to favor capable subordinates. However, he felt that Yuan Ke's attention had surpassed mere admiration, becoming somewhat peculiar. After all, they were not related, and it seemed odd for him to exhibit such favoritism based solely on two cases. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, Yuan Ke glanced at his watch and softly beckoned to Qin Yu. "Come with me for a moment." "Oh." Qin Yu nodded and rose to follow Yuan Ke downstairs. Inside, many had already indulged in their drinks, and the tiger, with a lewd grin, approached Qi Lin. "I need to ask you something." Qi Lin, an old hand in the team who knew the tiger, politely inquired, "What is it, tiger brother?" The tiger, his eyes fixated on the bride Bella, with a breath reeking of alcohol, asked, "Where did you find this woman?" Qi Lin paused, glanced back at Bella, and whispered, "To be honest, I acquired her from the living area north of Songjiang." "How much did she cost?" The tiger's eyes gleamed with curiosity. 4,500, Qi Lin replied. "Goodness, for 4,500. One could enjoy a lifetime with such a beauty." "That's quite a bargain," the tiger lewdly remarked. Qi Lin chuckled, but chose not to respond further. Tomorrow, could you introduce me to an agent? I wish to take a look as well." Qi Lin was momentarily taken aback and replied, "Brother who? Do you not already have a wife?" "Damn it, what's wrong with having more than one?" Tiger, revealing his yellowed teeth, responded, "Money that sits idle is wasted. I might as well indulge in some pleasure." "All right, I shall introduce you later." "Agreed." Tiger glanced at Bella and nodded, commenting, "This woman is truly remarkable, fair-skinned and long-legged." Qi Lin felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly reached for the bottle, saying, "Come, brother, let us raise a toast to you and Bella." "Certainly," he added, "come here. Dear, let us toast brother who." After pouring the drinks, Qi Lin called out. Bella gracefully approached, nodding as she said, "Hello, brother who. Sister-in-law, let me tell you, Qi Lin has had a rather tough life." Tiger, emboldened by the drink, grasped Bella's arm and began to whisper. Meanwhile, downstairs, Yuan Ke sat in the passenger's seat, turning to Qin Yu and saying, "You drive. Let us return to the team and have a chat." "All right," Qin Yu replied as he drove away. Over an hour later, after the banquet had concluded, Qi Lin and the others returned home. His sister went to their mother's room, while the young couple prepared to retire to bed for a deep conversation about life. Just as Qi Lin undid his belt, ready for a more intimate encounter, a knock sounded at the window. "Who is it? Come out," called a familiar voice from a few days prior. Qi Lin was startled, threw on a garment, and stepped outside. Under the dim moonlight stood a Long, who was wanted by the police. He looked around and said, "Little brother, let us find a quieter place to talk." Qi Lin, momentarily stunned, suddenly rushed forward with reddened eyes, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? You nearly got me killed." Chapter 27. A bowl of water noodles. 5 minutes later, Bella retired to the room she shared with her mother and sister to rest, while Qi Lin ushered a Long into his own chamber. Life was treating him well. He had even married. A Long glanced around the room before boldly plopping down onto the bed. Qi Lin glared at him, fists clenched, and exclaimed, "If you seek your own demise, go stir up trouble elsewhere. Why return to Songjiang? Do you realize that I almost lost my position because of you?" A Long's real name was Qi Long, Qi Lin's elder brother, yet their personalities diverged greatly. Qi Lin was more conservative, preferring to embrace the current era with a grounded approach, while Qi Long had always been one to take risks, often living a transient life away from home. The last time Qi Long left was 2 years ago, during which he had not contacted the family, leading Qi Lin to sometimes believe he had perished outside. To his surprise, he encountered his brother again during that day's apprehension. Although their relationship was far from harmonious, the bond of blood was undeniable. Qi Lin could never bring himself to act against his own brother for the sake of personal gain. This matter was not to be disclosed to anyone, leaving Qi Lin feeling dejected and increasingly concerned for Qi Long's safety in recent days. Qi Long, nonchalantly pulling out a pack of Chinese cigarettes, lit one and said, To be honest, I didn't wish to see you either. Had it not been for that incident, I might not have returned home today. Indeed, you have been out there, living your life, ignoring your family. When have you ever cared? Lin retorted through gritted teeth. What brings you back? Do you realize that if anyone discovers our relationship, I could be in grave danger? Come now, aren't you doing just fine? Long scoffed. Rest assured, even with 1,000 guns to my head, I would never betray you. Long maintained his usual carefree demeanor, having evaded scrutiny for days, confident that their bond remained undiscovered. When you joined the police force, did you not omit the fact that we are brothers from your records? I simply do not understand why, with so many legitimate ways to earn a living, you choose this perilous path, Lin exclaimed, frustration mounting as he clenched his fists. Do you not realize that the pharmaceutical companies are pressuring the police department, who in turn are pressuring us? The entire judicial system of Songjiang is scrutinizing you, attempting to trace the origins of your goods. If you're caught, there will be no mercy. It will surely mean your end. I know, Long replied. And yet, what should I do? Live a life of cowardice like you? Am I a coward? Lin retorted, his anger boiling over, feeling a surge of impulse to strike. Upon hearing this, Long furrowed his brow, lowering his head, and interrupted in a hoarse voice, Yes, I admit. In matters of family, you are indeed more courageous than I. Lin fell silent. Damn it, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Give me something. Along chimed in cheerfully. Lin hesitated momentarily, allowed a long sigh, and stepped out of the room. Inside the police station, Yuan Ku personally poured a glass of water for Yu before settling onto the sofa and inquired, Did the apprehended drug dealer reveal any specific patterns of Along's activities? Yu shook his head. They provided some information, but they all believe Along has certainly fled and is no longer in Songjiang. These reckless individuals are aware of the consequences they face. Hence they would not speak carelessly. Yuan Ku chuckled, crossing his legs, and remarked, Fortunately, I have some promising news. Yu paused in surprise. You have a lead? Indeed. Yuan Ku turned his head slightly and recounted softly, I have a few acquaintances in society who rely on me, and I occasionally offer them certain conveniences. So they hold me in high regard. The drug trafficking gang is primarily led by the Ma family, and Along has a collaborative relationship with them. I am well aware of this. Yu nodded. There is a man named Claude who deals in illegal firearms. We have a decent rapport. He called me earlier during dinner and mentioned that someone wanted to use his smuggling route to send a person outside the 9th District. Yuan Ku said nonchalantly. I asked him to inquire further, and he informed me that the individual seeking his assistance has a close connection with old Ma and maintains covert dealings with him. Yu's eyes widened in realization. The person being sent could be Along. There's an 80% chance it is, Yuan Ku affirmed. If it were merely an inconsequential individual, old Ma would undoubtedly approach Claude directly, rather than deliberately seeking an intermediary. Do you understand? That makes sense. I have already arranged for Claude to assist, so it's likely that old Ma will facilitate Along's departure soon. Yuan Ku smiled at Yu, saying, I provide you with the lead. You shall handle the case. This time, we must capture Along and extract his supply channels. Yu felt a bit dazed upon hearing this and did not respond immediately. What's wrong? Yuan Ku asked. After a moment of hesitation, Yu, with a smile, queried, Captain Yuan, I have something that has puzzled me for quite some time. Why are you entrusting such a significant opportunity to me? His inquiry was direct. With such an important lead at your disposal, why not assign it to someone else or handle it yourself? This credit is substantial. Yuan Ku scrutinized Yu for several seconds, suddenly rising and pointing at his cheek, stating, Because this year I intend to elevate you. Yu was left in confusion. Why, Captain Yuan? Because I will be promoted to deputy director by the end of the year, and I need my own team. I can discern who is capable and who is not within the squad at a glance. Captain Yuan paced the room with a spirited demeanor and continued. I plan to promote 3 chief captains, including you and others. Yu stood with his arms crossed, still silent. You still don't understand, do you, my naive brother? Yuan Ku approached the sofa, patting Yu on the shoulder with a genial smile, and remarked, Why have I promoted you? Because you're new. Because you belong to no one, your slate is clean, and you possess the requisite abilities. I feel assured in employing you. Yu was momentarily taken aback, then replied, Captain Yuan, now I understand. The case involving Along will be under your purview. As long as you handle it well, I shall promote you 3 levels by the end of the year, and you will directly assume the role of captain for the first team. Yuan rose, lifting his cup as he added, "Work diligently. Qin Yu, my vessel is the stablest among the precinct." "Thank you, Captain Yuan." Qin Yu stood to salute. Yet his mind raced with other thoughts. Meanwhile, at Qi Lin's home, Qi Long sat beside a worn wooden table, devouring a bowl of plain noodles devoid of sauce, and remarked with a grimace, "Is this what you eat every day? At least you're not eating dung." Qi Lin kept his head down, smoking silently. Qi Long sighed, finishing his noodles in quietude, then wiped his mouth and inquired, "Is Mom asleep?" "She fell asleep long ago." "I'll check by the window," Qi Long said, rising and stepping outside. After a moment's hesitation, Qi Lin followed him out. Outside the room, Qi Long stood beside the window, pressing his cheek against the cold glass, his eyes scanning the bed where their mother lay. Qi Lin stood silently behind him, still smoking. "How is Mom's condition?" Qi Long asked, his voice trembling. "Not too good," Qi Lin replied, shaking his head. Qi Long fell silent for several seconds, muttering, "Such is fate, cursed fate. Even knowing the king of hell is of no use. Could you not say something more uplifting?" Qi Lin snapped, agitated. "Don't shout. She might hear." Qi Long quickly wiped his eyes and turned, pulling a small package from his pocket. Qi Lin was taken aback. "This is 10,000 yuan. Take it," Qi Long said softly. "You've managed to gather this much money?" Qi Lin exclaimed. "The drug trade has only just begun. Otherwise, I would have sent money home long ago. This is my savings. Use 8,000 for Mom's needs. Whether she survives is her matter, but as her children, we must utilize whatever means we possess." The tone of Qi Long remained calm. "If I miraculously escape this ordeal, there will be no shortage of money in the future. I will gradually send it to you." Qi Lin looked at his elder brother with uncertainty. "This is what I ought to do. Do not harbor any other thoughts." Qi Long insisted, forcefully placing the money into his brother's hands. Lowering his head, he lit a cigarette and added, "Little brother, whether we will see each other again after my departure is uncertain. In any case, you must take care of this family. Your elder brother is not as capable in certain matters as you are." As his words settled, a silence enveloped them for nearly a minute. Qi Long turned a glance once more into the room, then decisively turned to leave. Qi Lin held the small package, standing in place for a moment before exclaiming, "Can you truly leave? If not, I'll help you find a way out." Qi Long paused at the door, looking back to say, "Regardless of who asks, do not acknowledge our relationship. From this day forth, consider me deceased. Take care of our mother and our younger sister." Qi Lin's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. "If one day you find yourself utterly at a loss, unable to carry on, there exists a contact in your bag who can assist you." Qi Long waved goodbye to his brother, signaling his departure. As night fell, delicate snowflakes began to drift softly through the sky. Qi Long hastily walked nearly a kilometer before abruptly turning back, his tear-streaked face gazing towards home. He sank to his knees, trembling as he bowed his head, calling out, "Mother, your son has become nothing, and if I were to disappear, in my next life, I shall strive to be a worthy son." Inside, Qi Lin sat in a chair, lost in thought as he smoked, his heart heavy with concern. Though he and Qi Long had contrasting personalities, they shared the same blood coursing through their veins. Their seemingly indifferent relationship concealed an unspoken bond of deep familial affection. He prayed for his elder brother to overcome this dire predicament, unaware that after their encounter, a tempest was brewing, one that would irrevocably alter the destinies of many. 2 weeks later, Qin Yu received a call from Yuan Ku, who informed him that Claude had received a message. Tomorrow night, Old Ma would arrange for someone to assist Along in fleeing the country, as a life-or-death pursuit was imminent. Chapter 28. The Gears of Fate at 7 in the evening. Within the office area, 5 team leaders, including Qin Yu, sat comfortably in their chairs, engaging in light-hearted conversation. After approximately 10 minutes, Yuan Ku strode in with purpose, prompting everyone to rise. "Please sit down," he said, pouring himself a glass of water. He expressed his exasperation. "The publicity team is holding a meeting in the main conference room, leaving us with no space." "Well then, let us discuss the details of the capture here. Suong, please provide an overview of the situation." Suong, the leader of Team 4, hailed from Myanmar. With a dark complexion and a slightly shorter stature, he exuded a sense of competence, his body well-muscled. Claude managed to extract 3 confirmations from the middleman before the latter admitted that the person to be sent away was Ah Long. The price has been settled. Claude will collect 15,000 yuan as a transportation fee, ensuring Ah Long's arrival at the designated area. Yuan took a sip of his water. Old Ma has yet to show his face. Is he negotiating directly with Claude? That old fellow is as cunning as a monkey, Suong replied with a smile. He knows full well that the entire judicial system of Songjiang is after Ah Long. He would only emerge if he were absolutely certain of success. Tomorrow night, then? Yuan pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Do you have a detailed capture plan?" "My suggestion is to act once Ah Long has exited the special zone. Their vigilance will be diminished, and there will be no civilians present, thus reducing our concerns during the operation," Suong replied softly. A silence enveloped the room as everyone contemplated the feasibility of the plan. Team leader Yuan, "May I have a word?" Qin Yu suddenly raised his head. With a smile, Yuan corresponded, "There are no outsiders here. Feel free to share any thoughts you have." "Brother Suong, I am addressing the matter at hand, not the individual. My intention is solely to ensure a smooth capture." Qin Yu turned to Suong and explained with a smile, "There's no problem. This case is primarily yours to oversee, and we are here to assist. The core focus remains on you," Suong said courteously, aware of Yuan Ke's intention to support Qin Yu. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Yu spoke clearly and logically to the group. "I do not recommend waiting until Ah Long exits the special zone to act. There are 2 significant reasons. First, I am familiar with the conditions in the designated area, having come from there myself. The area outside the special zone is rife with extensive nuclear radiation zones, vast expanses of sandy terrain, and other complex landscapes. We have already witnessed the brutality of Ah Long and his associates on the 3rd Ring Road. Furthermore, these individuals have infiltrated from abroad and possess a greater understanding of the external environment than our domestic officers. Thus, conducting a capture there involves too many uncontrollable variables, such as whether they have arranged for external assistance and what kind of weapons they possess, information we lack. Secondly, should the capture encounter any mishaps and individuals escape, they would be free as birds, and we would be wholly incapable of managing the case in the designated area. Secondly, I heard from Angsu that the connections Claude has are with the station troops, and their relationship with our judicial department is rather mediocre. We cannot possibly inform these individuals in advance that it is a trap for capture, as any leak of information from the station troops would render our efforts futile. However, if we do not inform them and proceed with a sudden arrest, it could easily lead to a conflict between the military and the police. After listening to Qin Yu's account, Yuan Ku fell silent for a moment before responding. "Your points are entirely valid. Your considerations are thorough. So what is your plan?" Qin Yu replied, "My plan is as follows." After approximately 20 minutes of discussion, Yuan Ku stood up and decisively stated, "We shall proceed according to Qin Yu's capture plan." "Yes, yes." The crowd promptly stood up to salute. Yuan Ku offered a few words of advice to everyone, then patted Qin Yu on the shoulder and said, "You are responsible for bringing the individuals back, and I will ensure you rise through the ranks of the police." Haha, agreed. Qin Yu nodded with a smile. The following evening at 9:30, Qin Yu, equipped with the necessary materials for the case, headed directly to the logistics department in the rear of the compound, only to unexpectedly find Qi Lin upon entering. "You're on a night shift?" Qin Yu inquired with a smile. Qi Lin stood up from his chair with a light-hearted tone and said, "Damn it. I don't know what is going on, but ever since I got married, my luck seems to have changed. For over a week now, I've been placed on the extra overtime schedule by the higher-ups, spending my nights here. What is the point of not returning home to tend to your new marriage, but instead sitting here?" Qin Yu teased. "Farming can be done at any time, but opportunities to earn money are limited," Qi Lin retorted with a grin. "I'm just trying to work some extra shifts to earn enough to repay you, an old cat. No rush. I'm not in a hurry for it," Qin Yu replied. "That's one thing, but does make me uncomfortable, especially with an extra mouth to feed at home, which increases the expenses." Qi Lin sighed wearily before changing the subject. "What brings you to logistics?" "I have a task. I'm here to collect equipment." "What task?" Qi Lin casually asked. Just then, Zhu Wei rushed in and called out, "Qin Group, hurry up. They're calling for you." All right, quickly hand me the list. I want to take a look. Chi Lin responded. You go get it. I'll tell you. Chin Yu said as he produced the list and began to read aloud. 1 set of steel plate bomb-proof suits. 3 sets of window-breaking batons, tactical. Chi Lin stepped over to the storage rack, listening to Chin Yu while retrieving the equipment, and Zhu Wei also brought in 2 individuals to swiftly carry the items out. 5 minutes later, Chin Yu cheerfully remarked, Once I finish my business, I'll come find you for a late-night snack. Sounds good, Chi Lin nodded. As Chin Yu swiftly departed the logistics warehouse, Chi Lin's expression turned pale, his heart racing. What kind of capture necessitates the use of bomb-proof suits? Chin Yu had not been involved in any other cases recently, so this operation was likely aimed at apprehending drug traffickers. Chi Lin felt a sense of unease. After much deliberation, he swiftly picked up his phone, stepped out of the recording area, and dialed the number of a familiar colleague in his team. Hello, Lao Zhang. What are you busy with? Just come to logistics for a casual chat? Chi Lin inquired with a smile. I have a task. What time is it? And you still have a task? What is it? Even you, on your day off, have been summoned? Chi Lin casually asked. We're assisting the station troops in apprehending arms dealers. Upon hearing this, Chi Lin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. What time will be done? Come over and watch the live stream together. I don't know. I'll contact you after I return. All right. As the conversation ended, Chi Lin stood behind his desk and murmured softly, It's been half a month. They should have left by now. At the assembly point in the courtyard, Yuan Ku instructed Chin Yu to collect everyone's phones before he clasped his hands behind his back and announced, Let me reiterate the mission. This time, we are not assisting the military, but are tasked with apprehending drug traffickers. To ensure the utmost confidentiality of our operation, everyone must surrender their communication devices. Even the walkie-talkies will be uniformly distributed, and all must communicate on the designated frequency. If I discover anyone changing frequencies mid-operation, they will face disciplinary action for dereliction of duty. After a 2-minute mobilization, over 40 individuals received their equipment and, under the leadership of their respective team leaders, swiftly departed from the police station courtyard. Half an hour later, at an intersection on New Era Avenue in Songnan District, along led 4 brothers, clad in suede coats. After scanning the surroundings, he bent down to enter the passenger seat of a hybrid pickup truck, while the others squeezed into the back seat. Aren't we supposed to follow the military's lead? Why are you the only one? Along asked. Do you think you're the mayor? The driver rolled his eyes. There's no way the military would come here to pick you up. Along tapped his nose, chuckling, Come on, buddy, did you eat gunpowder? What is the problem if I didn't pay you? Damn it, my wife is about to give birth. I have to work overtime to take you guys. You think any day would be fine, but it has to be today. The driver cursed as he drove away from the roadside. Along glanced at him and pulled out a half-bagged piece of black bread from his pocket, choosing to remain silent as he began to chew. In the back seat, Xiao Patsi had his right hand in his pocket, tightly gripping a military-grade handgun, his thumb poised on the safety latch, ready to spring into action. After approximately 15 minutes of driving, they crossed nearly 1.5 kilometers of frozen river surface, arriving at the outskirts of Songnan District. Here, the area was desolate, with not a soul in sight, only a few small shops sporadically illuminated. How much longer until we leave the city? Along inquired. Soon, the driver responded, pressing the accelerator hard as the vehicle bumped over the riverbank, causing it to sway violently. What's going on? Along furrowed his brow. The driver immediately engaged the handbrake. It seems the front left tire is flat. What the hell are you doing? Along asked coldly. For this job, shouldn't you have checked everything before coming? The driver's temper was quite volatile. He turned to Along and shouted, What do you know? It's over -40 degrees tonight. The car parts are nearly frozen solid. How am I supposed to inspect them? With a flamethrower? Along, aware of the harshness of the weather, could only suppress his frustration and replied, Why don't you take a look and see if the tire is flat or what? With a scowl, the driver exited the vehicle, bent down to inspect the front left tire, and promptly returned, stating, The tire has been frozen for too long. And I've been driving too fast. Due to thermal expansion and contraction, it has developed some cracks. What shall we do about it? Zyapsa furrowed his brow and inquired. No worries. There's a repair shop ahead. I'll have them warm it up and patch it, the driver remarked while glancing at his watch. We still have time. It won't delay us. Along surveyed the surroundings, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind, yet he could not afford to linger. So he allowed the driver to proceed. He turned to Zyapsa and cautioned, "Make sure you have your belongings secure. Don't lose anything." "I have them," Zyapsa nodded. The vehicle proceeded along the road by the riverbank, and after traveling approximately 2 more kilometers with the left front tire underinflated, it halted in front of a dimly lit repair shop. On either side of the road, Zhu Wei spoke into his walkie-talkie in a hushed tone, "Attention all teams. Thunder has circled." Across from the repair shop, Qin Yu, clad in a heavy steel-plated bomb suit, murmured, "They're getting out of the car. We'll move as soon as they do. I'll take the lead." No sooner had he finished speaking than Along flung open the car door and leaped from the passenger seat, scanning the vicinity. Suddenly, Qin Yu shouted, "Turn off the lights." In an instant, the repair shop was plunged into darkness. Along spun around, exclaiming, "Damn it, the driver is suspicious." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Qin Yu, resembling a bear, charging at him recklessly. With a clatter, a safety ring fell, and Zyapsa, eyes wide with fury, bellowed, "Damn you, grab your weapons. Let us fight." Chapter 29. The deadly double attack. After removing the safety pin, the shrimp did not immediately throw the grenade, for he understood that a human possesses legs. Any motion of his arm would surely incite the officers to scatter. Once the grenade detonated, they would undoubtedly regroup to encircle him again, rendering the act of throwing largely ineffective. Instead, he gripped the pin with his right hand and charged madly toward the area where the officers were most concentrated. This sudden rush bewildered the officers, as none could ascertain whether the shrimp had merely lifted the pin or was still holding it down, prompting them to retreat in haste. "Scatter! He has a grenade." The officers scrambled to create a path, while the shrimp, his visage twisted in fury, bellowed, "Charge out." Gunfire erupted as Officer Ong Su raised his weapon and fired 4 shots at the shrimp, but the latter, moving swiftly and clad in a bulletproof vest, felt only a faint sting as the bullets struck his chest, producing a puff of white smoke. He.S. wearing body armor. Ong Su Xiaotif. Seeing the shrimp withstand the shots and advance within mere steps of the driver, he urged, "Brother, move." Unhesitatingly, the shrimp lifted the pin, and the grenade emitted a menacing sound. He had pulled the pin. Ong Su turned and fled. Meanwhile, Along and the others had drawn their weapons, ready to charge outward while firing. Upon witnessing the encirclement falter due to the shrimp's intimidation, Qin Yu felt no hesitation. He abruptly halted, pivoted, and, clad in a thick steel-plated bomb suit, lunged toward the shrimp, deliberately positioning his head near the shrimp's waist. Thud! The two collapsed, and Qin Yu instinctively pressed down on the shrimp's head. Boom! The explosion shattered the tranquil night, and a severed arm soared into the sky, staining the ballistic visor on Qin Yu's face with blood. "Captain! Captain!" Zhu Wei shouted, his eyes wide with urgency. "Stay calm. Execute the plan." Qin Yu shook his head, hastily wiping the blood from his visor. Looking down, he saw that the shrimp had succumbed, half of his right arm obliterated, exposed bone and flesh mingling, blood gushing forth. "Damn it!" Along, witnessing the shrimp fall, roared as he turned to fire in the left direction. Crack! Qin Yu rose and charged forward. Bang! 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 A volley of bullets struck Qin Yu, impacting his head and legs, sending sparks flying. Realizing the bullets could not penetrate his armor, Along hastily stepped back, lowering his head to reload. Bang! With a fierce lunge, Qin Yu, leveraging his weight and the heaviness of his gear, collided with Along's chin. With a crunch, Along staggered back 2 steps. Qin Yu suddenly bent down, clasping Along's lower leg, and with a powerful thrust of his abdomen, sent Along soaring high before crashing down onto the ground. Don't move, don't move. Despite the simplicity of the actions performed by Qin Yu, the back-and-forth sprinting, totaling no more than 50 meters, was executed under the burden of weight and hand-to-hand combat, relying on instantaneous explosive power. At this moment, he felt himself teetering on the brink of exhaustion, his legs heavy as if filled with lead, and he could only use his body to pin down his opponent, letting out a series of roars. Once the hidden danger of the hand was eliminated, the police officers were unencumbered by hesitation. Over 40 individuals surged forward, wielding riot shields to trap the remaining criminal. In less than 10 seconds, the The skirmish was resolved. Hold it down! Hold it down! Zhu Wei shouted, pointing it alone on the ground. 7 or 8 officers rushed in, bypassing the handcuffs and directly securing Alone with a hefty 70-pound shackle. After sitting in the snow for nearly a minute to recuperate, Qin Yu finally removed his helmet, turned to spit, and muttered, "Damn it. Thank goodness for the steel plate armor. Otherwise, even the best bulletproof vest wouldn't have saved me today. Are you all right?" Ongsu immediately approached with concern. "I'm fine. I had a good position. The blast was ahead of me." Qin Yu wiped the sweat from his face and deliberately remarked to Ongsu and the others, "You say Team Yuan favors me, but I risk my life for him to achieve results. Can he possibly overlook that? If he doesn't promote me, I trust you all will be pleased?" "Indeed." Ongsu quickly nodded, giving a thumbs up. "Without your 2 charges today, the outcome could have been very different. We'll celebrate later with some drinks." Qin Yu, heavily pushing himself off the ground, replied, "Let us hurry and take the suspect back." Later, at 11:30 at night, Qin Yu stood by the corridor with a phone in hand, saying, "Zhu Wei, you must persuade the doctor to find a way to save that life." "Yes. The more people involved, the stronger the evidence chain." I'm about to grab a bite before the interrogation." "All right, I'll talk to you later." Footsteps echoed in the corridor as Qi Lin approached with a food container, cheerfully exclaiming, "Hey, you're back?" Qin Yu turned at the sound. "Coming for a meal?" "Yeah. Nothing much to do. Just here to grab some food," Qi Lin replied with a relaxed expression. "So, how did it go?" "Smoothly? Yes, we had them all pinned down. Our team is unharmed, right? We finished the job before they even realized what was happening." "That's good to hear." Qi Lin grinned, casually asking, "I heard you were collaborating with the station troops for the capture? Why didn't I see any military personnel?" Qin Yu paused. "Who told you that?" "Isn't it true? I just overheard some chatter from the department." Qi Lin looked puzzled as well. "You must have misheard. There were no military personnel involved." Given that the case had been resolved, Qin Yu didn't withhold details. "We apprehended the drug dealer, the same Alone who killed 4 of our men." Clang! A sharp sound resonated as Qi Lin's iron lunchbox fell to the ground. He stood frozen, his face ashen. "What's wrong with you?" Qin Yu furrowed his brow. Qi Lin was dazed, his ears ringing. Qin Yu reached out and tapped Qi Lin's arm. "Hey, what's the matter?" Qi Lin, regaining his composure after being nudged, turned his eyes towards Qin Yu and stammered, Is it that Along?" "Indeed, it's the lead that Team Yuan uncovered. And we went to apprehend him." Qin Yu nodded, inquiring further, "I noticed something seemed off with you." "And no, it's nothing. I was just reminded of Old Hay." "But didn't Old Hay perish at his hands?" Qi Lin forced a smile. "I crossed paths with him that day, and I felt somewhat fearful of that individual." "Are you truly all right?" "I'm fine." Qi Lin bent down to retrieve his lunchbox, urging, "You should go eat. Aren't you joining me? I forgot my chili sauce." "I'll go fetch it." Qi Lin chuckled. "Ah, then I'll start without you." "All right," Qi Lin responded, clutching his lunchbox and turning to leave. In the corridor, Qin Yu observed his retreating figure with a sense of bewilderment, entirely unconvinced by Qi Lin's earlier assertions, yet unable to grasp the reason behind his unusual demeanor. "Team leader, it's time for lunch," Guan Qi called out from the cafeteria entrance. "I'm coming." Qin Yu dismissed his thoughts and strode towards the sound. 2 minutes later, in the logistics warehouse, Qi Lin closed the door and, with a thud, sank to the floor, gripping his hair and exclaiming, "Damn it. Wasn't this supposed to be a coordinated military operation? Hasn't it been over half a month? Why are we still here? How could this be happening?" Chapter 30. Upon exiting, I sought someone to care for you. After Qin Yu hastily consumed a morsel in the cafeteria, he rushed to the interrogation room. Meanwhile, Yuan Ku had already picked up Director Li and was en route to the police station. In the dimly lit interrogation room, Along lounged on the iron chair, idly toying with the handcuffs in his grasp. "Shall we warm up a bit?" Qin Yu took a sip of water and casually hung his badge around his neck. "I am Qin Yu, the team leader of the 3rd Group of the Criminal Investigation Division, directly overseeing your case." Along squinted at Qin Yu. "I know you. You know me?" Qin Yu was taken aback. "How come I am unaware of this?" "I got to know you through a friend," Along replied with a grin. "But you probably haven't seen me before." His statement was not mere nonsense. He indeed had seen Qin Yu, having observed him from the shadows a few times while intending to visit home, noting the amicable interactions between Qin Yu and his brother. "Buddy, The crux of your case does not hinge on who you know, but rather the value of your testimony, which will directly influence the outcome. Qin shifted the topic. Speaking pragmatically, among the apprehended individuals, you hold the most significant stature. If you fail to divulge the identities of more pivotal figures, you will undoubtedly be pinned as the principal perpetrator. At that point, even if you were related to the mayor, no one could save you. Along chuckled, gazing at Qin. Come, pull up a chair and sit beside me. Qin hesitated momentarily. Aren't we supposed to have a discussion? Then come closer and let us chat. A long motion with the handcuffs, the metallic clinking resonating as he beckoned. All right, let us converse then. Without further hesitation, Qin dragged a chair beside Along, bent down, and stated, "Let us begin. In truth, even if I had not met you through that friend, I would still know your name." Along smiled. "Aren't you Qin?" Qin furrowed his brows, momentarily stunned. "Was it the old man Ma who told you?" "No." Along raised his hand slightly, gesturing towards Qin with a teasing expression. "It's the drug dealers on my line. They all know your esteemed name, incessantly whispering about you in my ear." "They're whispering about me?" Qin raised an eyebrow. "Indeed," Along grinned. "Do you know what they are whispering?" "What?" "Ha! They're discussing what methods can swiftly eliminate you." Qin was momentarily taken aback by the revelation. Along cast a sidelong glance at the camera, lowering his voice further, and playfully tapped Qin's arm with the back of his hand. "Listen, my friend, you don't genuinely believe that Yuan Ku assigned you this case out of a desire to promote you, simply because he appreciates you, do you?" Qin scoffed. "Sure. Sitting here and still being picky about things, right? Goodness, you are as naive as a child." Along shook his head in disbelief, adding, "In the first team, Yuan Ku has numerous loyalists, each of whom possesses far more qualifications than you. So why did he assign you this high-stakes case? Are you two related by blood or something? Why do you insist on having me handle this case?" Qin inquired. "Because you are sufficiently tenacious. Because you possess a hunger for success. Because in order to establish your footing here, you must strive relentlessly for achievements. You are new. You lack any connections. And throughout this process, you owe no favors to anyone. You are unencumbered by the weight of personal relationships." A smile lingered on Along's lips. "Why the sudden focus on us drug dealers? And why is Yuan Ku fixated on the Ma family's operations?" Qin fell silent upon hearing this. "Recently, there is another group of drug dealers clandestinely releasing a minuscule amount of product at prices twice ours. Have you heard about it?" Along inquired further. Qin paused, suddenly recalling Lin Yinlei's recent ordeal and the magnanimous tiger. "Gentlemen, in these times, there is no love without reason. From your perspective, he treats you exceptionally well. But from another angle, you are merely an unknowing pawn." Along tilted his head, observing Qin. "Throughout history, those who wield guns often meet tragic ends. Are you aware of this?" Qin pondered for a moment and raised his thumb in acknowledgement, replying, "Your insinuations are grounded and compelling." Along, lowering his gaze, softly added, "The fact that I can confide in you is not without reason. It is merely a reflection of your assistance to my friend." Qin absorbed only half of Along's words, for he already suspected that Yuan Ku's support within the police force was not without ulterior motives. However, he believed that whether Yuan Ku aimed to exploit his ambition or his anonymity in Songjiang to utilize him as a swift weapon, it mattered little. For he was not naive. He understood that without connections or support, his only bargaining chip in this chaotic environment was his willingness to risk everything when it mattered most. Yet, he had not anticipated the depths of the drug trade. While he aimed to dismantle the Ma Family S network, another group was quietly distributing drugs, potentially linked to Yuan Ku. If Along's words held truth, the situation was far more complex than he had initially assumed. "I am a man on the brink of death. There is no reason to deceive you." Along murmured, "I do not know much about your background, but I have heard you came from the plant area. Brother, we have struggled from nothing to reach this point. Do not sacrifice your legacy to fortify another's empire." Qin turned his gaze towards Along, suddenly asking, "Previously, you and the Ma family nearly monopolized the underground drug market in Songjiang. Yet I do not understand why your pricing is so low. What is your aim? To inspire global sympathy?" Along chuckled softly, replying, "I only thought of my fellow compatriots on the black market after I had my fill. My father succumbed to illness due to lack of funds, and my mother may face the same fate. When I first arrived in Zone 9, I was aimless, living off the charity of others. Now that I possess some ability, I wish to earn money while also lending a hand to those in need. Engaging in this line of work is unlikely to lead to a long life. I merely seek to earn a little today, enough to get by. How much is ever enough? At this juncture, uttering falsehoods holds no significance. As Qin Yu gazed at the once menacing visage of Along, he suddenly perceived a diminished level of repugnance towards him. The two fell silent, and Qin Yu's mind became somewhat tumultuous, despite his cautious demeanor. He still struggled to comprehend the intricacies of Songjiang's situation. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door to the interrogation room swung open. Qi Lin stood at the threshold, a broad smile adorning his face as he inquired, "Are you in the midst of questioning?" Upon hearing Qi Lin's voice, Along, seated on the iron chair, immediately looked up, surprise etched across his previously nonchalant features. "What brings you here?" Qin Yu asked as he turned around. "I came to inquire if the equipment you were authorized to take out can be returned to the inventory, and what the extent of the loss is." Qi Lin replied with a steady tone. "You all will be working through the night again, but I'll be switching shifts tomorrow morning and need to prepare a report." "Ah." Qin Yu nodded, rising to respond. "The losses are quite significant. I'll have someone prepare a list for you shortly." "All right," Qi Lin acknowledged, then turned to Along with a scornful remark. "You've finally been caught, you dog." Along, stunned, felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "I suppose I'll be transferred to Heavy 3, right?" Qi Lin asked Qin Yu. "Yes, once the interrogation is complete," Qin Yu confirmed with a nod. "Damn it, I almost got pulled in because of you," Qi Lin jested, pointing at Along with a grin. "Don't worry, once you step out that door, I'll ensure someone looks after you inside." Qin Yu found this statement somewhat peculiar. After a moment of composure, Along retorted with brashness. "Who do you think you are? I may be in here, but not all my brothers are. If you stir up trouble, who will take care of your family?" "Just wait and see," Qi Lin replied with a cold smirk, turning to Qin Yu. "You take care of him. I'll take my leave." Qin Yu stood in bewilderment, his gaze fixed on Qi Lin as he replied, "Let us go. I'll accompany you and prepare that list." "Ah, then let us proceed," Qi Lin said, maintaining his composure as he stepped aside. As they exited the interrogation room, armed duty officers approached the entrance, securing the door with a lock. In a narrow corridor, Qi Lin, hands clasped behind his back, remarked with a smile, "Just have someone prepare the list for me. Being a team leader, do I really need to handle this myself? Are you here to scout?" Qin Yu suddenly turned and questioned sharply. Qi Lin froze momentarily, his expression stiffening as he countered. "What do you mean? What's scouting? Do you know Along?" Qin Yu inquired, his face darkening. "Nonsense. How could I possibly know him? Along claims to know me through a mutual friend. But in the precinct, I only associate closely with you and Old Cat. The others are merely colleagues." Qi Lin protested. Qin Yu, his eyes gleaming with intensity, scrutinized Qi Lin. "Your reaction at the canteen was off. Just now, you spoke too much with Along. Have you lost your mind over this case?" Qi Lin chuckled in disbelief. "What are you even talking about? You desire to rescue him. Your presence in the interrogation room is not merely to exhaust the list, but to scout the situation, is it not? Xiao Yu, I feel you." With a sudden motion, Qin Yu reached for Qi Lin's waist, causing the latter to instinctively recoil. His face paling as he looked at Qin Yu and exclaimed, "What on earth are you trying to do? You have locked your gun away during your duty. Why is it now in the holster?" Qin Yu seized Qi Lin's arm, lowering his voice to interrogate. "Are you out of your mind? He is a doomed man. If you entertain any other thoughts, you shall meet the same fate." Qi Lin, his expression fraught with panic, glanced around and, with reddened eyes, implored Qin Yu, "If you wish to consider me a friend, then pretend you know nothing, will you? If it were someone else, I wouldn't care. You have just wed, do you understand? What is your relationship with Along that leads you to contemplate this course of action?" Qin Yu, increasingly agitated, dragged Qi Lin into the stairwell. "I do not wish to pry into your secrets, but let me be unequivocally clear, even if it were 10 of you combined. You could never take him from here. The moment you act, he is certain to perish." Inside the interrogation room, Along's mind was diligently recalling Qi Lin's words. "Do not rush. Once you exit this door, I will arrange for someone to look after you inside. What does this mean? The implication is already quite clear. Qi-Lin intends to find a way to save himself. However, he possesses no significant connections to resolve this matter. What means could he possibly employ? It is all too apparent. Once you leave this door, take action? As this thought crossed Along's mind, his head buzzed. Damn it. This fool can't be serious. In the police hall, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as Yuan Ku and Director Li entered through the main door. Team Yuan, you've returned. I've been searching for you. Ong Su rushed over at a brisk pace. What is the matter? Yuan Kiskiviko included. A very critical situation. Ong Su panted, speaking in a hushed tone to Yuan Ku and Director Li. By chance, I stumbled upon an unexpected situation regarding Along, who, before his departure, had made contact with a police officer within our department. Chapter 31. The Fall of the Great Bandit in the Stairwell. Qi-Lin pushed against Qin Yu's chest, his tone urgent as he whispered fiercely, "Can you please just disregard this? Pretend you haven't seen anything. Let me go." Qi-Lin, you should know my character well enough. Not everyone deserves such a risk from me. Qin Yu, his expression grave, jabbed a finger into Qi-Lin's chest. Calm down. Along is a person specifically sought by the police. Just think about it. Do you truly believe you can single-handedly extract him from the officer? What if something goes wrong? What will happen to your mother? Your sister? Your new wife? Are you willing to throw away your job? Your life? After a brief silence, Qi-Lin, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, spoke rapidly to Qin Yu. There is not absolutely no chance. Along won't be in the officer's custody for long. He'll likely be transferred by tomorrow morning. I have connections at the police station and can figure out his transport route. I have a status that will make it easier to act on the way. You don't need to worry about it. I just don't understand what Along means to you that makes it worth this risk. Qin Yu questioned, bewildered. Do you have some sort of under-the-table deal with him? Or have you taken money from him? Do you know why didn't he shoot that day? Qi-Lin exclaimed in frustration. He is my biological older brother. Do you understand? Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback by the revelation. Shall you listen to me, please? Qi-Lin continued, eyes red and breathless. I don't know if our relationship will be exposed, but if it is, I will be immediately monitored under the principle of familial avoidance. At that point, I won't have any opportunity left. I have a plan. Tomorrow morning after my shift, I want to go home. I'll pretend to be catching up on sleep at the office, using surveillance to create the illusion that I've been in the dormitory the entire time. Then, when the police come to transfer him, I'll act at the intersection. If I can save him, that's best. If not, I'll do my utmost to ensure I'm not implicated. Along is returning from planned area. We have no idea if he has accomplices outside, so as long as I'm not caught in the act, the higher-ups may never know who is responsible. Understand? You hesitate to engage directly with the criminals during your missions. Do you really think you can rescue someone from the transport team? You're being overly simplistic. I don't want to risk my life. But do I have any other choices? Do I? If I ignore him, I will have to witness his death. Qin Yu was left speechless. Don't interfere, Qi-Lin said, lowering his head as he prepared to leave the stairwell. Just then, an electronic bell rang out in the corridor, followed by a shout from the monitoring room. Brothers at room 3, hurry and check the door. Along is acting strangely. At these words, both Qin Yu and Qi-Lin froze in place. In the lobby on the first floor, Yuan Ku, having heard the loudspeaker from the monitoring room, paused briefly before commanding, "Go check on Along quickly." In the corridor, footsteps became chaotic as the on-duty officers, alerted by the shout from the monitoring room, rushed out, hastily heading towards the interrogation room. At the entrance, 4 duty police officers unlocked the iron gate with a key. As they looked up, they saw Along frantically slamming his left cheek against the iron plate in front of the iron chair. "What are you doing? Stop fooling around." The lead officer stepped inside, reaching out to intervene. Bang, bang, bang. Along struck the iron plate again with his cheek near his mouth, his skin already torn, blood streaming from the corners of his mouth and nose. The lead officer rushed over, grabbing Along by the hair and yanking him back, shouting, "Quick, hold him down." Along chuckled nervously, lifting his head to stare blankly at the officer. It's too late. As his words fell, Yuan Ku, Ong Su, and others surged toward the entrance almost simultaneously with Qin Yu and Qi-Lin. "What's going on?" Yuan Ku gasped, breathless. The officer turned back. He suddenly slammed his head against the iron plate. I don't know what he is doing. Upon hearing this, Qi Lin's eyes reddened as he stepped forward, ready to rush into the room. Qin Yu grasped Qi Lin's arm, shaking his head gravely. Yuan Ke dashed into the room, reaching alongside, immediately waving his hand, opened his mouth, quickly. The 4 officers, responding to his call, held Along's head and forcibly pried open his bloodied mouth. Yuan Ke, eyes wide with tension, no longer fearing Along biting his fingers, thrust his hand into Along's mouth and after a struggle, retrieved a false tooth. Ugh! Along retched, expelling a copious amount of blood. Yuan Ke glanced down at the false tooth, stepping back in shock. The center of the false tooth was hollow, with a thin black plastic attached to its edges, appearing quite repulsive in Yuan Ke's hand. What is this? Director Li burst in, demanding. A false tooth? He knocked it out? Yuan Ke stammered in reply. Director Li was momentarily stunned by this revelation. On the iron chair, Along suddenly shook his head, freeing himself from the officer's grasp, still wearing a manic grin. Since I started this line of work, I've already figured out how I want to die. There's a small pill in the false tooth. It's poison. I crushed it. Damn it. Yuan Ke erupted, kicking Along in the chest and shouting, Quick, get him out of the chair and send him to the hospital. Along looked at Yuan Ke with a grin. You guys are impressive. Us poor souls can't compete with you in risking our lives. But Yuan Ke, I want to say something to you. Some things are done by men, but heaven is watching. I don't believe that the medicine meant to save lives is allowed to be in your hands. Damn it. If I die, I'll curse you. You people will not have a good end. The crowd fell silent at his words. Along numbly twisted his neck, his eyes fixed on the doorway, hoarsely calling out to the brothers in the other interrogation rooms, Don't be afraid. I haven't said anything. I want to confess even if I die. You'll be fine. Hearing this, Qi Lin clenched his fists, ready to step outside. Knowing these words were directed at him, Qin Yu grasped Qi Lin's arm, whispering, Did you understand what he said? He now lies dying, not wishing for you to act foolishly. Do not move, I implore you. Suddenly, with a violent lurch, Along leaned forward on the iron chair and coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Observing this, Yuan Ke abandoned the notion of taking him to the hospital. Instead, he leaned down, holding a set of dentures, and whispered into Along's ear. Did you believe your actions were shrouded in secrecy? Did you think that your demise would suffice to end it all? Along, in a daze, turned his head. You have had dealings with our police chief, who is waiting just outside. Am I correct? Yuan Ke inquired with a smirk. At the sound of his voice, Along spat blood once more, his eyes filled with defiance as he shouted at Yuan Ke, Damn it. Damn you. Chapter 32. Kneel down and plead for life. Barely 2 minutes after the poison coursed through his veins, Along succumbed, losing control of his bodily functions as he slumped against the iron chair. Director Li stood in the center of the interrogation room, his expression dark and thunderous as he berated Yuan Ke. The man is already in the interrogation room, and you still allow him to ascend? You are truly unfit for your position as captain. Tomorrow, when the police department arrives to retrieve him, you shall explain the situation. I. Yuan Ke stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. A bunch of useless drunks. Li spat before turning on his heel and exiting the room. At the doorway, Qi Lin stood in a daze, staring at his brother's lifeless body slumped in the iron chair, his legs weakening beneath him, his mind clouded with confusion. Yuan Ke, clutching his dentures, glanced back towards the entrance, his gaze ultimately settling on Qi Lin. Half an hour later, Along's corpse was shrouded in a white cloth and taken away, while Yuan Ke entered another interrogation room, dismissing irrelevant individuals to converse privately with one of the brothers associated with the shrimp gang. You mentioned that before Along departed, he met with our police officer? Yuan Ke inquired, retrieving an electronic cigarette from a drawer and tossing it casually. Yes, the underling nodded vigorously. The shrimp gang dares to set off thunder with us. How could someone as cowardly as you be by his side? Yuan Ke asked bluntly. The shrimp gang promised me great wealth, which is why I devoted myself to him. But the money never came, and now he is dead. I don't want to die either, the underling replied, grounded in reality. Did you just meet with him? Yuan Ke pressed. Yes. Tell me, how did Along meet that person before he left? Yuan Ke inquired softly. He said he wanted to fulfill a wish and meet a friend before he departed. The underling replied, lowering his gaze. But Lao Ma and the shrimp gang felt the outside atmosphere was too tense. If he went out alone and encountered the police, it could lead to trouble. You know that the supply channel for the drugs is solely in Along's hands. To put it plainly, we all depended on him for our livelihoods. So we had to protect him. Thus, whenever he went out, we followed. However, he usually had us parked far away and would walk a distance on his own. One time, I went to the grocery store for water and happened to walk in the same direction as him. I saw him enter a certain courtyard. At this, Yuan Ku produced a photograph, tossing it to the underling and asking, "Is this the person who met Along?" "Yes, I've seen him twice." "Didn't you say you only encountered him by chance once?" Yuan Ku furrowed his brow. It was the day of this person's wedding. There were many people at the restaurant, so we couldn't discern who Along intended to meet. But that night, when Along went to that courtyard, I realized that this was indeed the person he sought, which accounts for the two encounters. The underling explained in detail. Yuan Ku licked his lips. "Do you know their relationship?" "No, Along never mentioned it, and none of us asked." The underling shook his head. 20 minutes later, Yuan Ku exited the interrogation room and immediately instructed Ong Su, "Have the police forensic team go to the morgue post-haste to extract Along's DNA for comparison." "Comparison with whom?" Ong Su inquired. "Who else could it be?" Yuan Ku retorted. Ong Su momentarily paused. "Captain, do you suspect that Along has some familial ties with him?" The informant's testimony plainly elucidated why he had refrained from pulling the trigger that day. Yuan Ku responded in a light-hearted tone. "This kid usually lives in fear. If there weren't some compelling reasons, how could he possibly associate with someone like Along?" Ong Su quickly understood. "I see." In the logistics warehouse, Chi Lin sat vacantly in a chair, lost in thought. "Brother, the path each person takes is a choice of their own, and they must bear the consequences of their decisions." Qin Yu, leaning against the table, gently urged, "I know you are hurting inside, but look at me. At least you have a reason to grieve. I don't even know how I lost my family. You've lost your brother, yet you still have your mother, sister, and wife. What do I have? I have nothing." Chi Lin remained silent, not uttering a word. "Chi Lin, let your sorrow pass quickly. You have other loved ones to care for." Qin Yu advised, turning to him, "This place is filled with people. Be sure not to reveal any signs of distress." Upon hearing this, Chi Lin numbly raised his head. "Yes, the dead are gone, but the living must continue to live." Suddenly, the door of the logistics warehouse swung open, and Ong Su's two subordinates entered, expressionless, and addressed Chi Lin. "Team leader Yuan is looking for you. He has something to discuss." "What is it?" Qin Yu inquired on Chi Lin's behalf. "Nothing significant, just some details regarding a previous case." The one on the left smiled, urging him to follow. "Let us go." Qin Yu, sensing something amiss, felt a twinge of concern for Chi Lin. To prevent suspicion, Chi Lin quickly adjusted his demeanor and stood up. "What case could possibly involve me?" "You'll find out when you get there," they replied. "Then let us go." Chi Lin responded with a smile. After exchanging a few words, the three departed, while Qin Yu lingered at the door, an unsettling premonition rising within him. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. Slowly, dawn broke, and then darkness enveloped the sky once more. After waiting for over 10 hours, Qin Yu grew restless. Memories of Lin Yanlei and Alon's words resurfacing in his mind. An undercurrent of anxiety began to seep into his thoughts. The drug trafficking case appeared far more intricate than it initially seemed. After careful consideration, Qin Yu rose, took his work badge, and quietly exited the office, driving the vehicle of Team 3 toward Songjiang Prison No. 3. Meanwhile, Yuan Ku stepped into his office and looked at Chi Lin, who had been under soft detention for several hours. "Let us go. Come with me," he said. Chi Lin stood up, apprehensive, and forced a smile. "Captain Yuan, what's going on?" "You'll know when we get there," Yuan Ku replied curtly, turning to leave. Suppressing his inner sorrow, Chi Lin hesitated briefly before promptly following Yuan Ku. Half an hour had passed when Yuan Ku drove Chi Lin to the police hospital. Under the guidance of the staff, they entered the morgue. Chi Lin glanced around nervously and stammered, "Yuan. Captain, why have you brought me here?" Yuan Ku lit a cigarette and leisurely walked to the inner side of the morgue, pulling open a drawer containing a corpse. Chi Lin looked up and immediately saw Along lying in the drawer, his complexion a shade of purple. Do you recognize him? Yuan Ku asked, his expression inscrutable. Qi Lin clenched his fists and forced a smile, replying, Captain, what do you mean? I don't understand. Yuan Ku scratched his nose and took out 2 folded A4 sheets from his coat pocket, stepping closer to Qi Lin. After expedited DNA testing, it has been confirmed that your Y chromosomes match, which means Along is your biological elder brother. Qi Lin's head buzzed, his expression shifting to one of panic. That day at the arrest scene, you didn't fire your weapon to protect him, did you? Yuan Ku's voice remained steady. This is a misunderstanding. You got it wrong. Qi Lin, we both know that if this DNA test were conducted 1,000 times, the result would remain unchanged. Yuan Ku turned and sat on the autopsy table. The facts are laid bare before us. Do you think arguing will change anything? Clutching the test results, Qi Lin was overwhelmed with confusion, unsure of how to respond to Yuan Ku. Qi Lin, if this report lands on the desk of our superiors, combined with the fact that you failed to follow orders during the last arrest, do you understand the consequences you will face? Yuan Ku looked at Qi Lin with a blank expression. You will be branded as an accomplice, charged with dereliction of duty and complicity, among other accusations. The repercussions will not simply involve losing your badge. You could face a sentence of 10 years or more. Slowly, Qi Lin raised his head, stunned for a moment before suddenly kneeling before Yuan Ku, clutching his trousers and exclaiming, Captain, Captain, Along is indeed my elder brother, but we have lost all contact. That day's arrest was a mere coincidence. I had no idea I was supposed to apprehend him. Yuan Ku regarded Qi Lin in silence. Captain, I truly cannot lose my badge, nor can I go to prison. I have a family to support. I cannot afford to have this happen. Qi Lin's face was streaked with tears. I beg you, help me please. Yuan Ku took a drag from his cigarette and placed a hand on Qi Lin's shoulder. Everyone has emotions. After spending so long together, how can I not know who you are? Qi Lin, I sincerely believe you are not involved in this case, but the higher-ups do not understand. Can they be persuaded? 4 officers lost their lives during the last arrest, and both leadership and management require a palatable and reasonable explanation. And now, with your DNA test coming to light, what do you think will happen? An insider led to the failure of the operation, and all blame falls upon you. Can you bear that? Qi Lin stood frozen. I want to help you, but my influence is limited. Yuan Ku picked up the DNA report and pondered for a long while before speaking. However, there may be another way. What? What way? Your elder brother was an intermediary for the Ma family's deliveries. Now that he is gone, if you can locate the supplier behind him and unravel that connection, I would dare to vouch for you in front of Director Li and the senior officials at the police station. With such a merit to protect you, you would be safe. Yuan Ku lowered his gaze to Qi Lin and continued. At that point, a single word from above could suppress your DNA report. Qi Lin contemplated deeply for a moment and suddenly recalled what Along had said before leaving that day. If one day you find it hard to survive, there's a contact in your bag. You can reach out to him. With this thought in mind, Qi Lin immediately looked up and responded. It seems he did give me a contact. If you let me go home, I will find out whether it is the supplier's contact. You must not deceive me. That would only bring harm to yourself. Qi Lin fixed his gaze on Yuan Ku, his voice hoarse as he replied. My family is right here. How could I dare to deceive you? Captain Yuan. All right, then go back and find the information. Do not let anyone follow you. I fear. My mother might worry, as her health is poor. You need not worry. My people will not enter your home, Yuan Ku assured with a smile. Let them wait outside. Once you have what you need, they will escort you back. Meanwhile, on the other end, Qin Yu was interrogating Ma Lao Air at the Songjiang prison. Damn it, Ma Lao Air, clad in prison garb, sat on the iron chair, carelessly cursing. Aren't you dead yet? Qin Yu tilted his head, observing the man. Do you really wish for my demise? You make it impossible for the poor to afford medicine, depriving those who support their families of their means. Are you saying we wouldn't want you dead? Ma Lao Air scoffed in response. After a moment of silence, Qin Yu leaned forward and asked, aside from you, there's another group selling drugs on the black market, and the prices are double yours. Are you aware of that? Ma Lao Air was taken aback. Are you pulling my leg? Shouldn't you be more informed about this than I am? Your relentless attacks on us are merely to clear obstacles for those above, right? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's expression turned complex. If I were to say I did not know before, would you believe me? Ma Lao Air looked stunned in response. Chapter 33. A cruel existence with a single blow. He shattered the spine of his existence. Yuan Ke did not summon a familiar officer to escort Qi Lin home. Instead, he enlisted two unfamiliar men who drove him to his doorstep. Within the alley, Qi Lin sat in the vehicle and turned to the middle-aged driver, saying, "Please, do not accompany me inside. I will retrieve my belongings and return promptly." "Very well. We shall wait here," the burly man replied with a nod. Qi Lin opened the car door and proceeded forward for approximately 200 meters, then turned and entered the small courtyard of his home. He grasped the handle of the door to the standalone house he shared with Bella, only to discover it was securely locked from the inside. "Open the door," Qi Lin called out. "Just a moment," Bella quickly responded. "Hurry up," Qi Lin urged, his tone laced with urgency. After what felt like an eternity of 3 to 4 minutes, Bella finally appeared, dressed in a hastily thrown-on garment, her hair disheveled. "You're back," she stammered. "Why didn't you come home during the day? I thought you had to work." Qi Lin had no time for explanations as he stepped inside. "Where's the black bag I gave you the other day?" Bella hesitated, confusion flickering across her face. "What black bag?" "The one I handed to you along with the living expenses," Qi Lin demanded, turning to face her. On that fateful day, when Along had given Qi Lin the money, he was still engulfed in the sorrow of their parting, his thoughts far removed from the money or the bag. Moreover, Along's words had been somewhat ambiguous. Qi Lin merely assumed he was expressing that should he ever find himself in dire straits, he could utilize the contact information contained within the bag to seek assistance. Thus, he had not associated this contact with any supplier, nor had he cherished the bag as a precious item. He had simply passed it along with the living expenses to Bella for safekeeping. Bella, slightly flustered, ran her fingers through her hair. "That bag was rather old. You gave it to me, and I just took the money out. As for the bag, I can't remember where I put it." "What on earth can you do?" Qi Lin exclaimed, his tone sharper than he had ever used with her, his eyes wide with desperation. "Find it. Think about where you might have placed it." "Oh, I will help you search," Bella replied, her voice trembling. "You rest. I'll find it. Let me think about where I put it." In a state of distress, she began rummaging through the cabinet by the window. "That item is crucial. It cannot be lost," Qi Lin thought anxiously, unable to remain still. He too bent down to search within the confines of the room. Bella, squatting in front of the cabinet, caught a glimpse of Qi Lin's position out of the corner of her eye. Seeing him standing beside the tall cabinet, she, in a moment of panic, fabricated a lie. "I remember now. I think I took that bag when I went shopping. It got dirty, so I threw it away." At that moment, Qi Lin yanked open the left side of the tall cabinet and, upon hearing Bella's words, spun around, shouting, "What? You threw it away?" Bella froze at his outburst, her eyes widening in shock. Qi Lin, sensing something was amiss in her expression, turned to look at the cabinet and was instantly struck dumb. Inside the cabinet stood a pale figure, clutching two articles of clothing, blinking innocently at Qi Lin. Qi Lin took 2 steps back, his face as pale as death as he withdrew his gaze from the cabinet, turning to stare blankly at Bella. I. Bella stood up, bewildered and trembling. "Damn it, you said you wouldn't work overtime. What are you doing coming back for a bag?" A familiar voice echoed, and a barefooted figure emerged from the cabinet. "This is awkward, isn't it?" Qi Lin's fists clenched instantly, a torrent of rage surging within him, releasing all the grievances he had endured recently. He turned and charged at Bella, kicking her in the abdomen while shouting, "Damn it! While I was out there risking my life, you were at home with another man." The barefooted figure stepped out of the cabinet, revealing himself to be none other than the man named Tiger, who had coincidentally attended Qi Lin's wedding. Tiger appeared unfazed, casually sitting in a chair and cursing under his breath about the police not doing their job despite being paid. "I didn't inform them to have you on duty. So why are you back?" In a frenzied state, Qi Lin grabbed Bella by her hair, pinning her against the cabinet, completely losing his sanity as he struck her. Bang! Bang! Tears welled in Qi Lin's eyes as he kicked and shouted, "Damn it! I provide for you. I give you clothes, ensuring you have a respectable life in Songjiang. And you betray me? What have I ever done to deserve this? We've only been together for a few days, and you can already be with him? Hey, that's enough. What the hell are you doing? Is this never ending?" Tiger shouted. Hearing his words, Qi Lin felt a rush of blood to his head. He suddenly turned and stormed toward the door, throwing open the wooden door and seizing a snow shovel placed outside. "Oh, feeling bold enough to arm yourself?" Tiger sneered, standing up and putting on his coat as he approached the door, questioning, "What are you going to do, kill me? You think you can handle it? I'll be damned." Qi Lin shouted as he raised the shovel, aiming for Tiger's head. "Brother, are you back?" At that moment, the sound of the iron gate echoed in the courtyard, and his frail sister, holding a cane and wrapped in a coat, stood outside, asking, "What's going on?" "Mom woke up, and I'm quite worried." "Let me check." Seeing his emaciated sister, Qi Lin's boiling blood seemed to cool instantly. He stared blankly at the room where their mother lay. His hand, gripping the shovel, began to tremble involuntarily. "We're all adults now. Why are we still playing these juvenile games?" Tiger said, gripping Qi Lin's wrist firmly, smiling as he urged, "Come on, calm down, put that down and let us talk." Filled with hatred, Qi Lin turned his gaze toward Tiger. "Mom, doesn't T want this? Sister, doesn't T want this? Are you ready to risk your life?" Tiger looked at Qi Lin with a grin, pressing down on his raised arm and shouting outside, "Little sister, go back. Everything is fine. We just need to talk." Qi Lin's sister stood quietly in the courtyard, neither advancing nor retreating, and certainly not raising her voice. She simply remained there in silence. Lao Hu closed the door and, tilting his head, regarded Qi Lin. "You purchased her, didn't you? For 500? Qi Lin clenched his teeth, his lips twitching, yet he remained silent. "Here's the deal." Lao Hu continued, reaching into his pocket and extracting a large wallet without counting its contents, casually tossing it onto the nearby cabinet. "I happen to have 8,000 here. Take it, and I'll take Bella with me. You've seen how well we get along, huh?" Qi Lin's expression darkened, his body trembling. "Why are you silent?" Lao Hu leaned in, poking Qi Lin's chest as he pressed on. "Come on, we all know each other in this area. What are you pretending for? You bought her for 500, and I'm offering you 8,000. What's the problem? Don't you know your own situation? With someone like Bella, can you even afford her? Today, I'm willing to give you 8,000. Tomorrow, if she develops feelings for me, you won't see a dime." Hearing this, Qi Lin cast a glance at Bella, his voice trembling as he asked, "Is it because I have some burdens that you bully me like this? You, with your pathetic self, even the cafeteria workers say you wash the chef's socks just to bring home some food. No matter how lowly my situation, do I need to bully you for validation?" Lao Hu spat on the ground, turned, and said, "Take the money. I'll wait for Bella outside." With that, he stepped away. Qi Lin stood dazed at the door, then turned to Bella, saying, "I earn money to support you, and yet you've stripped me of my last shred of dignity." Bella lowered her head, and after a long silence, replied, Qi Lin, when you bought me, did you ever consider my dignity while haggling 3 times over the price?" Qi Lin was taken aback by her words. "It's all just to have something to eat. What's the point of discussing feelings? You support me, and I'll sleep with you, do your laundry, cook for you, and tidy up the house." Bella slowly stood up. "If Lao Hu offers better, I want to go with him. In the past, when the world wasn't so chaotic, people spoke while fully clothed, leaving each other some room. But now, with the world in disarray, people have become more shameless. The essence hasn't changed, it's merely the circumstances. Get out." Qi Lin shouted, eyes closed, pointing towards the door. Bella picked up her coat, casually smoothing her hair, and calmly walked out. "In just over 20 days, you've earned an extra 500. You're not at a loss. Get out." Qi Lin shouted, fists clenched in fury. Bella pushed the door open and left. Lao Hu, standing at the entrance, relieved himself, then turned to see Bella coming out. "Damn, 8,000. I've spent a week's dividends on you. I'll go with you. You must come with me. Who the hell would choose a dog?" Lao Hu led Bella out of the courtyard. Inside the house, Qi Lin slumped to the floor, dizzy, staring at the ceiling, feeling as though his very soul had departed. He is neither an old cat nor a high-ranking official's offspring, someone who has ever received special treatment from others. He is not like Qin Yu, incapable of embodying that carefree and capricious spirit. Thus, within the confines of the police station, his posture remains perpetually bent, Nevertheless, until today, he had maintained an optimistic and proactive approach to this era and society, utilizing every means at his disposal to provide for his mother and sister. Yet today, life has once again shattered all his aspirations, cruelly and with the ferocity of a madman, striking him down to the depths. His elder brother lies dead, a woman has betrayed him, and he is entangled in serious criminal charges. The only chance for redemption, a black package, has been discarded. In the past, Chi Lin would habitually retreat when faced with adversity, but now, he finds himself at the precipice. Any further retreat would mean utter destruction. A surge of grievance, unwillingness, and injustice floods his heart. With a creak, the door swings open, and his sister stands outside in the icy expanse, holding a white cane. Brother, she is not a good woman. We have nothing to mourn. Chi Lin turns to face his sister, and the chaos in his eyes gradually clears. Am I to live like a dog merely to die like one? A voice in Chi Lin's mind cries out, and he slowly rises, wiping the corners of his eyes as he says, "Let's go inside and help Mother pack." What is wrong? Don't ask, just hurry. Chi Lin resolves to take a gamble. The black package is lost, and he can no longer explain himself to Yuan Ke. Returning home likely means he would never emerge again. With this thought, Chi Lin lowers his head and decisively dials Old Cat's number. Chapter 34, A Life or Death Escape. Seeking a glimmer of hope within the residential area along the border of Songjiang, the Old Cat stood beside his vehicle, connecting a call to Chi Lin. What's the matter? Are you at the station? Damn, don't you know? I'm at the border apprehending grain smugglers. The Old Cat wiped the sweat off his forehead and replied, I just finished and was about to head back. Upon hearing that the Old Cat seemed unaware of the situation at the station, Chi Lin refrained from elaborating further and instead pleaded, I'm facing a serious issue and need your assistance. What's going on? I can't discuss it over the phone. Can you come back and help me pick up my mother and sister? Chi Lin whispered, I won't trouble you for long. They'll stay with you for at most 2 hours. What the hell is going on? The Old Cat was taken aback, as Chi Lin had never approached him in such a manner before. Don't ask for details. I simply can't stay in Songjiang any longer. I have to leave. Fearing the two individuals outside might become suspicious, Chi Lin was unable to explain the situation. I can't find anyone else to help. I have to rely on you. All right, I'll head back now. The Old Cat responded almost instinctively. I'll arrive in about half an hour. Old Cat, you can't tell anyone I called you. I won't breathe a word to anyone. While the Old Cat seldom made promises, he had never gone back on his word when it came to serious matters. My mother and sister will be heading to the North Station shortly, Chi Lin instructed quietly. Once you pick them up, just keep them in the car. I'll call you when I'm done. The Old Cat fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, Can Lally help you with your troubles? If so, I can call him right away. Upon hearing this, Chi Lin's eyes reddened instantly, his lips quivering for a long while before he hoarsely replied, He can't help. The Old Cat's heart sank at this response. I won't say anything more. I'm heading back now. Thank you. Forget the thanks. You can reach out to me anytime if you need help. All right. The two ended the call, and the Old Cat yanked open the car door, shouting to his colleagues who were tidying up the scene, I have an urgent matter to attend to. You all head back on your own and call me when you get to the station. What is up, deputy? A colleague called out from a distance. Nothing. Without replying further, the Old Cat slammed down on the accelerator and vanished into the night. At home, Chi Lin stepped behind the wardrobe, bending down to reach into the crevice between the cabinet and the wall. After a prolonged search, he finally retrieved a round oilcloth-wrapped package. Approaching the table, Chi Lin unwrapped the package to reveal a large-caliber P202 handgun. This firearm was purchased 3 years ago from a gun dealer for 400 yuan, intended for practice during his off-duty hours. Since the ammunition at the station was limited and he lacked the funds for special approvals, he resorted to this means to hone his skills, preparing to achieve excellent results and advance to a second-level officer. Indeed, Chi Lin had indeed secured the top position in the police shooting competition and ranked among the top 3 in the precinct. Yet, despite this accomplishment, all he received was a modest monetary reward, merely sufficient to reimburse his firearm expenses. As for the promotion slots, they were allocated to those who rarely needed to wield a gun. Chi Lin expertly examined his firearm, loaded 2 magazines, and tucked the weapon into his inner pocket before striding purposefully towards a door. Upon reaching the threshold, he suddenly halted, facing the biting wind and frost, and glanced back. A small room, furnished with exceedingly simple furniture, represented all that Qi Lin had painstakingly fought for, yet it seemed he could take none of it with him now. On the cabinet lay several certificates and trophies, tokens of his shooting achievements. How ironic it was that he had never fired a shot in any significant case. Qi Lin gazed deeply into the room for a moment before turning to leave. Passing through the iron gate and over the wall, Qi Lin arrived at his mother-esque quarters. "How are you managing?" he inquired. "Dear, what trouble have you stirred? Why are you suddenly leaving?" The elderly woman asked from her bed, her voice trembling. "Mother, it's too complicated to explain in just a few words. But do not worry. I have contacted elder brother. We will leave tonight to find him," Qi Lin replied, offering a well-intentioned lie. The old woman sighed at his words, wiping her eyes as she murmured, "It's all my fault. I become so forgetful. Everything was fine, yet I push you to seek a woman. Our sudden departure is because of her. Isn't it?" Qi Lin looked at his mother, suppressing the feelings of grievance within him. He turned and took his younger sister by the hand, leading her to the door. He crouched down and asked, "Little sister, in 5 minutes after I leave, take mother to the North Station." "All right," his young sister replied with surprising calmness, her delicate face revealing no sign of distress. "Remember the voice of the old cat? When he arrives, you'll get into his car. I will come to fetch you within 2 hours at most," Qi Lin reiterated. His sister fell silent for a moment, then leaned in to whisper in his ear, "I know when Big Brother returned that day." Qi Lin was taken aback. Another brother had already departed. "I do not wish to lose another. I will certainly return," he replied through gritted teeth, fighting back tears. "Go now. I will wait for you," she said. Qi Lin rose and strode out of the house. 5 minutes later, he was back in the car. The burly driver glanced at him and frowned, asking, "What took you so long? Did you not hear?" Qi Lin replied, his expression unreadable. The driver paused for a moment, then shifted into gear, responding, "I heard some commotion." "What? Did you have a family quarrel?" "It's nothing, let us go." "What about the stuff?" the driver inquired. "It's on me," Qi Lin replied, maintaining his stoic demeanor. "We are heading to find team leader Yuan." "Understood." The driver slammed the accelerator, swiftly departing from the alley beside Qi Lin's home. In a dark neighborhood, on a certain street, Qin Yu, after emerging from the third prison in Songjiang, drove here and waited for nearly half an hour before someone knocked on his car window. Qin Yu lifted his gaze to observe the burly man outside the vehicle before stepping out. Raising his hand, the man, with a stoic expression, spoke. Qin Yu hesitated momentarily, furrowing his brow as he opened his arms. The burly man extended his hands, meticulously inspecting Qin Yu's body for any concealed weapons. Once assured of his safety, he whispered, "Follow me." 2 minutes later, the two entered a dimly lit room on the ground floor of a nearby building, where they encountered Old Ma, seated in a chair. "What do you need?" Old Ma inquired, lowering his gaze to toy with a handgun, his face shrouded in a grim demeanor. After a brief moment of hesitation, Qin Yu pulled out an electronic cigarette, taking a puff before stating, "The case regarding Ma Er and Min can be handled." Old Ma was taken aback, then suddenly burst into laughter. "Huh, so Yuan sent you to play tricks with me, did he?" Qin Yu, lowering his head, retrieved his phone from his pocket and played a recording for Old Ma. After several seconds, the voice of Ma Er resonated. "Uncle, you can talk to this person." Upon hearing his nephew's voice, Old Ma was momentarily stunned. "I came to inform you that when Ma Er and Min were apprehended, it was a case of capturing both the person and the goods. However, your approach has been to resist interrogation and defy the judicial system, refusing to divulge details of the crime, always hoping that the two could be released together, which is unrealistic." Qin Yu exhaled smoke softly, saying, "Let's save one. That way, there is still a chance." Old Ma stared blankly at Qin Yu, utterly perplexed by his methods. "I've said what I needed to say. I'm leaving," Qin Yu declared as he turned to exit. "Wait a moment," Old Ma called out. Qin Yu glanced back, asking, "What is it? Why are you doing this? What is your intention?" Old Ma inquired bluntly. Qin Yu pondered for a while before succinctly responding, "Because I don't want to be a fool, offending all the drug dealers and impoverished brothers who consume drugs, only for the money to end up in someone else's pocket. If you're wise, consider today as if I never came. We should each go our separate ways." With that, Cheney pushed the door open and departed. The vehicle sped along, swiftly approaching the vicinity of the police station. The burly man turned to glance at Chi Lin, then lowered his head to dial Yuan Ku's number. "Hello." Yuan Ku's voice echoed. "He has taken what he needed. We will arrive shortly. Let him in. You all can head back directly," Yuan Ku instructed succinctly. "Understood." With that, the two ended the call. In his office, Yuan Ku texted his elder brother. "The supply channel is on the way." "Okay," came a rapid response from his brother. In the vehicle, the burly man turned the steering wheel to the left, lifting his head to spot the police compound. "In a moment, you can exit and return on your own. Xiao Ku is waiting for you in the office." Suddenly, Chi Lin drew a handgun from his pocket, pressing it against the burly man's head. The two men in the car were taken aback, quickly turning to face Chi Lin. "I lost that thing. I truly cannot find it." Chi Lin's voice trembled, yet his hand remained steady as he declared, "I cannot go back. If I do, there will be no escape." "You are courting death," the burly man retorted. The robust man spoke in a deep voice, furrowing his brow as he said, "Your home is right here. Where else could you possibly go? Can you even leave Songjiang?" "I wish to try," Chi Lin replied, his lips twitching. "Just drive straight ahead." "You son of a—" The burly man in the passenger seat began to curse. "Don't push me. I have no way out." Chi Lin interrupted him. His eyes reddened. "If you let me live, you both will survive too." A heavy silence fell between them. "Drive on," he commanded. Chi Lin gripped the gun tightly. "You'll go where I tell you." Approximately 15 minutes later, the SUV halted on an uninhabited road about 5 kilometers from the city center. "Stop the car," Chi Lin ordered, gun in hand. The driver glanced back at Chi Lin and suddenly turned the steering wheel sharply to the left before slamming on the brakes. The tires screeched on the icy road, and the vehicle careened uncontrollably into the ditch on the left. "You're playing tricks." Chi Lin's body jolted from the impact, and he struck the driver's head with the gun several times. The driver shielded his head and calmly retorted, "You're not in a hurry now, are you? If you're not leaving, should we help you push the car out?" Chi Lin turned to look out the window and, seeing how deeply the front of the car was stuck, gritted his teeth and opened the door. Aiming his gun at the two men inside, he commanded, "Weapons, phones, throw them out." They exchanged glances, then, without further hesitation, they lowered their heads and tossed their phones and guns out the window. Bang! Bang! Chi Lin fired 2 shots, shattering the right side tires, then bent down to thoroughly search the two men before gritting his teeth and warning, "Don't pursue me again. If you do, we all die together." With that, he picked up their guns and phones and fled. "Damn it!" the burly man exclaimed, watching Chi Lin leave as he slammed his fist onto the steering wheel. "After a lifetime of hunting eagles, I've let a sparrow peck my eyes out." The middle-aged man in the passenger seat opened the glove compartment and pulled out a leather envelope. "What's the rush? The 2 phones for the delivery are right here. Hurry, open them," the driver shouted, his eyes suddenly brightening. On the highway, a speeding police vehicle suddenly emitted a dull thud from its undercarriage, followed by violent shaking, and the engine abruptly stalled. "Damn it, what kind of road is this?" The old cat cursed as his head struck the steering wheel. At the North Station, the younger sister placed their mother at the entrance of a wind-sheltering underpass, while she stood on the roadside, her frail figure waiting for the old cat's arrival. Chapter 35. Fate and Fortune in the Vast Wilderness. The old cat pushed open the car door and leaped out. Turning back, he noticed that the rear right tire was deeply ensnared in the snow. "Damn it, why does trouble always arise when one is in a hurry?" The old cat muttered a curse, quickly retrieving a flashlight from inside the vehicle. He crouched down to assess the situation of the rear wheel, discovering that the tire was wedged precariously in a mound of dirt, completely detached from the firm ground below. After scrutinizing the predicament, the old cat dashed to the trunk, gripping the iron chain with his bare hands. With considerable effort, he tugged twice before finally unfastening the spare tire. However, due to the frigid weather and the accumulation of snow on the vehicle, the spare had become thoroughly frozen to the trunk. With no other option, the old cat pressed his body onto the spare tire, shaking it vigorously. Creak, creak. The agonizing sound echoed as he reddened with strain. After several intense shakes, the spare tire finally thudded to the ground. In a split second, the triangular hook connecting the wheel hub and the chain sliced through the flesh of the old cat's thigh, blood gushing forth and staining the snow beneath him. He glanced down at the gash on his thigh, suppressing the pain, knowing he could not afford to delay. With both hands, he pushed the spare tire beneath the rear right wheel and promptly returned to the car. May the Buddha, the Holy Mary, and Jesus grant me mercy. Please let me pass, the old cat murmured urgently, shifting into gear and gently pressing the accelerator to set the tire atop the spare. Go! He suddenly shouted, flooring the gas pedal. The engine roared to life, and the vehicle lurched forward, barely escaping the snow-esque grasp. The old cat turned the wheel sharply to the left and pressed the accelerator again, and the car shot forward with renewed vigor. At the edge of the city, Chi-Lin, breathless, halted and immediately dialed the old cat's number. Hello, have you arrived? Damn it, the car was stuck in the snow. I just got it out and am on my way to the city now, the old cat retorted with exasperation. Chi-Lin paused, his face paling as he urged, hurry, get to the North Station as fast as you can. I understand, I'm on my way. Call me if anything arises. Okay. With that, their conversation ended, and Chi-Lin continued his swift journey towards the North Station. 20 minutes later, the car screeched to a halt on the road in front of the North Station. Blood trickled down the old cat's leg as he stumbled out, clutching the car keys and scanning the square for his sister. Chiyu, Chiyu. After 2 minutes of searching without sight of her, he began to call out. At the entrance of the underground passage, an elderly lady ascended the steps unsteadily, calling out in the direction of the old cat. Child, over here. Upon hearing her voice, the old cat turned around. Joy surged within him as he recognized Chi-Lin's mother, and he rushed over. Annie, are you all right? Where's my sister? She is waiting for you. Didn't you see her? The elderly woman responded, her vision and hearing failing her. The old cat was taken aback. I haven't seen her. I couldn't move. She told me to wait down below. The elderly lady, her expression fraught with anxiety, urged, please, find her quickly. All right, don't fret. I shall look for her, responded the old cat, turning swiftly to retrace his steps. Within 5 minutes, he had scoured the square, yet the little girl remained elusive. To the left front of the square, there stood a diminutive food stall. The old cat dashed over and with a tone of urgency inquired, brother, have you seen a little girl, around 13 or 14 years old, waiting here? The vendor, peering from his kiosk, glanced at the old cat and replied, yes, I saw her. 2 vehicles arrived and took her away. The old cat felt a jolt of dismay at this revelation. When did this happen? He pressed. Just 5 minutes ago, came the reply. Did you hear what they said? I did not. 4 individuals descended and forcibly led her away. Damn it. Why didn't you intervene? The old cat exclaimed, frustration mounting. The vendor rolled his eyes. How was I to know their intentions? If I had intervened, what would it matter to me? Move aside. Don't hinder my business. The old cat stared, his heart sinking with despair. In the city center, Chi-Lin was on the verge of forcibly stopping a vehicle when the ringing of his phone interrupted him. Hello. He halted, panting as he answered. Silence enveloped the line until a familiar voice broke through. I didn't expect so much to transpire at the precinct during my 2-day hiatus. Had I known, I wouldn't have left your side. Chi-Lin immediately recognized the voice of the tiger. Are you trying to lure me away? The tiger sneered. Do you think you can escape? Come to Tujia Street. My sister and I await your arrival. Chi-Lin stood frozen, shock coursing through him. You have 2 hours to bring the items, or I may be compelled to resort to unspeakable actions, the tiger stated nonchalantly. So be it. In the precinct office, Yuanka spoke into his phone. The primary aim is to secure the supplier's contact information. Do not allow the tiger to engage in any reckless behavior. I cannot comprehend how he remains at the precinct while still having the opportunity to escape. How long has this matter been pending without resolution? A middle-aged voice on the other end replied, tinged with impatience. There is a significant backlog of goods. I cannot proceed without eliminating the competition, Yuanka countered. Brother, I do not run the precinct. There is an astute oldly above me. Despite our attempts to negotiate with him, he feigns ignorance. I must tread carefully regarding the drug trade to avoid drawing unwanted attention, Yuanku replied, frowning. Oldly lacks insight. If the opportunity arises, I shall deal with him. No, you're always saying no, Yuanku retorted, his tone rising in urgency. He is the highest authority at the precinct. Unless there is an absolute conflict of interest, Why target him? Are you out of your mind? Leave the matter of the young officer to me. I'll have the tiger handle it. You simply need to go and retrieve the leads. The other party fell silent for a few moments before abruptly terminating the call. On the pitch-black highway, Chi Lin, with reddened eyes, dialed Lao Mao's mobile phone. I have arrived, but I cannot locate my sister. The shopkeeper informed me that there are 2 cars. Lao Mao, with urgency in his tone, was about to explain the situation. She has been captured. Chi Lin's voice, cold as ice, interrupted him. Lao Mao stood frozen upon hearing this. I require your assistance with something, he said. What do you need? Lao Mao immediately inquired. I would like you to investigate Yuan Ke's situation for me, Chi Lin said, his head bowed and words articulated clearly. Upon hearing this, Lao Mao, wide-eyed, asked, What the hell do you intend to do? What does your inquiry mean? There's a cliff ahead, and countless people are pushing me from behind. I have accepted my fate. I intend to leap and see if I can die. Chi Lin clenched his fists and declared, If you consider me a friend, assist me one last time. Calm down, for heaven's sake. If it comes to it, Lao Mao began. Are you seriously advising me to remain calm? Who has demonstrated composure over these past years? If there had been even the slightest chance to escape, would I be contemplating a jump off the cliff? Chi Lin, with red eyes, shouted, If you do not help me, I will immediately return to the police station to find Yuan Ke. In the deep of night, shortly after 11 o'clock, within the standalone building at 75 Century Avenue in the Dark District, a rotund man sat in the second-floor hall with 2 friends, enjoying a hot pot. Below, a figure pushed open the glass door, entering with a body covered in frost and snow. Chapter 36. A Night of Loss. Chi Lin transforms into a Qilin within a solitary second-floor room. A corpulent man savored lamb hot pot while sipping on an exquisite, high-priced white wine. Turning to his companions, he remarked, Once we eliminate the supplier, the Ma family will be devoid of resources, and they shall perish instantly. At that point, the entire underground pharmaceutical market in Songjiang will belong to us. As per our usual arrangement, our Yuan family will remain in the shadows. You shall handle procurement, distribution, and collections, and we shall take 70% of the profits, with the remainder shared among all. Will the Ma family truly perish amidst the legitimate supply of pharmaceuticals? This is merely competition, interjected the middle-aged man on the left, wiping his mouth. Huh, legitimate supply? Our collaboration is indeed with legitimate channels, the corpulent man replied, taking a sip of his wine, his demeanor cheerful. The pharmaceutical company has already agreed to raise the prices by an additional 30%, which means we will be the most affordable option. With no alternatives available, how can those wretched drug users willingly part with their money? This plan is foolproof. The frail man on the right chuckled, raising his glass. Let us toast to the swift demise of the Ma family. Ha ha, cheers. The trio laughed heartily as they gradually lifted their glasses. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, and a young man adorned with snowflakes ascended the stairs from below. The corpulent man looked up at the staircase, furrowing his brows as he inquired, Who are you? I am Chi Lin, the young man replied succinctly, brushing off the snow from his attire. The 3 men paused, slowly lowering their glasses. Chi Lin stepped forward, glancing at the hot pot on the table with a smile as he settled into an empty chair. What delightful food and drink you have. After a moment of silence, the corpulent man furrowed his brow, retrieved a cigarette from a box, and cursed, Jacques, this scoundrel is becoming increasingly outrageous. Playing mahjong downstairs without even noticing someone has entered the building. With that, he flicked his lighter, igniting the cigarette. Chi Lin, with his hands in his pockets, extinguished the flame with a breath. The corpulent man hesitated for a moment, turning to Chi Lin with a tilted head. I may not have known you before, but I have heard of you today. I fail to comprehend what purpose you serve in this building. Are you the elder brother of Yuan Ke? Chi Lin asked. The corpulent man discarded his cigarette. I am his uncle, Yuan Wei. A flicker of disappointment crossed Chi Lin's eyes. I had hoped to uncover the root of the matter. Damn it, Yuan Wei scoffed, gesturing towards the downstairs. Do you intend to confine me? Do you know where you are? If I call out, 10 armed men could ascend from below in an instant. Do you believe that? Chi Lin paused for a moment, fixing his gaze on Yuan Wei. You have brothers, do you? my young friend, the middle-aged man on the left chuckled, ruffling Qi Lin's hair. If the Yuan family had no brothers, could they have established themselves in the underworld? Just produce what you have and spare us this theatrics. Do you understand how many livelihoods are tied to the pharmaceutical industry? You. Qi Lin turned his head, drew his gun, and pressed it against the middle-aged man's forehead, his expression devoid of emotion. I've lost everything. Do you still dare to provoke me? The gunshot rang out. The man fell, and blood, both red and white, spattered across the table, mingling with the boiling, spicy hot pot in a vivid display. Yuan Wei and another man stood frozen in shock as the bullet-ridden middle-aged man collapsed to the ground, convulsing briefly before falling still. Qi Lin, gripping the gun, tilted his body to gaze at the overweight man. Don't you have brothers? Call them here. Yuan Wei's lips twitched as he wiped the blood from his face and numbly shouted, People are coming from my house. It was unnecessary to shout. Upon hearing the gunfire, 6 or 7 individuals rushed from downstairs into the game room, armed and anxious as they ascended to the second floor. What is going on, Wei Go? The leading young man inquired, eyes wide with concern. Is it just them? Qi Lin raised a glass of baijiu with his left hand and downed it in one gulp, then surged towards the door. Kill him, Yuan Wei shouted, leaping to his feet. At the staircase, the 6 or 7 men, in a flurry of confusion, raised 4 guns. The rapid gunfire shattered the night. Qi Lin stood his ground, never flinching, and was the first to pull the trigger. 4 seconds later, 4 men lay fallen at the entrance, while Qi Lin was struck by a bullet in his left side. The room was permeated with the scent of blood, and the remaining 2 or 3 men at the door, trembling while clutching their guns, were paralyzed with fear. The bodies on the ground had all been shot in vital areas, struggling for mere moments before succumbing to stillness. Yuan Wei and his companion stood beside the table, frozen in shock. Can you manage this? Qi Lin, pale-faced, stared at the staircase. Damn it. Is it life or a job that you value more? A furious roar caused the underlings at the staircase to retreat 2 steps. Qi Lin stepped forward, intent on descending, but the others scrambled and fled in panic. Yuan Wei turned to look at Qi Lin, his demeanor no longer calm. Qi Lin held the gun in his right hand while his left pressed against the wound in his abdomen, and in mere seconds, he extracted a deformed bullet, discarding it onto the hot pot table with a dull thud. He fixed a steady gaze on Yuan Wei and asked, Do you still have brothers? Yuan Wei fell silent. If not, call. Have Tiger bring my sister here in 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes. While speaking, Qi Lin raised the bloodied baijiu bottle once more, guzzling 3 large mouthfuls, cursing. Damn, it turns out hitting people is no easier than shooting targets. At that moment, Qi Lin's eyes reflected neither resentment nor darkness. There was only rage and numbness. A minute later, Tiger pulled Qi Yu into a car, phone in hand. That fool Qi Lin went to the card room. Your uncle is stuck there. Did he call you? Yes, I'm already sending people over, came the reply. Are you saying something reckless again? Pushing him to the edge? Yuan Ku asked, urgency in his voice. I didn't. I was just having a normal conversation with him. Tiger defended himself. Damn it. Hurry up, I'm coming too. Yuan Ku had no time to argue with him. He simply hung up the phone and rushed out of the office. On the road, 3 vehicles set off alongside the Tiger, hastening towards the nearby, standalone 3-story building. On the second floor, Qi Lin, with a flushed complexion, lowered his head to change the magazine. Turning to the man beside Yuan Wei, he inquired, Do you recognize me? The man was taken aback by the question. Listen closely, I am Qi Lin. With that, a gunshot rang out. A burst of blood erupted from the middle-aged man's chest, and he fell to the ground, his expression one of shock. Yuan Wei turned to see the blood-splattered hall on the second floor, alongside the fallen henchman and friend, and suddenly felt his stomach churn. He bent over and vomited the hot pot he had just consumed. In less than 10 minutes. 4 vehicles hurriedly stopped at the entrance of the 3-story building. Tiger flung open the car door, yanked out a folding micro firearm from beneath the seat, and shouted, Everyone inside, I'm going to skin him alive. In a flurry, nearly 20 individuals disembarked from the 4 vehicles, brandishing their weapons as they charged into the building. Just then, Tiger's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and muttered, Don't rush. I'm already here, just wait for me. I'm not inside. Qi Lin's voice echoed back. Tiger paused at the sound. Get everyone near you into the building, go to the third floor, and stand by the window, Qi Lin instructed calmly. You dare. In 30 seconds, if they're not upstairs, I'll send Yuan Wei to the afterlife. Don't you care about your sister? Tiger took a step toward the car. Death is death. What do I have to fear? Qi Lin replied softly. Go ahead. Shoot my sister. I'll be able to see her. If she dies, I'll go with Yuan Wei. Tiger halted in his tracks. 20 seconds left. Qi Lin urged nonchalantly. Tiger, holding his phone, suddenly turned and shouted, Everyone to the third floor now, immediately. The group froze for a moment before swiftly heading upstairs, weapons in hand. Across the street, Qi Lin saw the opposing group rush inside and pulled Yuan Wei out. Tiger, Yuan Wei called, his legs trembling. Tiger turned to see Qi Lin. On the roadside, Qi Lin gripped Yuan Wei's neck, the gun aimed downward. Come here. After a moment of hesitation, Tiger stepped forward, opened the car door, and reached out to grab Qi Lin. Bang! The gun fired. Yuan Wei was shot in the abdomen, collapsing to the ground in agony. Tiger, don't move, don't move. He has already killed 6 or 7 up there. Veins bulged on Tiger's forehead as he hesitated, then gritted his teeth and pushed the car door shut. Come over, Qi Lin called again. After a brief pause, Tiger reluctantly stepped into the middle of the road. His voice trembling, Qi Lin, I yield, all right? I'll comply. Let Wei go, and I'll go with you. I'll take you out of Songjiang. Is that acceptable? Qi Lin regarded him silently, without a word. Why are you holding Wei hostage? Isn't it just to negotiate? There's no need for us to exert ourselves excessively, is there? The tiger, with eyes darting wildly, moved forward. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, striking the tiger in the right wrist, which caused the firearm to clatter to the ground. Damn it! The tiger roared, turning to retrieve the gun. Move again, and I will kill you. Qi Lin shouted, his voice firm yet not loud. The tiger froze, fists clenched, bellowing, What the hell do you want? Are you willing to sacrifice your life, your mother, and your sister? How can you expect to survive this? Qi Lin, having released the wounded Yuan Wei, strode towards the tiger, declaring, Kneeling before you is not an option, nor is living as your dog. Thus, I shall adopt a different way of life. I aspire to be a man above men. I shall first take your life to fortify my courage. I intend to reclaim what I have offered you while kneeling, but I shall do so standing. Damn it, you lunatic. Qi Lin aimed his weapon at the tiger and pulled the trigger twice in quick succession. The tiger, struck, stumbled and fell onto the snow-laden road, blood gushing forth. On the roadside, Yuan Wei was repeatedly banging his head, exclaiming, Brother, Qi Lin, this time I will kneel before you. I yield, truly yield. I swear on my life that you will make it out. Just beg the king of hell to spare me a chance. If I survive, if ever the heavens allow me to rise again, I will ensure the graves of the Yuan family fill the 3 miles north of Songjiang. Qi Lin stood in the street, a picture of despair and fury, drawing a second gun from his left hand and pulling the trigger to its limit. Smoke filled the street, and after a volley of shots, Yuan Wei lay lifeless, enveloped in smoke and blood. Qi Lin turned and rushed to the car, shifted gears, and departed. 10 minutes later, on the road, Qiyu, unable to see clearly, lowered her head, tears streaming down her face as she trembled, saying, Brother, Mother, and I should have perished long ago. We are the ones who have burdened you. I am so sorry, truly sorry. If you lose your little sister, I will cease to exist. Qi Lin's vision blurred, blood gushing from his abdomen, his face ashen, his head striking the steering wheel. The vehicle lost control and crashed beside an alley. Qi shook her head to regain consciousness, her hands searching desperately until they found Qi Lin's body, crying out, Brother, what has happened to you? Speak, call. I have a friend who can take you and Mother away. Qi Lin, his eyes closed, whispered with his last strength. Moments later, the phone call was answered by Old Cat. Hello? Chapter 37. Breaking through the sky less than 10 minutes after the tragic incident, Yuan Ku arrived at the entrance of the 2-story villa. Witnessing the lifeless bodies of Yuan Wei and the tiger, alongside the bloodstains that had already frozen into ice shards. At the entrance, dozens of individuals stood with their heads bowed, too fearful to utter a word. Yuan Ku clenched his fists, his eyes bulging as he shouted at the crowd. Does Qi Lin possess 3 heads and 6 arms? He is but one man, How could you allow the situation to escalate to this extent? Silence ensued. A brief pause before a middle-aged man who had arrived with the tiger looked up to respond. He came with the intent to fight to the death. Even if we had arrived in time to restrain him, the scene would not have been any better. He was pushed too hard and has lost all reason. Useless. All of you are useless. Yuan Ku completely lost his usual composure, pointing at the crowd and shouting, "Get the hell out. You are all unworthy of a meal. Leave." Now, on the street, Old Cat drove the car, his body smeared with blood as he exclaimed, "Damn it, you are nothing but a fool. You used to take a beating without uttering a word. Now that your blood is up, why do you throw caution to the wind?" In the passenger seat, Qi Lin, suffering from severe internal bleeding, responded in a dazed manner. Old Cat, for the sake of our long-standing friendship, you must get my mother and little sister out. I beg you. I don't care. You'll have to figure out yourself. Old Cat cursed vehemently. I'm not your father. Why should I handle everything for you? I might not be able to manage it. I thought about dying when I came here, Qi Lin uttered weakly, tears streaming down his closed eyes. Cat, if life offered me even a glimmer of hope, I wouldn't resort to this. But it hasn't after a prolonged silence. Old Cat suddenly slammed the steering wheel. How could it have come to this? In the back seat, Qi Yu, though unable to see Old Cat, continued to plead. Old Cat, please save my brother. I beg you, sighing. Old Cat gritted his teeth and, without hesitation, pulled out his phone, dialing a number from memory. A few seconds later, the call connected. Hello? Cat, where are you? Old Cat directly inquired. What are you up to? I'm at the card table. What is going on? I have a brother who has been shot and needs to be taken to you. Can you manage it? Old Cat asked straightforwardly. The other party fell silent for a moment before responding. Your friend is injured, and you still want me to take care of him? Come on. Who exactly is this injured person? I'm asking if you can handle it. Old Cat frowned. If you can, then fine. If not, just say so. I want to make it difficult for you. After another pause, the voice on the other end responded clearly. I'm about to start a new game. It's a gunshot wound in the abdomen. We need a doctor. Money is not an issue, Old Cat instructed. All right, Miao Zhuang, let me make this clear. If you don't want to help, just say so. There is no need to feel awkward. But if you agree to help and then betray me, I, Old Cat, will pursue you relentlessly from now on. Old Cat candidly warned. I have made a promise, and I assure you, there will be no trouble. Rest easy, Brother Cat. I will await you at the intersection of Tuza Street and Fuyuan Road. Please hurry. Understood. As the call ended, Old Cat pressed the accelerator fiercely, delivering a heavy blow to Qi Lin's head. Have you forsaken your mother? Have you abandoned your younger sister? You owe me and Qi Yu money that remains unpaid. Damn it. After finally standing tall, are you now going to throw it all away? He demanded. Lift your head. Let us have a conversation. In the office area of the police department, Qin Yu, who had been anxiously awaiting news, spotted Zhu Wei rushing in from outside. He immediately waved his hand and called out, Over here. Zhu Wei glanced up at Qin Yu and hurried over, panting heavily. Qin Yu quickly surveyed the surroundings, pushed open the door to the stairwell, and pulled Zhu Wei inside, inquiring, Have you clarified the situation? I have, Zhu Wei stammered, swallowing hard as he looked up at Qin Yu and replied, It's Qi Lin. What happened to him? He killed 6 or 7 people on Century Avenue, including Yuan Ku's uncle, as well as Tiger and some of his lackeys, Zhu Wei responded, his words coming out with difficulty. Qin Yu stood frozen for a moment, and after a considerable delay, he pressed on, Are you absolutely certain of this? Do you really believe Qi Lin is responsible? When others told me, I couldn't believe it either, Zhu Wei admitted, raising his hands in disbelief. But I called Lao San, and he personally confirmed that it was indeed Qi Lin. Now, over 100 people have gathered on Century Avenue. All of them are Yuan Ku's brothers. Our department has sent people over. This situation has escalated dramatically. No, it can't be. Qi Lin could kill 6 or 7 people. Qin Yu still found it hard to believe. It is undeniably true. Laos and wouldn't joke about this. And he is heading that way as well. Damn, Qi Lin has truly been activated now. Qin Yu murmured in a daze, This is a catastrophe. I know Qi Lin. He is usually so timid that he wouldn't dare engage in any frontline operations. How could he suddenly commit such a grave act? Zhu Wei also found it perplexing. He looked up at Qin Yu, frowning, and asked, Shouldn't we also go to Century Avenue? After all, this involves Officer Yuan. Qin Yu remained silent for a few seconds before shaking his head decisively. I don't want to go, and I advise you not to either. Why not? Have you grasped what is going on here? Qin Yu questioned, furrowing his brow. Zhu Wei shook his head. If you haven't understood it yet, then just observe for now. Don't rush to meddle. Zhu Wei pondered for a moment before nodding. All right, I'll heed your advice. In the early hours, around 4 o'clock, Qin Yu had just dozed off in the dormitory when Old Cat's call came through on his phone. Hello? Qin Yu sat up immediately to answer. Don't make a sound. Come out yourself. I'm in the alley behind the unit, Old Cat said in a low voice. Qin Yu pondered for a moment before responding. All right, I'll be down shortly. With that, they ended the call, and Qin Yu quickly grabbed his jacket and left the dormitory of Team 3. Meanwhile, within the opulent confines of the Tuoza Street Grand Palace Entertainment Complex, a man clad in tailored trousers and a crisp white shirt sat gracefully on a sofa, sipping tea. This individual was Yuan Hua, the elder brother of Yuan Ku. At the age of 48, Yuan Hua possessed a stout physique but bore an air of quiet elegance, his complexion remarkably fair. He was utterly unprepared for the complications that arose during Qi Lin's segment. To his left, a middle-aged man, hands placed defiantly on his hips, remarked, "The tiger is something else. He usually roars louder than anyone, yet in critical moments, he cannot even protect Xiao Wei." Yuan Hua, with an impassive expression, adjusted the cuffs of his white shirt, deliberately retrieving a cigarette case without acknowledging his friend's comment. Downstairs, a flurry of footsteps echoed, and Zaka, who had narrowly escaped from the second floor, rushed into the room, his face a mask of panic. He fell to his knees and exclaimed, Brother Hua, Brother Hua. I failed to manage the situation properly. Do not fret. It is human to err, Yuan Hua replied lightly, gesturing for Zaka to approach. Come here. I wish to inquire about certain details. Zaka promptly rose, taking small, nervous steps to stand beside Yuan Hua, bowing as he said, Brother Hua, please ask. What good is it to keep you if you are of no use to me? Yuan Hua inquired, lifting his gaze. Zaka froze in place, rendered speechless. If you are of no use, yet still consume my resources, what then? Yuan Hua pressed further. Zaka's complexion turned ashen. Suddenly, Yuan Hua produced a firearm from beneath the table and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger, aiming directly at Zaka's heart. Blood splattered across the vicinity as Zaka fell backward, lifeless. Yuan Hua nonchalantly flicked the blood from his shirt and, maintaining his stoic demeanor, addressed those present in the room. Qi Lin is facing two issues. One is the supply chain, and the other is his reputation. My uncle has passed. You are to handle it. With that, Yuan Hua rose and departed, while the unfortunate Zaka was dragged downstairs by 4 individuals. Within less than a minute, the blood-stained floor regained its polished sheen. Behind the police chief, Qin Yu encountered the old cat. Chapter 38. Will you forever remain a lone wolf? In the alley, Qin Yu held his collar tightly, furrowing his brow as he inquired of the old cat. Is Qi Lin with you? Yes, the old cat nodded. He was shot. I just called a doctor to attend to him. What exactly happened? Qin Yu pressed further. After a moment's contemplation, the old cat elaborated on what he knew. Once Qin Yu had listened, he turned in place, contemplating, before asking, given the magnitude of this situation, do you believe you can keep him hidden? The old cat paused at the question. I doubt you can conceal him. Regardless of the reasons, Yuan Ku will continue to pursue him, Qin Yu added, lowering his gaze. The old cat retrieved an electronic cigarette, taking a deep drag before stating, the urgency of my visit is to request your assistance for Qi Lin. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Go on. I intend to find a way to safeguard Qi Lin, to help him, his mother, and his younger sister leave Songjiang. I need you to reach out to some acquaintances outside the planned area and arrange for them to have a place to stay, the old cat said plainly. Whether he can escape is a matter of fate, but there are necessary actions I must undertake. Qin Yu fixed his gaze on the old cat and replied candidly. I believe my relationship with Qi Lin has not reached that level. The old cat was taken aback. This is not merely a straightforward case of gun violence. There are numerous conflicts of interest and underlying reasons at play, which you surely comprehend. If I assist him and find myself ensnared in trouble, who will come to my aid? Qin Yu inquired with a calm demeanor. The old cat took another drag from his cigarette. Old cat, I managed to secure a residency and job in Songjiang after years of striving in the planned area. You have directorly on your side, but I do not. Qin Yu stated honestly, looking directly at the old cat. I'm afraid I cannot help with this. The old cat lifted his gaze to meet Qin Yu's. Suddenly smiling as he remarked, I understand you are ambitious and have your own plans, so I respect your decision. Qin Yu remained silent. Xiao Yu, do you know why Qi Lin has found himself in this predicament? The old cat asked softly. Qin Yu was momentarily stunned. In many ways, you are quite similar to him. You both know what you want and approach tasks with a calm and purposeful demeanor, believing you can always discern the pros and cons at critical moments. However, one of you is too rigid, while the other is too yielding, creating a stark contrast. The old cat said with a smile, puffing on his electronic cigarette. But I must tell you, if one lives too calculatedly without any passion, success is not guaranteed. Qi Lin is a living testament to this. Furthermore, if one travels through life without a single confidant, I cannot believe you will go very far. Today, I sought you out as a friend, believing we had developed a camaraderie, hence my informal approach. But I apologize if I overstepped. Qin Yu furrowed his brow, remaining silent. I will find a way to handle this myself. You should return, the old cat said, turning to leave. Qin Yu, hands tucked into his sleeves, watched the old cat's retreating figure and suddenly called out, You know well that Director Li has been evading the drug trafficking issue. Getting involved could easily lead to your downfall. The old cat, without turning his head, strode purposefully onto the street, responding, That tiger, in critical moments, still knows how to protect his friends. Am I, the old cat, any less than him? I never considered whether I would falter, but I will certainly protect Qi Lin. With that, the old cat departed in his vehicle. Before any incident occurred, the old cat often berated Qi Lin as one might scold a child. To outsiders, it appeared that Qi Lin was not truly a peer, but merely a sycophant in the old cat's company. Yet, when Qi Lin found himself in trouble, those familiar faces who could evade the situation all did so, and it was the very old cat, who had often looked down on him, who gritted his teeth to offer assistance. His disdain was genuine, yet so too was their bond of friendship. The old cat was the sort of person who, regardless of how well you were faring, might not find common ground with you. But once he considered you a friend, he would undoubtedly extend a hand in your time of need. As Qin Yu walked back to the dormitory, his head bowed and his emotions tangled, he reflected on the old cat's words, feeling somewhat moved. During his time in the designated planning area, Qin Yu had trusted no one, having witnessed the darker facets of human nature. For a mere morsel of food or a job, there were those who would sell even their wives and children, and having seen such things, his heart had gradually grown cold. This was the self-protective instinct at play. Qin Yu perhaps did not even realize that, although he now possessed inner strength, he had somewhat lost the warmth inherent in humanity. The old cat's words echoed in Qin Yu's mind, leading him to question himself for the first time. Was his excessive calmness and purpose-driven demeanor truly correct? Would the work style he adopted in the planning area be applicable in District 9? The journey of life is long and solitary. Could one truly traverse it alone? The old cat's standing and connections within the police department evidently surpassed his own, and if he dared to protect Qi Lin, did Qin Yu. As a specter from the planning area, overly concern himself with his relatively minor status? Was this indicative of a limited perspective? While the relationship between Qi Lin and Qin Yu had not reached the depths of life-and-death camaraderie, how did such profound bonds form for others? Lost in thought, Qin Yu halted his steps, the image of the old cat flashing before his mind once more. Though he could often berate Qi Lin, appearing irreverent and unreliable, when it truly mattered, he was willing to stand up for the essence of friendship. Was such a person not worthy of deeper connection? Qin Yu hesitated, wavering, but ultimately, he retrieved his phone. Damn it, even the smartest can be influenced by fools. He sighed, swiftly dialing a number. Moments later, the call connected. Hello? Let's discuss the drug trade. Qin Yu turned away from the back door of the office and quickened his pace toward the other side of the road. Inside a standalone building on Century Avenue, Yuan locked the door, standing by the window with his phone in hand, stating, Qi Lin has no friends, only the old cat. The man on the other end of the line, with a furrowed brow, cautioned, "That makes it difficult for me to investigate. Your task is solely to uncover the whereabouts of Qi Lin. I shall handle the matters above." Yuanke roared with red-rimmed eyes, insisting that he must not be missed. "And we must secure the channels." "Very well, I comprehend." Within a warehouse on Fuyuan Road, the doctor, having cleaned Qi Lin's wounds, was about to depart when the old cat, armed, restrained him. "You cannot leave for the time being. Once my friend is gone, I will release you. Your compensation will be adequate." "How can you lack credibility?" the doctor shouted vehemently. "You are utterly uncouth. Enough of your nonsense. I might lose my temper," the old cat retorted, dragging the doctor inside and locking him in. He then turned to his assisting friend and inquired, "Is there any way to facilitate Qi Lin's escape? He has killed Yuan Hua's uncle. The situation outside is tumultuous, making it exceedingly difficult to send him away." The friend's countenance darkened as he replied, "You are well aware of my limitations." The old cat scratched his head. "Do you think we could reach out to the station troops? Is it feasible?" "That is uncertain." The friend shook his head. On a dilapidated wooden bed, Qi Lin coughed violently, calling out, "Do not concern yourselves with me. Just ensure my mother and younger sister are safely taken away." "Silence." The old cat scolded irritably. In a standalone building on Century Avenue, the third brother, limping down the stairs, shouted to the 20 or so individuals standing inside, "The boss has spoken. Cease all current tasks and disperse our people. We must uncover Qi Lin's location within 12 hours. Chapter 39. The cat brother that even Director Li must activate the following morning. The shooting incident on the second floor of Century Avenue had officially been taken over by the chief of the Blackstreet Police. However, in light of such a significant event, Director Li was notably absent, concocting an excuse to attend a meeting in Feng Bay and promptly departing. Ultimately, the individual responsible for overseeing this case was merely a nearly retired deputy director within the police force. Consequently, the captain of the second investigation team found himself in a state of ambiguity. He was unsure of the true intentions of his superiors, leaving him to procrastinate and stall, failing to follow the leads of the case. At 9:30 in the morning, Old Cat's phone rang. "Hello." It was Director Li's voice. "Have you found out?" Old Cat inquired, lowering his head. After a moment of silence, Director Li spoke in an authoritative tone. "I don't care how you feel about this, but do not involve yourself in Qi Lin's affairs. Return to the office immediately and remain there for the next few days." "Absolutely not," Old Cat replied decisively. "Have you lost your mind?" Director Li snapped. "In a drug trafficking case, I am keeping my distance, and yet you foolishly choose to meddle? Do you have any idea how much profit Qi Lin's supply channels could generate? How many eyes are watching this situation, both internally and externally? As a mere deputy captain, what influence do you think you hold? Old Li, I am my own person, and you are yours. My actions are my own and have little to do with you. There is no need for you to worry. Even if things spiral out of control, I will bear the consequences myself, and it won't affect you in the slightest," Old Cat retorted, albeit begrudgingly. "Nonsense," Director Li shouted in fury. "How dare you say that? Without me, what would you be as a deputy captain? What authority do you possess to act within police? If that is how you want to frame it, then I have no choice but to lay it all on the table," Old Cat shamelessly replied. "Either you leave me be, or you manage both me and Qi Lin together. Are you out of your mind? Old Li, you become too comfortable lately. Yuan Ku is leveraging his brother's wealth and connections to forge friendships within the police, and you think he is merely aspiring to be a small team leader? Is that even plausible? Yuan Ku aims to elevate his status within the police. This is evident. Do you believe that by distancing yourself, you can simply ignore it? Sitting in your position, you cannot expect to navigate through these waters unscathed." Old Cat, seemingly dazed, nevertheless stretched his neck and exclaimed, "Stop hesitating over choices. I will activate you as well." "I'll activate you for what?" "You." Beep. Cutting off mid-sentence, Old Cat abruptly hung up. Director Li attempted to call him back twice, but Old Cat did not answer. In the car, Director Li furrowed his brow in contemplation before promptly dialing Qin U.S. number. "Hello, Xiao Qin." "Greetings, Director Li. Old Cat seems to be veering off course. You've been on good terms with him lately, so give him a call." "Director Li, I was just about to contact you. Old Cat and I have reached a consensus on some matters, and I was preparing to share that with you." Upon hearing this, Director Lee straightened his posture in agitation and exclaimed, "Can you youngsters not exhibit a modicum of decorum? Lao Mao is someone who gets intoxicated without even drinking. How could you possibly reach any semblance of consensus with him?" "No, Lee, allow me to explain," Qin Yu tentatively interjected. "Speak." He lowered his gaze and softly conveyed his thoughts. "I just had an encounter with someone from the Yuan family S faction. On Century Avenue. In a solitary office on the second floor, Yuan Ku stood by the window, his left hand tucked into his pocket while he held a phone in his right. "Old Lee has been avoiding us today. He didn't even attend the police meeting," he stated. "What do you think that signifies?" Yuan Hua inquired. "It's quite evident. He wishes to refrain from involving himself in this matter, thus seeking an excuse to withdraw. However, from another perspective, he has afforded us some respect. Given the magnitude of this case, without old Lee's direction, the officers below are utterly at a loss regarding how to proceed with the investigation. He aims to grant us time to locate Qi Lin swiftly. Old Lee is indeed astute in his dealings," Yuan Ku replied in a low voice. Yuan Hua responded with a frown. "Since the other party has granted us space, let us expedite the resolution of this matter. Rest assured, Qi Lin will not escape." With that, the two brothers concluded their call. Just as Yuan Ku was about to step out, Lao Sin pushed the door open and entered. "What is the update?" Yuan Ku asked, furrowing his brow. "A black doctor from Tuzha Street was called out last night and has yet to return home," Lao San replied nonchalantly. "The people we stationed at the street corner haven't seen him leave the area. I suspect he remains within the vicinity, likely tending to Qi Lin's injuries. As he has been shot." Yuan Ku paced the room before turning to inquire, "Has there been any word from Lao Mao?" He was initially apprehending suspects at the district border yesterday, but received a call and left abruptly, subsequently vanishing, Lao San informed him. "Moreover, he hasn't reported to the office today. He must be with Qi Lin." Yuan Ku deduced, "You are aware of the relationship between Lao Mao and Director Lee." "Indeed," Lao San softly reminded him, "we are somewhat constrained when dealing with him. This fellow lacks foresight." Yuan Ku contemplated for a moment before instructing, "First, locate him. Once you ascertain his whereabouts, bypass Lao Mao entirely. Do not engage him." "Understood," Lao Sin nodded. At 6:30 in the evening, within a fast food establishment in the red light district of Tuzha Street, a scruffy-looking youth turned his head and spat, stating, "I visited the Black Dr. S residence. His assistant informed me that when he left, he took medical instruments and supplies specifically for treating gunshot wounds." "What else?" "I checked the call records. The last person to contact the Black Doctor was a certain Wu Long, a minor player in the gambling scene." The scruffy youth chuckled. "He's south in Tuzha Street, and our brothers have already tracked him down. He hasn't left his home all day. I'll confirm this. And I'll head to Tuzha Street immediately with my team." "Good." An hour later, on a street lined with icicles, over 20 vehicles were parked. Yuan Ku and the third companion sat inside the vehicle, waiting for nearly 10 minutes when an unsavory young man approached, hastily adjusting his attire. Bowing slightly, he stood by the car window and inquired, "Are there people inside?" "How many?" The young man replied in a hushed tone. "Our brother spotted at least 3 or 4 through the window, but it wasn't very clear." Upon hearing this, the third companion opened the car door and gestured, "Get out." Together, Yuan Ku followed suit and also exited the vehicle. The third companion hesitated for a moment before reminding him, "In situations like this, it may not be prudent for you to make an appearance." Old Lee had already acquiesced, leaving no pretense to maintain. Frowning, Yuan Ku responded and stepped out of the car. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit warehouse on the Black Street, an elderly man sat on a dilapidated wooden chair, sipping tea. He remarked, "It is time to arrange the cards. Inform those who dine with us. It has been quiet for too long. Let us create some commotion tonight." Chapter 40. Confronting Yuan Ku at the intersection of Tuoza Street and Fuyuan Road, Yuan Ku, accompanied by Lao San and a throng of several dozen men, arrived at the entrance of a warehouse. With a swift motion, Lao San shouted to the henchman behind him, "Wait." Yuan Ku pondered for a moment before raising his hand to halt them. Lao Mao is rather brash. Acting impulsively could lead to unnecessary complications. "Lao San, please make a call to the team." Upon hearing Yuan Ku's instruction, Lao San took out his phone and stepped aside, while the others formed an impenetrable barrier around the warehouse. Lao Mao, not one to be easily fooled, had been vigilant outside and quickly noticed Yuan Ku and his entourage. Inside the warehouse, a panicked friend assisting with the concealment turned to Lao Mao and said, "They found us. What should we do?" On a dilapidated wooden bed, Qi Lin pressed his hand against his abdomen, forcing himself to sit upright. His pallid face turned toward Lao Mao as he pleaded, "Brother, you've done enough for me here. I won't be a burden to you anymore. Just protect my sister and mother. I'll go out myself." At this point, what nonsense are you spouting? Lao Mao snapped impatiently. "Stay put. I'll go out and handle Yuan Ku." "Lao Mao," Qi Lin shouted through tears, "I owe you so much. How will I repay you later?" Lao Mao glanced back at Qi Lin. "As a police officer, you're my only friend. If you're gone, who will I have to curse at?" Qi Lin stood frozen in place at the words. "Don't anyone go out," Lao Mao declared before stepping out alone. 2 minutes later, the iron door of the warehouse swung open. Lao Mao, with an electronic cigarette in his mouth, turned to glance at Yuan Ku and his men standing at the foot of the stairs. "Ha! If you had this kind of efficiency in your investigations, Songjiang would be a paradise by now." Yuan Ku paused momentarily before responding with one hand in his pocket. "Lao Mao, is Qi Lin inside?" "Yes." Lao Mao realized that lying was futile and decided to be forthright. "Well, since you're being candid, I'll be too," Yuan Ku said, fixing his gaze on Lao Mao. "Qi Lin's situation is quite complicated. There are the health department and the police involved, and enough with the details. To put it simply, you think Qi Lin is a pushover, treating him like a dog. But little did you know, after giving him a few kicks, you discovered he is a lion. Not comprehending the situation, you found yourself in a mess. So now you're trying to use connections to negotiate, right?" Lao Mao inhaled from his cigarette, his eyes gleaming as he retorted, "Let me make 2 points clear. First, I've asked Qi Lin, and he doesn't possess what you're looking for. Second, regardless of your intentions, I absolutely cannot allow you to touch him. Even if Qi Lin opts for legal proceedings, you must step aside." Yuan Ku furrowed his brow, gazing at Lao Mao. After a lengthy silence, he said, "Do you realize that my manner of speaking to you is due to someone else's favor? I'm not a fool, of course. I know you're leveraging Lao Li's influence." Lao Mao replied defiantly, showing no signs of embarrassment. "But you see, the coincidence is that Lao Li is not only my relative but also treats me exceptionally well. Today, I will indulge in this relationship of ours. So tell me, does that frustrate you?" "Lao Mao, have you lost your mind?" Old Sin scolded with a grim expression. "You're just causing trouble for Old Li." Upon hearing this, Old Cat erupted like a furious shrew, shouting, "Can you even tell me what you think you are? These are influential people engaged in conversation, and you, a mere lackey, have the audacity to act inflated? Do you believe that if I decide to stop watching everyone, I'll one team make your life difficult? You truly are infuriating." Faced with Old Cat, who was even more hot-headed than himself, Old San found himself rendered speechless. Old Cat shifted his gaze, casting a sidelong glance at Yuan Ku, and remarked, "It's best not to burn all your bridges. There are countless stars in the sky. But do you know which one will shine the brightest tomorrow? One must learn to show mercy. I cannot take him away. I have no way to explain myself." Yuan Ku's expression turned impatient. "If Qi Lin possesses that item, let him come out and speak for himself." "That's impossible. Old Cat, I have already shown considerable respect to Li Si. What will you do if I don't show respect? Kill me?" Old Cat asked coldly. Yuan Ku fell silent for a few seconds before immediately waving his hand, commanding, "Take Old Cat back to the office." As the words left his mouth, dozens rushed forward, reaching out to drag Old Cat down the stairs. "Damn you!" Old Cat, seeing red, swiftly produced his work badge, hanging it prominently on his chest, shouting, "Come on. Let me see who dares to lay a finger on me. I am a third-level police chief appointed by the Special Zone government. Even touching me counts as challenging the judicial system." Hesitant murmurs spread among the crowd as they all turned to look at Yuan Ku. "Are you playing this game with me? You can't play, can you?" Old Cat retorted, his eyes wide with defiance. Yuan Ku's face revealed a sinister smile as he turned to Old San, saying, "Let them in." Old San pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Moments later, several police vehicles suddenly arrived at Fuyuan Road, parking at the side of the road, with Zhu Wei, Guanxi, and nearly the entire team of officers disembarking. "Qi Lin is inside. Take him back, Yuan Ku instructed the crowd with a wave of his hand. After a moment of hesitation, Zhu Wei led the way up the stairs, displaying his badge as he said, "Old cat, don't make this difficult for me. I'm just trying to make a living." Old cat paused, his face turning a shade of iron as he bellowed. "This matter has nothing to do with you. It's best you not interfere." Zhu Wei, with a resolute demeanor, stepped forward and grabbed Old Cat, saying, without Li Si as protection, "I'm sorry, Old Cat." "Drag him down," Guan Qi shouted from the side. Alone, Old Cat found himself unable to contend with the sheer number of people, and within moments, he was pulled down the stairs. Yet, with his eyes blazing, he yelled at Yuan Ku, "If you dare to touch Qi Lin today, I swear I'll dedicate myself solely to watching you. Aren't you looking to deal on the dark streets? Let us see if I can prevent you from selling even a single box." Zhu Wei tugged at Old Cat's collar, whispering urgently, "Stop shouting. You can't protect him. Get the hell away from me." Old Cat was entirely incensed, struggling against the 7 or 8 people who were pulling him. On the steps, Guan Qi drew his gun and, after opening the door, waved his hand, signaling, "Charge in." At that moment, a hurried sound of footsteps approached. Qin Yu, accompanied by 3 middle-aged men and an elderly gentleman, rushed in from the side street, exclaiming, "Goodness, there are so many people. I just came to join the excitement." The crowd turned to look in response to his voice. Qin Yu halted, grinning as he pointed at Zhu Wei, saying, "Let go of the Old Cat." Zhu Wei was taken aback. "Guan Qi, stand at the door and don't move." Qin Yu called out to the team members on the steps. Upon hearing his instructions, both Zhu Wei and Guan Qi awkwardly remained rooted in place, momentarily at a loss as to what to do. Yuan Ku glanced at Qin Yu, his face darkening as he snapped at Guan Qi. "What are you waiting for? I told you to apprehend someone." Grinding his teeth, Guan Qi yanked the door open. Ready to enter, Qin Yu ascended the steps, extending his hand to shout at all the members of Team 3. "Did I not instruct you to stay put? Can't you hear me?" Zhu Wei, Guan Qi, and the others were once again left in a daze. Qin Yu's expression suddenly turned grave as he stepped forward to grasp Zhu Wei's wrist, inquiring, "Who is the team leader? Are you aware?" The captain is here," Zhu Wei mumbled, looking down and scratching his nose. Qin Yu fixed his gaze on Zhu Wei, leaning closer to his ear to ask again, "Will you follow me and the Old Cat, or stick with Yuan Ku, who has failed to promote you for years? Choose wisely." At the sound of his voice, Zhu Wei looked up. "Release your grip." Qin Yu pointed at Zhu Wei's chest and reiterated. Zhu Wei pondered for a moment, first glancing at the Old Cat, then at Qin Yu. After contemplating the words of Director Li, he promptly let go. Yuan Ku, bewildered, stared at Zhu Wei, saying, "Did you not hear what I said?" "Report, Captain. According to the hierarchy and the principles of policing, I must primarily heed the orders of my direct superior." Zhu Wei saluted and shouted loudly. The members of Team 3 collectively paused, their eyes fixed on Zhu Wei, and slowly raised their arms to salute in unison, declaring, "We must primarily heed the orders of our direct superior." Qin Yu turned back, stepping in front of Yuan Ku, and succinctly remarked, "You speak with such righteousness, and I have worked tirelessly to fulfill your requests. Yet how many times have you covertly undermined me?" Chapter 41. The 3 families gather at Dirt Street before Yuan Ku arrived. He had indeed contemplated the possibility of encountering some trouble with Old Cat. However, he could never have anticipated that Qin Yu would also become involved, arriving alongside Old Ma and others. What does this imply? It suggests that Qin Yu's presence was not aligned with his interests. Yuan Ku felt perplexed and infuriated, as he believed he had provided Qin Yu with an opportunity despite having used him. Yet this young man had the audacity to stand against him at such a critical moment. "Qin Yu, what role do you intend to play?" Recently, Yuan Ku had been beset by misfortunes. Not only had he suffered a death in the family, but he had also failed to secure vital supply channels. Consequently, he had lost the amiability and camaraderie he once exhibited, replaced instead by impatience and indifference. "Captain Yuan, may we speak privately?" Qin Yu inquired with a smile. "What is there to discuss?" "I must take him away," Yuan Ku replied, waving his hand irritably. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu gestured for Old Cat to remain calm and softly addressed Yuan Ku. "Captain, Qi Lin has already endured enough suffering. Let us show him mercy." "Do you believe your words carry any weight?" Yuan Kiskiviko responded coldly. I share old Kata's sentiment. I only wish to ensure Qi Lin's safety. Qin Yu replied quietly. Captain, some cards have been revealed, and it would reflect poorly on everyone involved. Yuan Ku, already straining to contain his anger, felt his temper flare upon sensing a hint of threat in Qin Yu's words. Abruptly, he raised his arm and struck Qin Yu across the face with a resounding slap. Know your place. Without my say, do you think you can truly act as the leader? Yuan Ku shouted, his eyes wide with fury. Let me make this clear. Even if old Li were here today, I would still take Qi Lin away. Everyone else, get lost. As his words hung in the air, silence enveloped the scene. Qin Yu touched his cheek, a smirk of indifference playing on his lips, and turned to call out to Old Ma. Please assist my friend. Old Ma, still clad in his tattered military coat, tucked his chin into his collar and leisurely turned to shout, Is there anyone around here who knows Old Ma from Dirt Street? Moments later, the street began to tremble as a throng of figures emerged from the cage-like buildings, filthy alleys, and storefronts lining the street. Yuan Ku looked up at the crowd, poking Qin Yu in the chest with a finger, and chuckled. Ah, so you have some backing, do you? In the blink of an eye, hundreds of men with white cloth tied around their arms, brandishing weapons, gathered under the dim light. A burly man in a leather jacket led the pack, cursing, Yuan Ku. Whether you and your brother like it or not, today I'll take care of business. Seeing the mass of people rushing toward them, the dozens of Yuan Ku's men adopted serious expressions. At the foot of the steps, Old Ma retrieved a cigarette case and casually shouted, Anyone who wants access to medicine in the future, come out and help with the situation. I'm going all in today. As long as the Ma family can hold its ground, I'll offer 3 months of medicine at zero profit. As the echoes of footsteps akin to thunder reverberated through the narrow alley of dirt and rubble, it became evident that various factions, political ties, and influential corporations were all vying for their share of profit. Tragically, the impoverished residents and ill individuals residing in this area found themselves deprived of affordable medication due to this relentless pursuit of gain. Thus, upon hearing the call from the old man Ma, they instinctively surged forth. Upon witnessing this scene, the third brother instinctively retreated a couple of steps, clutching his walkie-talkie as he commanded, All brothers on Dirt Street, come out immediately, quickly, to the intersection at Fuyuan. Yuan Ku cast a cursory glance at those summoned by the Ma family, tilting his head to regard Qin Yu with a sardonic smirk, saying, You may protect Qi Lin in Dirt Street, but can he remain confined here for eternity? Meanwhile, in the shadowy district of Century Avenue, 8 robust men with austere expressions, each shouldering a cloth bag and donning knitted gloves, approached 2 desolate buildings devoid of any human presence. This location was far removed from the center of Songjiang City, flanked by a cemetery and a designated waste disposal site for the shadowy district, rendering it utterly desolate. Let us proceed, the leader remarked after surveying the surroundings, then turned to the others with instructions. Are we certain this is the place? Indeed, the tiger had previously dispatched someone to retrieve drugs here. The leader nodded. Check thoroughly and prepare for action. 5 minutes later, within the central area of the empty building, 6 or 7 young men sat at chairs engaged in a game of cards. The windows on either side of the room had been deliberately boarded up, allowing no light to seep through, creating an illusion of abandonment. The air was thick with smoke, and one young man, holding a card and puffing on an electronic cigarette, quipped, Everyone has been called to Dirt Street. Should we go take a look? What for? Recent events have been tumultuous, and orders have come from above. We stay here and do not venture anywhere else. Another youth responded with a frown. Understood. Suddenly, amidst their conversation, the overhead light flickered erratically before plunging into darkness. What happened to the lights? Is the generator malfunctioning again? Tiago, go check it with a flashlight. A sudden thud reverberated as a heavy sound emanated from the door, followed by hurried footsteps approaching. Someone's coming, grab your things, shouted a young man as he sprang to his feet. As the card players processed the situation, gunfire erupted at the entrance, a torrential downpour of bullets flooding the room in an instant. Cries of anguish filled the air as 3 individuals were struck down on the spot. At the door, the leading assailant switched on a flashlight, gesturing for his companions to remain still. Enough. We need 2 significant targets alive. In the police station, Director Lee sat at his desk, toying with a teacup, his brow furrowed in deep thought. On the adjacent sofa, the senator responsible for political affairs crossed his legs and inquired, "Isn't it a bit premature to make a decision now? Is it my desire to do so? The old cat is truly forcing my hand." Director Lee sighed and cursed, "But perhaps it's for the best. Yuan Hua has tried to win me over countless times without my response. In truth, this silence has become a statement in itself. The situation may become quite chaotic in the near future," the senator quietly cautioned. "We've already encountered issues over at 2 Jia Street. I doubt we can contain it any longer. We shall wait for further communication." Director Lee raised his cup and took a sip of tea. Inside the Grand Palace, after finishing a call, Yuan Hua scowled and exclaimed that oblivious old horse truly believes he holds sway over 2 Jia Street. "You all may proceed without needing to coddle the task." "Is the old cat's obstinacy a reflection of Director Lee's stance?" inquired a middle-aged man on the left, frowning. "If so, the situation becomes quite intricate." Yuan Hua waved his hand dismissively. "I grant him respect as long as he remains Director Lee. Without my regard, he is nothing. Tonight, I am determined to have Qi Lin." Chapter 42. The Clash of the Overlords on the Gritty Streets of Duanjia. The Ma and Yuan families had already formed their ranks, with nearly 1,000 individuals poised for confrontation, their weapons glinting ominously, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. At the heart of the crowd, Yuan Ku, with a crooked neck, addressed the old Ma head, asking, after indulging in a couple of days of ample meals, "Do you truly believe you are capable? I shall ask you once more, will you step aside? The road is completely blocked. How can I possibly move?" The old Ma head replied, maintaining a calm demeanor, his movements languid as he glanced at the people behind him and inquired, "The supply of medicine has been cut off. How do you intend to survive?" "Survive? What does that even mean?" "We'll simply starve to death," a burly leader retorted with a roar. "Can you afford the Yuan family's medicine?" The old Ma head bellowed again at the impoverished residents within the street. "Cannot afford it. Then what shall we do? Wait for death? Wait for what? If we run out of medicine, then none of us will survive. Let's fight them." In an instant, hundreds erupted in a synchronized chant as Ma's followers brandished their weapons and began to advance. "You handle this," Yuan Ke said darkly, his gaze fixed on the opposing crowd. After signaling to his companions, he turned and departed, adding, "If it escalates, the company can accommodate it." As his words faded, the Yuan family members waiting at the roadside began to open their trunks, pulling out weapons. From their attire, it was evident that they belonged to a slightly more affluent class, clearly a group accustomed to steady incomes. "Clear out everyone at the entrance," shouted the third brother, his voice rising in urgency. In a rush, over 100 people surged forward, heading straight for the storefront where Qi Lin was hiding. Just then, a gunshot rang out, silencing the crowd in an instant. Holding his weapon aloft, Qin Yu shouted, "Yuan team leader, the matter isn't settled yet. Why are you leaving?" Yuan Ke, having already walked several meters away, turned at the sound. Qin Yu stepped forward, holstering his firearm, and addressed the old Ma head. "Hold on. Let me have another word. Perhaps there is a chance for de-escalation." "Qin Yu, do you truly lack comprehension?" Yuan Ke pointed emphatically at his chest, his voice deliberate and forceful. "Do you have any idea how much profit can be generated from the drugs in just one district of the Black Street each month? Do you think you have the weight to negotiate?" Ding ding. Just then, Yuan Ke's phone began to ring. "Answer it," Qin Yu urged with a smile. After a moment's hesitation, Yuan Ke retrieved his phone, his eyes fixed on Qin Yu as he pressed the answer button. "Hello? Huh. The goods and the people in your warehouse are in my possession," a stranger's voice responded. Yuan Ke stood frozen in place upon hearing this. "Negotiate amongst yourselves. Call me when you're done," the voice concluded before hanging up. Yuan Ke, still dazed, held the phone with a face reflecting a tempest of emotions as he gazed at Qin Yu, his mind racing. Qin Yu pulled out an electronic cigarette, tapping it lightly in his hand before softly remarking, "Yuan team leader, I reiterate, one should show mercy where possible. You allied with the Ma family and raided my warehouse." Yuan could clench his fist, his voice low and ominous. "Huh." Qin Yu smiled, offering no direct response. "No." Yuan Ke's eyes bore into Qin Yu as he continued. "Without support from above, you wouldn't dare act this way. You have someone backing you, don't you?" Qin Yu regarded him silently. Old Li? Yuan pondered for a moment before pointing at Qin Yu's chest and asking, "Is it him? As long as you don't touch Qi Lin, the goods in the warehouse and the henchmen will remain untouched. I paved the way for you. Why do you side with Old Li again?" Yuan's eyes widened as he pressed. "Do you think he is formidable? Let me tell you, the connections he has in the police department might not surpass mine. Inside the force, I refer to him as director, but outside of it, do you know how I address him? I know you have someone behind you." Qingyu nodded. "It's not easy to come in from the outside. Songjiang is complex. With your foundation, one misstep could lead to ruin." "Indeed, I understand." Qingyu squinted and replied. "If I hadn't been cautious and spoken to Old Ma in advance, if the drug deal had collapsed, I might have ended up dead on some street." Yuan Ku was left speechless. "Let us be frank. You've supported me, but I've also done things for you. The past is the past. Today we must discuss Qi Lin." The smile faded from Qin Yu's face as he fixed his gaze on Yuan Ku and said slowly, "I ask you, can you raise your hand today?" "Impossible." "Is it really impossible? Then let us proceed." Qin Yu's expression darkened as he glared at Yuan Ku, shouting, "You can seize Qi Lin right now. I want to stop you. 6 hours from now, if you kill him, I will take the evidence of your drug dealings and the testimonies of those arrested and obliterate the Yuan family." He emphasized, "You know exactly how much the goods and people are worth. How dare you move?" Yuan Ku raised his hand to slap Qin Yu. In a swift motion, Qin Yu extended his right hand, his fingers like steel pincers gripping Yuan Ku's neck, his fierce gaze scolding, "I am not Qi Lin. I want to wait until the last moment to resist. I showed you courtesy before, but not this time." With a sharp crack, Qin Yu retaliated with a slap to Yuan Ku's face. "You bastard." Laosen hesitated for a moment before drawing his gun to aim at Qin Yu's head. Qin Yu turned to Lao San, shouting, "Mind your place. You have no say here." With that, Qin Yu called out, and the 3 men behind Old Ma all drew their weapons. Inside the police office, Director Li answered a call and stood by the window as he dialed Yuan Hua's number. "Hey, Li Director, long time no see." Yuan Hua's cheerful voice rang out on the line. "Release that kid from Takazhai. Consider it a favor for me," Director Li stated directly. Yuan Hua hesitated, then quickly responded, "I can't do that. You know well that while I supply the drugs, I'm not the only one sharing the profits. The child possesses a supply channel, and Old Ma is protecting him. Is it not to compete with me over this line? Tell me, how can I let him go?" I refrained from inquiring about profit matters. Director Li furrowed his brow and stated, "Tonight, I wish for that child to remain unharmed." Hiss. Ha ha ha. Yuan Hua inhaled deeply and replied with a smile. "This matter is rather complicated. It cannot be resolved easily. The goods and personnel in your warehouse are all with Old Ma." Director Li directly articulated, "If anything were to happen to one of those children on Tachuji tonight, consider the losses carefully. If the goods are lost and the personnel are expelled, your troubles will be considerable." Yuan Hua stood there stunned. Several seconds later, Yuan Ku answered his elder brother's call. "Hello? Speak." After a prolonged silence, Yuan Hua gritted his teeth and replied, "Old Li has intervened. You should withdraw for now." Chapter 43. I departed, filled with resentment in the early hours of the morning, atop the Grand Palace. Yuan Hua sat expressionlessly on the sofa, one hand supporting his chin, gazing at the dozen or so formidable figures from the black market flanking him, silent as the grave. After a prolonged silence, a bald man, crossing his legs, furrowed his brow and spoke first. "If this matter is not handled well, we will only bring shame upon ourselves. To sit here and deliberate on why we faltered is akin to slapping our own faces, utterly pointless. The small fry in this territory vie for their daily bread, but we contend for our pride. Regardless of whether Qi Lin is willing to relinquish his supply channels, we must eliminate him. Not for any other reason, but to restore Old Li's dignity and adjust Old Ma's disposition." This sentiment resonated. A lean man immediately nodded in agreement. "Our willingness to let Qi Lin go is one thing, but Old Li's protection of him is quite another. If we do not reclaim our pride, the lower ranks will feel discontented, and those above us will reassess our standing in Songjiang. Allow me to handle it." The bald man rose, his gaze dark and resolute. "No matter the cost, I shall not permit Qi Lin to leave Songjiang. If we cannot do it openly, We shall resort to more clandestine methods. Enough of this. Yuan Hua frowned and waved his hand. The crowd fell silent once more, taken aback by his words. Yuan Hua lifted his teacup, his expression cold as he addressed them. The goods and personnel in the warehouse have been taken by the Ma family, and their audacity in this matter undoubtedly comes with old Li's tacit approval. With your tails caught in their grasp, what is there to boast about? The bald man rubbed his head, refraining from retorting. I still do not fully grasp why old Li opposes me on this issue. However, the Ma family's audacity to challenge me today undoubtedly pertains to the supply channels in Qi Lin's possession. Yuan Hua stood up, hands clasped behind his back, and continued, as long as we do not sever ties, everything can be negotiated. But once we do the dignified police chief and the Ma family, who have lifted their heads in these past 2 years, not seek to save face. The situation is exceedingly clear. Those on the opposite side will fiercely protect Qi Lin. Should we dare to act, the goods and personnel that the Ma family holds will be delivered to the police chief by dawn. By then, we will have lost our money, our men, and be mired in significant trouble. Upon hearing this, everyone could not help but nod in agreement. Furthermore, if you're contemplating seeking out Qi Lin, do you think he will be without defenses? A beggar who lingers too long in one territory can still make a few friends. Not to mention, Old Li has served as the police chief in Songjiang for many years. Yuan Hua sighed. Qi Lin is undoubtedly lost to us. Let us first arrange for my uncle's funeral. An elaborate send-off is in order. Upon hearing the words elaborate send-off, the bald man immediately cautioned. Da Huang, we risk losing face over your uncle's affairs. If we make it too grand, it'd invite ridicule from outsiders. Only those lacking confidence fear the judgment of others. Yuan Hua commanded with unwavering authority. It shall be grand, a magnificent farewell for him and the tiger. Very well. The lean man nodded. That is enough. Everyone disperse. Yuan Hua tossed out the words and turned, striding towards the exit. The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions grim as they murmured in hushed tones, sighing heavily. Yuan Ke had been present at the scene, yet he remained silent throughout, only stepping outside after his elder brother had departed. In the corridor, he trailed behind his brother, voicing a hint of reproach. I previously mentioned that if the company wishes to advance further, it must first establish regulations. In recent years, many individuals beneath us have conducted themselves too ostentatiously, lacking both capability and intellect. They not only fail to contribute to the company, but also create chaos. Take Lao Hu, for instance. Though he has encountered trouble, was there no indication prior to this? Not long ago, while I was diligently pursuing the Ma family, he was secretly distributing drugs on Tuzhou Street, solely in pursuit of quick profit. Have you considered that by doing so, word would inevitably reach the police? Even a fool would understand why I was targeting the Ma family. Brother, sometimes idle chatter can be lethal. Do you comprehend? You think Lao Li's decision to stand against us was spontaneous? I assure you, he has long looked down upon us, believing we are overstepping our bounds, and perhaps even perceiving me as a potential threat to his position within the police. Do you understand? But am I, Yuan Ke, known for a wildly reckless approach? Absolutely not. I have always conducted myself with caution, yet this wild impression has been fostered by others within the company. Yuan Hua turned around, his face devoid of expression, and asked, what exactly are you trying to convey? I merely wish to express that this setback has been profoundly painful, especially with the loss of uncle. We must learn from this experience. Failure must not render itself devoid of value. Yuan Ke replied passionately. It is time to establish rules and purge certain individuals. Yuan Hua scrutinized his brother for a long while before suddenly pointing at his chest and stating, you must understand. Your elder brother did not forge this empire alongside a cadre of elite scholars. The individuals who follow us are those who once struggled to secure their next meal, and today, those same individuals remain your brother's most dependable support. If you impose regulations and expel them when the Ma family arrives, who will confront them? You or I? My point is, your thoughts remain merely theoretical and are ill-suited to our situation. Yuan Hua interjected before departing. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ke, his blood boiling, shouted, Brother, the 9th district will not remain chaotic forever. In 5, 10 or 20 years, it will inevitably evolve into a well-structured entity with a stable social environment. If you do not adapt, you will be dragged down by these people. Yuan Hua offered no response, simply striding away until he vanished from the corridor. 2 days later, 3 military trucks slowly exited the confines of the 9th District, halting at the edge of a desolate expanse. 10 minutes later, a dilapidated half-truck approached, flashing its headlights erratically. Shortly thereafter, Qi Lin, accompanied by his younger sister Qi Yu and their ailing mother, disembarked, bidding farewell to the soldiers who had seen them off. Before stepping onto the half-truck, a flurry of frost and snow fell gently from the sky, blanketing the frozen earth, which had remained untouched for 3 or 4 years. In an endless expanse of white, Qi Lin lay on the back seat of a half-truck, his abdomen wrapped in bandages, staring blankly at District 9, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had strived there, once smilingly acquiescing to this wretched era. He had lost his dignity there, toiling like a dog, believing he had gained much in return. Yet, as he departed today, he left without even a single complete quilt, burdened only by the weight of human connections and 2 dependents in need of his support. Everything was gone. Years of effort vanished overnight. Qi Lin could not fathom the significance of his past submission. Thus he resolved to forge ahead on his feet from now on. Resting his head against the cold, frost-laden glass of the truck, Qi Lin murmured with a fevered cheek, "Do not let me recover, do not let me rise again. For if I do, I shall one day return here, smiling, to witness all of you weep." Chapter 44. After adversity, this precious friendship in the office of the chief inspector. Director Lee stood with his back to the window and softly inquired, "Has that young man departed?" "He has already left." Old Cat nodded in affirmation. I lingered in my position, hesitant to ascend to the role of chief, primarily because I wished to remain uninvolved in specific relationships and matters. Didactoli, displaying a hint of fatigue, remarked, "Yet this time, I have still made a statement. It is becoming increasingly difficult to distance one's self from the fray." By the desk, Qin Yu, upon hearing Director Lee's words, felt an inexplicable sense of closeness. The official demeanor had dissipated, and the words spoken were refreshingly candid. This indicated that Director Lee no longer viewed Qin Yu as merely a common group leader within the police force, but rather as an ally. This shift bore both advantages and disadvantages. The benefit was that Qin Yu had finally established a semblance of an organization, gaining connections that would afford him opportunities in his work that others might not secure. However, the drawbacks were equally apparent. He had effectively alienated the Yuan family, and in the future, he might face retaliation and suppression from them. Moreover, Director Lee's current demeanor was far from optimistic, suggesting that the Yuan family's influence was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. In the forthcoming period, there might be inevitable confrontations with the Yuan family. Old Lee turned around, softly advising Old Cat and Qin Yu, inform the Ma family to pause their operations, regardless of whether they have any stock left. The personnel below should also lay low for a while. I need to assess Yuan Hua's cards. There's no other option, Old Cat replied quietly. With Along's demise, the Ma family supply line has been severed. They currently lack any goods to sell. Director Lee frowned as he approached the chair and inquired softly, "Does Qi Lin have any channels for a long supply?" Qi Lin mentioned he searched but could not find the contact information left by his brother. Old Cat swiftly responded, "I have already instructed him to reach out to some of the Long's acquaintances from before. Perhaps he can reconnect the supply chain." Old Lee sipped his tea and stated with undeniable authority, "The connections I possess also require tangible benefits to function. If the supply channels cannot be re-established, and the Ma family lacks the capability on the streets to compete with the Yuan family, why should my contacts exert influence behind the scenes?" "Understood." Qin Yu nodded in agreement. "You must also keep a low profile." Old Lee pointed at Qin Yu and cautioned, "With the Tiger and Yuan Wei both fallen, your involvement in this matter is substantial. Thus you must guard against potential retaliation." "Indeed, I understand, Chief," Qin Yu replied with a serious expression. Sighing, Old Cat lamented, pouring himself a cup of hot water, and while blowing on the steam, he shook his head and remarked, "What has become of people these days? It is understandable for the impoverished brothers in the slums to act out of self-interest, given the current hardships of survival. But what about those in positions of power? Which of them is not well fed? Why are they all so fixated on profit? Is there not one among them willing to sit in their position and accomplish something meaningful? Old Lee pondered for a moment before turning to Old Cat and inquired, "Do you recall the speech I delivered at the inaugural meeting when I first became the director?" Old Cat paused at the sound of his voice. "I was the first to declare a 2-year plan to rectify the chaos of Earth Debris Street and a 5-year strategy to fundamentally restore order to Black Street. At that time, this declaration elicited laughter from many within the police department. I paid it no mind, yet now that the time has passed, do you see the results of my endeavors?" Old Lee sighed. What was once a jest has truly become a farce. Both Old Cat and Chin were rendered speechless by his words. "After years of sitting in this chair, I have come to a realization." Director Lee continued with a smile. "No matter how grand the ideals, they cannot triumph over reality. The environment is harsh, order is riddled with flaws, and the upper echelons are embroiled in power struggles, seizing the opportunity presented by a world in flux to secure absolute authority for themselves, their teams, or their factions. In such circumstances, individual aspirations are rendered insignificant. Therefore, if you desire change and wish to accomplish tangible results, the best approach is not to resist but to integrate. You must navigate the current rules. Perhaps after a term, you can look back and see that you have left some mark on society." Listening to Old Lee, Chin suddenly felt that this middle-aged man was filled with stories, exuding wisdom and ambition worthy of admiration. He also perceived that Old Cat bore a resemblance to Director Lee in certain aspects. Both belonged to a category of individuals striving to assert their identities amidst the chaos of the times, even if they occasionally had to compromise. Compelled to do so, enough of this endless chatter. It serves no purpose, Director Lee sighed, his tone leaving no room for argument as he instructed the 2 younger men before him. "In any case, you must tread carefully and avoid causing trouble." "Understood. Got it." The 2 nodded in agreement. "Oh, by the way," Director Lee stood up, looking at Chin, "since you have chosen your side, you must possess the intellect that accompanies such a decision. You need to swiftly transform Team 3 of the 1st Division into your own Team 3. In the future, I will find an opportunity to elevate Team 3 and reassign them to another division. As for the issue of advancement, I will assist you. You merely need to present me with compelling reasons for your promotion." "Yes." Chin responded with a salute. "Now, you both may leave." Director Lee waved his hand dismissively. An hour and a half later, on Earth Debris Street, Old Cat squatted beside the curb and looked up at Chin, asking, "Do you regret standing by my side? Having already committed, what use is regret?" Chin rolled his eyes. "You said you had no intention of intervening. What made you change your mind?" Old Cat inquired with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, Chin slowly crouched by the roadside and replied, "You were willing to stand up for Chi Lin, who has nothing to offer. I simply do not wish to lose you as a friend. Little you, let's walk this path together from now on." Old Cat grinned, patting Chin on the shoulder. "I know a fortune teller who told me that those who are small-minded often act with righteousness and loyalty. I've seen your character. You undoubtedly belong to the elite among such individuals, willing to risk everything. I curse you, you fool." Chin tightened his right arm around Old Cat's neck. "Do you believe I could end you? Stop messing around. Am I not impressive?" Indeed I am. Call me father. That's too much. I swear I'll fight you." Old Cat, now agitated, reached to poke Chin eyes. "Tell me, is your close relationship with Chi Lin because he is quite feeble?" Chin asked, baring his teeth. Old Cat's face flushed red from the pressure of Chin's grip, and with a mocking smile, he replied, "I can only say he is like a budding lotus, just revealing its first delicate petals." "You are truly despicable," Chin exclaimed, unleashing a flurry of playful punches on Old Cat. In the dim light, 2 young men brought together by a shared incident exchanged jokes and engaged in unrestrained play. It was at this moment that they officially stepped into each other's hearts, embarking on a convoluted journey of mutual support in the years to come. After some time of playful wrestling, Old Man Ma approached from across the street, looking down and shouting, "What are you making a fuss about?" Chin looked up with a smile. "You're here? When can we get to Min and my little heir operational?" Old Man Ma inquired straightforwardly. Meanwhile, on the other side, the funeral for Yuan Wei and the others was successfully held on Century Avenue, with many prominent figures from Songjiang attending to pay their respects. It was at this juncture that the true clash began to unfold fiercely upon this land. Chapter 45. The dark streets of the double pits on the gritty streets. The old cat rose, nonchalantly extending his hand and declaring, "Brother Ma, hand me a cigarette." "Who are you calling brother? I must be older than your father." Old Ma retorted, somewhat at a loss. Among the children of the underworld, addressing one another as elder brother was customary. The old cat flashed a toothy grin. "Stop being stingy. Just give me one." Old Ma rolled his eyes, then reached into his pocket and retrieved a loose pack of tobacco cigarettes. "I ask you, when can we get Damon and Xiao Air out?" The old cat snatched the unwrapped cigarette pack and, with a cheeky smile, replied, "Now that we stand on the same side, how could I possibly refuse you? Hand me the cigarette. You have contacts during your dealings, so it's easier for you to procure them. We've barely managed to smoke a few this year." Unabashed, the old cat stuffed an entire pack into his pocket, saying, "Thanks, big brother." "Get lost," Old Mom muttered, uninterested in further conversation, and turned to the more reliable Chinyu, asking, "When will the people be released?" Chinyu blinked innocently. "It's unrealistic for both to be released." Old Ma frowned upon hearing this. "Child, you're going back on your word. When you came to me, we made it clear that I would assist, but you would help get Damon and Xiao Air out. Why are you saying this now?" "Uncle Ma, we are both straightforward individuals. I shall speak plainly. You are protecting Qi Lin, hoping to reestablish his supply channels in the future. Am I mistaken?" Chinyu looked at Old Ma earnestly, passionately asserting, "If Qi Lin isn't connected to Along, even if I were to kneel before you, you wouldn't dare confront Yuan Ku on these streets." Old Ma fell silent at this remark. "You have actually benefited quite a bit from this situation. Previously, you had no rapport with my old Li, but after this incident, we find ourselves allied, do we not?" Chinyu continued with a smile, "We are adults, and we shall not indulge in petty machinations. You are well aware of the matters concerning your Ma, Air, and Damon. 5 kilograms of drugs warrants a death sentence. Yet on the day I apprehended the two, the confiscated goods were no less than 100 kilograms, correct? You know very well that this case initially passed through Yuan Ku's hands. Now that relations have soured, do you realistically expect me to negotiate their release from him?" Old Ma's expression darkened at this, and as he reached for a cigarette pack, he realized the old cat had already snatched it away. "Here, I have an e-cigarette." The old cat mischievously produced his used vape pen, feigning generosity. "Get lost," Old Ma cursed, then turned to Chinyu once more, inquiring, "So what do you say? To what extent can you manage this situation?" I reported the matter to Old Li. He suggested sacrificing one to liberate the other. Chinyu replied softly, "The silver lining in this case is that thus far, both my Air and Damon have remained tight-lipped, not divulging everything. Otherwise, no matter who you approached, this matter would be unresolvable, given the irrefutable evidence. Is there truly no other way?" Old Ma pressed. "There is none," came the firm response. Chinyu shook his head, stating that a prompt decision was imperative, as their relationship with Yuan Ku had already deteriorated. If matters escalated and he solidified the case, it would become increasingly difficult to navigate. Who was Old Ma? He was a seasoned figure capable of stirring tumult in the complex milieu of Tuzhou Street. Thus his temperament lacked indecisiveness. After Chinyu elucidated the situation, Old Ma contemplated for less than 2 minutes before decisively proclaiming, "Let Xiao Air come out." "Very well." Chinyu nodded in agreement. "I shall interrogate the two of them at once and extract some information. How long would the men be sentenced?" Old Ma inquired further. "Will his life be spared?" "Quite unlikely," Chinyu replied, shaking his head. "The 5-kilogram threshold has already been surpassed, making it arduous to negotiate a life sentence. It's unacceptable. He must survive." Old Ma insisted, shaking his head in disapproval. Chinyu scratched his nose, continuing with the conversation. "If that is the case, it may require some investment." Old Ma paused, taken aback. "What investment? How could you not understand this by now?" "You must maneuver to ensure his safety." Old Cat interjected unexpectedly. Old Ma crossed his arms, casting a sidelong glance at the two. "Are you trying to play tricks on me?" "What tricks?" "You are well aware of the circumstances within the authorities." Old Cat bared his teeth and replied, "Let me tell you, even I have to engage in some networking to get a promotion." Old Ma ground his teeth, calmly regarding the duo as he inquired, "How much would this maneuvering cost?" I believe 30,000 should suffice. It ought to secure his life, Old Cat posited. Turning to Chinyu for confirmation. I think 25,000 would be adequate. Can it really require that much? Chinyu questioned, frowning. Are you joking? Just the prosecution alone will demand at least 15,000, not to mention the necessary connections within the department. I'm telling you, 30,000 is a conservative estimate. Old Cat asserted emphatically. This is a major case, not a trivial matter. This situation is rather embarrassing, Chinyu remarked, casting a hesitant glance at Old Ma, struggling to find his words. Enough, Old Ma thundered. Stop the theatrics, you're both locals. So why pretend to be something you're not? The two fell silent at his command. I will cover the 30,000, Old Ma stated decisively. What direction can we take this case? After considerable deliberation, Chinyu replied, illegal possession. Since our first apprehension was a failure, we did not obtain any evidence on site. And during the second attempt, we only intercepted the goods without capturing the perpetrator in the act. As long as Demin maintains that he merely concealed the drugs, we should be fine. How long will Demin be sentenced? Old Ma inquired again. Approximately 15 years, Chinyu answered promptly. Upon hearing such a swift response from Chinyu, Old Ma was momentarily speechless and cursed. Did you prepare your lines before calling me? Engaging in conversation with someone of your stature necessitates preparation, Old Cat chimed in. I've just realized that despite your youth, you too are quite shrewd, Old Ma remarked, grinding his teeth. The two exchanged a smile, choosing not to respond further. Very well, this matter is settled. Tomorrow, I shall arrange for the funds to be delivered to you. The reason Old Ma could acquiesce is that he understands the necessity of this payment. Otherwise, how could the authorities ensure his protection in the future? Furthermore, this also serves to forge new connections. Uncle Ma, please maintain a low profile for the time being. As advised by Old Li, Chinyu imparted this instruction. Acknowledged. Old Ma nodded and turned to depart. Half an hour later, as Chinyu and Old Cat strolled back, they engaged in spirited conversation. How shall we divide the 30,000? Chinyu inquired. We each take 5,000, and the remainder goes to Old Li, Old Cat replied. Baring his teeth. I wish to distribute some among the team, Chinyu murmured. Zhu Wei stood by me the other day, and everyone has contributed significantly due to the drug trafficking case. Then let us give Old Li 15,000, we'll split 5,000, and the rest will go to the team. Old Cat did not linger over the financial matter, as he was not particularly in need of the money and thus did not mind. Agreed. Chinyu nodded, baring his teeth in approval. I believe he would have given us 50,000 without hesitation. Old Cat lamented. I was too timid. Ha! Chinyu laughed heartily. Within a grand courtyard on Century Avenue, a throng of people gathered, surrounded by a profusion of floral wreaths. The white fabric banners hanging from the morning pavilion fluttered in the wind, creating a somber yet honorable atmosphere. Brother Hua, boss. Oh, De Hua has arrived. Hua, my friend, why does your countenance appear so grim? Upon entering, Yuan Hua was greeted by familiar faces, a myriad of titles and ethnicities, a testament to his profound influence in this setting. Nodding in acknowledgement and occasionally pausing to exchange pleasantries, Yuan Hua finally made his way into the main hall. Guests offered incense while the family expressed their gratitude. The person in charge announced from within the hall, and Yuan Wei's wife stepped forward to present the scant sandalwood incense. After bowing, Yuan Hua personally placed incense before the photographs of Yuan Wei and the tiger. De Hua, how shall I manage from here on? A wailing ant collapsed to the ground. Yuan Hua turned, extending a hand to assist her. After the funeral, move into my home. I will take care of you and the children. De Hua, my Wei died unjustly. Let grievances be avenged. Yuan Hua reassured her, patting her shoulder. Please, restrain yourself. There are outsiders present. The ant nodded through clenched teeth. Yuan Hua glanced around at the core members present, softly commanding, let us convene on the second floor. 10 minutes later, seated upon a wooden chair, Yuan Hua addressed the assembly succinctly. We will not be able to secure the supply channels held by Qi Lin in the short term. However, to prevent the Ma family from subsequently seizing this channel and competing with us for business, we must first enliven Tujia Street. The crowd nodded in agreement. It is not the scale of the issue that concerns us, but rather the absence of resolution. Yuan Hua raised a finger, declaring within a month. We must dismantle the Ma family's faction and clear Tujia Street. Old Ma has undoubtedly established a connection with Director Li. Should we take into account the official factors? The lean man furrowed his brow and inquired. After contemplating for a while, Yuan Hua replied, I will find a way to handle the official pressure. You all are responsible for the matters on the ground. Understood. The group nodded in agreement. With a single statement from the big boss, the entire underworld began to stir with activity. Chapter 46. The Beauty, the Gay Man, and Dinner on the evening of the following day. After meeting with the Min and Old Ma heir in prison, Qin Yu returned home alone, preparing to gather some clothes and stay for a while with Old Cat in the dormitory. Just as he finished tidying up his belongings, he stood by the window and spotted Lin Nianlei returning. He paused for a moment, then swiftly opened the door and called out, Oh, Lin Hanhai, you're back. Get lost. Lin Nianlei turned around, sharply rebuking him. You damn gay man. Did you finish work early today? Qin Yu replied. I completed my tasks and came back. Seeing Qin Yu greeting her, Lin Nianlei decided not to return to her room, but approached him instead, asking, Where's your partner? Are you two separated? He went back to his family. Qin Yu lazily fabricated a response. Back to his family? From what I've observed, shouldn't it be you who is single? Are you done yet? Qin Yu shot back. What business is it of yours, little girl? You're absolutely right. You two are indeed a trivial matter, she teased. How vulgar. Qin Yu felt his face flush from Lin Nianlei's playful jabs. I won't tease you any longer. Lin Nianlei stretched lazily, her smile radiant as she inquired. Hey, big brother, since I've helped you, shouldn't you treat me to a meal? That night, the reason the Ma family was able to locate Yuan Hua's hidden warehouse on Century Avenue was truly due to Lin Nianlei's efforts. She had previously had a conflict with Old Tiger, and it was Qin Yu who had intervened. The reliable information he provided to the Ma family came from the photos Lin Nianlei had taken. Thus, she had indeed rendered significant assistance to him. What do you want to eat? Qin Yu asked casually. I want Japanese cuisine, Lin Nianlei replied nonchalantly. Qin Yu paused in surprise. Japanese food? There are hardly a few places in Songjiang, and a plate of salmon cost me several months' salary. What a waste. Don't you dare insult me again. Have you become too familiar with me? Let us eat something else, shall we? What is it? Come on, you'll find out once we go out. Qin Yu set down his cup and picked up his luggage. Lin Nianlei, somewhat curious, furrowed her brows and asked, Why are you carrying so much? Aren't you staying here? No, I'm seeking refuge, Qin Yu replied, uninterested in further explanation, as he pulled Lin Nianlei out the door, exclaiming, Let us go. The pair of handsome young man and beautiful young woman strolled along the dilapidated street for about 20 minutes before arriving at a narrow alley beside the police station. Lin Nianlei huffed into her hands, her cheeks flushed from the cold, looking up at the storefront before her, and remarked, This place doesn't even have a sign. And you dare bring me here? It's the thought that counts, not the money. Nonsense. Lin Nianlei retorted sharply, You miser. Qin Yu approached the entrance, lifted the heavy cotton curtain, and called back, Come in. This restaurant was one that Zhu Wei had introduced to Qin Yu, specializing in jiang fish noodle soup, a true local delicacy of Songjiang. On the northern banks of Songjiang lies a vast river, frozen and winding for hundreds of miles, its end obscured even beyond the 9th district. A handful of industrious fishermen, willing to toil, frequently break the ice to create holes, casting nets to catch fish within. While much of the world has succumbed to lifelessness, Songjiang remains relatively unscathed, its environment not as harsh as those beyond its borders. Otherwise, the 9th district would not have undertaken the reconstruction of its cities. In a modest eatery, specializing in river fish and handmade noodles, Qin Yu and Lin Nianlei took their seats. Shortly thereafter, the proprietor brought forth a large iron pot, resting it upon their table. Warmed by a charcoal stove fueled by small wooden logs, as the high cost of gas rendered such establishments unable to afford it. Lin Nianlei, smoothing her hair, leaned over to inspect the pot filled with river fish adorned with red chili flakes and noodles, inhaling the fragrant steam, and remarked with a radiant smile, It looks quite appealing. This single dish cost nearly 200 yuan. Qin Yu rolled his eyes and retorted, Not exactly cheap. I feel like I've bled money here. All right, I know you're frugal. No need to dwell on it, Lin Nianlei replied, picking up her chopsticks to savor a piece of fish, chewing thoughtfully. It's truly delicious. Not just delicious, but also quite affordable. Qin Yu, famished, began devouring the noodles voraciously. You eat like a starving ghost. Aren't you afraid of burning your mouth? Lin Yinlei frowned, murmuring, isn't it better to eat with some decorum? I'm not trying to woo you, so why act all coy? Qin Yu teased intentionally. Lin Yinlei smirked, do you like me? Otherwise, why would you have helped me deal with that so-called tiger the other day? I adore your 2-meter-long chest hair. Qin Yu shot back. Get lost. I'm just a kind-hearted person, which is why I assisted you, he added insincerely. Lin Yinlei chuckled at his response. Don't harbor any inappropriate thoughts about me. I can be your sisterly confidant or teach you how to attract your beloved. Qin Yu, uninterested in banter, looked up and inquired, I'm quite curious about something. What is it? Is there a connection between your kidnappers and the Yuan family? He suddenly asked. Lin Yinlei paused, taken aback. How did you know? I guessed. Since later Yuan Ku suppressed the news of your kidnapping, and there were rumors in the department that the third brother was scolded by Yuan Ku for causing trouble. Qin Yu replied candidly. I only learned later about Songxia's ties to them. Yuan Hua seems to be doing well, so why resort to kidnapping you? Was it merely for a bit of money? He pressed. Lin Yinlei hesitated at his words. Never mind, if it's best left unsaid, then so be it. Noticing her reluctance to continue, Qin Yu swiftly changed the topic. After sipping some water, Lin Yinlei remained silent for a long while before finally saying, there is no need to keep you in the dark. Yuan Hua arranged for my kidnapping because my uncle holds a senior position in a large company in Fongbei. He sought my uncle's assistance, but when my uncle refused, he resorted to such measures. Originally, he seemed to have intended for Matsushita to masquerade as a kidnapper demanding ransom from my uncle, subsequently employing a series of convincing performances to rescue me. In doing so, he would acquire a favor and achieve his objective, wouldn't he? Oh, I see. Qin Yu nodded and inquired, but why would he kidnap you if he sought your uncle's assistance? Does your uncle have no children? Because I was about to take up a position in Songjiang, and having grown up in my uncle's home, I am not much different from his own children. Lin Yinlei replied with a smile. All of my uncle's other children hold significant social standing, perhaps. Yuan Hua dared not approach them and chose to target me. The softest persimmon. Ah, now I understand. Well, enough about me. Let's speak of you. Lin Yinlei removed her coat. Her fair face flushed as she looked at Qin Yu and asked, did you come to District 9 by yourself? What about your family? Upon hearing this question, Qin Yu's brow furrowed instantly. What's wrong? Lin Yinlei sensed something amiss with Qin Yu and tentatively inquired further. I have no family. Before District 9 was established, amidst the chaos, I was abandoned. Some say my parents perished, while others claim they fled with my younger brother. Qin Yu's gaze dimmed. In any case, there are countless versions, and after all these years, I have nearly forgotten them. Lin Yinlei was momentarily taken aback. Her expression blank as she said, I apologize, I thought. It's all right. I am accustomed to it. Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively. As his words faded, a silence enveloped them, both lowering their heads to focus on their meals. Approximately 20 minutes later, Qin Yu settled the bill, and he and Lin Yinlei stepped out of the small restaurant once more. Outside, the cold air was thick, and sporadic snowflakes began to fall. Lin Yinlei shivered, frequently puffing warm breath into her small hands. Do all women have a penchant for madness? On a day like this, you were so little. Aren't you afraid of an early demise? Qin Yu rolled his eyes and reached in his bag to retrieve a thick, worn pair of sheepskin gloves. Put these on. Lin Yinlei took the bulky gloves, turning to gaze up at the tall Qin Yu. You're quite thoughtful. Observing and understanding. Charming the ladies. Those are essential life skills. Qin Yu retorted with a smirk. Bah, a single pair of tattered gloves? And you think you can woo me? Dream on. Lin Yinlei spat playfully, then with excitement, donned the gloves and exclaimed, wow, they're really warm. Qin Yu fell silent again, maintaining a steady pace as they walked forward. Lin Yinlei, gloved hands exploring the icicles on various windowsills, suddenly called out, big fool. What now? Qin Yu turned around. Cheer up a bit. What has passed cannot be changed, but we live in such times. We must always believe tomorrow will be beautiful. Standing amidst the icy landscape, Lin Yinlei optimistically advised, at the very least, you have a stunning beauty accompanying you on the streets. What is there to be discontent about? Qin Yu was momentarily stunned, then smiled and replied, "Thank you, beautiful." Under the dim light, the two exchanged glances for a while, and Lin Yinlei, seemingly a bit shy, quickened her pace and said, "Why are you staring? Let us go, take me home. Returning you home is acceptable, but it cannot be done without recompense. Might there be an unfolding tale this evening?" Qin Yu inquired from behind. "Cease your flirtations, or I shall contact your beloved." In the depths of Tuza Street, a group of young men dining with old Ma stood in front of a storefront, engaged in hushed conversation. In the distance, a bald-headed white Russian staggered towards them, accompanied by 4 young companions. "Are there any women?" he bellowed, punctuating his inquiry with a belch. One of the young men by the roadside turned to assess the newcomers. "How many are you? Are you blind? Can't you count?" retorted one of the white Russian's companions, launching into a tirade. "Who are you insulting?" With a swift motion, the white Russian landed a punch that sent the young man stumbling 3 steps back before crashing to the ground with a thud. "Damn it, you dare to strike!" cried a companion, aiding the fallen young man while glaring furiously. "Are you looking for trouble?" The white Russian whistled through his fingers, turning to shout, "The Ma family is attacking me." As his words echoed, from the dark alley nearby surged forth 30 to 40 individuals, armed with steel pipes and machetes, rushing towards them. The premeditated conflict was set to ignite that very night. Chapter 47. Retribution approaches on the way to Courtyard 88. As Qin Yu was engaged in a heartfelt conversation with Lin Yinlei, his phone suddenly rang. "Hello, Xiaowei. There's chaos on Tuza Street, with hundreds of people fighting. Oldly has personally ordered all off-duty officers to return immediately to organize arrests and disperse the crowd as quickly as possible." Zhu Wei spoke rapidly. Qin Yu paused momentarily. "I knew the Yuan family wouldn't settle down." "All right, wait for me. I'll return to the team at once." "Understood." After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call. Qin Yu turned to Lin Yinlei and said, "You should head back on your own. Something has happened on Tuza Street, and I must go there." "All right, you focus on your work. I can manage to walk back by myself." Lin Yinlei nodded in agreement. "Make sure to return quickly. It could get quite chaotic tonight. Be cautious." "Okay, you hurry along." With that, Qin Yu had no time for further pleasantries with Lin Yinlei. He quickly turned and sprinted towards the police station. Inside the investigation area of the police station's first team, Acting Deputy Captain Lao San called for a meeting with all members of the first team, deliberately omitting the third group from the notification. Standing beside the work desk with a teacup in hand, Lao San casually addressed the group. "The commotion on Tuza Street has escalated significantly. These drug dealers are utterly reckless. They care not whether you're on the official payroll. So when we arrive, assess the situation and do not rush forward blindly." "Understood." The dozens present listened intently to Lao San's words, their expressions stoic while their minds were clear as day. The troublemakers on Tuza Street were undoubtedly from the Yuan family, signaling to everyone that they should be prepared to let things unfold as necessary. After a brief admonition, Lao San set down his cup and announced, "Gear up with riot gear and prepare the vehicles for entry. Switch all radios to our team's dedicated frequency. I will call for you if needed." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement and promptly departed. On the road, Qin Yu was acutely aware that the unrest on Tuza Street was led by the Yuans and the Ma family. So he intended to call Lao Mao to discuss a resolution. Ding, ding, ding. Before he could dial, the phone rang once more. "Hello." Qin Yu swiftly pressed the answer button. "Captain, the first team has convened a meeting and everyone is present, but Lao San did not notify us." Zhu Wei's voice remained urgent. "Should we proceed with the first team for the operation tonight?" Qin Yu contemplated for a moment. "You take the third Group S vehicle and head towards my place. Pick me up first." "Understood," Zhu Wei replied. "Inform our team members not to panic. It's for the best that Lao San didn't call us. It spares me from having to keep an eye on them during the operation. Just remember, even if Yuan Ku and his associates seek retribution, I will certainly stand in front of you first." Qin Yu was acutely aware that the brothers from the 3 groups, including Zhu Wei and Guanxi, stood by his side that day on Tuchai Street, not merely due to their regard for him as an individual, but primarily because they recognized the formidable backing he had in Li Si. This understanding emboldened them to disregard Yuan Ku's words. Thus, at this moment, Qin Yu reassured Zhu Wei with words of encouragement, feeling a deep affinity for the members of the three groups, as they could be considered his true confidants rather than mere members of the first team. This sentiment was further amplified when, after he and the cat had swindled old Ma out of 30,000 yuan, his first thought was to distribute some of it among them. In the current environment, interpersonal relationships are often quite pragmatic. Individuals are inclined to assist you only if you ensure they have their share of sustenance and comfort. All right, I understand, leader. I will head over immediately. I'm halfway there. You should hurry, as you can spot me on the roadside, Zhu Wei responded, promptly hanging up the phone. Qin Yu glanced down at his mobile device, striding briskly along the frigid street. Just as he was about to press the dial button to contact the old cat, he suddenly sensed that someone was watching him from behind. This instinctive reaction was a result of his prolonged stay in the planned area, prompting him to turn and look back immediately. On the roadside, a man clad in a scruffy leather coat and a knitted hat was hastily walking forward with his head bowed. Qin Yu stole a glance at him before turning back to focus on his phone. Yet, the footsteps behind him grew increasingly urgent and distinct. Suddenly, Qin Yu turned again, and at that moment, the man in the knitted hat raised his head, inserting his right hand into his pocket. At this point, they were approximately 10 meters apart. Qin Yu hesitated momentarily, only to notice two men approaching from across the street. A wave of foreboding washed over him. In a flash, the man in the knitted hat drew a gun. With a loud bang, Qin Yu reacted instinctively, his body bending sideways as he lunged forward, crashing through the glass door of a nearby storefront like a cannonball, scattering shards of glass in all directions as he propelled himself indoors. Inside the shop, 3 or 4 unremarkable women, seated on a sofa and engaged in hushed conversation, were startled by the explosion outside, only to witness Qin Yu stumbling through the entrance. The women erupted into shrill screams, their feet clad in cheap high heels or slippers, as they clutched their heads and fled upstairs. Once inside, Qin Yu did not pause. He merely scanned his surroundings with keen eyes before rushing up to the second floor. Outside the shattered window, 3 thugs wielding firearms stood on the street, pulling the triggers. The sound of gunfire erupted, and a cloud of crimson mist burst from Qin Yu's body as he staggered up the stairs. "Get in there and finish him," the man in the knitted hat commanded coldly. Nearby, 2 burly white Russian men kicked open the storefront door and charged inside with their guns drawn. On the second-floor corridor, Qin Yu glanced at the sealed rooms on either side. Finding that the entire interior was devoid of windows, he hastily kicked open a door. Upon entering the room, Qin Yu surveyed his surroundings and leaped over half a meter high, grasping a dilapidated cabinet beside him and forcefully yanking it down. With a resounding crash, the cabinet toppled sideways, and Qin Yu gritted his teeth as he pushed it to block the doorway, sealing it shut. After several labored breaths, he braced his body against the cabinet and, after a few probing touches on his torso with his right hand, discovered that he had been shot in the right hip, with a tingling sensation now spreading through his lower body. Without a moment to lose, Qin Yu swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed Zhu Wei's number. "Hello. Damn it. Hurry up. I'm about to be killed." Though his voice was urgent, his mind remained remarkably calm and precise as he stated, "I'm in a meat shop without a sign on the midsection of Bobby Street. The window has been shattered, and there are 3 assailants. Hurry." In the corridor, 3 armed men were already rushing towards him. On Touchage Street, due to the provocations of a white Russian man, a skirmish involving hundreds had escalated into a full-blown conflict. The Ma family's members showed no signs of fear. Even without a word from old Ma, the lower-tier henchmen, who had not seen business in recent times, spontaneously organized a self-defense counterattack driven by conflicting interests. A large number of marginal figures, relying on drug trade, brazenly opened fire on Touchage Street with crude weapons and substandard firearms. Chapter 48. This chaotic era at the entrance of the second-floor room, 3 armed men arrived hastily. A man in a knitted cap raised his leg and delivered 3 forceful kicks to the door lock. The door only shifted slightly, the lock becoming dented and deformed. He braced himself against the door. To his left stood a robust white Russian, frost clinging to his beard, who growled fiercely, "Step aside." The other 2 men instinctively moved aside. Bang, bang, bang. After several gunshots, the wooden door was riddled with 7 or 8 bullet holes in its center. With a resounding crash, another White Russian kicked the door at the center of the bullet holes, shattering it and creating a large opening. Inside, Qin Yu found himself behind a cabinet, and with the door now in ruins, it was too late for him to approach it. 3 guns were thrust through the gaping hole created by the White Russian's kick. Damn it! Qin Yu's eyes reddened as he gripped the edge of the cabinet and, gritting his teeth, stood up. He angled the cabinet and charged towards the hole. The rapid gunfire echoed through the corridor, bullets striking the cabinet with a cacophony, filling the air with the acrid scent of gunpowder. On the wooden floor, Qin Yu treaded upon the large pools of his own blood, using his shoulder to brace the cabinet upright once more, blocking the door. Damn it! The man in the knitted cap cursed, turning to question, "Do we have any explosives?" "No," the White Russian replied with a shake of his head. "Break it down." At this moment, the trio had lost their line of fire, and given the cabinet's thickness of about half a meter, although it was hollow inside, it was still reinforced by 2 thick wooden panels. Consequently, while some bullets could penetrate the cabinet, others would simply become lodged in the back panel. Having scrimped and saved for years in the designated area to reach this point, Qin Yu was determined not to meet an untimely demise in such a haphazard manner. Summoning all his strength, he relied on his tall stature and exceptional physique, resolutely bracing the cabinet, striving for a sliver of survival. As the 3 men slammed against the cabinet for a good 3 or 4 minutes, silence fell, and Qin Yu gradually began to feel his strength waning. Coupled with the considerable blood loss from his gunshot wound, a violent dizziness enveloped his mind. Nevertheless, he continued to prop up the cabinet, shaking his head vigorously in an attempt to stay alert. Downstairs, the man in the knitted cap had just retrieved a fire axe from inside when he spotted 2 vehicles speeding towards them. With a screech, the sound of tires screeching against the pavement echoed as 2 police SUVs came to a halt at the roadside. "Damn it!" the man in the knitted cap cursed, immediately shouting, "That kid has called for help. We need to leave." The 2 White Russians dashed out of the storefront towards the SUVs, decisively pulling their triggers. As the fierce gunfire erupted, Qin Yu's phone rang. "Hello? We've encountered the enemy downstairs." Zhu Wei's voice came through. "Don't panic, we're heading up." Upon hearing this, the tension in Qin Yu's nerves finally began to ease. At the intersection of Tuza Street and Fuyuan Road, dozens of police vehicles were stationed. As 300 officers clad in tactical gear and donning bulletproof vests, wielding riot shields, surged forward. Following their directives, the teams endeavored to disperse the unruly crowd. The deputy chief of police, sweat glistening on his brow, bellowed into his walkie-talkie, "Be mindful of the law enforcement measures. We must not allow the situation to escalate or exacerbate tensions. I repeat, our primary objective is to disperse." After a series of urgent announcements, the officers, shields in hand, advanced into Tuza Street. The resounding thud of their boots echoed through the chaotic, icy streets. However, within a mere 50 meters of their entry, they were rendered utterly dumbfounded. Gunfire erupted and makeshift incendiary devices were hurled haphazardly, as at least 1,000 individuals engaged in violent conflict along the narrow thoroughfare. On either side of the street, shattered glass littered the ground, with many doorways ablaze. Weapons such as knives and clubs were strewn about. The injured either fled in panic or lay moaning on the ground. The scene resembling a town devastated by recent riots. Team 2 advance. Team 3 move forward. The public security team push on. After relentless calls on their dedicated frequencies, the officers pressed forward once more. "Drop your weapons, squat down, cover your heads. Don't move, or we will fire." As they approached the fray, the officers began to issue commands, but the rival gangs, blinded by rage over their interests, paid no heed. Simultaneously, numerous residents within the buildings, covertly aiding the Ma family, began to rain down homemade incendiary devices. Boom! A fire ignited. "Shields up. We have objects being thrown from above." The officers, numbering only 300 and under strict orders to avoid exacerbating the conflict, found themselves hamstrung in their actions, unable to resort to indiscriminate gunfire against the rioters. They were quickly scattered by the barrage of incendiary bottles and the tumultuous crowd. As a few officers from Team 3 approached to subdue a burly man who was violently striking another, A group of men with white cloths tied around their arms suddenly charged from an alleyway, opening fire without warning. Tragically, a young officer turned away from them, was shot dead on the spot. Deeper into Tuza Street, a man affiliated with Yuanhua Company, responsible for pharmaceutical sales, led 7 or 8 accomplices as they brutally beat a middle-aged man to death in the filthy alley. After delivering a fatal blow to the man's neck, he turned and shouted, "Tell Old Ma that if he doesn't vacate Tuza Street within 3 days, I will ensure his entire family meets their demise here." At the entrance of a warehouse in the alley, Old Ma shed his military coat and hurled it to the ground, his eyes blazing with fury as he snarled. Does he truly desire to annihilate us? Then let it be so. Everyone listen closely. Those who wish to continue earning a living in the pharmaceutical line, gather your belongings and head for the Grand Palace. This time, if we cannot hold our ground, we must all depart. To hell with this. Move. Let us go to the Grand Palace. Hundreds of low-level henchmen, pointing at the drug line, immediately shouted in agreement. At the intersection of Fuyuan Road, 300 police officers had barely entered the dirt street for 10 minutes before they were forced to retreat in utter disarray, suffering numerous injuries and 3 fatalities. Beside the vehicles, the deputy commissioner of police, with a grim countenance, dialed Old Lee's number. "What's the situation?" he inquired. "It's worse than anticipated," came the reply, tinged with urgency. The various squads just rushed in and were promptly pushed back. The deputy commissioner gasped. "My suggestion is to quickly contact the police station. It is exceedingly difficult for us to effectively quell this chaos." Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor of Century Avenue, Yuanhua was engaged in a game of mahjong with the 3 bosses of his subsidiary. "This situation has escalated significantly. Will it not end poorly?" asked a bald, burly man, frowning. "The police station is called multiple times, and I sensed a serious tone. If it doesn't de-escalate, Old Ma will remain oblivious to pain." Yuanhua replied nonchalantly, "Tell our brothers on the ground, if someone dies, I will cover the settlement. If someone gets arrested, I will use my connections to secure their release. If money and connections are not useful now, when will they be? I must make it clear to Old Ma that he is far inferior to us in stature. Have you returned the call to the police station?" The bald man inquired again. "No," Yuanhua scoffed. "The police are merely stirring the pot. If he desires a share of the drug line's profits, he must help me clean up this mess. Otherwise, why should I share any money with him? We shall wait and discuss it once the matter is resolved." In the police commissioner's office, Old Lee personally called Old Ma, but the latter did not answer, provoking Lee's fury as he slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, "Contact the military. I refuse to believe a group of drug dealers can act with impunity. According to protocol, we should first consult with the police station." The political supervisor gently reminded. Lee waved his hand dismissively, stating, "If Yuanhua has connections at the police station and we seek their guidance, it will take them an extra 2 hours to respond, during which countless lives will be lost on Dirt Street. Who will bear the blame? It will undoubtedly be me." The senator paused, realizing the validity of his point. "Very well. Contact Mateo in the military and inform him that I, Old Lee, request his troops to suppress the brawl." Lee urged in a hurried tone, "Be swift. The situation must not escalate further." The senator nodded and departed. Meanwhile, on the other end, a dazed Xinyu, having been rescued by Zhu Wei, was promptly transported to the hospital. Chapter 49. The Cost of Indulgence. Director Li possesses an extensive understanding of the underbelly of the city and the overall environment of Songjiang. Though he typically maintains a low profile and often adopts a moderate stance to evade unnecessary troubles, his sensitivity to political maneuvering surpasses that of many others. Following the escalation of the skirmish in Tuza Street into a collective incident, his decision to call upon the station troops for assistance in quelling the unrest was undoubtedly a judicious one. Given Yuanhua's formidable connections within the police department, had Director Li opted to report the situation to them first, the higher-ups might have delayed their response, allowing the chaos in Tuza Street to worsen significantly, potentially leading to his bearing the brunt of the blame. As the black market is under his jurisdiction, such a grave issue would surely place him under immense scrutiny. Lieutenant Mateo, who shares a personal rapport with Director Li, wasted no time upon receiving the call. Within half an hour, 2 battalions were dispatched. Unlike the police officers, these soldiers had undergone numerous military conflicts and riots, thus responding to such matters with decisiveness and rigor. The arrival of over 1,000 armed soldiers, accompanied by armored vehicles, swiftly altered the course of the situation. No matter how formidable, wealthy, or ruthless the drug trafficking gang may have been, they were no match against a military force trained to wield firearms under the aegis of the government. Upon witnessing the soldiers' readiness to engage, the gang members promptly dispersed, including Old Ma, who had initially intended to flee to the Grand Palace but was swiftly escorted away by his subordinates. The subsequent events unfolded with remarkable simplicity. Given the scale of the disturbance, the authorities had no choice but to impose severe penalties to account for the public. Consequently, the military commenced a systematic and organized operation to capture the instigators of the unrest in batches. In no time, Tuza Street was devoid of any individuals daring enough to confront the police, with only the remnants of the fleeing drug trafficking gang remaining. Meanwhile, on the second floor of Century Avenue, Yuan Hua was poised to inquire about the situation in Tuza Street when an aide rushed in, urgency palpable in his tone. "Brother Hua, the military has unexpectedly entered the street without warning and has opened fire. The two families have dispersed, but many of our brothers have been apprehended. Dozens have been taken at the Guangfu-Yuan intersection. The military has arrived?" Yuan Hua was taken aback. Indeed, there was not a hint of forewarning. We assumed Director Li would report to the police and await reinforcements. But unexpectedly, he reached out to the military. The aide responded in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hua furrowed his brow, pushing aside the mahjong tiles. After lighting a cigarette, he replied hoarsely, "This old Li has kept many cards close to his chest. I had no inkling of his connections with the military." The others remained silent in response. "Now that the military has intervened, we must cease our activities," Yuan Hua promptly instructed. "Tell our operatives to disperse quickly and have the leaders lay low in the new district for a time." "Understood." After the assistant nodded, he immediately added, "Moreover, 3 outsiders cornered Chinyu, but this lad possesses some decency, as he ran into a butcher shop and refused to come out." After a while, the 3 outsiders were detained, and several officers under Chinyu arrived. Although the matter did not reach fruition, Chinyu must have sustained some injuries. He is an inconsequential character, yet in the affair concerning Qilin, he has embarrassed us. If we do not eliminate him, others will not take us seriously, and Old Li's associates will lose their nerve. Yuan Hua took a puff of his cigarette and continued, "However, let's refrain from acting against him for the time being. He is startled now, still one of Old Li's men, and will undoubtedly be on guard. Let's wait a bit longer before taking action." "Understood. You may leave now," Yuan Hua instructed the assistant, then picked up his phone and moved to the window, dialing a contact within the police department. Seconds later, the call connected. "What on earth are you doing, causing such a commotion? We haven't secured the supply chain. If Old Ma reconnects with it later, what immense losses will we incur? If we don't act now, are we inviting disaster?" Yuan Hua responded with a light chuckle. "But it cannot be handled in this manner. This will significantly increase pressure on the police department." "Hasn't the garrison already gone?" Yuan Hua replied flatly. "The individuals that needed to be apprehended have already been taken into custody, haven't they?" The other party fell silent. "Director Wu, my men have been captured. We can hold off on operations for now. I will cooperate with whatever the higher-ups decide, but this must cause Old Ma some pain," Yuan Hua said, his gaze darkening. "Since the situation has escalated to this extent, we must strike decisively. I will exert pressure on the police chief in the underworld." The other party responded in a low voice, "You should also provide whatever assistance you can. It would be best to shift the blame onto Old Ma." "Ah, certainly." Yuan Hua nodded. The Ma family holds considerable influence and a larger number of followers within the dark streets, particularly in the area of Earth and Slag Street, possibly even surpassing the Yuan family. However, after this violent clash, they have been left utterly defeated. Why is that? Because Yuan Hua's interest group has reached a level where they can sit at the same table as the upper echelons, whereas Old Ma cannot. The Ma family sells medicine on Earth and Slag Street at reasonable prices, significantly lower, by at least 70%, than those at hospitals and designated pharmaceutical locations, allowing them to quickly establish a reputation and influence in the area. Those unable to afford medication, the elderly, the sick, and the impoverished who have been severely affected by environmental catastrophes, all remember their goodwill, which is why they are willing to help in critical moments. Yet, in the face of political relationships, this goodwill is as fragile as a house of cards. Sometimes, the sentiments of 10,000 hearts may hold less weight than a mere indiscretion from a person of high status at a banquet. The police department's director Wu merely stated in a closed-door meeting the following day, strictly investigate the Ma family's drug trafficking organization. The senior officials of various functional departments could only strictly implement the directives of their superiors, commencing a frenzied crackdown on the members of the Ma family team, who had been compelled to retaliate the previous night. Although the individuals apprehended by Yuanhua Company have all been incarcerated, the higher-ups who managed to evade capture continue to roam freely in public spaces. But what of the Ma family? They cannot afford such liberties. After their reckless actions, they are left to flee in a state of disarray to escape the impending crackdown. In less than 12 hours, the senior officials responsible for the drug trafficking within the Ma family were swept up by the police in Songjiang, with over a dozen apprehended. Coupled with the dozens arrested on site the previous night, their organization was dismantled with alarming swiftness. The following evening, Old Ma made a succinct phone call to Old Cat, stating, "Concerning Damon and Xiao Air, please give it your attention. I cannot make an appearance right now." Old Cat, seated in a hospital chair, responded with a tone of resignation. "You cannot make an appearance. Today the orders were issued, and the police have specifically requested to question you in person." What of Old Li's stance? Old Ma inquired. He feels powerless in this matter. "Your actions have stirred too much attention," Old Cat replied, frowning. "Very well, I understand," Old Ma said, refraining from pressing Old Li further, and simply remarked, "I accept my fate. For now, let it be," he concluded, and the call ended. That night at 9 o'clock, Director Li, weary from a day of meetings, sat in his car and wearily asked, "Where's Qinyu?" "He is in the hospital." "Let's go to him," Director Li gasped. "I need to have a word with him." Chapter 50. Total collapse inside the hospital. Qinyu lay on the bed, still under the lingering effects of anesthesia, appearing quite frail with a pale complexion. He sighed deeply, muttering, "Damn it, Yuanhua truly knows how to target the soft spots." Old Li would certainly hesitate to act, and yet he fears provoking Old Li further, so he's venting all his frustrations on me. "Try to finish me off." Old Cat looked at Qinyu with a sense of guilt, responding softly, "This is also my fault. I didn't think it through at the time and insisted on having you come in. In hindsight, your initial choice not to assist Lin was indeed the right one. I have Old Li backing me, and he wouldn't dare to act against me lightly. But what's the use of lamenting now that the deed is done?" Qinyu remarked, feeling the bandage on his rear, gritting his teeth in frustration. "If I can't fight back, I might as well stay cautious." "Don't worry, we'll take turns watching over you during this time," Zhu Wei interjected from the window. With the turmoil in Tujia Street escalating, those on the streets have become targets, so he probably wouldn't dare to strike again. "Thank you, Xiao Wei, Guanqi. You've saved my life." Qinyu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Enough of that," Guanqi said with a grin, waving his hand. "Just focus on your recovery." As the group chatted, the door to the hospital room swung open, and Old Li stepped in. "Director, Li, sir." The others rose to their feet, offering their respects and greetings. Old Li scanned the room before gesturing for everyone to leave. "Old Cat, you stay. The rest of you go take a walk." "Understood." "You all chat," Zhu Wei and Guanqi replied before promptly exiting the room. "Director." Qinyu supported himself against the bed, attempting to sit up. "Lie back down," Old Li said, moving to Qinyu's bedside, patting his shoulder. He took a seat on the chair that Old Cat had brought, his brow furrowed. "The situation is not looking optimistic. It must have been quite difficult for you today." "More than just difficult," Old Li replied, lighting a cigarette with a serious expression. "Last night, over 30 corpses were brought out from Tujia Street, and hundreds were injured. Today, media from radio and online platforms swarm outside the police station, ready for follow-up reports. If it weren't for the police being wary of scandal, I believe even the media in Fongbei would cover this story." Upon hearing this, both Old Cat and Qinyu felt a wave of uncertainty wash over them. Fortunately, the station troops arrived swiftly. Otherwise, if the situation escalated further, leading to a clash involving thousands or even a riot of tens of thousands, I would surely be dismissed today, or worse, face prosecution for accountability, Old Lee said, his voice hoarse as he continued to draw on his cigarette. Tomorrow, I plan to visit Phonbei to meet my former mentor. Qin Yu listened quietly, refraining from interruption. But a mentor is one thing, and connections are another. If I want to secure support from above to counter Yuan Hua and his cohorts, I must offer them something of value, Old Lee added steadily. Whether I take something or how much I take is trivial. The crux lies in convincing those in higher positions that there is profit to be made from this incident. What do you mean? Qin Yu inquired tentatively. After the Ma family was thoroughly dealt with, they essentially lost their power on the dark streets. However, if I do not assist them in rising again, how can I satisfy the interests of the upper echelons? Do I possess the capital to expend my own resources? Old Lee gazed at Qin Yu and remarked thus, the crux of the matter lies with the Ma family. Only when they revive the drug supply can we compete with Yuan Hua on surface. With profits in hand, relationships will naturally follow. I understand your point, Qin Yu nodded. The supply chain from the Ma family had already been severed. Old Cat pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow, and interjected, with Along's demise, they can no longer procure supplies. Even if they managed to regroup, there would be no business to conduct. Exactly. Old Lee's eyes fixed intently on Qin Yu. We must find a way to contact Qi Lin. We must locate the supply channels Along had before his death. Once we secure a source, the Ma family can resume their business and generate substantial profits. This would facilitate my engagement with the upper management, and they would be inclined to lend their support. Indeed, the supply source is the core of the situation. Qin Yu concurred, adding, Yuan Hua's actions against the Ma family stem from their ability to obtain low-cost, yet high-quality pharmaceuticals. Correct, Old Lee nodded. Qi Lin has mentioned to me that Along indeed left him a contact, but he was unable to locate it at the time. Qin Yu felt a surge of frustration. Old Lee, inhaling on his cigarette, squinted at Qin Yu and asked, do you now grasp the severity of the situation? Qin Yu was taken aback. That night, when you were protecting Qi Lin on Tuza Street, I was also forced to take a stand. This not only offended Yuan Hua, but also antagonized the interest behind him. Therefore, if we cannot consolidate our upper-level relationships through the pharmaceutical trade to counter the Yuan family, retaliation is inevitable. Old Lee's expression turned grave. At that point, whether I remain a director or you survive in District 9 becomes uncertain. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu instantly comprehended Old Lee's implication. If the drug supply line could not be reestablished, not only would Old Lee face peril, but Qin Yu himself might also be in grave danger. I will be candid with you. We must reestablish our long supply channels at all costs. Otherwise, you should consider leaving District 9 as soon as possible, Old Lee advised quietly. Yuan Hua won't care whether you're a police officer when he seeks revenge. After much contemplation, Qin Yu replied, I need to return to the planning district and discuss matters with Qi Lin in person. You should recuperate for a while. Once you are able, attend to this matter immediately, Old Lee said as he rose. I will also head to Phonbei tomorrow to gauge my mentor's stance. I understand, Director. Furthermore, Old Ma must remain hidden. The police department has completed the evidence chain, and his wanted order is already in my office. Old Lee reiterated with a sense of urgency. Old Cat deliberated for a moment before inquiring, what about the matters concerning Ma, Lao, Air, and Demin? I had previously promised Old Ma to address this. At this juncture, how can we possibly maneuver them out? Let us wait. Old Lee uttered a remark and turned to leave. Within the hospital room, imbued with the scent of disinfectant, Qin Yu gazed pensively at the ceiling, exhaling a long sigh as he reflected. I thought the planning district was complicated enough. Yet I did not anticipate that the true predatory environment lies within the seemingly secure Zone 9. I regret having led you into this predicament. Old Cat indeed felt a discomfort within. Qin Yu licked his lips and asserted, my nature is such that once an action is completed, I do not dwell on regret. Please refrain from repeating this phrase daily. It vexes me. After a moment of contemplation, Old Cat looked at Qin Yu and declared, this time, when you return to the planning district, I shall accompany you. Old Lee will not permit you to go. Qin Yu replied with a smile. If I were the type to evade problems, I would not have assisted Qi Lin in the first place. Old Cat responded without hesitation. Let's not dwell on it. I will accompany you this time. Qin Yu regarded Old Cat and smiled broadly. In the planning district, Chi Lin, leaning on a crutch, stepped into a dilapidated room and, upon raising his gaze, saw his mother organizing a bundle. "Mother, what are you doing?" he inquired. "Just tidying up some clothes," the elderly woman replied, sitting on the cold bed as she pulled a black leather bag from the bundle. Chi Lin stared at the black leather bag in disbelief, furrowing his brow as he demanded, "Mother, what is this bag?" Chapter 51. Embarking on the journey. Fortunately, the bullet that struck Yu did not injure his pelvis. However, he remained bedridden for over 20 days before he could be deemed recovered. During this period, Lao Mao, Zhu Wei, Guan Qi, and others refrained from returning home. They spent their days at the police station and their evenings at the hospital, anxious to protect Yu from any potential retaliation by the Yuan family. Thankfully, after the violent clash on Tuza Street, the Yuan family, mindful of their connections with the police, opted to temper their actions to prevent further escalation. Additionally, the Ma family faced significant disruptions, with many of their core members being arrested and scattered, ushering in a brief respite for Songjiang. While the Yuan family chose not to provoke further incidents, they clandestinely organized channels to offload a substantial stockpile of drugs. Following the manhunt, Old Ma and the remaining core members vanished without a trace. However, this facade of tranquility did little to assuage the concerns of Li Si, Qin Yu, and their companions. They all understood that the Yuan family's current restraint was merely a strategic withdrawal, a means to save face with the police. The deaths of Yuan Wei and Tiger, along with the costs incurred in their confrontation with the Ma family, had created irreconcilable tensions. Retribution from Yuan Hua was inevitable. It was merely a matter of time. Thus, once Qin Yu had healed, he promptly reported to the police station and requested a meeting with Li Si. In the office, "Has Chi Lin been contacted?" Li Si inquired urgently. Qin Yu shook his head. He left in haste and likely wouldn't dare use the phone he had previously employed at the station. "So I have yet to locate him. Wasn't his stay in the planning district arranged by you?" Oli asked, intrigued. "If you called your friend, wouldn't you be able to reach him?" "My friend completed the arrangements for Chi Lin and then went off to attend to other matters. He won't be returning soon." Qin Yu replied softly, "But it's all right. I know where Chi Lin is. I can go directly to find him. It must be done swiftly." Oldly urged in a low voice. "I discussed matters with the teacher, and as long as we can secure the supply channels, the remainder can be negotiated. I can leave, but how do I explain my absence at the station?" Qin Yu probed cautiously. Oldly chuckled. "I have already made arrangements. Internally, we will state that you are attending a training session in Fongbei for 2 weeks. The reason being your recent commendation for neutralizing Song Xia, which warrants your promotion to a level 2 officer and formal appointment as a team leader. Thus, the department has granted you this opportunity for learning. Should I submit a report to the team?" "No need. I have handled all the formalities. Just let it be known within the team that you're leaving." "Understood." Qin Yu nodded. "Xiao, you are aware of the gravity of this situation." Oldly sighed, his brow furrowed as he looked at him. "Whether I can remain in this position or whether you can hold your ground in Songjiang hinges on this moment." At these words, Qin Yu stood, his expression serious as he responded, "I will exert every effort to see this through." "Very well, go." Oldly nodded at him. Half an hour later, Qin Yu arrived at the recently neglected third group of the first team, summoning Guan Qi, Zhu Wei, and the Taiji brothers for a brief meeting. "I shall be departing for half a month. During this interval, you all will liaise with Team 3. I have already made the necessary arrangements with them. Regardless of what the future holds, you will have a place." Qin Yu, seated comfortably, remarked with a smile, "I've been in Songjiang for a while now. And to be honest, I am quite grateful that everyone has supported me, an outsider, at such a crucial moment. If by some stroke of luck, we manage to get through this ordeal, you can be assured that my future will also encompass yours." Guan Qi scratched his nose and chuckled. "We were never significant players in Team 1. Old Zhu has tried repeatedly to ascend to team leader, yet Yuan Ku pretends not to notice. Therefore, for small roles like ours, since our prospects for advancement are limited, we might as well stick with those we are comfortable with." Indeed, Zhu Wei nodded in agreement. "We've already chosen our sides, and there's no point in lamenting. Frankly, if Old Li can no longer endure, then I suppose I simply want to continue in the police force. I refuse to believe that on that day at Tuja Street, if I stood up to Yuan Ku, he could send 2 people to eliminate me, a mere minor character. Do not fret, team leader. We are seasoned veterans in the police force and know how to navigate these waters, Guan Chi reassured him. You should focus on your own responsibilities. At that moment, everyone understood that Qin Yu's request for leave was not merely for the purpose of studying in Fongbei. It was evident that Old Li had made special arrangements for him, which is why they offered such encouragement. Thank you for your understanding, Qin Yu said as he rose and patted Zhu Wei on the shoulder. I'll leave the matters of the team in your capable hands. Handle what you can. For anything beyond that, privately consult the captain of Team 3. He has a solid rapport with Old Cat. Understood. As the group stood up, Qin Yu extended his hand with a grin, then wished me safe travels. Everyone exchanged glances, placing their hands atop Qin Yu's, and together they chorused, safe travels. Later that afternoon, on the road leading to number 88 courtyard, Qin Yu turned to Old Cat and inquired, Did you actually inform Old Li about your intention to accompany me to the planning district? Oh, I forgot, Old Cat replied, sniffling due to a slight cold, appearing somewhat dazed. Are you out of your mind? Qin Yu exclaimed. Old Li certainly doesn't want you to go. So why didn't you mention it beforehand? If you just accompany me without warning, he might think I coerced you into it. Calm down, Old Cat retorted nonchalantly, spitting on the ground as he pulled out his phone and dialed Old Li's number. After a few tense seconds, he stated directly, I want to accompany Qin Yu to the planning district. Old Li was momentarily taken aback, his silence stretching for 3 or 4 seconds before he exclaimed in confusion. What on earth are you planning to do in the planning district with Qin Yu? Are you out of your mind? That place is even more chaotic than Tujia Street. What are you trying to stir up? Get back here immediately. Old Li, typically composed and authoritative, would lose his poise only when faced with the likes of Li Fugue, the embodiment of foolishness. I am not seeking your opinion. I merely wish to inform you that I will have someone deliver the leave request shortly. I have summoned you back. Do not shout at me. My temper is rather volatile, and your provocations could drive me to despair. The Old Cat has begun to abandon human speech altogether. You may as well perish. It will be better for you to meet a swift end. Old Li trembled with rage. Each day you prance about, oblivious to your purpose. I am truly at my wit's end. Enough. I shall cease this quarrel. Who is quarreling with you? Young Yu is alone, which is rather lonely, should a situation arise. I could offer him some counsel. Do not offer him advice, or else Qin Yu will inevitably meet his demise at your hands. Old Li shouted in exasperation. Hurry back to the office. You need not concern yourself. I will undoubtedly go. Do not fret at home. This time, concerning the procurement channels, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, I shall stake my life on it. The Old Cat replied with a nonchalant tone. Upon hearing this, Old Li stood frozen, his anger momentarily quelled. If there are matters to discuss, call me. The Old Cat abruptly ended the call. On the road, Qin Yu cast a cheerful glance at the Old Cat. While it may seem you harbor a slight resentment towards Old Li, in truth, you are quite concerned for him. Who cares for him? I merely fear that should he lose his job, he will no longer have the liberty to act as he pleases within the precinct. The Old Cat retorted with a sidelong glance. Let us move swiftly. Do not dawdle. Upon returning to Courtyard 88, the two tidied their belongings before locking the door and making their way outside. As they walked, Qin Yu glanced back at Lin Yinlei's room, noting that the door was securely locked and she was not home. What are you staring at my wife's house for? The Old Cat inquired with a sidelong glance. Have some dignity. Lin Yinlei has already told me that she would only agree to be your mother at most. Qin Yu retorted with a curse. Get lost. The Old Cat, with a toothy grin, asked, Speak honestly. Do you harbor any feelings for Lele? Enough of this chatter. Qin Yu quickened his pace. At 8:30 in the evening, a military truck laden with supplies departed with the Old Cat and Qin Yu, heading towards a disordered area even more chaotic than Dirt Rubbish Street. Chapter 52. On the road, once they exited Zone 9, the Old Cat immediately sensed the temperature outside plummeting again. Seated in the truck bed, he was adorned with 3 or 4 military overcoats. He reached out to lift the wind-blocking cotton curtain, peering outside, and remarked, It must be well below -40 degrees, right? Indeed, rather close, Qin Yu replied softly, intermittently rubbing his hands together. Don't just sit there. Get up occasionally and move around to warm yourself. Hey, did you also travel by vehicle when you arrived? The Old Cat inquired casually. Part of the way, then I walked the rest, Chinyu responded. Truly a soldier, the old cat muttered, somewhat speechless. After approximately 5 hours of traversing the snow-laden road, the vehicle finally halted at a modest military supply station. The two then disembarked, settled their fare, and embarked once more in a dilapidated gasoline off-road vehicle. Given the harsh environment, electric or hybrid vehicles proved inadequate for long-distance travel in such frigid temperatures. The gasoline off-roader had been arranged through connections by Director Lee. Although it was nearing the end of its serviceable life, it was not without considerable expense. Fortunately, the heating system was operational, and the vehicle retained commendable off-road capabilities, rendering it quite resilient and reliable. On the journey, the old cat gazed curiously at the snow-clad landscape, his expression one of intrigue. Pointing to several large iron structures several kilometers away, he asked, "What are those?" "Marker towers," Chinyu replied nonchalantly. "In the dark, you cannot see, but there are iron fences beneath them." "Markers for what?" "Nuclear fallout," Chinyu explained in a matter-of-fact tone. After the catastrophe, the government constructed numerous protective structures, all of which ultimately failed. Many of those buildings housed nuclear facilities. When disaster struck, an explosion ensued, leaving vast radiated zones. The towers were erected to caution those in the designated areas against venturing further. Well, at least they attempted something, the old cat sighed. As Chinyu drove, seemingly out of boredom, he casually asked, "What is your relationship with Old Lee?" The old cat paused, taken aback. "What's the matter? Can't speak of it?" Chinyu chuckled. "Then I shan't pry. There's nothing I can't share," the old cat said, pulling out an electronic cigarette and turning to Chinyu as he recounted, "Old Lee is my uncle. He joined the police force after my father. In a certain incident, my father died in place of Old Lee, which complicates my feelings towards him. It would be disingenuous to say I harbor no resentment, yet over the years, Old Lee has treated me exceptionally well. I often force myself to forget the past, but as a son, I simply cannot." Chinyu was silent for a long moment. "You are better off than I am. At least you have a relative to resent who treats you well. I have nothing." The old cat took a puff of his cigarette, remaining silent. "Do you know what transpired between your father and Old Lee?" Chinyu inquired again. "I've heard from others that Old Lee made a mistake, and my father took the blame and was executed," the old cat replied. "Has Old Lee ever explained it to you?" "Never. He never brings it up. When I was younger, I would often feign anger to steer the conversation in that direction, but he would never engage." The old cat gazed blankly out the window, perhaps recalling a matter that brought him discomfort. "Old cat, Lee See's kindness towards you is well known within the precinct," he mused. "The past is behind us. Clinging to it will only serve to heighten the rift between you and Old Lee without any meaningful purpose." Chinyu gently advised, "How many younger brothers would intentionally harm their elder siblings? Moreover, your understanding of the situation relies solely on hearsay. The reality may be entirely different from your assumptions. Wouldn't you agree?" After a moment of hesitation, the old cat nodded in agreement. "Enough of that. Let us speak of happier things," Chinyu said with a grin, shifting the topic. "When do you plan to marry? Who will it be?" "Lei, bit-ups." The mere mention of romantic matters invigorated the old cat. "Could you not show some decorum?" "I've already told you." Just as Chinyu was about to retort, he suddenly noticed a group of individuals clad in thick cotton clothing emerging from a dilapidated building nearby. He immediately exclaimed, "Old cat, grab a gun quickly. What is happening?" The old cat sat upright. Ahead, a dozen people had formed a line, blocking the road. Chinyu did not drive closer, but halted the vehicle 20 meters away. "What business is this?" he called out through the lowered window, braving the biting wind and snow. "Brother, spare us some food. We are starving." From the crowd, 2 men stepped forward. Chinyu shouted back, "Can't you see this is a military vehicle? There's no food. Get out of here. If there's no food, then give us some gasoline, clothes, or money." The 2 men continued to advance, observing the frostbitten individuals before him, including children and the elderly. The old cat's heart softened. "Let us give them something," he suggested. Chinyu, however, was a stark contrast to his previous demeanor in District 9. His expression darkened as he barked, "I'll say it once more. Get out of here at once." "How brazen. If you don't give us anything, we want to leave," the 2 men retorted, halting their advance. Chinyu shifted gears and slammed the accelerator, driving the vehicle directly towards the crowd. "What the hell?" the old cat exclaimed, grasping Chinyu's arm. "If they don't give, then let it be. Don't run them over." Seeing the car barreling towards them, the crowd scattered in panic. Without time to explain to the old cat, Chinyu swiftly grabbed his gun and fired into the center of the throng. The sharp cracks of gunfire resounded, causing the crowd to disperse once more. With his left hand deftly maneuvering the steering wheel, he drove the vehicle into the deep snow, flooring the accelerator and navigating the slick, icy terrain at high speed. Moments later, a group of 20 or 30 individuals burst forth from the crumbling buildings, firing shots in their direction. Fortunately, Chinyu reacted swiftly, evading them. The old cat, drenched in cold sweat, stared back in horror. Goodness, they weren't begging for food. They were attempting to rob us. If I had parked closer, we would have been stripped of our clothes and left to freeze here. Chinyu, expressionless, replied, "The people in this place are no longer human. We are driving a military vehicle. Do they dare to rob us?" Chinyu inquired, turning his head. "I have no idea," Old Cat replied, shaking his head. "This place is called Sankanzi. 3 years ago, 10 military grain trucks from a northern special zone passed through here and were completely robbed. The army's commander was furious and ordered 3 battalions, over 1,000 men, to eliminate the bandits. However, within a day, nearly all of those 1,000 troops were decimated, with only about 300 managing to escape in the end." Chinyu gestured towards the sides of the road they had just traversed, saying with a pry bar in hand, "You could probably dig down into the snow and unearth a person." After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Old Cat suddenly asked, "Buddy, did you ever rob grain at Sankanzi?" Chapter 53. This is my destiny. Listening to the words of the old cat, Chinyu chuckled lightly in response. "I have never resorted to theft. In this realm, I thrive on my reputation." The old cat, upon hearing this, emitted a somewhat neurotic laugh. The two exchanged glances for a moment, before Chinyu sighed and added, "I am but a man. I too must eat." The old cat, momentarily taken aback, nodded in understanding. After driving for another 10 hours, they finally arrived at the designated planning area near the south. Here, the temperature was slightly warmer, devoid of the biting cold from the north. The place where Chi Lin was concealed was called Feng'an, nestled in the plains, backed by towering mountains, and not situated along the main thoroughfare. Many often formed groups to hunt in the mountains, both for personal sustenance and to sell to others in the special zone for a bit of pocket money. Thus, the environment and security were comparatively better than in the area of Sankanzi. Chinyu had not spent much time around Feng'an, as the locals were quite insular. 100 individuals might adequately consume the resources of the mountains, but with 200 or 300, or even more, residing there, it would become a struggle for everyone to find enough to eat. Hence, it was exceedingly difficult for outsiders to establish themselves in this place. However, though Chinyu had not lingered here, one of his friends had taken up permanent residence and held a certain influence, which was why he had chosen to settle Chi Lin here. The car came to a halt in front of a modest dwelling constructed from wooden planks and mud. Both the old cat and Chinyu alighted from the vehicle. "Goodness, is this a place for humans to dwell?" the old cat exclaimed, observing the crooked house and the barren land surrounding it, shaking his head in disbelief. "In comparison, the 9th District seems like paradise. Now I understand why you managed to establish yourself in Songjiang so swiftly. If you can survive here, you could thrive anywhere. Be mindful when you meet Chi Lin. Refrain from speaking thoughtlessly. He is already in a somber mood, and your ramblings may further disturb him," Chinyu cautioned. "No worries. If I refrain from scolding him for 3 days, he becomes restless," the old cat retorted with a grin. "You truly are incorrigible," Chinyu sighed, a smile escaping him as he stepped toward the house. Creak! The door swung open, and Chi Lin emerged, momentarily stunned at the sight of the two. The old cat stepped forward and playfully slapped Chi Lin on the head, exclaiming, "Brother, have you missed me?" You too. What brings you here?" Chi Lin stammered, bewildered. "We needed to find you, but since we couldn't reach you, we had no choice but to come and see for ourselves." The old cat tossed back nonchalantly, striding into the house while calling out, "Mom, Xiaoyu." His sister, Chiyu, emerged from the inner room, greeting them politely, "Cat brother. Wow, my dear sister has blossomed. You look plump and lovely." The old cat, was a person who could strike up a conversation with anyone. His words often laced with humor. "Old cat has come," their mother called from inside, seated on the heated Kong. In response, the old cat handed a large bag of food, which he and Chinyu had purchased, to Chiyu, grinning as he said, "All of this is for you. There are more goodies and new clothes in the car. I'll fetch them shortly." "Thank you, brother." Chiyu accepted the heavy bag, her face glowing with joy as she guided the old cat into the inner room with her white cane. The elderly cat sat on the Kong, smiling as he inquired, "Mother, how is your health?" Quite well," she replied. "As long as you are well, that's all that matters. You should smoke less. Live a few more years. I will soon become the chief of police, and when that happens, I will take you and Chi Lin, dear sister, back to enjoy life." The elderly cat chatted with the old lady in a relaxed manner. In another room, Chi Lin invited Chinyu to sit on the chilly bed, smiling as he said, "Let me get you some water." No need," Chinyu waved his hand. "Please sit down." Chi Lin complied and took a seat beside him. "Are you feeling better?" Chinyu asked directly. "I'm completely healed," Chi Lin replied, moving his limbs and expressing gratitude. "Thanks to your friend John. Without him, I might have perished here. There are no medical supplies in this place, but he arranged for someone to bring them to me and even secured this room for me. As long as you are well," Chinyu smiled. After exchanging pleasantries, Chi Lin quietly asked Chinyu, "Did the Yuan family cause any trouble after I left?" "Yes. The situation is quite dire," Chinyu nodded. "A lot has happened recently. Old cat and I came here out of desperation to inquire about the circumstances." "What happened?" Chi Lin pressed. "Think back, before Along encountered his mishap. Did he mention anything else to you aside from that package? Any friends he knew outside, brothers, or connections you were aware of?" Chinyu spoke rapidly. "To be frank, the Ma family is in a dire situation, and because of your affairs, Li Si has been forced to choose sides. Yuan Hua hasn't retaliated yet, primarily because he stirred up quite a commotion on Tujia Street recently and needs to lay low for a while. However, he will undoubtedly continue his schemes. As for Old Li, without supply channels, he cannot forge strong ties, nor can he help Old Ma rise again. Thus, Old Cat and I came here to inquire about the supply channels." After hearing Chinyu's detailed explanation, Chi Lin stared blankly at the floor, remaining silent. "What's wrong?" Chinyu noticed Chi Lin's unusual demeanor and pressed further. After a lengthy silence, Chi Lin suddenly stood up, bent down, and pulled out a black leather bag from beneath the bedspread without uttering a word. Chinyu was taken aback. "What does this mean? Open the bag and see," Chi Lin instructed as he tossed it to Chinyu. Upon opening the bag, Chinyu glanced inside and retrieved a notebook. Chi Lin sat back down on the bed, rubbing his face in frustration, and said, "This bag was left to me by my elder brother. Before he departed, he informed me that there was a contact inside, someone to seek out when I found myself in dire straits. At that time, I was preoccupied with thoughts of him, and since I had a job at the police station, I didn't feel I was in a desperate situation, so I didn't take it seriously. Later, after my brother was gone, when Yuan could pressure me for supply channels, I finally remembered this bag. At that time, I entrusted the bag to Bella, and when I returned to retrieve it, I happened to catch her in a compromising situation with Tiger. Enraged, I could see the fear in her eyes, and she claimed she had discarded the bag. Thus, I assumed it was lost." Chinyu listened in stunned silence. "However, when my mother, younger sister, and I fled to this place, I discovered that the bag was with my mother." Chi Lin turned his head and remarked with a smile that the bag had not been thrown away by Bella. Rather, it was my mother's meticulous nature that led her to use it for her belongings. That evening, when I informed her and my sister that we needed to escape, my mother packed a substantial amount of luggage, including that bag. Chinyu was rendered speechless. "Was fate? This is fate, my fate." Chi Lin's eyes unconsciously revealed a hint of animosity as he spoke with a tone laced with sarcasm and coldness. "When I desperately searched for that bag, I thought it was lost. Yet when I had taken a life, lost my job, suffered injuries, and fled with my family shattered, it reappeared as if by magic. Tell me, does the heavens not show me enough favor?" "Huh?" Chinyu gazed at Chi Lin, suddenly sensing that although his exterior remained unchanged, there was an indescribable transformation within him. I examined the notebook, which contained only a single page with a contact number. Chi Lin turned to Chinyu and said, "However, I am unable to make phone calls from here. Your arrival is timely. Let us seek out my brother's friend and establish a supply channel at all costs. What do you mean? Qin inquired tentatively. I once looked down upon my elder brother, thinking him irresponsible and self-serving. Qi Lin smiled and spoke clearly, but now I intend to tread the same path as him. The tasks he undertook before shall now be mine to fulfill. Chapter 54. A glimmer of hope and despair after nightfall. Qin Yu and the old cat dined with Qi Lin's family, continuously offering words of comfort to Qi's mother, assuring her that once the storm had passed, they would find a way to reinstate Qi Lin as a police officer in the 9th District. The elderly lady remained oblivious to the fact that Along had already perished, and she no longer harbored aspirations for her son to attain great wealth. Her heart merely yearned for a return to the days of yore, where her children had stable jobs and food on the table. This would bring her solace, even if she were to close her eyes one day. However, both Qin Yu and the old cat were acutely aware that as long as the Yuan family remained intact, Qi Lin would not experience any significant change in status. The prospects of returning to the 9th District as a police officer were nothing more than a pipe dream. After the meal, the three brothers made their way to Qi Lin's room. The old cat firmly closed the door and retrieved an old phone from his pocket. This device was a virtual card from a small company in Phone Bay. He handed the phone to Qi Lin, saying, "Use this to contact your brother's friend." "All right," Qi Lin responded, taking the phone and glancing at the contact information in his notebook before decisively dialing the number. A few seconds later, he shook his head. "It's unreachable. The line is dead." Qin Yu pondered for a moment, his expression darkening as he analyzed the situation. "It's possible that your brother's friend has heard the rumors from Songjiang and knows something has happened to your brother, which means this number is no longer viable. Damn it. If that's the case, are we finished?" The old cat cursed, trembling with anxiety. "Shaolin, send a text to this number." Qin Yu instructed while taking out his e-cigarette. "Be direct and tell him that Along is gone, but you are his younger brother, and you can no longer stay in the 9th District, which is why you are reaching out. Won't that just panic him?" Qi Lin frowned, questioning. "Lying is futile," Qin Yu insisted. "With such a commotion in Songjiang, your brother's friend has certainly caught wind of it. Being truthful will convey sincerity." "Fine," Qi Lin conceded without further argument, bowing his head to compose a message, which he then sent to the number. Qin Yu took a puff from his e-cigarette and sighed now. "It's a matter of fate. If your brother's friend has already panicked and changed his number, our chances of finding him are slim. However, if he is still in a state of observation, he should return our call." The old cat, hearing this, clasped his hands together and murmured, "May Buddha open his eyes. If we successfully receive a call from Along's friend, I would willingly sacrifice Yuanka's life." 2 full days passed without any response from Along's friend, leaving the three brothers feeling utterly disheartened. Inside the modest dwelling, the once carefree old cat now wore a troubled expression, pacing the room with his hands clasped behind his back, stating, "I fear this matter is hopeless." If he were still using this phone, he would have responded to the message by now. "Indeed," Qi Lin replied, sitting on the bed, his brow furrowed in concern. "The lack of response likely indicates that the phone is no longer in use." Qin Yu remained silent. If that were the case, they would be in a dire predicament. The old cat sighed and cursed, lamenting that he might never return to Songjiang. "You at least have Old Li to protect you, for the time being. Yuan Ku and the others won't touch you." Qin Yu raised his head and replied, "But I am utterly finished. The drug line has been severed, at most. I have 3 or 4 months before they come after me." The three of them fell into a heavy silence, each plagued by inner turmoil. Ding ding. Just as the conversation ended, the sound of a phone ringing pierced the air. The three of them perked up, and Qin Yu immediately turned to the old cat, asking, "Is it yours?" The old cat, stunned for half a second, fished out his phone from his right pant pocket, his face lighting up with joy as he exclaimed, "Yes. It's a new number. Damn it. Let Qi Lin answer it quickly." Excited, Qin Yu urged him to hurry. Qi Lin also wore a delighted expression as he reached out to take the call, remarking, "I knew it. The heavens have put me through enough misery. They must leave a glimmer of hope." With that, Qi Lin pressed the answer button. "Hello." A deep male voice resonated on the other end of the line. Qi Lin switched to speakerphone, inquiring, "Along-as friend?" The other party fell silent upon hearing his voice. "You don't need to think too much. I am Along's brother, Chi Lin quickly added, fearing the call would be cut off. I've only used this number once and haven't contacted anyone else. So I know who you are. How can you prove you are Long's brother? The other party finally responded. My name is Chi Lin. I have an elderly mother and a younger sister. My elder brother, Long, left home 2 years ago and hasn't been in touch with us since. Chi Lin elaborated on his brother's circumstances. He has a scar on his right shoulder blade and has a habit of resting one foot on the chair while eating. After listening, the other party remained silent for a moment before responding, Long is dead. Why are you contacting me? Chi Lin replied earnestly. He gave me your contact information before he left, asking me to reach out when I was in dire straits. Well, I'm in dire straits now. Long is dead, and his men have been captured, the other party said cautiously. I might also be in Songjiang now. I truly lack the ability to manage others. So you should look after yourself. Brother, wait a moment. Chi Lin, sensing the other party's intention to hang up, quickly called out, I'm not seeking refuge. I wish to discuss business. What business? The other party queried. The business my brother was involved in with you. The other party paused for a long while, then scoffed. Your brother mentioned you. In this line of work, your temperament won't suffice. Not necessarily. Chi Lin retorted with immense confidence. Before I left Songjiang, I fired a gun on Century Avenue, killed a tiger, and single-handedly rescued my sister. My brother wasn't necessarily that capable while he was alive, was he? After hearing this, the other party fell silent for a long time before asking, in the drug trade, audacity is a minimum requirement, but to succeed, one must have connections. Can a Ma family help? Chi Lin quickly countered, I can still use his connections. Have you made the arrangements? Yes. I can get in touch with old Ma right now. Merely reaching an agreement with the Ma family isn't enough. The other party shook his head. The nephew of the chief of the Black Street is currently in my presence. At this moment, Chi Lin showcased the keen perceptiveness he had honed within the precinct, articulating his words with remarkable precision. With their addition, will it suffice? After careful consideration, the other party responded ambiguously, wait for my message. Understood. With that, the two concluded their conversation. In the south, within the planned district of Jiangzhou, less than 300 kilometers from the 7th subregion of Asia, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut dialed a number on his phone. After several seconds, he spoke steadily. Hello? Boss, Qilong's younger brother has contacted me. Chapter 55. An appointment in Jiangzhou. The boss on the other end of the line paused momentarily. Why has he suddenly reached out to you? He mentioned wanting to re-establish the drug line and expressed interest in procuring supplies from us. The middle-aged man with a buzz cut responded succinctly. I probed him a bit. He claimed to have already negotiated with the Ma family, and that he has the backing of Old Li from the underworld police. It seems that the only thing left is for us to give our approval. Brother Kong, are you familiar with Qilong's family situation? The boss suddenly inquired. I have a fair understanding, as Long has shared some details about his family with me, Kong replied with a nod. When I spoke to that kid earlier, the information he provided aligns closely with what I know. Some details can be verified, but certain nuances of life can only be clarified by those who have spent considerable time together. Therefore, I personally deduce that the boy is not lying. He must indeed be Qilong's younger brother. The boss fell silent. Do you think I should meet him? Kong tentatively suggested after a moment. The market in Songjiang has been dismantled, and we've lost a crucial shipping channel. In less than 2 months, I've accumulated a significant amount of goods here, so I believe it would be beneficial to engage with him. If he truly possesses the capability to resolve our issues, we could avoid the need to re-establish our operations in Songjiang. That seems rather risky, the boss replied, shaking his head slightly. What if Qilong's brother is already under the control of the Yuan family? If he intentionally leads you astray, how would you respond? I'm not afraid of Yuan Hua from Songjiang, but I do fear the pharmaceutical companies that back him. We have disrupted their markets by producing drugs independently across various regions, so the Yuan family and the pharmaceutical companies, along with the numerous individuals they've bribed, would be eager to locate us and eliminate us. Surely that wouldn't be the case? Kong frowned deeply. Regarding the situation in Songjiang, I've conducted some inquiries. This Qilong's brother, Chi Lin, is the one who killed Yuan Hua's uncle and another high-ranking official, which forced him to flee from District 9. Such enmity is not easily resolved, is it? Does Chi Lin have any family left? The boss asked. Yes, He has a mother and a younger sister, Kong replied. If those two have already fallen under Yuan Hua's control, could Qi Lin possibly cooperate with him? The boss pressed. Kong fell silent at the question. We are not well versed in the specifics of the situation in Songjiang. If Qi Lin is currently under their control, your mere appearance will undoubtedly attract attention. They need not act immediately. Simply following your lead would enable them to trace us, the boss cautioned. If we are exposed with our current state, we would undoubtedly face annihilation against the onslaught of the pharmaceutical companies and their political ties. Upon hearing this, Kong felt a twinge of uncertainty. As long as we can consistently produce drugs, we will never lack a market in this era. However, compared to several officially recognized pharmaceutical companies, we appear quite feeble, necessitating extreme caution. Survival must take precedence over development, the boss advised quietly. I do not recommend risking contact with Qi Lin. It would be prudent to lay low and temporarily abandon the Songjiang line. At this moment, Brother Kong harbored two thoughts. Firstly, his bond with Qi Long was exceedingly strong. Otherwise, the latter would not have entrusted his contact information to his brother upon sensing that he might encounter trouble. Hence, Brother Kong was inclined to assist Qi Lin. Secondly, within this clandestine drug production team, Brother Kong assumed the role responsible for the regional market. The Songjiang area had always been his territory, and should he lose it in the future, he would not only suffer significant economic losses, but also face the embarrassment of a diminished status within the team. After careful consideration, Brother Kong gritted his teeth and continued to advocate. I believe Qi Lin will encounter no issues, as I have heard that Old Li from the black market indeed has had conflicts with Yuan Ku. Moreover, considerable effort was invested in establishing the Songjiang line, and I truly do not wish to relinquish it. Are you suggesting that? I wish to make contact with Qi Lin, Brother Kong asserted through clenched teeth. But rest assured, should the other party harbor malicious intentions, I will put an end to the matter here. I will not jeopardize the company. The boss remained silent for a moment before responding softly. Very well. If that is the case, proceed as I have instructed. Half an hour later, Qi Lin answered the ringing phone. Hello. Let us meet, Brother Kong stated directly. In 3 days, I will be waiting for you at the Jinshan living area in Jiangzhou. There is an entertainment venue called the Buckingham Palace. You must arrive by 8 in the evening. Qi Lin hesitated. Jiangzhou? That is a bit far from here. I worry I want to make it in 3 days. If there are no delays on the road, there will be ample time, Brother Kong replied decisively. I will wait for you for 3 days. All right, I understand. That is settled. With that, Brother Kong promptly hung up the phone. Inside the room, Qin Yu glanced at Qi Lin and asked urgently, So what did he say? He agrees to meet, but in Jiangzhou, and he requires us to arrive within 3 days. Qi Lin replied with a frown. The timeline is rather tight. Old Cat interjected with a curse. Jiangzhou is quite far from here, and we have never met this person before. Relying solely on a phone number to rush over could be perilous if the other party has ill intentions. We might struggle to return safely. Holding his phone, Qi Lin turned to the two and declared, regardless of whether the other side lays a feast or sets a trap, I must go, otherwise I will never have a chance to turn my fortunes around. Qin Yu turned to Old Cat. Rich and powerful, you have connections above. You can opt out. Nonsense. The drug trade concerns Old Li's life and livelihood. If you two are risking it, how can I refrain? Old Cat responded without hesitation. For the first time, I feel my mother's choice of name for me is indeed auspicious. Time waits for no one. Now that the decision to go had been made, hesitation was unwarranted. Qin Yu nodded and instructed, make arrangements for my mother and sister. We shall depart tonight. Understood. Qi Lin agreed. That evening, Qin Yu called his friend John and arranged for his sister and mother to stay temporarily with another family, paying them handsomely for their hospitality. After settling their affairs, the three individuals purchased 4 large barrels of gasoline at an exorbitant price from a black market dealer before heading towards the designated planning area in Jiangzhou. On this journey, they had no opportunity to retreat. Each person's life and fortune hung precariously on the success of securing a deal with a pharmaceutical supplier. In an era of chaos, with the 9 districts in disarray and wild factions rising, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Thus, these 3 brothers, united in their desperate circumstances, truly embarked on their journey from this day forward. Chapter 56. 3 days of relentless travel to Jianshi, the residence of Qilin, lies approximately over 1,800 kilometers from Jiangzhou. In times past, this journey could be completed in a mere 20 hours by car. Yet, in the current climate of devastation, the landscape has been irrevocably altered. Upon departing the northern regions, Qilin encountered an expanse of desolate Gobi Desert in the Central Plains. Alongside the remnants of a once mighty riverbed, now parched and reduced to a hollow trench, which had once nurtured countless lives. The prevailing living conditions in Asia can be broadly categorized into 3 tiers. The third tier comprises uninhabitable zones, where the extent of catastrophe is dire. Some areas are parched and cracked, devoid of water sources for hundreds of miles. Others are engulfed in perennial cold, with the land frozen for countless miles. And some have transformed completely into vast oceans. In the wake of the disaster, the government had deployed substantial technological interventions to combat the calamity. Yet most of these efforts succumbed to the overwhelming force of nature. Furthermore, these projects, ravaged by the disaster, have left behind numerous hidden afflictions, such as nuclear remnants and radiation from extensive chemical engineering. Currently, these regions have become places where no one dares to tread. Perhaps it will take several decades for them to gradually recover. The second tier consists of areas awaiting planning. While the conditions are harsh, the populace can still adapt. However, due to geographical limitations and the scarcity of resources across the 9 districts, these areas cannot yet evolve into officially sanctioned living zones under the protection of a united government, featuring stable social environments and relatively comfortable living conditions. The first tier comprises the legitimate living zones established by the united government, divided into 4 districts in Asia, 4 in the Euro-African Alliance, and an additional special 9th district. Among these, our Chinese compatriots claim 2 major urban districts, 7 and 8, wielding significant influence within the united government. When disaster truly struck, the world bore witness to the might of 1 billion people. Their strength and fury manifested in miraculous ways. The Jiangzhou Planning Zone, situated near District 7, enjoys relatively better geographical conditions compared to the north, hosting several thriving urban areas. One such location is the Jianshi Living Zone. As mentioned by Brother Kong, the entirety of Jiangzhou is often referred to as Quasi-District 10. 2 years prior, the united government had earnestly contemplated establishing a new city here. However, due to limited resources and the complexities of managing a large populace with myriad local factions, the plans ultimately fell through. After nearly 3 days of arduous travel, Qilin, and Old Cat finally arrived in Jianshi. Their journey, marked by the challenges of crossing regions, was fraught with numerous hardships. Old Cat later conceded that had it not been for Qinyu's presence and his wealth of local experience, both he and Qilin might have faltered along the way, as some challenges cannot be resolved merely by determination. Despite the trials faced en route, they were relieved to have reached their destination. Upon entering Jianshi, the trio quickly consumed a warm meal and rested briefly for a few hours. As night descended, they hurried to the Buckingham Palace Entertainment Complex. In this era, entertainment venues have evolved far beyond the scale and opulence of previous establishments such as clubs, nightclubs, and KTVs. When individuals find themselves unable to satisfy their basic hunger, they truly lack the leisure to indulge in the frivolities of song and dance, or the opulence of a life immersed in excess. Buckingham Palace comprises merely 3 stories, with a modest number of private rooms and guest accommodations, alongside a relaxation space reminiscent of a lounge. Nowadays, the patrons frequenting this establishment are seldom here for pure leisure. The vast majority are engaged in business banquets and serious discussions. Due to a scarcity of resources, the standards of consumption naturally escalate. Following Brother Kang's instructions, Qilin reserved a private room on the 2nd floor. The attendant promptly ushered in a dozen striking young women. "Is that all the drinks?" the attendant inquired politely. Qilin nodded in affirmation. "Well then, please select your companions," the attendant grinned, adding, "We have a variety of types here. Singing, dancing, and all manner of entertainment are our specialties." Qinyu and his associates had come with intentions of conducting business, their minds far removed from such diversions. leading them to politely decline. Let us hold off on that for now. Our guest is yet to arrive. Just as the attendant was about to acknowledge their response, a young woman on the far left stepped forward with a bright smile, saying, "Come on, just pick 3 of us. We have our tasks too. If we don't get to perform, not only do we earn nothing, but we also face deductions." Old Cat, a rather cheeky fellow, turned his gaze toward the speaking girl, scrutinizing her. Noticing her sparkling eyes, radiant smile, and alluring figure, he retorted with a grin, "With your charm, how could you possibly lack clientele?" Upon realizing Old Cat was engaging, the girl stepped closer and declared, "We have women of every shade and style here. The competition is fierce. If I don't put in the effort, I won't tier a dime." Old Cat leaned toward Chinyu, whispering, "In places like this, it's wise not to stand out too much. Perhaps let a few sit down, and when the main guest arrives, we can ask them to leave. You'll surely want to keep him entertained." Contemplating Old Cat's reasoning, Chinyu nodded. "All right, let us keep 3. What should we call you, dear?" Old Cat turned to the girl and inquired. "Coco," she replied. "Then let us have 2 of your friends join us," Old Cat casually suggested. Coco paused, momentarily taken aback. "What? Do you not have friends here?" Old Cat teased with a sidelong glance. "I do," Coco replied, regaining her composure, and pointed to 2 girls on her left. "You 2 come sit down." Afterward, the 2 girls approached and settled beside Chi Lin and Chinyu. The attendant bowed politely, addressing everyone, "Gentlemen, enjoy your time." Following the pleasantries, the others departed. With nothing to occupy his time, Old Cat eyed Coco's long legs, unable to resist reaching out to touch them, remarking, "You're quite flexible. You're quite bold," she replied with a playful tone. "Boldness is merely a hint of my character," he countered. Chi Lin, seated nearby, felt a headache brewing from Old Cat's antics and leaned toward Chinyu, muttering, "He truly has no boundaries." Coco, crossing her legs, instinctively removed Old Cat's hand from her thigh, commenting, "Your hands are rather nice." Downstairs, a middle-aged man with a closely cropped hairstyle entered the hall alone. A young attendant promptly approached, inquiring, "Sir, are you alone or with friends? Do you have a reservation?" The man, introducing himself as Mr. Kong, replied, "I have booked a suite on the 3rd floor for a discussion." With that, he cast a glance around the surroundings. "Very well, please follow me," the attendant responded, stepping aside with a smile and leading the way. Chapter 57. The long overcoat and the ponytail under the arrangements made by his subordinates. Brother Kong entered the 3-tiered suite. After casting a cursory glance around, he bent down, seated himself on the bed, and retrieved his phone to send a message. "Boss, I have arrived and am ready to engage with them." The reply came swiftly. With permission granted, Brother Kong dialed Chi Lin's number. "Hello? Greetings, Brother Kong," Chi Lin responded, having learned the other party's name through previous encounters. "We have reached Buckingham Palace." "Where are you?" Brother Kong inquired. "In the private room on the 2nd floor," Chi Lin truthfully replied. Brother Kong licked his lips, sitting in the dimly lit room. After a brief pause, he instructed, "Come to Suite 09 on the 3rd floor." "Understood." Once their communication concluded, Brother Kong strode toward the door, peering through the peephole to observe Suite 09 diagonally across. In the private room on the 2nd floor, Chi Lin tucked his phone away and turned to Chinyu and Old Cat, saying, "The person has arrived. They are on the 3rd floor. Did we not agree to meet in this private room? Why have they suddenly gone to the 3rd floor?" Old Cat furrowed his brow and replied, "Does this old fellow have some?" Before he could finish, Chinyu swiftly pinched Old Cat's wrist and glanced up at the 3 young women, instructing, "You all head out first." Old Cat fell silent at the sound. Coco hesitated for a moment before addressing the other 2 young women. "Let us step out for now and allow the boss to conduct his business." Once the women departed, Chinyu, seated on the sofa, adopted a serious demeanor and remarked, "We have arrived here without proper foresight. None of us can ascertain what sort of individuals we are dealing with. It would be prudent to exercise caution, better to guard against treachery than to be wary of noble intentions." At his words, the other 2 drew handguns purchased alongside their off-road vehicles from their waists, checked them carefully, and retrieved their personal bags to distribute spare magazines. Creak. The door to the private room swung open unexpectedly, and Coco stood frozen, gazing at the 3 men who were handling firearms. Chinyu turned to the entrance. his gaze cold as he questioned Coco. Who the hell let you in? I left my handbag on the sofa, brothers. You all carry on. I will return shortly to retrieve it. Coco hastily pushed the door shut. Old Cat glanced at the sofa, confirming Coco's bag was indeed there, before turning back to say, "Hurry up." Once the three were adequately prepared, they exited the private room with urgency, making their way to the third floor. Upstairs, Brother Kang's phone rang. He glanced at the number, and as he reached to answer, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from outside the door. In the corridor, a young man clad in a long sheepskin overcoat, military green, tapered marten pants, and scuffed leather boots. With a broad leather belt cinched at his waist and hands tucked into his sleeves, sported a ponytail at the back of his head. He led four companions. Embling les yeux towards suite 09. The man in the sheepskin coat had a long face adorned with a thick, bushy beard. His sharp eyes glinted with a subtle smile at the corners of his mouth. He first glanced back at the corridor behind him before saying, "The person is right here. Go ahead." As his words fell, the companions on either side quickened their pace toward the staircase on the second floor, when suddenly, a shout echoed from that direction. "Brown, I've entrusted you with all my capital, and now you treat me this way. What do you mean by that? Dear Wu, please don't act like a gambler, all right? I am not a deity. I cannot guarantee profits for everyone." "Nonsense, you have deceived me." The shouting continued from the second-floor platform, and a man near the left side of the corridor immediately turned to the man in the sheepskin coat and asked, "Are we still in?" "Don't worry about it. You carry on with your business," the man in the coat replied, his hands still tucked within the sleeves. With his words, the two companions hastened their steps. On the second-floor platform, three middle-aged men were embroiled in a scuffle with three Caucasians, shouting and cursing, their breath reeking of alcohol. The staircase leading to the third floor was narrow, and their commotion effectively blocked Qin Yu and his companions from ascending. Observing that the other party was inebriated and raucous, Qin Yu reached out and nudged one of the Caucasian men, saying, "Make way. You bastard, do you have any idea how expensive my suit is? Get lost." The Caucasian retorted arrogantly. Lao Mao, hearing the exchange, stepped forward, revealing a firearm at his waist, and delivered a sharp slap to the man's face with his left hand. "You're eating in our territory. Don't you understand what it means to keep a low profile? Get out of my way." The Caucasian, taken aback by the sight of Lao Mao's gun, was momentarily stunned. Qin Yu pushed through the crowd, forcing his way forward with Lao Mao and Qi Lin. In less than 10 seconds, the trio reached the corridor on the third floor. Just as they were about to follow the directional signs to Suite 09, a loud bang reverberated from the left side, followed by the sound of a gunshot that echoed throughout Buckingham Palace. "What is happening?" Qi Lin instinctively reached for his waist. Qin Yu, reacting swiftly, scanned the directional signs and realized that the gunfire originated from the direction of Suite 09. Simultaneously, at the far end of the corridor, Brother Kong looked at the man in the coat with a look of panic. "You bastards." The man in the sheepskin coat pulled his right hand from his sleeve, smiling as he patted Brother Kong's cheek. "Are you feeling a thrill seeing me? You, don't shout. If you do, I'll kill you." The man in the coat chuckled, wagging a finger at Kong, before gesturing, "Let us go." Shots had been fired. One of his companions pointed at Kong, warning the man in the coat, "This place has certain connections to his boss." The man in the coat casually swept his hand through his ponytail, showing no signs of panic as he declared, "It's too troublesome to exit through the front. Let us jump out the window." Upon hearing this, everyone hurried toward the window. Back in the corridor, after a moment of hesitation, Qin Yu broke into a sprint, turning two corners just in time to witness Brother Kong being dragged toward the window. The old cat stood slightly behind, gazing up at the scene on the windowsill, his mind racing as he called out, "Konggu!" After shouting, he grabbed Qin Yu and swiftly hidden around the corner of the corridor. At the window, upon hearing the voice, Konggu struggled to turn around, only to find the corridor empty. Drawing from his own experience, he shouted, "Help me!" Bang! No sooner had the words left his lips than a man in a trench coat seized Konggu and leaped down the stairs. Back around the corner, the old cat regained his composure and remarked to Qin Yu, "It's over. This rascal is in trouble." Downstairs, the sound of hurried and heavy footsteps thundered through the air. "Damn it!" Qin Yu cursed, scratching his head. "What kind of mess is this? Why does everything we do face obstacles? We must save Lao Kong. Otherwise, Our efforts will be in vain, Chi Lin shouted. His eyes reddened as he rushed toward the window. Chapter 58, The Abducted Intermediary, Update 1. Qin Yu, Old Cat, and Chi Lin dashed from the corridor to the window, peering down to discover a landing on the second floor. It was from this very spot that the ponytailed man and his accomplices had leaped onto the landing before descending the stairs beside it. Qin Yu, standing at the window, looked up and ahead, spotting the ponytailed man and his cohorts who had taken Brother Kong hostage, crossing the street and hastening towards an alley. Brother Kong had just implored for their rescue, indicating that he was acutely aware of his precarious situation. He's in dire need of our help. We must save him, or all our efforts will be in vain, Chi Lin urged urgently, beckoning to the others. Qin Yu grasped Chi Lin's intent and, recognizing the urgency of the moment, turned to Old Cat and instructed, "You drive. Chi Lin and I will follow to assess the situation." "Be cautious," Old Cat advised, before hastily retrieving the car. "I'll make a call once I'm in." Qin Yu tossed out a quick remark and climbed onto the windowsill, calling to Chi Lin, "Let us go." With that, the two leapt from the sill one after the other, while Old Cat swiftly made his way towards the staircase leading down to the second floor. After navigating 2 corners, just as Old Cat was about to descend, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from below. Soon, he spotted 7 or 8 thugs in Buckingham Palace uniforms, armed and charging upward. Their eyes met, and Old Cat, reacting swiftly, pointed down the corridor and exclaimed, "Thank goodness you're here. Someone just fired shots and abducted a person. Fleeing through the window?" "How many were there?" the lead thug inquired, brow furrowed. "I couldn't see clearly. Perhaps 4 or 5, Old Cat replied, stepping aside. Seeing that Old Cat was alone and unarmed, the group dismissed any suspicion and rushed toward the window, brandishing their weapons. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Old Cat hurried down the stairs, muttering, "Damn, things just took a thrilling turn." At the rear of Buckingham Palace, Qin Yu, upon descending the landing, was about to cross the street when Chi Lin suddenly pulled back. "It seems they haven't noticed we're following. Let us not rush in. We should close the distance before we act." Taken aback, Qin Yu turned to Chi Lin and acknowledged understood. After a brief exchange, they quickly crossed the street and entered the alley. The already inadequate power supply in the planned area rendered most of the residential zones pitch black after 10 at night, and this unmonitored alley was no exception. Thus, as Qin Yu and Chi Lin walked slowly through the alley, they could only discern distant silhouettes, but fortunately, it was equally difficult for their targets to spot them. They maintained a safe distance, trailing cautiously. The alley was somewhat elongated, and after traversing approximately 200 meters and turning 2 corners, they finally reached the end. At the mouth of the alley, along the street, an old, dilapidated pickup truck was idling. The ponytailed man had just pressed a gun against Brother Kong's head as he approached the vehicle, and a young man clad in a black leather jacket approached him, whispering something in conversation. Due to the considerable distance between the two parties, Qin Yu and Chi Lin were unaware of the conversation taking place between the young man in the leather jacket and the ponytailed man. However, they both sensed that this group was likely preparing to withdraw. "Shall we rush in and seize them?" Chi Lin asked quietly, furrowing his brows. Qin Yu, illuminated by the car's headlights, could discern the ponytailed man's group, and he shook his head in response. "I don't believe these individuals are harmless, dressed in leather jackets and combat boots. They appear as though they have spent time in a no-man's land. Moreover, we are merely armed with 2 short firearms. Should we engage in close quarters, we cannot ascertain what they might draw from their pockets." After contemplating for a while, Chi Lin gritted his teeth and replied, "If this endeavor fails, you can always return to the planning zone, while Old Cat has Li Si to look after him and will never have to worry about survival. But what do I, Chi Lin, possess? My survival thus far has relied on the protection of both of you. The drug line is my only chance at redemption. I must fight for it, even at the cost of my life." Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback by his words. Even if he can pull out a mortar from his pocket, I would still confront them. Chi Lin steeled himself, grasping his firearm and advancing forward, declaring, "I will fire first." At the roadside, the ponytailed man retrieved a wad of cash from his trench coat and tossed it to the young man in the black leather jacket, saying, "Thanks for this. We shall meet again." "No need for thanks, Brother Shao. If you have any matters, feel free to call me." There are many eyes here. I shall take my leave first. The young man in the black leather jacket nodded and bowed slightly. In the alley, Qin Yu and Qi Lin moved forward side by side, their eyes fixed intently on the ponytailed man, poised to pull the trigger at any moment. 15 meters. 10 meters. As the distance closed, Qin Yu looked up at Qi Lin and quietly signaled, "A direct confrontation is unwise. I will target the two beside him, and you take the lead." "Understood," Qi Lin replied, bending down to prepare for sprint. Just then, a sharp ringtone pierced the air. On the roadside, the ponytailed man abruptly turned around. 2 minutes earlier, Old Cat burst out of the chaotic Buckingham Palace, swiftly crossing the street and diving into a car. Vroom! After starting the engine, Old Cat reached for the gear shift, aiming to drive towards the back of the entertainment venue. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached, and a charming young lady gracefully emerged from behind the car, reaching out to pull open the passenger door. Old Cat turned to the sound, momentarily frozen in place. The young woman, smiling brightly, slid into the passenger seat, exuding a delightful fragrance, and casually shut the door, saying, "Hey there, tonight I'm going with you." "Coco." Old Cat recalled the name of the beautiful woman who had accompanied him for drinks in the private room only moments ago. "Oh, you still remember my name?" Coco replied with a smile. Old Cat, unable to afford a leisurely conversation, frowned and urged, "Get out of the car quickly. I'm busy tonight." "What's the rush? Why the urgency?" Coco inquired, inching closer to Old Cat. "I said get out." Old Cat shouted urgently. "Hurry up. I have matters to attend to." "Planning to leave after scoring?" Coco fixed her gaze on Old Cat, questioning him. Old Cat was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "Tell your two friends to bring Brother Kong back to me." Coco's smile had vanished from her face. The Old Cat was momentarily stunned by the sound, but quickly reached for his waist. Beside the car, 3 men dressed in suits silently approached from behind, neither brandishing weapons nor making a move, merely standing expressionless beside the driver's window, coldly observing the Old Cat. "Don't move, or there will be consequences," one of them said with a chilling laugh. Kiki, with her delicate fingers, pointed at the Old Cat's chest and remarked, "Perhaps you should call your friend." "Who exactly are you?" the Old Cat asked, bewildered. Kiki blinked her bright eyes and reached into the Old Cat's pocket, retrieving his phone as she declared, "I am the boss." The Old Cat stood there in shock. Holding the phone, Kiki commanded clearly, "If you wish to avoid demise in Jiangzhou, unlock your phone immediately and call your friend." Chapter 59. An Unmerited Burden on the Street. Upon hearing the ring of his phone, Xiaogu, with his ponytail swaying, turned to glance towards the alley, raising 2 fingers. Nearby, 2 young men forcefully shoved Kong-gu into a car, while 2 others brandished shotguns, the sound of the gun bolts echoing ominously. A man in a black leather jacket, visibly anxious, looked at Xiaogu and asked, "No one will see me, right?" "That would be troublesome. If anyone does, eliminate him," Xiaogu replied curtly, gesturing towards the armed men. Following his signal, the gunmen immediately spread out, shotguns at the ready as they approached the alley. Xiaogu followed closely behind, his stride calm and measured. In the silent alley, the heavy sound of footsteps resonated as the 2 armed youths advanced several meters before glancing to their left. They noticed an open wooden door behind a building, light spilling out from within. Xiaogu licked his lips and stepped forward, first signaling his companions to remain still, then peering inside the door. Suddenly, he tugged at the doorknob. The door swung open, releasing a waft of greasy aromas. Xiaogu scanned the interior with an impassive expression, revealing a small restaurant-esque back kitchen where a chef was busy sought ing food. The chef, upon hearing the noise, turned around, his chubby cheeks adorned with a smile. "The main entrance is in the front," he said. Xiaogu cast a glance at the chef, hesitating momentarily before nodding. "I must have taken a wrong turn." The chef, hearing this, turned back to his cooking. Satisfied with the absence of anything amiss, Xiaogu closed the door and departed with his 2 brothers. As soon as they left, the storage room door in the kitchen swung open, and Qi Lin pointed his gun at another chef, his eyes filled with menace as he threatened, "Prepare your dishes well, or you'll meet a grim fate." "Understood, understood," the chef by the stove nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, at the front entrance, Qin Yu, securing his gun, urged Qi Lin, "Let us move." On the street, Xiaogu climbed into the car and turned to the young man in the black jacket, saying, "That was the back kitchen of a restaurant. It seems someone from inside stepped out to make a call. There is nothing to worry about." "Oh, that's a relief." The young man in the black jacket exhaled, visibly easing. "If there's a need to call, just do it." Xiaoga tossed off this remark and promptly closed the car door, commanding, "Let us go." The driver shifted gears and pressed the accelerator, speeding away. Once the car had vanished from sight, the young man in the black jacket excitedly retrieved the money Xiaoga had just given him, counting it with a moist thumb as he walked along, spitting in satisfaction. At the front entrance, Qin Yu, walking briskly with his head bent, remarked, "These individuals have an insider. Otherwise, they wouldn't have executed their tasks so efficiently." The one in the black jacket, Qi Lin's head turned swiftly. "Certainly. He just received money." Qin Yu confirmed with a nod. "What do you mean? I'll call Old Cat and have him drive over." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu took out his phone and dialed Old Cat's number. A few seconds later, the call connected, and Qin Yu immediately erupted, "Tiger, are you out of your mind? Knowing that we were in the midst of something, you still had the audacity to make a call, nearly jeopardizing us. Do you understand? Why are you so angry?" "Your friend is currently unavailable to take calls," came the voice of Kiki. Qin Yu paused for a moment upon hearing the voice. "Who are you?" "I am the boss of Brother Kong," Kiki replied succinctly. "We met earlier in the private room." With an excellent memory, Qin Yu recalled the voice and asked, "Are you the one who came back to retrieve the bag?" "Yes." "What do you mean by that?" Qin Yu was somewhat perplexed. "Along is gone. We were about to abandon the line in Songjiang, but Brother Kong insisted on helping you, and yet you have committed a breach of conduct." Keek's delicate brows furrowed as she said, "Return the person, and I will spare your friend a leg. Then this matter will be settled." After a brief moment of confusion, Qin Yu immediately emphasized, "You are unjustly placing the blame on us. You know in your heart whether it's your fault." "Nonsense. Brother Kong is not in our custody. He was taken by someone else." Qin Yu exclaimed with wide eyes. "We haven't even had the chance to meet him. Brother Kong arranged to meet you tonight. The time and place are known only to you and me." Kiki responded coldly. "The moment you brought the gun upstairs, he encountered trouble. How can you expect me to believe you when you claim it wasn't to your doing?" Qin Yu found himself at a loss for words, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. "I don't care if you are from the Yuan family or some lackey of a pharmaceutical company. If anything happens to Brother Kong, I assure you, you want to even know where this brat will be buried tomorrow. It truly wasn't TUS." Qin Yu nearly shouted in response. "We came here to establish a supply channel." Kiki gently tapped her fingers on her leg with her left hand while holding the phone, pondering for a moment before replying, "I have no foundation of trust with you. It is difficult for me to believe your words. Here's the deal. If you insist that this matter has nothing to do with you, then come find me. We shall discuss it in person." "Do you take me for a fool? You don't trust me now. Do you think meeting me will change that?" Qin Yu replied with a furrowed brow. "If we end up in your hands, will we still have our heads? You refuse to return the person and dare not meet face to face. Do you think I am merely a drinking companion?" Kiki replied with a cold laugh. "Then let us not talk. Tomorrow I will inform you where to burn paper for your friend." "Wait." Qin Yu, sweating, said, "Give me some time. I can prove this matter is not our doing." Kiki paused, contemplating for a moment, then glanced at her watch. Before dawn. "If I do not receive a call from you, we need not communicate further." With that, Qin Yu heard the busy tone indicating the call had been disconnected. "What's going on?" Qi Lin asked urgently as Qin Yu pulled the phone away from his ear. "Damn it," Qin Yu cursed, responding with a dejected expression. "The woman accompanying Old Cat tonight is Brother Kong's boss. She suspects we orchestrated Brother Kong's predicament, which is why Old Cat was captured." "Damn!" Upon hearing these words, Qi Lin kicked over a nearby trash bin in frustration, exclaiming, "Why is everything going so wrong? Nothing ever seems to go my way." Meanwhile, on the street, Kiki sat in the vehicle with her legs crossed, resting her chin on her right hand, lost in thought. "Boss, anyone daring enough to come into our territory to apprehend Brother Kong must be reckless," the driver remarked with a stern expression as he gripped the steering wheel. "Now that they have succeeded, it is highly likely they will abandon their comrades, placing Brother Kong in grave danger." "There is something more to this situation," Kiki said, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she shook her head. Please investigate whether Brother Kong has offended anyone recently. What do you mean? The driver inquired, somewhat puzzled. Ask fewer questions and take more action, Kiki replied with an impassive expression directed at the driver. Understood. I will make the call immediately, he nodded earnestly. Chapter 60. Before Dawn. Additional Update 3. On the street diagonally opposite Buckingham Palace, Qin Yu observed the throngs of customers hastily departing in the wake of the gunfire. Speaking rapidly to Qi Lin, he declared, I need to go inside for a moment. You wait here at the entrance. Let us go together. No need. Qin Yu removed his coat, preparing to don it inside out. It's chaotic in there. Even if we encounter him, it would not be prudent to act. I'll gather some information and return promptly. I'll wait nearby. If anything goes awry, you shoot immediately, and I will back you up. Agreed. After donning his coat in reverse, Qin Yu glanced around before striding across the street. Just then, he heard footsteps. Someone nearby was talking on the phone. Something's happened at the store. I'll check it out and be home shortly. Don't worry, yes. I'll take a day off tomorrow. Huh. It's just that today has been quite fortunate. The boss gave me some bonuses. I'll treat you later. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu turned his head, his gaze fixated on the man on the street speaking on the phone. Dressed in a thick down jacket and sporting a short haircut, he appeared somewhat unfamiliar. Yet, Qin Yu recognized him from his trousers, physique, and gestures as the individual who had just conversed with the man in the ponytail. Qi Lin, with his background as a police officer, also recognized the man. Qin Yu paused, turning back to whisper to Qi Lin, this saves us some trouble. No need to go in. I'll handle it. Qi Lin replied, quickly advancing. After hanging up, the man in the black jacket prepared to cross the street towards the store's entrance. Hey, buddy. Qi Lin caught up, tapping the man on the shoulder from behind. The man turned around, his tone abrasive as he demanded, Who are you? Qi Lin responded, expressionless, as he pressed his gun against the man's waist. Speak to me with caution. The man froze. A few minutes later, on the dimly lit street reeking of blood, the man in the black jacket lay on the ground, bloodied, clutching his head and pleading, Stop hitting me, please. Qin Yu rolled up his sleeves, shouting, Where is he? Who are you talking about? Big brother. You must have the wrong person. Qi Lin delivered a swift kick to the man's head. Where's Brother Kong? I don't know him. The young man protested, shielding his head with his arms. Qin Yu seized the collar of the young man, gritting his teeth as he cursed. At the alley entrance beside the car, Did you receive money? He continued with menace. Dare you lie again? And I'll stuff a nest of rats down your throat. The young man exclaimed, Is it you who called in the alley? Finally realizing, Qin Yu demanded, striking the young man's head with his fist. Where is he? Where is Brother Kong? Brother, I'm just a messenger. With his patience utterly spent, Qin Yu shoved the young man away, raising his right leg and delivering a swift kick to the young man's left knee. Crack! The sound of dislocated bones echoed sharply. A wail reverberated through the alley as the young man knelt, clutching his knee, and cried out, Stop! I'll tell you everything. The one who kidnapped is Xiaoge, a ruthless individual from the wasteland, working for the Leaf family in Jiangzhou. As for why they targeted Kong Ge, I am uncertain. He may have been taken to Jinshan North. Speak plainly, Qi Lin shouted, hands on his hips. Yes. Kong Ge was indeed taken to Jinshan North. I'm certain I overheard their conversation. The young man dared not argue further, bowing his head to the ground, his voice tinged with tears. Within a certain warehouse on Zhongxing Street in Jinshan, Old Cat sat precariously on the edge of a chair, his pants awkwardly tucked, a broad grin on his face as he addressed Kiki. Sister, this is truly a misunderstanding. We are here to conduct business, not to kidnap anyone. To be frank, I am a police officer, an upstanding citizen. How could you think I would engage in the dark dealings of a scoundrel? Are you truly upright? Kiki retorted, removing the hair tie from her wrist, allowing her hair to cascade gracefully. You were not in such a state in the private room. I admit I was somewhat inappropriate then, but I never regarded you as part of the service industry. Before he could finish, Kiki grasped Old Cat's chin, looking down with intensity. Do not attempt to sweet-talk me or stall for time. I'm not, he replied. Speak honestly. Did you come for Kong Ge? Absolutely not. We came to make friends, Old Cat insisted, his eyes wide. My brother Qi Lin's elder brother is in the hands of the Yuan family. Do you think we would deliberately set a trap for Kong Ge? There is no profit in that. It matters not who killed along. What is crucial is who can ensure Qi Lin's continued well-being. Kiki remarked with a cold smile, and the Yuan family possesses the means to secure that. Old Cat fell silent at her words. I will wait until dawn. If your friend does not return, then you and your foul mouth will remain in Jiangzhou for good. Releasing his chin, Kiki turned and shouted. The ease with which they managed to abduct Kong Gu suggests that there may be an informant within the Beijing Palace. Find them and eliminate them. Understood, boss. The driver nodded before departing. After Kiki finished speaking, she ascended the stairs. Old Cat gazed at her retreating figure, an inexplicable chill washing over him. In these times, even a robust man struggles to survive. And a frail woman who can take charge and assume the role of a boss speaks volumes. At the very least, she is not one to show mercy or hesitation. On the road, Qin Yu pulled the young man aside and whispered, How far is Jinshan north from here? About 10 kilometers, the young man replied, limping along, nodding submissively. Qi Lin furrowed his brow and inquired again, What do they plan to do with Kong Gu? I do not know, the young man shook his head. I do not inquire into such matters. Asking too much is not beneficial for me. Kong Gu is in danger, Qin Yu said tersely, that man with the braids. Daring to flaunt money in front of Kong Gu indicates they have no intention of allowing him to return alive. Upon hearing those words, Qi Lin's heart sank. A distance of over 10 kilometers was far too great, and, without a vehicle, by the time they arrived on foot, it would be too late. Qin Yu glanced at his watch and muttered, We must find a way to get there more quickly. Qi Lin scanned the street on either side, and, after a brief pause, abruptly approached the entrance of a restaurant, calling out, Is the owner present? What is the matter? Inquired the owner, standing behind the counter. Is a motorcycle for sale? Qi Lin asked. Are you out of your mind? It's not for sale, the owner replied, returning to his seat. Qin Yu entered the establishment and pulled out 1,000 yuan from his pocket. Is it for sale? The owner was taken aback, immediately crossing his legs and grinning. If you add another 1,000, I'll sell it, haha. With a decisive motion, Qin Yu slammed his gun onto the table. The money is gone. Will this suffice for the motorcycle? The owner recoiled in fright. Moments later, amidst the howling cold wind, Qi Lin, Qin Yu, and the young man sped away on a cheerful little motorcycle, heading straight towards Jianshanbai. Chapter 61. The Nonchalant Xiao Gu, Additional Update 4. In the stillness of the night. Within a building on a street in Jinan North, Xiao Gu sat at the dining table, leisurely indulging in exquisite dishes while savoring strong liquor. After approximately 10 minutes, the door to the living room on the second floor was abruptly pulled open, revealing a young man in his 20s, accompanied by a robust middle-aged man. These two individuals were key members of the Li family from Jiangzhou. The young man was named Li Tong, the son of the family's second-in-command, while the middle-aged man following him was Dong Cheng, Li Tong's maternal uncle. The Li family initially thrived by trading permanent residency rights in the 7th district, later branching into a trading company, albeit secretly engaging in the illicit trade of scarce resources such as firearms, food, cotton, and crude oil. Over the past 7 or 8 years, this family had grown exponentially, accumulating substantial capital. However, this prosperity came at the expense of the impoverished locals, as inflated prices meant that someone had to bear the burden of these costs. The Li family's objective was unequivocal. They sought to profit from the destitute. Yet, in recent years, the social environment in the 7th district had gradually stabilized, with various beneficial policies being implemented, coupled with a deceleration in population growth. Resources like food and cotton were no longer in such dire scarcity. Recognizing the downturn in their industry, the Li family swiftly pivoted their focus toward the pharmaceutical sector, a shift that had also ignited conflict with Ganggu over the profits from this new venture. Upon entering the room, Li Tong, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired of Xiao Gu, So how is the food? Is it to your liking? Xiao Gu, with a casual demeanor, replied, Everything tastes the same to me. As long as it fills me up, that suffices. He merely glanced at Li Tong, showing no inclination to rise in greeting. Li Tong chuckled, bending slightly as he took a seat beside him. With a figure like yours, you could eat well anywhere. Ah, you flatter me, Xiao Gu said, setting down his chopsticks to reach for a pack of cigarettes on the table. Li Tong poured himself a glass of liquor, grinning as he leaned forward. To be honest, Xiao Ge, I hold you in high regard. Why not stay with us? Together, we could prosper and enjoy better days. Thank you for your kind offer, Xiao Ge replied, lighting his cigarette and fixing his gaze upon Li Tong. But my heart is not in this place, so let's keep it straightforward. Dong Chung interjected, think it over. There's comfort in a steady job compared to the unpredictability of the outside world. If you choose to stay, I will personally speak to my brother-in-law and ensure you receive at least 300,000 in dividends annually. It's not about the money. I intend to go to the 9th district. Xiao Ge waved his hand dismissively. What a pity, Li Tong sighed, lifting his glass without further persuasion. Xiao Ge, since you wish to leave, I won't insist. Should you need anything in the future, just let me know. I'm the kind of person who keeps his word. Fair enough, Xiao Ge replied, crossing his legs and raising his glass to clink with Li Tong's before downing the contents in one swift motion. Uncle, settle Xiao Ji's earnings. Li Tong instructed as he set down his glass. Dongqing nodded and turned to enter the inner room. In less than 3 minutes, he emerged holding 10 bundles of cash, placing them on the table. Xiong Ge was taken aback, exclaiming, wasn't it agreed upon for 50,000? The remaining 50,000 is my personal contribution for your travel expenses, Li Tong replied with a smile. There's no need to be so courteous. Just take it. Your kindness makes me somewhat uneasy. Xiong Ge chuckled, rising to weigh the 5 bundles of cash in his hands, saying, Ah, young brother, I appreciate your good intentions, but this 50,000 is rightfully mine. The other 50,000 is a matter of goodwill. Money may be easily spent, yet favors are harder to repay. I am unaccustomed to being in debt. Oh, the next time we meet, I shall treat you to a meal, he added. Li Tong was momentarily taken aback, responding, Xiong Ge, you're being too formal. Each person has their own character, Xiong Ge remarked, tucking the money away and instinctively slipping his hands into his sleeves. With that, I shall take my leave. Allow me to escort you, Li Tong offered. No need. I remember the stairs, Xiong Ge laughed, turning to depart with an air of nonchalance. Li Tong exchanged a glance with Dong Chung, both shaking their heads in resignation. Ah, this man, if retained, could accomplish great things, Li Tong sighed. These rascals are accustomed to a wild lifestyle. They are not easily managed. Dong Chung gently consoled him. Moreover, they have grown used to a lack of discipline in their endeavors. Arriving here could lead to unforeseen complications. Well then, it's for the best that he has left. He continued, has the matter concerning Kong been resolved? Li Tong shifted the topic. He is quite obstinate, refusing to divulge the contacts in Fongbei. Dong Chung smiled, saying, Yet we are fortunate. I found some information on his phone. We can send someone to verify in Fongbei and proceed from there. That scoundrel has snatched our major deal in Fongbei, Li Tong stated darkly, hands on his hips. Since the information has been extracted, you can handle the rest. Understood, Dong Chung replied, rising. You eat for a while. I shall go down to check now. All right, Li Tong nodded. A few minutes later, in the basement, Dong Chung, accompanied by 2 underlings, tilted his head as he berated the bloodied Kong Ge. Look at your pitiful state. I advised you to partner with us, but you refused. Now look where you are. Your life is on the line. Kong Ge Days lifted his head and cursed, accept my fate. But you all have gotten me into this mess. You must be wary of my employer moving forward. Employer? Who, that girl named Kuko? Dong Chung laughed, teasingly responding, haha, I'll remember that. I'll find an opportunity to guard against her in bed. Damn it. Kang Yi Glaried, exclaiming. Dong Chung, tilting his neck, called out, let us get to work. As his words fell, the 2 men behind Dong Chung drew their knives, stepping toward Kong Ge. Just then, the phone rang. Everyone paused, and Dong Chung answered, Hello? Is this Chung Ge? I am Xiao Wan from the Platinum Palace. Which Xiao? Have you forgotten me? I'm the one who relayed the message to Xiong Ge, leading to your capture of Kong. The young man in the black jacket spoke urgently over the phone. I understand. Dong Chung signaled for the 2 young men to refrain from approaching Brother Kong and stepped outside to inquire. What is the matter? Why the sudden call? After the incident involving Brother Kong, the higher-ups became anxious. They seemed to suspect you were involved. That woman has somehow leaked information, and someone is already headed towards Jianshanbai. The young man in the black jacket hastily warned, they are quite numerous and are coming with fierce intent. I suggest you all take cover for now. Is the information credible? Dong Chung asked. Indeed. All right, I understand. Dong Chung nodded. Thank you, Xiaowen. You're welcome, Chunga. Well then, that's it. The two concluded the call. In the abandoned yard opposite the building, Qin Yu jumped in agitation, watching the street across, licking his lips as he said, "Let us prepare. This time I must go all out." Qi Lin furrowed his brows and questioned, "Is this plan effective? If they succeeded, there's no need for such desperation." Qin Yu replied resolutely, "They will definitely come out. Trust me." Chapter 62. Confrontation at the Li family in Jiangzhou. The reason the young man in the black jacket, suddenly called Dongcheng, was entirely due to the coercion from Qin Yu, who found himself in a position of desperation. At present, only Qi Lin stood by Qin Yu's side, and both were oblivious to the status of the adversaries, the nature of their organization, or the circumstances within the building. Recklessly charging in would significantly increase the risk of failure. Even if they were to fight, it could not be done thoughtlessly, for they were not superhuman, and life was singularly precious. Approximately 10 minutes after the call was made, individuals began to emerge at the entrance across the street, as two drivers proceeded to retrieve their vehicles from the courtyard. Qi Lin squinted in observation, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and remarked, "There seem to be quite a few of them. We cannot return to Jiangzhou without rescuing Brother Kong. And we certainly cannot afford to lose Old Cat." Qin Yu gritted his teeth in response. "There's no turning back. We must take the plunge." Upon hearing this, Qi Lin gazed intently at Qin Yu and resolutely proclaimed, "This time, we either accomplish our mission together or perish here as one. Whoever chickens out first is a coward. Let us see it through." Nodding in agreement, Qin Yu drew his firearm. Across the road, Li Tong stepped forward, furrowing his brow as he inquired of Dongcheng, "Is the information reliable?" "The call came from the insider who had relayed messages to the criminal organization, so it should be trustworthy," Dongcheng replied, also frowning. "They are aware that we are involved with Kong, and they will undoubtedly be enraged. These individuals are here for a fight. Our objective has been achieved, and there is no need to engage with them unnecessarily." Li Tong responded, his hands clasped behind his back. "Call the garrison as security team. They will arrive shortly and apprehend them officially." "Sounds reliable," Dongcheng said with a smile as he produced his mobile phone. On the side of the street, two vehicles had come to a halt, and Li Tong and Dongcheng were surrounded by 6 individuals, one of whom had already sprinted ahead to open a car door. In the courtyard across the way, after surveying the crowd, Qin Yu turned to say, "Do you see? The young man in the middle and the one on the phone are the leaders." "Indeed," Qi Lin nodded in agreement, "but I don't see Brother Kong." No sooner had he spoken than 2 individuals rushed out of the building, carrying a large black bag, which they stuffed into the trunk of the car. "Is he inside that bag?" Qin Yu's eyes gleamed as he urged, "Quick, get in the car." Upon hearing this, Qi Lin mounted the motorcycle's rear seat, his right arm hanging naturally with the gun at the ready. "Let us go." With a roar, the motorcycle's engine thundered to life, darting out of the courtyard like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight for the location of the 2 vehicles. On the roadside, some in the crowd turned upon hearing the motorcycle's approach. However, the speed of the vehicle was too great, and the gunfire erupted swiftly. Bang! Qi Lin, seated at the back, opened fire first, his gun aimed at the crowd. "Get him!" Dongcheng shouted, reaching for Li Tong, who was already at the edge of the vehicle. With a resounding thud, the motorcycle collided heavily with Li Tong's waist, propelling him forward and causing him to crash against the car door with a dull thump. Qin Yu slammed on the brakes, his feet hitting the ground as he swiftly yanked Li Tong by the collar. Qi Lin stepped forward, aiming his gun at Dongcheng, and shouted, "Don't move. All of you step back." The situation unfolded with alarming suddenness, leaving the crowd utterly unprepared, staring blankly at Qin Yu and Qi Lin, instinctively reaching for their weapons. Li Tong, struck hard by the motorcycle, felt a sharp pain in his lower back, sweat beading on his forehead as he leaned against the car door, his expression twisted in agony. Dismounting the motorcycle, Qin Yu seized Li Tong by the collar, pulling him protectively in front of himself. With his left hand, he brandished a green fuse, shouting, "I have explosives on me. If anyone takes a step forward, I will detonate them." 7 or 8 individuals, witnessing Qin Yu produce the fuse, immediately retreated a few steps, dispersing their formation. Li Tong, using his right hand to support his lower back, glanced back at Qin Yu and said, "Is it the Yu family? Why are there so few of you? We have no ties to them." Qin Yu, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, replied. But Brother Kong has been taken by you. We, by unfortunate chance, have been wrongfully accused. We came here with explosives to clear our names. Is this about Shao Kong? Yes, Qin Yu nodded. If Shao Kong comes with us, there will be no explosion and no lives need be lost. Qilin, pressing the gun against Dong Chung, shouted into the crowd. Can't you understand simple instructions? Step back and raise your hands. Suddenly, Li Tong leaned against the car and laughed. His eyes fixed on Qin Yu. Brother, you really have to take the blame for this. Qin Yu was taken aback by the remark. You're late. Shao Kong is gone, Li Tong added, feigning calmness. Don't talk nonsense. Qin Yu's heart sank, his face paling as he replied, Don't play tricks with me. If I cannot clear my name, then I will have to take 2 others down with me. You still don't believe me. Li Tong turned to glance at Qilin, succinctly stating, He*s in the trunk. Upon hearing this, an ominous premonition gripped Qin Yu even more intensely. He tugged at Li Tong, hesitating briefly before retreating against the car, slowly moving to the rear. With one hand, he opened the trunk. Inside, a strong metallic scent of blood wafted from a black bag, prompting Qin Yu to swallow hard as he peeled back the bag's opening. Brother Kong lay within, unrecognizable, 2 distinct wounds bleeding profusely from his throat. Qilin, holding Dong Chung in front, trembled as he asked, What is the situation? He*s gone. Qin Yu replied, his face ashen. Damn it. Qilin's composure shattered, a surge of pent-up rage, resentment, and despair flooding his mind. At the rear of the vehicle, Li Tong raised his hands, a smile on his face as he suggested, Brother, you see, he*s gone. It seems you 2 won't be able to clear your names either. How about this? You put down your guns, and we sit down to discuss. With a loud bang, Qin Yu pressed Li Tong's head violently against the car door, shouting, Discuss? My brother has been taken. Whose life is more important? Your brother's or your own? Li Tong tilted his head and gazed at Qin Yu, stating, with so many people here, Do you think you 2 can truly gain anything if it comes to a confrontation? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Qin Yu fixed his sharp gaze upon Li Tong and replied, Since Brother Kong is no longer with us, I regret to inform you that I must take you along to alleviate the burden we carry. Dong Chung, who had remained silent until this point, turned around with a grim expression and inquired, Do you think that's feasible? Qin Yu retorted, I have the means to make anything possible. He tugged at the green wire with his left hand and suddenly shouted, Damn it, which is more effective, bullets or explosives? Upon hearing his words, the scattered henchmen turned their attention towards Dong Chung. You truly are terrifying, Dong Chung remarked, looking at Qin Yu with a sideways glance. He then raised his arm and pointed at him, articulating each word deliberately. I have played in the planning district for many years, and never has a single explosive caught me off guard. Come on, pull the wire, and let us see who meets their end first. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's left hand trembled involuntarily. The 3 brothers had come to Jiangzhou, armed and equipped with vehicles provided by the military. Where could they possibly procure the scarce explosives and detonators? The green wire had been pulled from a motorcycle, with the other end merely tied to Qin Yu's waistband. In reality, he bore no actual explosives. The wire was merely a ruse to intimidate. However, the ruthless members of the Li family in Jiangzhou were not easily deceived. What to do? Pulling the wire would surely not trigger an explosion, yet failing to do so would undermine their authority over the Li family's enforcers, who relied on their lives for their livelihoods. Chapter 63. The Twin Stars Shine Over Jiangzhou, Part 1. On the street, a group of 7 or 8 henchmen had their guns trained on Qin Yu and Qilin, while Dong Chung glared menacingly and shouted once more. There are at least 800 ruffians in Jiangzhou. You can inquire. None would dare to stir trouble at the Li family. Standing here, if a shout doesn't echo back. Do you still deserve the surname Li? Kid, I want you to pull the trigger first. Do you dare? Veins throbbed on Qin Yu's forehead as he gripped the fake detonator, momentarily frozen in place. His weapon was a mere facade. The opposition could not be intimidated. What to do? As I said, let us sit down and discuss this amicably. Perhaps we could even become friends. But now you've made the atmosphere so awkward. Is there any way for you to back down? Li Tong leaned against the car, smiling as he beckoned. Come on, kneel down first and toss that wretched gun aside. We can still. Qin Yu grabbed Li Tong by the hair and forcefully slammed his head against the car 3 times. His right hand instinctively reached for his pocket, preparing to draw his gun and fight back. You dare not pull the trigger? Then let me ask you again. Do you dare shoot? Dong Chung turned around, suddenly waving his hand and bellowing at his men. Those who eat my bread, come over here. We have plenty of guns and we can hold our ground. Are we afraid of these two just because they have a couple more lives? You talk too much. Qi Lin suddenly shouted. You and your mother. Dong Chung pointed at Qi Lin's head. Ask yourself, if the gun goes off, can you escape? If I can't escape, I'll be buried in Jiangzhou. What of it? Qi Lin shouted back, pressing his left hand against Dong Cheng's head. The gun's muzzle aimed downwards as he cursed. Damn it. You think you can intimidate me? The last person who tried is dead. The echoes of their shouts lingered. Gunfire erupted. Bang, bang, bang. The flashes of gunfire illuminated the scene as a bullet instantly penetrated Dong Cheng's skull. The crowd was left in shock, and Li Tong, who had just gained the upper hand, stared wide-eyed as he witnessed his uncle collapse into a pool of blood. Xiao Yu, get in the car. Qi Lin released Dong Cheng's head and stepped forward suddenly. Kill him. Li Tong screamed in a fit of madness. The chaotic gunfire erupted in an instant. Qi Lin stood by the roadside, neither dodging nor evading, and opened fire at the nearest 2 foes. In a close-range exchange, Qi Lin, confident in his marksmanship and bearing a commanding presence, swiftly took down one of them, though he was struck twice in the chest, blood erupting from his shoulder. Damn it. If you're asking for trouble, then none of you shall leave. Seeing Qi Lin set the tone, Qin Yu immediately drew his gun, lowering the muzzle. Bang! The gunfire erupted, and Li Tong let out a cry, kneeling on one knee, blood streaming profusely from his right leg. Come on, I stand here, you shoot me once, and I'll shoot him back. Whoever hides is a coward. Qin Yu's eyes were bloodshot as he pressed down on Li Tong's head with his left hand. His right hand aiming at Li Tong's chest. Who dares? Come on, step forward. Not far away, 5 or 6 henchmen scattered, all in a state of panic, gazing at Dong Cheng's lifeless body on the ground, as well as the already wounded Li Tong. Don't mind me, just kill him. Li Tong shouted frantically. As Qi Lin turned at the sound, the muzzle of his gun was aimed at Li Tong's thigh, his eyes bulging as he shouted, We came to Songjiang, and now my brother is dead and our home is lost. After enduring countless hardships to reach Jiangzhou, the mission has failed, and I've lost a brother. Are you trying to intimidate me? I'm left with nothing but my life, and if I don't fight today, I may not survive tomorrow. Don't talk to me about the Li family of Jiangzhou. You may be the head of the special zone, but if you dare to choke me today, I will retaliate. As his words echoed, gunshots rang out again in the street. A bullet shattered Li Tong's right knee, causing him to writhe in agony before he lost consciousness. Qi Lin abruptly turned, lowering his gun, and coldly surveyed the crowd, demanding, Who among you is a warrior? Damn it, I ask, who is a warrior? Who has endured more suffering than I? Is there anyone? His words lingered in the air, yet none of the armed henchmen dared to approach. No one? Then let us go. Qin Yu pulled Li Tong by the collar, asserting, Let us move, Qi Lin. You drive. 10 seconds later, Qi Lin started the car. After Qin Yu fired 3 shots into the crowd, the two made their hasty retreat. In the car, Li Tong lay unconscious in the back seat, blood gushing from his thigh, while Qi Lin stared vacantly through the windshield, silent. Qin Yu took 2 deep puffs of his e-cigarette before shedding his outer jacket and tearing at the inner lining, saying, You need to take off your vest. Your shoulder is injured. Injured, am I? Qi Lin had not even realized he had been shot. Drive, don't move, I'll take care of it. Qin Yu reached over to unbutton Qi Lin's shirt. The car glided through the quiet, dark streets, the 2 brothers remaining silent, one driving, the other tending to the wound. After a long while, as they left Jinshan North, Qin Yu handed the e-cigarette to Qi Lin and hoarsely remarked, You've changed so much. Life has not afforded me the luxury of choice. Qi Lin replied, his expression blank and his voice hoarse. After Songjiang, and now Jiangzhou, I've come to understand certain truths. What truths? Qin Yu inquired. For someone like me, without connections or a background, burdened by responsibilities, the only advantage I have in this era is that my worthless life can be exchanged for a better one, for someone else's wealth and fortune. Qi Lin turned to face Qin Yu, his gaze vacant. In this life, what can be gained by taking 100 steps back pales in comparison to the rewards reaped by advancing a single step forward, teeth gritted and eyes ablaze. Like a wolf. But how many times can we gamble our lives? Qin, equally lost in thought, stared at the windshield and asked for me. Qi Lin died when we were in Songjiang. From this day forth, every day is a gain. With a smile, Qi Lin pressed the accelerator hard. As the clock approached 3 in the morning, Qin Yu yanked open the car door and leaned down at Qi Lin, saying, "You're injured. I'll handle the rest." Qi Lin pressed on his shoulder wound, replying, "Be careful. It's nothing." Qin Yu dismissed, before turning to stride toward the main entrance. A few minutes later, in the Grand Hall of Buckingham Palace, a voice called out, "Sir, who are you?" "I seek your boss." With a smile, Qin Yu leaned against the bar and said, "I have a business matter to discuss." "Have you made an appointment with him?" "No. Just inform him that I am from District 9. "Very well. Please wait a moment." The other party nodded. After a brief interval, Qin Yu, accompanied by 3 henchmen, entered the top-floor office. In the spacious lounge, a middle-aged man in his 40s, clad in a checkered shirt, sat on the sofa watching a streaming program. Not lifting his gaze as he inquired, "From Songjiang? I don't recall having any business there." Qin Yu boldly approached and settled beside the middle-aged man, stating, "Call that Kiki and tell him you have discovered who captured Brother Kong." The middle-aged man, taken aback by this revelation, asked, "Who exactly are you?" With a swift motion, Qin Yu delivered a resounding slap. "I said, make the call." The middle-aged man cursed under his breath, and the 3 young men beside the sofa moved in to confront him. Qin Yu leisurely raised his arm, pointing at the middle-aged man, and declared, "If you dare to touch me, Brother Kong will meet his demise immediately." Chapter 64. The Twin Stars Shine Over Jiangzhou, Part 2. The middle-aged man observed Qin Yu for a considerable time before finally lowering his head to retrieve his mobile phone. Around 4 in the morning, 2 hybrid vehicles came to a stop at the entrance of Buckingham Palace. Coco, clad in a woolen trench coat that accentuated her alluring figure, alighted and approached the main entrance, phone in hand, speaking urgently. "Yes, it was Lao Bai who called me. He said he has clarified Brother Kang's whereabouts." "Yes, I have arrived and will meet shortly." "All right, we will talk soon." After ending the call, as Coco was about to ascend the steps with her companions, Qin Yu emerged from the inner door, pulling the boss close and casually draping an arm around her neck. "My dear, it seems we meet again," he quipped. Coco turned to Qin Yu, her expression one of surprise. "It was I who instructed him to call." Qin Yu indicated towards the boss, continuing, "Do not hold it against him. I had to threaten him with Brother Kong." "What do you intend to do?" Coco inquired, her demeanor calm and composed. "I lack certainty while discussing matters on your turf. Shall we find a different venue to nurture our rapport?" Qin Yu asked playfully. Coco pondered for a moment. "What if I refuse to go? Then Brother Kong is lost, is he not?" Qin Yu replied, "If Brother Kong is lost, so too is your friend, is it not? I still hold leverage." With an arm around Coco's neck, he leaned close and whispered, "I have a young man from the Li family in Jiangzhou in my possession." Coco froze momentarily. "I captured him under your banner." Qin Yu smiled. "Would you like to meet him?" "You speak without evidence. It is difficult for me to believe." She countered. At her words, Qin Yu raised his arm and waved towards the distant vehicle. Qi Lin lowered the window, revealing Li Tong's head. "Do you believe now?" Qin Yu inquired. Coco cast a glance towards the car, and upon seeing Li Tong, the surprise on her face quickly vanished. "Very well, he is worth accompanying you. Let us proceed. Do not take advantage of me. Ensure I am taken properly." Coco pointed at Qin Yu's arm. "That is not an option. I must ensure your protection." Qin Yu replied, producing a gun and pressing it against Coco's waist. Coco hesitated, turning to her companions and instructing, "Bring out the young man who captured me." "Await my call." "Boss, you cannot." The driver attempted to intervene. Coco calmly waved her hand. "It is fine, even if negotiations falter. Those 2 strong men cannot possibly harm me, a mere girl." Qin Yu smirked. "Do not call yourself a girl. I see through that. Let us go." Coco smiled. Half an hour later, in an unknown desolate area of Jiangzhou, the cars came to a halt. Coco followed Qin Yu out, teasingly remarking, "Your mind is sharp. You knew to use Lao Bai to lure me out first?" "We are utterly unfamiliar with the situation here in Jiangzhou," Qin Yu replied, rubbing his palms in frustration. I arrived only to find myself shouldering the blame. I must exercise caution. Coco remained silent at his words. Chinyu turned to survey the surroundings. Walking to the rear of the vehicle and opening the trunk, a heavy scent of blood permeated the air, causing Coco to furrow her brow slightly. Chinyu reached out to open the black bag, lowering his head to utter, "We did our utmost," yet he still perished. Coco cast a glance at Brother Kang's lifeless body, her eyes instantly turning cold. "You see, I refrained from directly calling you for a meeting, fearing you might misinterpret my intentions." Noticing Coco's expression, Chinyu quickly clarified, "His death is not our doing." "Go on, I'm listening," Coco replied, unperturbed by Brother Kang's corpse. Instead, she stepped to the side of the trunk and used the bag to cover his head. Chinyu organized his thoughts, standing beside the car as he meticulously explained the sequence of events to Coco. Upon hearing his account, Coco's eyes widened in surprise. Brother Kong was captured by Li Tong? Indeed, otherwise why would I have brought him back? Chinyu nodded in affirmation. "Though I couldn't save him, Li Tong can attest that this matter does not concern us." Coco, in silence, turned to glance at Li Tong, who was gagged inside the car. After pacing a few steps, she declared, "I will release your friend shortly. Let this matter end here." "That is not acceptable." Chinyu shook his head. "I came to take over the drug business. I was never in favor of Brother Kong continuing his dealings in Songjiang." Coco calmly rejected his proposition, stating, "Your territory is too chaotic, and there are many with power on the ground. After Along's demise, that Yuan family has been investigating his supply channels. I am not willing to take risks. Furthermore, with Brother Kong gone, there is no one left to take charge in Songjiang." Chinyu tilted his head to scrutinize Coco, his brow furrowing slightly. "Without clarity on the drug dealings, the three of us cannot return to Songjiang." "That is your dilemma," Coco replied tersely. "Give me Li Tong, and I will release your friend. This matter will be resolved." With a sigh, Chinyu pointed at Coco, exclaiming, "You still do not grasp my meaning, do you?" "What do you mean?" "If you abandon the Songjiang business, Li Tong will not leave with you today. So you no longer want a friend?" Coco retorted with a cold smile. "I have stated, without the drug trade, we three cannot return to Songjiang." Chinyu's face hardened as he emphasized, "If you intend to scar me now, I will take Li Tong and leave." He had just conversed with him in the car. "The business you refuse to pursue, he is willing to engage in with me." Coco was taken aback. "Why did Brother Kong die? Do you think I am unaware?" Chinyu's gaze bore into Coco as he added through clenched teeth, "The Li family also wishes to enter the drug trade. There is conflict between you, is there not?" Coco remained silent. "If you do not seize the Songjiang market, the Li family will claim it." Chinyu pressed further. "I need you to give me a clear answer. Will you allow us to proceed with the drugs or not? If not, I will take Li Tong and leave immediately. Do you not care at all for your friend's well-being? One death is preferable to 3, is it not?" Chinyu responded coldly. After a moment of contemplation, Coco asked, "Are you not afraid that I might change my mind once I have Li Tong? Do you take me for a fool? Your goods do not head toward Songjiang. Do you believe I can entrust Li Tong to you?" Coco, with her small hands on her hips, stood on tiptoe and exclaimed, "You are more astute than Along. I merely find myself at a greater loss than he does." Chinyu responded with resignation. "Very well, you have persuaded me." Coco extended her delicate fingers, pointing at Chinyu's chest as she declared, "However, my agreement is not born from fear of the Li family encroaching upon our market." Chinyu was taken aback. "I value the two of you enough to reclaim Li Tong." Coco smiled brightly as she continued, "Collaboration is contingent upon the people involved. You certainly possess good judgment in people." At that moment, Chinyu realized that Coco had likely contemplated acquiescing to his proposal regarding the drug line before arriving. However, this woman was astute and had deep thoughts. She was merely testing her own capacity to engage and execute the task effectively. After exchanging glances, Coco suddenly chuckled. "Your previous remark was rather hurtful." "What?" Chinyu was astonished. "Here." Coco pulled out her phone from her pocket and handed it to Chinyu. Chinyu paused for a moment, accepting the phone and noticing that the screen indicated an ongoing call. "The call is connected. Speak," Coco reminded him. Chinyu furrowed his brow as he answered. "Hello? Hello, your mother." Old Cat's furious voice erupted. "Damn it, Chinyu, I misjudged you. You keep shouting brother all day, yet behind my back, you sell me out, and then you say that one person dying is better than 3. Then why don't you go die?" Old Cat spat vehemently. While traversing society, one must distinguish between friends and dogs. I have truly grasped this truth. Qin Yu felt a wave of exasperation wash over him as he moved aside, covering the receiver. Are you an idiot? Wasn't that a negotiation? Shouldn't I intimidate her? You understand nothing. I am heartbroken. This is not the kind of matter that can be soothed easily. Just leave me alone. Old Cat hung up the phone in a fit of frustration. What an absolute fool. Qin Yu rolled his eyes in exasperation. By the side of the vehicle, Coco reached for the car door and leaned in, surveying the interior. Oh, young Master Li, you're awake. Li Tong looked up at Coco, his eyes wide with fear. Chapter 65. The wolfish nature. 2 days later, within an approximately 80 kilometers from Jiangzhou, Qin Yu softly inquired of the proprietor, "How is my friend's condition?" "Our medicine lacks potency. He is still running a fever," the owner replied in hushed tones. "It would be prudent to have a professional doctor examine him. Can you arrange that?" "Money is not an issue," Qin Yu asked. "I can find someone, but these individuals are quite loose-lipped, and I fear their presence may cause you trouble," the owner subtly cautioned. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu reluctantly responded, "Then please procure some effective medicine. At the very least, something to reduce the inflammation and fever." "Very well. I shall send someone to Jiangzhou to fetch it," the owner nodded. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu retrieved cash and discreetly handed it to the proprietor. "Thank you. You're too kind," the owner replied, pocketing the money without pretense, then turned to leave. "I will bring you your meals shortly." Such inns are ubiquitous in relatively safe and well-planned districts, primarily serving transient individuals. However, their internal conditions are often unsatisfactory, and the food available depends on what the owner has in the kitchen, with little choice on the menu. Fortunately, prices are affordable, and most proprietors possess a keen insight and maintain discretion. After concluding his conversation with the owner, Qin Yu returned to the adjacent room, where Qi Lin lay on the bed, his complexion pale, anxiously asking, "What's the situation? Is there any news from Keke?" "Do not worry. I am handling matters," Qin Yu gently reassured him. "Focus on your recovery." During this period, Qi Lin had lost at least 20 pounds, his once plump cheeks now appearing gaunt. "I fear that Old Cat has been with the other party for too long. Complications may arise. I can sense that Cuckoo wishes to cooperate, especially now that we have secured Li Tong." Qin Yu comforted him further. "I can reach Old Cat at any time. There is no need for concern." "That is reassuring." Qi Lin nodded. "Please bear with it a little longer. I have already asked the owner to fetch the medicine." Qin Yu grinned. "If your fever does not subside, I will have to call Cuckoo to bring a reliable doctor." "I can endure." Qi Lin coughed twice, his gaze fixed on Qin Yu, his expression revealing hesitation. Qin Yu, adept at reading emotions, picked up his electronic cigarette and smiled. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Qi Lin scratched his head. "Huh." Qin Yu took a puff and, fixing his gaze on Qi Lin, candidly said, "We three have risked our lives together more than once. What could you possibly hesitate to communicate with me?" "All right, then I shall speak," Qi Lin replied. "I would like to discuss the possibility of me managing the logistics of the pharmaceutical route once we reestablish it." Unconsciously, Qi Lin had grown accustomed to seeking Qin Yu's counsel or approval in times of uncertainty. Qin Yu blinked and furrowed his brow, replying, "That was not my original intention." Qi Lin was taken aback. "What do you mean? Are you planning to let the Ma family handle the logistics?" "That is out of the question." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu immediately shook his head and responded, "We three have risked our lives to establish this line. How can I allow them to directly contact Kiki? If the sellers become closely connected with the suppliers, what then remains for us as intermediaries? Although the Ma family is currently willing to align with Li Si, if they establish direct communication with Kiki, it would inadvertently diminish our own influence." Qi Lin had not anticipated that Qin Yu had already considered this aspect. Thus he subconsciously nodded in agreement. "You are right. I initially intended for you to oversee the goods with Kiki while I acted as the intermediary." Qin Yu, drawing on a cigarette, explained, "This task is perilous. It requires frequent travel between Jiangzhou and Songjiang, and you have your mother and younger sister to care for. Should anything happen, the consequences would be grave. Moreover, as an intermediary, you must maintain frequent contact with the Ma family and Kiki, a role that demands both authority and the ability to manage situations effectively." After a few seconds of silence, Qi Lin sought again, "Shall you? I want to give it a try." Qin Yu turned to Qi Lin, gently advising, "Please do not misconstrue my words. The fate of your elder brother, Along, remains vivid in our memories. This work is not easy. Once the Yuan family discovers that the drug line has been re-established, they may seek to exploit weaknesses in the intermediary position. Even if the Yuan family remains dormant for now, you have seen how tragically Kong Ge met his end. This industry is highly lucrative and fiercely competitive. Both Lao Mao and I genuinely do not wish for you to. I understand your intentions. You and Lao Mao think that I have my younger sister and mother to worry about," Qi Lin said, his eyes slightly reddened as he gazed at Qin Yu. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "But I cannot allow myself to be perpetually reliant on your care. Shall you? I no longer wish to place my fate and hopes in the hands of others. I have come to realize that to rise, one must rely solely on oneself." Qin Yu was taken aback by his words. "Let me take this on. I will excel beyond anyone else," Qi Lin asserted once more. "Having been cast down to the depths, if I do not foster ambitions, I shall never rise again." "Are you certain?" "I am certain." Qi Lin nodded resolutely. "Very well. Then you shall be responsible for this matter." Qin Yu deliberated for a long moment before stating, "From now on, Lao Mao and I will handle the official channels, while you will manage the operations on the ground. We three will be tightly bound together, engaging in impactful endeavors." "Agreed." Qi Lin smiled at this. Qin Yu set down his electronic cigarette and rose, lowering his head to retrieve his phone. "I need to call Lao Ma. Should we request a goods list?" "Yes, a goods list, and we will also need to borrow money," Qin Yu replied casually. Qi Lin was momentarily bewildered by this. "What do you mean by borrowing money?" "Kiki will certainly not provide goods without payment. To acquire the first batch, we must settle the price." Qin Yu raised his hands, posing the question, "But who among us has money? Who can afford the payment?" Hearing this, Qi Lin felt increasingly perplexed. Surely, Lao Ma should cover the payment. "And I believe he would be willing to do so. If all else fails, we could directly call Li Si. He should be able to resolve the financial issue. Is it necessary for us to borrow it ourselves?" "No." Qin Yu shook his head. "This money cannot come from old Ma, nor from Li Si." Qi Lin, upon hearing this, appeared contemplative. Qin Yu grinned, revealing his teeth, and softly elucidated, "Old Li holds a prominent position as the police chief, wielding significant influence in the official sphere. Although old Ma has recently suffered greatly at the hands of Yuan Ku, resulting in some losses to his team, he still possesses the charisma to rally his group once the supply line is restored. But consider our position. What do we truly have? Apart from your fearless tenacity and old cat's somewhat foolish disposition, what assets do we possess that can be brought to the forefront?" After a moment of contemplation, Qi Lin blurted out, "We have cocoa, and we have suppliers." "Precisely," Qin Yu immediately affirmed. "The suppliers represent an undeniable cohesion among all parties involved. And since we currently hold this leverage, we must seize the opportunity to reconstruct the pharmaceutical business around us. Therefore, we cannot allow old Li to finance this. Nor should we consult the Ma family on every matter. You must understand he is the subordinate. Henceforth, he will rely on us for sustenance." Upon hearing this, Qi Lin squinted and scrutinized Qin Yu once more, then raised his thumb in admiration, saying, "No wonder even the proud old cat is willing to heed your counsel. And Li Si is inclined to support you. You possess qualities we lack." "What qualities?" Qin Yu asked playfully, sensing the shift in tone. Qi Lin's eyes sharpened with a predatory gleam. After much deliberation, he finally provided a piercing analogy. "Huh!" Qin Yu displayed an ostensibly naive smile and promptly dialed old Ma's number. After several seconds, a voice emerged. "Hello? Uncle Ma. Please prepare a supply list indicating the required pharmaceuticals and the previous purchasing prices. I have a use for it." "All right." Old Ma nodded, his eyes brightening. "Also, lend me 150,000. I have a purpose for it," Qin Yu asserted decisively. "I will repay you gradually." Old Ma frowned at this request. "Must it be such a large sum?" "I have. Think of a solution. I need it urgently." "Very well," Old Ma acquiesced. Thus, after concluding the call, Old Ma set down his phone and immediately called out to a nearby associate, "Bring me the previous purchase orders. I need to review them again. Also, Gather 150,000 immediately. Is that much necessary? A middle-aged man inquired, furrowing his brow. Make it happen, Qin responded confidently. The supply line will soon be established. Old Ma, brimming with resolve, declared, Yuanko has stripped us of any space to breathe. If we do not take this risk now, we may never have another opportunity. Chapter 66. The fate of the realm in brief, words another day passed. The fund from the Ma family, having traversed through 2 hands, ultimately found their way into Coco's account. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Qi Lin awaited the delivery of goods to Songjiang, as both parties had agreed that Coco would be responsible for transportation during this initial shipment. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, Qin Yu placed a call to Chief Li. Hello, Director, he inquired. Has everything been finalized? Chief Li's voice was steady as he replied, Yes. The supplier's goods are already en route and will reach Songjiang within 3 to 4 days at the latest. Qin Yu nodded with a smile. I have informed Zhu Wei. Once the goods arrive, they will briefly take over and hand them off to the Ma family. Is it not a bit risky to let Zhu Wei handle such a large shipment? Chief Li expressed his concern. He will not encounter any issues. He is a member of Team 3, one of my own, Qin Yu asserted firmly. He was the one who saved me when they tried to set me up last time. Since you are confident, I shall refrain from further comments, Chief Li acknowledged. Make sure to wrap this up swiftly and return promptly. Understood, Director. You may call me Li Gu from now on. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback by the sudden intimacy. After Chief Li hung up, he pondered for a while, then chuckled, With an old cat like him as a foolish nephew, my path ahead will be fraught with challenges. It is truly worrisome. What is going on? Qi Lin inquired. Looking up. Nothing much, just that old Li wants me to address him as Big Brother. By the way, could you ask him if he still needs any brothers? They both shared a hearty laugh. Dressed in a well-tailored casual trench coat, Chief Li stepped out of his office and turned to his secretary, saying, Please notify the North Station. I need to head to Feng Bay and have them arrange a carriage for me. Understood, the secretary replied with a nod. Later that afternoon, around 4 o'clock, Chief Li arrived at the capital of the special zone, Feng Bay City, via light rail, and then took a car to a cadre compound in the city center. Beside an antique tea table on the 2nd floor, Chief Li savored a strong brew, smiling as he remarked, Teacher, I have been longing for your tea day and night since I arrived in Songjiang. I shall bring you some when I return, replied an elderly gentleman in his 60s, hands clasped together, gently asking, Have matters on your side reached a conclusion? Yes, it has been accomplished, Chief Li said, lifting his gaze to meet his interlocutors, his tone unembellished. Teacher, the academic faction has been gaining traction in various departments in recent years, and some officials are consolidating their positions by aligning themselves with local enterprises and influences. Consequently, we, the old guard who entered the government early on, have had to tread carefully in recent years. You thrive for 3 years, I shine for 5. Is that not the essence of politics? The teacher responded with a calm demeanor. In times of peace, the winds of change are ever present. How much more so in the current climate? Fluctuations are indeed normal. Yet these fluctuations are also tied to the sentiments of the people. If one lacks ambition, how can one expect the winds of change to continue? Director Li smiled and remarked, In matters of pharmaceuticals, my pursuit is not profit, but rather influence and balance. The teacher nodded in acknowledgement, saying, You may act freely. If necessary, I shall speak on your behalf to the higher-ups. Recently, make an effort to visit Feng Bay more often. I'm growing older. There will come a day when my voice will carry less weight. If you wish to undertake something, you must mature quickly. Thank you, teacher, Director Li responded gratefully. Regarding the interests within the pharmaceutical realm, the teacher offered further advice. Throughout history, financial matters have always been tricky. I can facilitate connections for you, but you must decide whom to befriend, how much to give, and to whom. You must have a clear understanding in your heart. Understood. Now let's drink tea. The old man deftly shifted the conversation away from that topic. As evening descended around 7 o'clock, the sky turned pitch black. Qin Yu, while chewing on a dry bun, furrowed his brow and inquired of Qi Lin, Are you feeling any better? A bit improved, Qi Lin replied, still suffering from a low-grade fever, his lips cracked, his complexion devoid of color, and he was persistently coughing. Darn it. The new medication doesn't seem effective. Chinyu set down the bun, his brow furrowing as he said, "How about this? I'll find the boss and have him refer me to a doctor. I'll go retrieve one myself." "No need," Chi Lin interjected, waving his hand. "Li Tong has been in our custody for several days now. We don't know the situation in Jiangzhou. It could be dangerous if you go. If I don't go, you might burn to death," Chinyu retorted, setting down the bun. "Rest assured, I have a plan." "Really, it's unnecessary," Chi Lin insisted, fearing for Chinyu's safety. "Let us wait another 3 or 4 days until the goods arrive in Songjiang. We'll inform Kiki of our location. When they come to retrieve Li Tong, they will bring a doctor. We cannot afford to wait." Chinyu reached for his coat, stating a persistent high fever can lead to serious complications. "I must see a doctor." "I said it's not needed. You should heed my advice." The two began to argue within the confines of the room over the matter of the doctor. "Boss, what is going on in there?" Just then, a voice from outside the dormitory echoed. Chinyu turned at the sound, prepared to step toward the door to investigate, when he suddenly caught sight of 7 or 8 individuals striding toward him through the window. "Who are they?" Chi Lin asked from his bed, frowning. Chinyu drew his gun and thumbed off the safety. "Open the door." A melodious female voice rang out from outside. Startled, Chinyu instinctively opened the door. Outside, Kiki, clad in a black trench coat and knee-high boots, her long hair, cascading over her shoulders, appeared strikingly alluring and enchanting. "What brings you here?" Chinyu asked, taken aback. "I came because I wanted to," Kiki replied mischievously, stepping inside. Chinyu scrutinized Kiki's silhouette, frowning as he questioned, "How did you find out we were staying here?" "I just inquired," Kiki said, casually surveying the room. At her words, Chinyu felt a sudden pang of apprehension. If it were not Coco, but rather someone from the Li family of Jiangzhou who had discovered their whereabouts, the situation would be quite different now. Coco turned to Chinyu, her eyes twinkling with a smile, and assured him, "Rest assured, the Li family cannot reach this place. They lack our capabilities here." Chinyu gazed at Coco in astonishment, feeling as though she could perceive the very thoughts swirling within his mind. Chi Lin, seated on the bed, suddenly inquired, "What about my brother?" Frustrated, he lamented, "Damn it, I came to Jiangzhou with fervor, and before I could even start rocking, a woman has imprisoned me." Just then, Old Cat entered the room, concern etched on his face as he asked, "Are you injured?" Upon seeing this comical figure, both Chinyu and Chi Lin felt a wave of relief wash over them. "It's nothing, just a hurt arm," he replied. "I thought you were in serious trouble." Old Cat exclaimed anxiously, turning to call out, "Quick, doctor, come check on my brother." Almost immediately, a middle-aged man carrying a medical bag entered the room. "Are you here to collect Li Tong?" Chinyu asked Coco. "Indeed," she nodded. Taken aback, Chinyu responded with a neutral expression. "Isn't this a bit irregular? I thought I made it clear that Li Tong can only proceed once the goods arrive." Coco, with a playful smile, replied, "The goods have already arrived in Jiangzhou." "Impossible. The payment only reached you today," Chinyu retorted, skeptical. Coco, hands clasped behind her back, whispered softly before the money even arrived, "I had already arranged for the goods to be dispatched to Songjiang." Chinyu was taken aback, pondering the depths of this young woman, who seemed to possess a remarkable depth of cunning at such a tender age. "At 9 o'clock, you will have someone receive the goods." Coco extended her palm, her eyes curving like crescent moons. "Here's to a pleasant collaboration." Chapter 67. The formation of the team, the emergence of the core within the confines of the room. The doctor meticulously cleaned Chi Lin's wound once more and administered intravenous medication over the course of 3 consecutive days before he turned to him and said, "Young man, your resilience is commendable. As long as you take care to keep warm and avoid catching a cold again, you shall be just fine." Kiki nodded in response. "Thank you, Dr. Songjing." "Not at all," the doctor replied with a smile, picking up his bag as he made his way out. Kiki glanced at her watch and, with a cheerful demeanor, addressed Chinyu, "I shall remain here this evening. In an hour and a half, do come to my room. I wish to treat you all to something nice." "Very well," Chinyu affirmed. "Let us go." Kiki called out to her companions and stepped out of the room. Chinyu promptly closed the door behind them and playfully kicked the old cat's rear. "Well, how is the ordeal over there? Do you truly believe a mere woman could best me?" The old cat retorted, rolling his eyes. "They captured me. but the moment they refrained from using force, I understood immediately that you two must have secured some leverage. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so courteous. Therefore, I've been living like a lord these past few days, indulging in food and drink, even managing to sneak away from that young lady's driver. Haha. Chinyu, unable to suppress his laughter, chided. You have an astonishingly carefree spirit wherever you go. Is it not necessary? If I were to appear overly modest, Kiki might genuinely believe that Old Kong has us at his mercy, the old cat replied, revealing a composed demeanor in the face of adversity, a trait undoubtedly shaped by his privileged upbringing, which afforded him a certain fearlessness in challenging situations. Brother, I've heard everything regarding the situation, the old cat remarked, sitting beside Chi Lin, his tone unexpectedly respectful. Without you and those foolish antics of you, I might have truly lost Jiangzhou. Let us not dwell on the past. Your efforts this time have indeed been commendable. Chi Lin smiled back. Everyone plays their part. By the way, Qin interjected suddenly. I intend to appoint Chi Lin as the intermediary responsible for the procurement of pharmaceuticals and the distribution of profits. The old cat paused. That is a challenging and perilous task. I am unafraid of danger. It is what I wish to undertake, Chi Lin replied softly. Upon hearing this, the old cat instinctively turned to Qin. Do you think this is advisable? Yes, I agree. Qin nodded affirmatively. Then it's settled, the old cat acquiesced. During the critical juncture in Songjiang, it was Qin who discreetly contacted the Ma family, safeguarding Chi Lin at a pivotal moment. They encountered numerous challenges en route to Jiangzhou, yet it was again Qin who devised strategies, guiding Chi Lin to deftly sidestep the burdensome accusations that had befallen them. Currently, the situation regarding the pharmaceutical line had taken a decisive turn for the better, thanks to Qin Yu's strategic planning, enabling everyone to navigate their relationships more favorably. Thus, both the old cat and Chi Lin found themselves instinctively placing their trust in Qin as their cornerstone. This unconscious transformation, in fact, bears its own advantages. When several brothers collaborate on a task, it is impractical to deliberate over every decision. There must be one who decisively takes the lead. The old cat's nature is somewhat wayward, revealing a certain impulsiveness and idealism in various matters. As for Chi Lin, it is needless to say, he possesses ample resolve, but lacks experience in communication, particularly with the nefarious individuals in the planning district. Thus, both understand that only Qin, with over a decade of solitary survival experience and sufficient decisiveness, is truly suited to occupy the leadership position. As Chi Lin lay on the bed, receiving intravenous fluids, he pondered for a while before inquiring, Xiaoyu, how do you plan to negotiate with Kuko? Will the pricing follow the previous standards? No, Qin replied, shaking his head. Our situation differs from your brother's. He was in a position where one person's sustenance sufficed for the whole family. However, we must distribute profits among many this time. If the cost of the medicine is excessively high, the profit margins will diminish, making it challenging to satisfy all parties involved. The old cat, with a coarse demeanor, bluntly interjected, Old Li is already in Phone Bay. He might demand 50% of the profits from that end. Such a large share? Chi Lin frowned. Old Li is not primarily focused on profit. His intention is to suppress the Yuan family, while simultaneously creating some space for himself. The old cat explained softly. That 50% is primarily allocated to upper-level connections. He himself will not retain much. That still seems rather substantial. Chi Lin turned to Qin. The Ma family will also take their cut. 50% is understandable. Qin responded with a smile. The greatest reliance in this business is on Li's background. If he can ensure the smooth sale of the medicine, then although our immediate profits may be modest, the stability it brings is invaluable. If we cannot make significant gains in the short term, we shall accumulate capital over time. There is no need to rush. We can take our time. Indeed, Chi Lin nodded. The three brothers continued their conversation while keeping an eye on the passage of time. After an hour and a half, Chi Lin finally removed the needle and stepped alongside Qin Yu and the old cat to the room diagonally opposite. Inside Ku's room, a mouth-watering aroma wafted through the air. A rusted copper pot simmered with a bubbling broth on the table. Beside it, several plates of frozen lamb had been sliced into delicate red and white rolls, inexplicably enhancing one's appetite in this era. I brought the lamb and vegetables. The broth was prepared by the owner, Cuckoo, clad in a loose turtleneck sweater, waved her hand invitingly. Come, sit, and eat together. Then I shall not hold back. The old cat eagerly stepped forward, scooping up a hefty chopstick full of meat and tossing it into the pot. Ah, the last time I had hot pot was, if I recall correctly, 2 or 3 years ago. We, who dine on government rations, find ourselves less at ease than you fellows from the planning district. Ha. Cuckoo chuckled, turning to the old cat. With your oldly perched in that position, casually waving his hand, do you still lack for hot pot? Upon hearing this, the old cat immediately put on a facade. Sister, you are unaware. I am a man of fortitude, though I share a familial bond with Oldly. My dignity does not permit me to depend on him for sustenance. Just be quiet and eat. Chinyu interjected, feeling nauseated by the conversation. Is it not a fact what I say? The old cat asked with a sidelong glance. Indeed it is, Chinyu replied, somewhat ambiguously. Come, take a seat, everyone. Coco graciously invited. Upon hearing her words, everyone settled around the round table, while Coco's driver and others refrained from joining, opting to dine in the adjacent room. After pouring wine for the three, Coco raised her glass, exuberantly declaring, First, let us toast to the prosperous collaboration that lies ahead. Second, your capture of Li Tong avenges Brother Kong. And third, engaging in business with me ensures your profit, for which I must express my gratitude. I shall drink 3 cups in tribute. The old cat, observing the spirited Coco, blinked his shameless little eyes and remarked, This woman has quite the capacity for liquor. It is truly a pity she is not performing at Buckingham Palace. You should be quiet, Chinyu retorted, reaching out to give the old cat a playful shove on the head. Chapter 68. The young lady named Eugenian at the dining table. Kiki commenced the evening by consuming nearly 5 taels of white liquor, yet her demeanor remained unperturbed and her breath steady. Observing the young lady's remarkable composure, Chinyu felt compelled to join her, leading him, an old cat, to down 3 cups in succession. Meanwhile, Qilin, unable to partake due to an injury, sat quietly aside. As the evening progressed, with the wine flowing and the dishes served, a slight intoxication enveloped the group. Chinyu then smiled and inquired, Kiki, what is your full name? I am Eugenian, Kiki replied, wiping the grease from her lips with a crisp tone. Chinyu paused, taken aback. That sounds somewhat akin to a boy's name. It is quite melodious, yet feels somewhat out of place for a girl. Old Cat chimed in. Such brilliance should be concealed. It is not favorable to be too ostentatious. You know nothing. Kiki rolled her eyes. In ancient times, Jean described exquisite jade. When applied to a name, it signifies elegance and simplicity, imbued with profound meaning. He lacks cultural knowledge. Do not follow his example. Qilin intervened gently. I perceive this one is rather illiterate. Kiki nodded in agreement. I actually believe this name suits you quite well, Chinyu remarked, tilting his head to gaze at her. You surpass many men in prowess. Not at all. Kiki shook her head. I merely inherit my father's legacy. Does your family lack male figures? Old Cat inquired. Indeed, we have men, Kiki replied cheerfully while skewering lamb. Yet, none can match my capabilities. The trio was momentarily stunned, and Kiki playfully added, Just kidding. My 2 elder brothers are responsible for other matters. Haha. Chinyu suddenly posed a question. May I visit the pharmaceutical production workshop? Kiki immediately shook her head. Absolutely not. Why not? Your client status is insufficient, and I do not fully trust you. How could I permit you to enter the workshop? Kiki decisively refused. Then how can I ascertain the quality of the products? Chinyu pressed further. Kiki maintained a calm demeanor as she replied, After 2 shipments, you shall comprehend. The 3 characters of Eugenian are the hallmark of quality. Merely speaking is insufficient. Chinyu blinked, grinning as he inquired, What if this? You need not escort us to the workshop. When we return for the second batch, I shall provide you with a portion of the advance payment, and once the goods are sold, I will settle the remaining balance. Oh my! You appear quite robust and dependable, yet your business acumen is rather cunning. Kiki inquired with wide eyes. Are you facing financial difficulties? Are you apprehensive about inventory costs, thus concocting an excuse to inspect the workshop? Chinyu was momentarily at a loss for words before brazenly asserting, I believe this arrangement ensures mutual security. Kiki paused, her chopsticks resting, and replied, "An advance payment of at least 50% is required before I can release the goods." "Well, let us deliberate further." Chinyu attempted to continue his persuasion. "Do not overreach. My terms are already exceedingly generous." Kiki interrupted promptly. Seeing that negotiation was futile, Chinyu conceded, "Very well. Let us adjust the procurement price to be more favorable. You are well aware that Songjiang is home to the Yuan family, and in the future, it may also be the Li family. My pricing lacks a competitive edge, making it quite challenging to rival them. It is impossible to maintain the previous pricing structure. Mine is already quite economical." Coco reiterated her refusal. Chinyu furrowed his brow as he gazed at her, softly persuading, "The current landscape is not what it once was. When Along supplied goods to Old Ma in the past, there were not nearly as many competitors, nor was there any open hostility. Consider this. If you fail to protect the Songjiang market, not only will you earn nothing, but you will also inadvertently assist the other two families." Upon hearing this, Coco turned her gaze towards Chinyu. "You are truly cunning. You lower your prices while we genuinely wish to engage." Old Cat interjected, "To be frank, in this line of work, one must manage relationships on all fronts, so the meat that reaches us is but a mere morsel. How you distribute the profits is of no concern to me, is it?" Coco replied, turning away, "My goods are already quite affordable. If I were to offer further discounts, how would we survive? I believe you do not wish to see the Yuan and Li families encroach upon your market." Chinyu produced his electronic cigarette. "Establishing channels and gathering clientele initially, even if we all earn a little less, is indeed a prudent strategy." Coco observed the two, whose words flowed like a torrent, a faint smile gracing her delicate face, yet she remained silent. "Do not tempt me. We're discussing serious matters here. Why do you keep casting glances?" Old Cat remarked cheekily. "Haha," Coco chuckled. "The fact that we can sit here and discuss implies you have accepted my pricing, correct?" Chinyu was momentarily taken aback. "Do not bring market dynamics into this. We all understand that the Yu family must compete with the other two parties, but it is merely a matter of market share. However, you are different. You rely on this endeavor for survival, am I right?" Coco inquired once more, addressing Chinyu. He looked at her, suddenly feeling a headache, for this young lady was indeed sharper than a monkey when it came to negotiations. Sitting down for a meal is merely to ensure matters are handled properly. I will not say, "This is the price. Take it or leave it." Yet you must not be overly demanding. After contemplating for some time, Coco succinctly stated, "Let us each take a step back. While ensuring the absolute bottom line for the company, I can offer you a 10% discount on the medication prices, but on the condition that your monthly order volume must exceed 200,000 yuan. If it falls short by even a single unit, I will revert to the previous pricing for you." Upon hearing this, Old Cat's tone turned excited as he exclaimed, "You truly have a knack for business. 200,000 worth of goods each month? You are pushing us to go head-to-head with the other two families for market share. It was you who said that if I offer you lower prices, you would be able to seize the market. If it were not for that, why would I give you a discount?" Coco asked with a smile. Old Cat was left speechless for a moment, then raised his thumb and said, "If you were a man, you would have already dealt with the Li family." Upon hearing this, Coco lifted her warm wine and boldly declared, "The downfall of the Li family is merely a matter of time." As Chinyu observed Coco, he found himself not only filled with admiration, but also inexplicably reassured about their future collaboration. Initially, he perceived that no matter how astute Coco appeared, she was still a woman. In the business realm, or rather, in this era, she would undoubtedly lag behind the seasoned gentleman. However, upon engaging with her, Chinyu discovered that this woman, who often seemed like an immature girl, possessed a whimsical approach to work. She could joke and banter at a drinking table, conversing as if they were friends, yet the moment serious matters arose, particularly those involving profit, she was unyielding. Her clarity of thought and succinct manner of speaking often rendered the verbose ramblings of men insignificant in comparison to her directness and focus. Once the business discussions concluded and the banquet began to wane, as Chinyu prepared to return to his room to arrange matters with Li Tong, Coco suddenly called out to him, "I have a request. I apologize, but I can accept collaboration. However, serving a female boss is my bottom line." Chinyu responded with a smile as he turned back. Upon hearing this, Old Cat immediately raised his hand. I have no such line. I can serve. Just tell me what tasks you require. Chapter 69. A night of drinking. Kiki gazed at the two in disbelief. Could you both just leave? She quipped. Well, if there's something you need, do tell. Chinyu flashed a toothy grin. I'm in need of some skincare products. They're unavailable here. And the prices in District 7 are exorbitant. When you return, could you ask someone to bring me some from Phone Bay? It's more affordable there. Keek's delicate face lit up with a radiant smile once again. Sure, just give me a list tomorrow, and I'll have someone pick them up for you. Chinyu readily agreed. I'll send you my account details, and you can transfer the money. Do I really need to pay? Kiki asked, her large, watery eyes wide with surprise. Chinyu was taken aback. Is your father a high-ranking official? Do you not pay for cosmetics? Kiki spread her small hands in a gesture of innocence. I've arranged such a significant matter for you. Shouldn't you offer a little something in return? This is quite lacking in etiquette. Chinyu stared at her, speechless. You're a boss in your own right. This is rather. No matter how much of a boss I am, I'm still a woman. Women are always entitled to a little something extra. You'll understand in time. That's enough, though. It's too pricey for me to afford. Chinyu remarked before hastily departing, eager to avoid any further demands from her. Once they left, Kiki retrieved a bedsheet from her luggage and spread it over the cold bed, plopping down onto it. After a few moments, she dialed her father's number. Hello, Dad. How is everything going? A warm voice responded. It's all settled. For the second shipment, they agreed to an advance payment. Chinyu bargained it down by 10%, but the condition is they must place orders of at least 200,000 every month. That's acceptable. It's even better than I anticipated. The other party nodded in satisfaction. Are you back yet? Not yet. I'm staying here tonight. Kiki shook her head. Why not return? The conditions, they're terrible. Oh, I've endured worse accommodations. There's no need for concern. I'll be back tomorrow. Kiki chuckled. Please inform my elder brother to expedite the second shipment. All right, I'll remind him. I'm going to freshen up and then sleep. Make sure to rest early. Take care of yourself and don't overexert. Her father expressed genuine concern for his daughter. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Old Cat sat on a chair, reeking of alcohol, and asked, with just a 2-meter bed, how are we supposed to sleep? Come on, can you stop being so picky? Lin replied, exasperated. Given this environment, having a place to stay is already a blessing. We can all squeeze in together. I'm not used to squeezing. Old Cat inhaled from his e-cigarette. Chinyu carelessly stripped off his clothes, flopped onto the bed, and cursed, You're such a pretentious jerk. It's not like it's mandatory for us to share a bed. Forget it. I'll 1T squeeze with you. I'll find another place. Old Cat rose unsteadily, fueled by the alcohol. Where are you going? Lin asked, curious. Where can you find another place? Didn't you notice? Kiki seems a bit tipsy and lonely. I'm going to grab some drinks and have a chat with her. The Old Cat could hardly contain the fervor within. Just give it a rest. Chinyu muttered exasperatedly as he reclined on the bed. Could you please stop being so flirtatious? Besides, didn't you say you liked Lin Yunlei? Who doesn't like him? Lin retorted with an air of indifference. You two just go ahead and sleep, he added dismissively. The Old Cat, clutching his trousers, exited after shutting the door. Lying on the bed, Lin furrowed his brow and inquired, Is this fool going to make Kiki lose her temper? The Old Cat knows his limits. It's nothing to worry about, Chinyu replied, rolling over and placing his hand on Lin's abdomen. Brother, why don't you come over here? I'm a bit cold. Lin looked taken aback. What do you mean by that? Have you ever heard the saying, Don T, bring a stick through the back door? Get away from me. Lin pushed Chinyu away forcefully. What kind of people are these? I'm still injured, yet they don't let up. Half an hour later, the lights in the dormitory were dim, and most occupants had succumbed to slumber. The Old Cat, with some snacks and drinks in hand, lightly tapped on Keek's door. Are you asleep? After a brief moment, Kiki, her head wrapped in a pink towel and clad in a thick nightgown, opened the door, gazing at the Old Cat with a perplexed expression. What do you want? I haven't fully enjoyed this drink, and I feel there might be some flaws in our collaboration, the Old Cat replied, assessing Kiki from head to toe. Shall we discuss it further? Kiki paused, scrutinizing the Old Cat's features, and suddenly smiled. All right, come in. Upon hearing this, the Old Cat's heart fluttered with delight as he promptly stepped inside and nudged the door closed with his backside. Sister, let me tell you. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I thought you were more generous than any man, and you have a remarkable knack for business. Please take a seat. I'll just go to the restroom for a moment." Kiki gestured for him to enter and casually closed the door behind him. "Okay, go ahead." The old cat nodded repeatedly. Kiki, in her slippers, approached the bathroom door and turned back to ask, "Hey, it's quite chilly outside. You've been in my warehouse for several days. Would you like to take a shower? There's hot water." The old cat was taken aback, his heart racing. "Why are you looking at me? Are you going to wash up or not?" Kiki inquired playfully. "Is that appropriate?" The old cat stood and swiftly removed his outer coat. "Ah, we're all free spirits here. Go ahead and shower. We'll enjoy a drink together afterward." Kiki, her cheeks slightly flushed, looked at the old cat and said, "Actually, I admire you quite a bit." "Admire me for what?" The old cat pondered, a bit perplexed himself. "You, sir, were remarkably composed while at my place." Kiki softly remarked, "Over the years, I've dealt with many people in my family's business, but few are like you." The old cat felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. He removed his sweater and, clutching his trousers, dashed into the bathroom that lacked a shower head. "Sister, wait a moment. I'll tell you all about my past shortly." Kiki pouted slightly and settled onto the worn-out sofa, lowering her gaze to a book. The elderly cat entered the bathroom, hurriedly filled the wooden tub with water, and proceeded to wash himself with remarkable diligence. 20 minutes later, upon hearing the cessation of water sound from within, Kiki calmly sat on the sofa and called out, "Cat, you may use the large towel hanging on the line, but do not take out your clothes. They are utterly filthy." Upon hearing this, the old cat grasped the towel from the line and remarked with a shake of his head, "What an opportunity this is! If I do not seize it, my name, Li Fugue, would be in vain." A few minutes later, the old cat emerged, wrapped in the towel around his waist and draped in a jacket over his upper body, only to find Kiki bent over, fiddling with something at the door. "What's wrong?" the old cat inquired, steam rising from his head. "I don't know what happened. The door suddenly won't lock, and when the wind blows, it just opens." "Let me assist you," he offered. "No need. Just hold it from outside while I adjust the lock," Kiki replied, brushing her hair aside. "Stand outside and brace it a bit." "All right." The old cat eagerly scampered out to the steps to help stabilize the door. Kiki fiddled with the lock for a moment and then smiled, saying, "It should be fine now. Step back while I see if I can close it tightly. It's quite cold. The latch must have frozen." "It's all right, close it. I'll give it a tug." The old cat nodded, baring his teeth. As the words left her mouth, Kiki shot a smile at him and pulled the iron door shut. The old cat, brimming with enthusiasm, grasped the doorknob and pulled with all his might, exclaiming, "It's secure now." It one T open. Silence enveloped the room. A chill breeze made the old cat shiver, and he cheerfully called out, "Open up. It's freezing out here. I want to come in." Yet there was no response. The old cat paused, knocking on the door. "Open up." Inside, Kiki was sprawled on the bed, laughing uncontrollably. "You don't respect me. I wanted you to cool down." "What?" the old cat exclaimed, mouth agape, letting the cold air sweep in as he shouted, "It's windy out here. Speak louder. I can't hear you." Kiki chuckled again and casually turned off the lights. After knocking for 2 or 3 minutes, the old cat realized he had been duped and shouted, "Sister, this is a bit excessive. You don't drink, so at least give me my clothes. How am I supposed to go back like this? Damn it, it's freezing out here." Kiki continued to ignore him. "Damn you. The heart of a woman is the most venomous," the old cat cursed through gritted teeth, glancing around. A gust of cold wind swept by, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin, and he instinctively hugged his shoulders. To his dismay, as he twisted his body, the towel around his waist fell to the ground with a loud snap. The chill was biting, and the old cat's face turned pale as he bent down to retrieve the towel. Suddenly, the small door creaked open, and the innkeeper, holding a flashlight after inspecting the courtyard, turned to see the old cat in all his naked glory, momentarily frozen in shock. The old cat was equally stunned. The boss, perplexed after a prolonged silence, inquired, "Brother, what on earth are you practicing? Quiet down. Do you have any clothes?" The old cat asked as he picked up a bath towel. The boss remained stunned for a considerable time before his face flushed crimson, exclaiming, "Do you have any semblance of seriousness?" Chapter 70. The journey home the next morning in the lodging courtyard. Yu was having breakfast when he glanced sideways at the old cat and asked, "Where did you sleep last night?" "Where could I possibly sleep? I spent the entire night in the front hall dealing with the boss." The old cat grumbled through gritted teeth. "That woman is truly malicious. If you aren't handling serious matters, why is she undressing me like that? You really ought to be taught a lesson." Yu laughed heartily, retorting, "Even with a mere flicker of thought, one could deduce who she is. She is the daughter of the supplier's boss, and quite clever at that. How could she possibly engage in anything frivolous with you? Is that realistic? I thought she was hinting at something at the dinner table, you know?" The old cat replied with a sideways glance. "I imagine it would be a tale of kindling and flames. Do you understand? Who would have thought it would turn into a story of worms and the cold wind, right?" Lin interjected. "Is this too much? Can we even eat this meal?" "What do you mean by that?" The old cat was growing anxious. "Ha ha ha." Lin and Yu laughed uncontrollably, raising their thumbs in a gesture of respect towards the old cat. Just as the three of them finished their breakfast, Kiki entered with a radiant smile. Upon seeing her, the old cat immediately ground his teeth. "Oh, you're quite early today." "Good morning." Kiki smiled and nodded, turning to the old cat. "You're in good health. Even in this cold, you haven't caught a cold. Can't communicate with you. I'll step outside for a smoke," the old cat declared as he got up to leave. Kiki chuckled. "I had the boss wash your clothes. I cover the cost." The old cat paused. "Well, you do have a bit of humanity left." Kiki turned back to Yu and said, "Today, I'm taking Li Tong with me." "Right, the goods have been received, and we're heading back to—" Yu replied, extending his palm. "Let's keep in touch." Hearing this, Kiki's playful demeanor faded as she shook Yu's hand and said, "The price I offered you is quite low, aimed at capturing some market share. I hope you take this seriously so that everyone can benefit." "Absolutely. Then let us dispense with idle talk. I wish you a smooth journey." "All right." Yu waved his hand. "I'll see you off." "Oh, by the way," Kiki suddenly exclaimed as she reached the doorway, tapping her pristine forehead. "How did I forget the important matter? Hana-kusen, come here for a moment." After calling out twice, a sturdy man approached from a distance, carrying something in his hands. Kiki took it from him and turned to Lin, saying, "Here is some money, some medicine for the elderly, and clothes I bought for your sister. Please accept this." Lin, taken aback, looked at Kiki with surprise. "I am deeply saddened by the incident involving Along in Songjiang. Although I didn't meet him often, he did a great deal for us and never betrayed us in times of crisis. I'm truly grateful." Kiki stated politely and formally. "This is my humble token of appreciation." Lin was momentarily taken aback, deeply moved. "My elder brother has ventured outside for many years, constantly recounting the multitude of friends he has made. Yet, when misfortune befell him, you were the only one who remembered him and acknowledged that he had a family. I'm grateful to you." "You're welcome," Coco replied, handing over the items to Lin, a bright smile gracing her face. "All right then, let's be off." "Let me see you off," he replied. A little while later, Yu, old cat, and Lin were on the road bidding farewell to Coco's team. "This girl is truly remarkable," old cat remarked with his hands clasped behind his back. "She possesses both intellect and strength, and she is meticulous in her work. Who would have anticipated that she would bring something for Lin in honor of Along?" "Indeed," Yu concurred. "You should have seen it." Lin turned to old cat, recounting softly, "Li Tong looked quite tough, but do you know the expression on his face when he saw Coco in the car?" "What expression?" "It was as if he had encountered a deathly foe intent on killing him," Lin declared unabashedly. His eyes betrayed a hint of fear, an unmistakable one. "That suggests there are matters concerning this girl that we remain unaware of," old cat responded thoughtfully. "Regardless of what we may or may not know at this moment, our relationship with her is harmonious." Yu chuckled, patting old cat on the shoulder. "Right, brother? Our rapport with her seems somewhat less amicable." "Ha!" Yu laughed. "Let us pack our things. It's time for us to return to the city in triumph." In the afternoon, Yu handed the money to his boss and waited for over 2 hours before he finally managed to procure gasoline and matching ammunition. Once everything was in order, the three brothers set off on their journey back home, their mindset having shifted. What began as a trip filled with anxiety and tension transformed into one brimming with joy and boundless aspirations. Their expedition to Jiangzhou had culminated in securing the drug trade. thus providing them with substantial capital to establish themselves in Songjiang. That night, within an office building belonging to the Yu family in Jiangzhou, Coco sipped the lemon tea she had concocted while seated on the sofa, gazing at Li Tong. "Have you considered the consequences of attempting to kill me?" Feigning calmness, Li Tong replied with a crooked smile, "You wouldn't dare harm me. If you tear our facade apart now, neither of us will have it easy." Such confidence. Coco set her teacup down, inquiring, "This is a situation I acknowledge. I shall refrain from any actions or comments, merely waiting for my family to communicate with yours." Li Tong was acutely aware that his father and uncles were undoubtedly in contact with the Yu family. "You are quite arrogant," Coco said with a smile. "You murdered Brother Kong and have not a single soft word to utter? Isn't it normal for someone to die in the competitive arena?" Li Tong rappelia souffle. Coco stood up, hands clasped behind her back, and regarded Li Tong. "Are you truly unafraid of me, or merely pretending to be calm?" Li Tong clenched his fists tightly. "I am no mere street thug. I have the backing of the Li family." "Oh," Coco nodded, suddenly turning to call out, "Hanaik Sang." The door swung open, and a burly man clad in a black t-shirt bent down to shout, "Boss, teach the young master of the Li family how to address me properly." With a dismissive remark, Coco turned to leave. Hanakaisen drew his gun, his expression devoid of emotion as he aimed the barrel at Li Tong's knees. "Coco, if you continue like this, the two families will soon be at each other's throats." Bang! 2 shots rang out, shattering Li Tong's kneecaps. "Ah!" Li Tong cried out in pain, toppling backward and knocking over a chair. Coco turned around, arms crossed, and scornfully retorted, "You're merely a distant relative of the Li family. Why are you putting on airs with me? Is it worth it for the Li family to sever ties with us right now?" Hanakaisen, drag him to Brother Kang's memorial service. Do not treat his wounds. Let the bullets fester in his bones while he kneels here for a night. "Understood," Hanakaisen nodded. An hour later, the eldest brother of the Yu family called, his tone slightly reproachful. "Coco, what are you doing with Li Tong? We've already completed the negotiations on our end. Are you foolish? With Li Tong in our grasp, his uncle's demise will inevitably reflect on us. Now that the lines are drawn, why should he be allowed to swagger back?" Coco furrowed her brows lightly and replied, "Our subordinates are working tirelessly for us, generating profits. If someone of Brother Kang's stature encounters misfortune, and I remain unresponsive, wouldn't that dishearten everyone else?" Chapter 71. A daily act of kindness in the early hours of the morning, around 3 o'clock on the highway. The old cat, having dozed off for a while, sleepily glanced out of the window, pondering their whereabouts. It had been some time since they departed from Jiangzhou. Qin yawned in response, "It's still early. Pull over ahead. I need to relieve myself and grab a bite to eat. After that, you can rest while I take over the driving," the old cat suggested, rubbing his face. "All right." Qin Yu, hearing this, drove on for less than 2 kilometers before halting the vehicle in a clearing. The old cat deftly retrieved some provisions from the back of the car and draped a thick military coat over the already slumbering Qi Lin before he began to eat. Qin Yu stepped out for a couple of puffs on a cigarette, then turned back to the vehicle to grab some tissue. "Go ahead and eat. I need to take care of some business. Do you have any sense of decorum? I'm trying to eat here. I'll take care of my business while you tend to yours. It won't interfere." Qin Yu chuckled as he walked towards the nearby expanse of land, seeking a spot with favorable feng shui before squatting down. Inside the car, the old cat paired a steamed bun with some smoked meat and washed it down with a couple of bottles of water before also stepping out to unfasten his belt and relieve himself. In the open field, Qin Yu shouted, I'm not done yet, and you've already finished? You eat faster than a pig. Wrap it up." The old cat retorted as he fastened his belt. "If you don't hurry, I'm leaving without you. Just a moment. I'm almost done." Qin Yu wiped his nearly frozen backside, stood up, secured his belt, and started heading back. The old cat was already in the driver's seat, warming up the engine. As Qin Yu crunched through the snow, having walked less than 20 meters, he suddenly stumbled over something. What is this? Though the night was dark, the faint moonlight illuminated the basic contours of the ground. He lifted his leg and kicked at the object beneath him, bending down for a closer look, only to be met with a purplish-blue face staring back at him. Damn! Despite his usual bravery, Qin Yu was startled. He stepped back and examined it more closely, discovering a boy of approximately 15 or 16 years lying in the snow. Clad in thick clothing, his eyes were tightly shut, and his hair was laden with frost, resembling a super scion. In the planned area, such occurrences were not uncommon. Each year, many individuals without a way out succumbed to the freezing conditions. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Yu turned to leave. Help me, please. A weak voice called out from behind him as he had walked barely 10 meters. Hesitating, he turned back to face the boy in the snow. The boy remained motionless, only repeating, help me. Qin Yu stood there, staring at him. After a long silence, he finally spoke. How long have you been lying here? Help me, the boy continued to repeat. Who knows what you're up to? Besides, you're in a dire state. Dead weight is a burden to everyone. With that, Qin Yu tossed a remark over his shoulder and resolutely walked away. The boy's faint cries persisted, but as Qin Yu continued, the sounds faded into silence. In the vehicle, the old cat observed Qin Yu approaching and instantly scoffed. What takes so long to wipe your backside? Qin Yu turned back to the old cat and said, Let us go. Hearing this, the old cat shifted gears and gradually departed from the spot. Inside the car, Qin Yu furrowed his brow, the playful smile erased from his face. What's wrong? Did you run into a ghost? What's with that expression? The old cat, sensing something amiss with Qin Yu, inquired curiously. Qin Yu fell silent, reminiscing about the boy he had encountered in the snow, and suddenly felt his heart soften. Had this been in the past, during his time in the planned area, he would have undoubtedly ignored such matters, devoid of any guilt. After all, a child of unknown origins could easily bring trouble. Furthermore, back then, he was homeless and struggling to protect himself, let alone assist anyone else. However, things had changed. His life had improved, albeit slightly, and that child still had breath, still capable of speech. If he chose to pretend he hadn't seen, that fragile life would surely perish amidst the icy desolation. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Qin Yu contemplated the little boy and seemed to see a reflection of his own abandoned childhood. It was all too reminiscent: a thick cotton coat, worn-out boots, an endless expanse of snow, and a child left uncared for. Qin Yu shut his eyes and, after a moment of silence, suddenly commanded, "Reverse." What for? The old cat was bewildered. Just hurry and back up, Qin Yu urged. Curiosity piqued. The old cat complied, muttering in confusion, Are you out of your mind? Why are we going back? Did you feel cheated for having to relieve yourself outside? Enough, just drive back. A little over 10 minutes later, the vehicle halted once more in an open area. Qin Yu extracted a military coat from the trunk and strode purposefully into the snow, wrapping it around the child he had found. The old cat stood by the roadside, astonished, and asked, Where did you find this person? Encountered him while relieving myself. Qin Yu panted, He still breathing. Goodness, he's barely a child. Is he even of age? The old cat glanced at the boy, noticing his purple face. Cradling the child, Qin Yu immediately instructed, Quickly bring the heating lamp from the car, light it, and place it in the open. All right. The old cat, having a kind heart, rushed to the car, retrieving the lamp from the trunk. Qin Yu laid the child down on the ground and turned to ask, Is there any alcohol in the car? Not much left. Use it sparingly, the old cat replied, holding the lamp. Qin Yu scanned the surroundings and quickly added, You must undress him, but do it slowly. His body is frozen stiff. If you move too abruptly, you might hurt him. What kind of weather is this for undressing? Just do it if you don't understand. Qin Yu dashed back into the snow, scooping handfuls of white powder before returning. The old cat ignited the lamp and cautiously began to remove the child's clothing. Qin Yu, with the snow in hand, exerted all his strength to rub it against the boy's back and chest. As the snow began to cling to the child, it surprisingly did not melt. After rubbing for over 10 minutes, snowmelt started to flow from Qin Yu's hands. After laboring for a solid half-hour, Qin Yu, drenched in sweat, shouted at the child, Can you hear me? Open your eyes, or I might just toss you aside. After calling out 6 or 7 times, the child suddenly murmured, Help me. There was finally a response. Qi Lin, who had just stepped out of the vehicle, called out from the side. Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Whether he survives now depends on him. Are we taking him back? Old Cat inquired. He is definitely a child without anyone to care for him. If we save him, we must take him back, Qin Yu replied, nodding. After rescuing the child, the 3 brothers hurriedly continued towards Songjiang. A day later, Chi Lin got off the vehicle to return home, while Qin Yu and Old Cat drove for several more hours before finally making their way back to Songjiang. In the backseat of the car, the child, who had been lying there for 2 days, gradually regained color in his face and began to call out with awareness. "Is there anything to eat? Give me some." Old Cat was taken aback by this. "Little master, what kind of temper does this child have? We save him out of kindness, and he acts like a little lord?" Chapter 72. The transformation of covert struggles into overt conflicts upon returning to Songjiang. Qin Yu and the Old Cat drove back to Courtyard 88 with the child they had picked up along the way. Inside, Qin Yu removed the child's foul-smelling clothes and carelessly tossed them by the door before splashing his face with cold water. "What are you planning to do with this child? Are you going to let him stay here?" The Old Cat casually inquired. Wiping his face with a towel, Qin Yu shook his head and replied, "I hardly have the time to look after him. Once he asks better, I'll ask Zhu Wei if there is any small work he can do in Songjiang, just to ensure he can survive. Finding him a small job is one thing, but he lacks residency rights. As an undocumented individual, he could be removed at any moment." The Old Cat pondered for a moment. "Never mind. I'll help you inquire about it later. I know some bosses who run jobs both inside and outside the district. Although they don't venture deep into the planned area, they come and go frequently. He could potentially obtain a temporary residency permit every 30 days. That sounds feasible. Since we've taken him in, you might as well think of a way to help." Qin Yu nodded in agreement. "Shall we go? We need to return to the precinct. Old Li is waiting," the Old Cat suggested. "All right, let us go," Qin Yu agreed. After a brief discussion, they locked the door and departed from Courtyard 88. In the afternoon, within the precinct chief's office, Chief Li looked at Qin Yu with satisfaction and motioned for him to sit. "Uncle Li, you just returned from Fongbei?" Qin Yu asked, bearing a grin as he took a seat across from him. "Yes," Chief Li replied, tossing Qin Yu a cigarette and speaking in a steady tone. "I've concluded my discussions regarding the matters in Fongbei. However, you must inform the Ma family to refrain from being too ostentatious in their operations. The upper echelons prefer that the goods be held back to observe the profits before delving into complications." "I understand." Qin Yu nodded, then quietly inquired, "Since the pharmaceutical line has been re-established, do you think we can proceed with Malak's case?" Chief Li pondered for a moment. "Yes, you may proceed, but ensure that there are no flaws in the process. In the coming time, Yuan may scrutinize you closely." "Understood. I'll be mindful," Qin Yu affirmed. Chief Li took a puff of his cigarette, smiling as he opened a drawer and retrieved 2 certificates along with corresponding shoulder and arm insignia. "Take a look at this." Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback as he reached out to accept the items. After a cursory glance, he grinned. "Wow, thank you, Chief. You've managed to approve my promotion to second-class officer so swiftly. Starting today, your team will officially transition into the 4th unit, and you will take on the role of team leader for the 3rd group. Later, you will need to coordinate with Yuan Ku." Chief Li continued with a smile. "After you've settled in the 4th unit for a while, I'll transfer the current team leader, allowing you to assume the position of acting team leader, gradually leading to a permanent role." Qin Yu realized that his advancement was not merely a result of the Old Cat's connections or Chief Li's admiration, but rather the outcome of the relentless efforts he and Qi Lin had invested in Jiangzhou. It was at this moment that Qin Yu distinctly felt the presence of connections and a supportive background behind him. "Thank you, Uncle Li." Qin Yu expressed his gratitude earnestly. "No need for thanks. This is what you rightfully deserve," Li Si replied with a wave of his hand. "Now go, and I will have the office prepare the handover documents for you. As for the reallocation of dormitories, you should discuss that with Sister when from logistics." Qin Yu nodded as he rose from his seat, acknowledging, "Understood. Work hard. The path ahead of you will only widen," Li Si remarked, taking a puff from his cigarette, his face beaming with warmth. "Ha! All right then," Qin Yu grinned, nodding before turning to leave. Half an hour later, in a 3rd group dormitory, Qin Yu sat on his bed, perusing the dossier of Ma Lauer. Holding the phone, he said, "Yes, Li Si has already informed me. Proceed as I directed. Have the men handle everything, and do not let Ma Lauer speak carelessly. As for the prosecution, you need not worry. Li Si will take care of that. Right? Demin's charge is illegal possession. He won't face death, but he should be prepared for around 15 years in prison. No, do not have the lawyer contact me. Just have him meet with the men directly. All right, you go ahead and take care of it then. As Qin Yu hung up the phone, Guanxi entered with a grim expression. Why is that fool Lao San acting like he lost his mother? I truly would have scrubbed that mouth of his with a steel wool ball. The handover was originally supposed to be handled by Qin Yu, but he was reluctant to engage with Yuan Ku and the others, thus allowing Guanxi to step in, only to find that trouble had arisen between them as well. What is going on? Qin Yu inquired. Guanxi loosened his collar, his expression dark as he replied, during the recent large-scale operation in Tuzhou Street. Didn't TU encounter trouble at the butcher shop? When we went to rescue, we used some of our department's firearms and ammunition, along with 2 grenades. Lao San claimed that this incident was not reported in advance, and after verifying the scene, he stated it did not align with what we had communicated, insisting that I write a detailed report. Otherwise, he would escalate the matter to the department. What if he escalates it to the department? What can he do? Qin Yu, still new and unfamiliar with these regulations, questioned. All the equipment, firearms, and ammunition we use during operations must be approved in advance to ensure strict management. Guanxi explained in a hushed tone. However, given the current chaotic environment, encountering unexpected situations or equipment loss during patrols is perfectly normal. Yet, he is nitpicking, claiming that the equipment was approved for the first team and that we misused it, creating discrepancies in records that he cannot explain to logistics. This person's mindset is limited to these trivial matters in the office, Qin Yu muttered irritably. Ignore him. If he wants to create trouble, let him. No, team leader. Guanxi promptly advised. The usage of ammunition must ultimately be reported to the police department, as this concerns whether officers may be hoarding important equipment and weapons. If Lao San decides to make things difficult for us and fabricates information in the records, it could lead to disciplinary action against you. Qin Yu furrowed his brow and rose to exclaim, he is truly bothersome. Sigh, let me go take a look. After a brief interval, Guanxi and Qin Yu returned once more to the office area. The third brother sat with his legs crossed, engrossed in a live internet broadcast. Qin Yu, maintaining his composure, approached and gently tapped him on the shoulder, saying, Third brother, are you busy? The third brother turned at the sound, glanced at Qin Yu, and remarked, Oh, ISNT this Qin group? Haha, congratulations on your promotion to level 2. I'm still far behind you. Qin Yu smiled and, getting straight to the point, inquired, I came to ask when we can finalize the handover. I'm eager to expedite this, but the last case at the butcher shop was rather unclear. I later visited the scene and didn't notice where any explosives were utilized. The third brother replied in a rather casual manner. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu leaned in closer to the third brother's ear and whispered, Third brother, those 2 explosives were not used. I concealed them because someone has been trying to target me. I need to keep a few solid defenses. Would you like one? I could find an opportunity to pass you one on a night soon. The third brother's expression darkened as he slowly stood up, saying, Are you trying to scare me again? Ha! Qin Yu flashed him a smile. So, how small is your courage, really? Chapter 73. I do not wish to grow up old. 3 fixed his gaze on Qin Yu, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he remarked, When you first arrived, you were nothing but a novice, yet now you've been promoted to team leader. Do you really believe I would fear you, even with your reckless bravado? Even if the police department has granted you special privileges to commit murder without consequence, I doubt you would dare to act upon it. Brother 3, do you comprehend why you are relegated to being Yuan's lackey? Qin Yu countered, pointing a finger at old 3's chest. It is because your vision is so limited. You have grown accustomed to being a subordinate and lack the mentality to take charge. Given your current standing, why would I need to compete with you? My friend, who killed Yuan Wei, is still alive. Do you believe that one day he might return and pay you a visit? Upon hearing this, old 3's heart sank, realizing that Qin Yu was alluding to Qi Lin. Even Yuan hasn't said anything. So what are you trying to prove? He retorted, Our group was reassigned to the 4th team on orders from Li Si. You think you can make my life difficult, but in truth, you're merely serving as a thorn in Li Si's side. Qin Yu looked at him with disdain and exclaimed, Brother 3, when do you think you will finally mature? If Brother 3 were capable of growth, would he have acted heroically when encountering Matsushita at the restaurant? Guanxi interjected, He is a person of good intentions. Old 3 erupted with fury at this remark. What the hell? Are you getting a bit too cocky? With that, He swung a fist toward Guan Chi's head. Don't hit. Don't start a fight, Brother 3. Qin Yu anticipated that Old 3 would lose control and strike first, so he stepped forward, wrapping his left arm around his shoulder and clenching his right fist as he implored, Brother 3, listen to me. We can exchange words here without any issues. But if you choose to resort to violence, it will escalate beyond mere words. Old 3 had previously held Guan Chi in contempt, and upon hearing his provocation, he retaliated with 2 punches. Guan Chi dodged and pretended to be struck in the face, falling backward and exclaiming, Why are you hitting me? What gives you the right? I will file a report to the police department, I will submit materials to the inspection department, and I will take you down with me. Get up. I'll take the blame. Old 3, infuriated, raised his foot to kick Guan Chi. Qin Yu, still clutching Old 3's neck with his left hand, delivered several blows to his chest with his right fist. Initially reluctant to engage, Old 3's temper flared after receiving a couple of hits, and he turned to grapple with Qin Yu, shouting, Beat him! Members from the first team, upon hearing Old 3's call, surged forward, ripping into Qin Yu with a flurry of blows. At that moment, they numbered 7 or 8, while only Guan Chi stood beside Qin Yu. However, neither was without their own cunning. They had already prepared themselves not to retaliate. Guan Chi, still on the ground, continued to shout, Old 3, if you don't kill me today, I will ruin you. I'll make you pay, Old 3 growled, baring his yellowed teeth and reaching for a stool to bring down upon him. Just then, Yuanka happened to enter through the front door, glaring and shouting. What's going on here? Are you all insane? With that thunderous roar, the room fell into an immediate silence. Breathing heavily, Lao San turned to Yuan Ku and said, Captain Yuan, today you'd better stay out of this. I would rather strip than let this go. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ku felt a headache coming on and scolded darkly, Shut your mouth and put down that chair. Lao San, slightly calming down at the sound of his voice, held back for a moment before tossing the chair aside. Yuan Ku frowned as he scanned the room and stepped in front of Qin Yu, asking, Oh, so you think you're a big shot now? Planning to act without any burden on your conscience, are you? Qin Yu smiled. Captain Yuan, I'm just a poor kid. How could I possibly be so arrogant? Today, Director Li issued an order for us to assist Team 4. I asked Guan Chi to come over for the handover, but Lao San insisted that the equipment consumed during the last case at the butcher shop doesn't team match up. When I tried to reason with him, he got agitated. Look, we have surveillance in this room. If you don't believe me, we can check the footage. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ku's expression darkened further. Shao Qi, go to the monitoring room and have the clerk pull up the footage, Qin Yu quickly added. Forget it. Yuan Ku waved his hand dismissively, his face expressionless as he said to Lao San, Hurry up and complete the handover. They had indeed used explosives in that case, which did not match up. Lao San attempted to argue further. Do as I say. If it doesn't team match, figure it out yourself, Yuan Ku shouted, glaring at him. Lao San bit his lip and fell silent. Yuan Ku turned to Qin Yu, smiling as he asked, Qin, do you have any further instructions? I'll have someone take care of it. No, nothing more. Qin Yu quickly waved his hand. Ah, well then, if you need anything in the future, just let me know, Yuan Ku said, hand behind his back. You're in the good graces of Director Li, and now the entire precinct revolves around you. Captain Yuan, you're just joking, Qin Yu replied, helping Guan Chi up before turning to leave. All right then, you take care, Captain Yuan. We're off. Yuan Ku watched Qin Yu leave, still smiling as he said, Qin, I wish you smooth sailing in the precinct. Thank you, Captain Yuan, Qin Yu replied without looking back, leading Guan Chi out. Inside, Yuan Ku turned back to Lao San, his expression darkening as he questioned, This deputy captain of yours, can he even do his job? It's not that I'm unreasonable, but that Guan Chi now speaks to me in a condescending tone, Lao San argued. What exactly did he say to you? He said I haven't team matured, Lao San retorted, glaring with bulging eyes. Yuan Ku fell silent for a good 3 to 4 seconds before sitting down and responding, That's quite a sharp summary. Lao San felt embarrassed by this remark, his face turning red as he glanced at the other officers, feeling a surge of frustration and wanting to retort. Yuan Ku looked at Lao San and suddenly shouted, Li has made it clear he intends to support Qin Yu. Why are you obstructing him over such trivial matters? Can you really hinder team leader Qin? Or are you just trying to infuriate Director Li? wearing the title of deputy captain and doing such foolish things. This is the office. We aim to handle matters with a smile, not like some street brawler shouting for a fight at every turn. Lao San, chastised, found himself unable to offer any rebuttal. Without a firm grasp on the situation, it is unwise to engage in trivial matters, as it may only serve to make one appear foolish. Yuan Ku furrowed his brow as he regarded the third brother. Li Si has already chosen his side, and it is not with us. Thus, you cannot act as you did before, doing as you please within the precinct. Otherwise, should they find any incriminating evidence against you, you may find yourself in serious trouble. The elder third brother, despite being older than Yuan Ku, remained silent after the reprimand, merely responding, "I understand." Yuan Giskiviko, well aware of the third brother's limitations and average capabilities, recognized his unwavering loyalty to the Yuan family and himself. Therefore, after calming his emotions, he offered a way out. "Tonight, you shall accompany me to our elder brother's house. There have been whispers lately that Old Ma's associates are once again distributing goods, which may be linked to Qin Yu's disappearance during this time." "All right," the third brother nodded. That evening, after Qin Yu treated his colleagues to a meal, he returned home early to prepare for rest. Upon entering, he found Lin Nianlei seated on a chair, resting her chin on her hand and engaging in conversation with the child he had taken in. Chapter 74. Codename 3088. Qin Yu regarded the two with a peculiar gaze and inquired, "Oh dear, how did you two become friends?" Lin Nianlei chuckled at the remark. "Heavens! Upon returning from work, I found him attempting to pry open my door. When I asked what he was doing, he claimed he needed to borrow something to eat." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu turned to see the child seated on the bed, devouring noodles. "Surely, this is rather lacking in decorum. Do you not understand the principle that a rabbit does not graze near its burrow? Why resort to stealing from a neighbor?" The little boy, dark-skinned with unkempt hair and a filthy face, looked up at Qin Yu defiantly. "I did not steal. I merely borrowed. I was hungry and couldn't find anyone, so I sought out a familiar place for something to eat. Is prying open someone's door without permission what you call borrowing?" Qin Yu ruffled the boy's hair. "If you persist in this manner, do not blame me for tossing you inside. I am indeed borrowing. I plan to return tomorrow," the boy said, wolfing down his food with an air of streetwise bravado. "We are all children of the rivers and lakes. Even a mere spit carries weight. I will not take from her without returning it, I assure you." Qin Yu was taken aback. "What nonsense are you spouting? You know nothing of the world you claim to belong to." "Huh, this little brother's words are quite amusing. We have been chatting for quite some time," Lin Yinlei remarked, her large eyes sparkling with mirth. "Hey, brother, what will you use to repay me for the noodles tomorrow? Every creature has its path. I assure you I will repay." "Why do you ask so many questions, woman?" The boy rolled his eyes. Qin Yu, overhearing, also rolled his eyes and turned to Lin Yinlei. "I found him in the planning district, abandoned and likely neglected. It is no wonder he behaves like a wild donkey." "You have a kind heart," Lin Yinlei observed, gazing at Qin Yu in mild astonishment. Who could ignore such a sight? Qin Yu deftly changed the subject. "Have you eaten yet?" "I had a meal at work," Lin Yinlei replied, stretching lazily. "Oh, by the way, I washed the gloves you lent me. Wait a moment, I will fetch them for you." "Did you buy gloves?" Qin Yu inquired. "Alas, I've been swamped with work lately. When would I find a time to shop?" Lin Yinlei pouted. "It has been ages since I last went shopping, and next month I must return to Foam Bay. You may keep the gloves. I gift them to you." Qin Yu grinned. "Perfect. I have a favor to ask of you." "Do tell, what is it?" "When you return to Foam Bay, could you bring me some cosmetics?" Qin Yu produced a list given by Coco. "My friend requested my assistance. Simply purchase what is on this list, and I will reimburse you tomorrow or the day after." Lin Yinlei eyed him slyly. "Oh, buying for your beloved, the esteemed Ms. Old Cat? Get lost. Have you started dating?" Lin Yinlei pressed further. "Not at all. She is merely a friend," Qin Yu replied, leaning against the cabinet, his mind wandering. Suddenly, he asked, "Why do you inquire? Are you feeling jealous?" Lin Yinlei's face flushed crimson at his words. "You are ridiculous. Jealous of you? How absurd." With that, she turned and walked away. Qin Yu gazed at Lin Yinlei's graceful silhouette and suddenly called out, "Is he eating? Should I come to your room for a chat?" "Get lost," Lin Yinlei retorted sharply, hastening back to her own room. Look at you being so bold, the young boy remarked, blinking his large eyes as he sat on the bed, observing Chinyu. Turning around, Chinyu pulled a cigarette from his pocket and inquired, "What is your name?" "My name is Wang Hunan, but some friends in society like to call me Big Tooth." The boy, sweating profusely, sipped his noodle soup. Sighing, Chinyu glanced at his modest home and said, "As you can see, my life is rather ordinary, but it's fate that we crossed paths. Why don't you stay here for a while, and I'll help you find some work later. Consider it my duty as a friend." Wang Hunan set down his bowl and looked earnestly at Chinyu, his tone feigning maturity as he declared, "You saved my life. From now on, we are like brothers. I will do whatever you ask. Then first, wash the dishes," Chinyu instructed. "Afterward, return them to Lin Henin and be polite when you speak to her." Upon hearing this, Wang Hunan's expression soured. "Damn it. How can a man do a woman's work?" Chinyu was taken aback. "What do you expect? Do you want me to wait on you hand and foot? Hurry up and wash the dishes. Little master." "Who are you calling little master?" "Mind your manners, or I'll knock you out," Chinyu retorted, slapping him lightly. "Now get on with it." Over an hour later, as the world outside dimmed, Chinyu bathed Big Tooth in a wooden tub and then used his razor to shave his head. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Big Tooth felt drowsy and sat quietly in the chair. "How old are you?" Chinyu asked. 18. "Don't lie. Tell me the truth." "I'm 3 years younger." "That's nonsense. You're only 15, Chinyu said, rinsing the razor. "How did you end up sleeping in a snowdrift?" "I ran down from the hillside. I ran out of food, and it was freezing. I was so tired that I fell asleep in the snow." Big Tooth's body and face were covered in frostbite, and once the warmth of the room set in, he felt an unbearable itch, unconsciously scratching his skin raw. Coupled with his frail condition, he limped as he walked, looking quite pitiful. "Why did you go to the hillside?" "My elder brother took me there." Big Tooth paused for a moment, but maintained his composure, articulating clearly, "We were gathering scarce ingredients and catching some live animals." "Are there still live animals on the mountain?" "There are, but you have to venture deeper." Big Tooth spoke calmly. "Last month, we went into the heart of the mountain, where the snowdrifts were several meters deep. The trafficker was behind us with a gun, forcing us to gather ginseng. Everyone was scared and hesitant to go. He shot 3 people, and my brother was among them." Chinyu was taken aback by this revelation. "I am still young and cannot seek revenge, but one day I will bury that trafficker's head in the snowdrift where my brother died." "Do you spoke softly?" His demeanor devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Chinyu furrowed his brow, continuing to shave his head under the dim light. "My elder brother has passed away. Every time I sleep in the shed, memories of him flood my mind." He slightly lowered his head. "I fear that I will always remember him. So I fled at night, and then I encountered you." "What about your parents?" Chinyu asked, his voice trembling. "They were lost during the chaos before the establishment of District 9. They probably perished long ago." "Just like me," Chinyu responded, pausing momentarily, his tone laced with mockery. He was taken aback. "Then it seems we share quite a connection. Are you seeking revenge?" Chinyu inquired, feigning nonchalance. "If someone were to take my only family, I would undoubtedly ensure their demise," Dia replied without hesitation. "Then make sure to live well." Chinyu nodded in agreement. In the dim light, Dia's unkempt hair floated to the ground, and soon he had transformed into a bald man. At that moment, Chinyu noticed 4 tattooed digits on his neck, 3088. "What does this mean?" he asked. "In the mountains, when the snow collapses, everyone gets buried beneath it. There are too many of us, and we are managed in separate teams. The boss can't remember everyone, so we use numbers instead. If something happens, we verify the numbers at night to know who is missing." Dia cursed vehemently. "We are shovels. We are baskets. We are the tools for ginseng harvesting. But we are not human, huh?" Upon hearing this, Chinyu's eyes inexplicably reddened, and memories of his past surged in his mind. He then reached out and ruffled Dia's head, scolding, "You insolent brat. Your words are rather damn piercing." Chapter 75. The Curious Man. Malao ere in the blink of an eye. 5 days had elapsed. During this interval, Chinyu remained unfazed by the sudden intrusion of Dia into his life. He continued to focus on the handover of his work, the operation of the pharmaceutical line, and matters concerning the case of Malao ere, while Dia devoted himself to recuperating at home. Each day, when Chinyu headed to work, he would consistently provide $2 for Dia's lunch, and they would generally share their remaining meals together. Following the public revelation of his conflict with Lao San in the office, Qin Yu faced no further hindrances in his work. Yuan Ku and his associates had begun to overtly disregard his presence, while the pharmaceutical business was managed by Lao Ma, yielding satisfactory initial returns. Overall, this period was unusually tranquil. Not only had confrontations among drug dealers ceased, but even other industries teetering on the edge of legality enjoyed a rare calm. Amidst this serene environment, Ma Lao Air was finally released from prison. Ma Lao, having engaged a lawyer and subtly advised the men to take the fall for the case, succeeded in ensuring that the men, valuing their friendship, unhesitatingly assumed full responsibility for the core aspects of the case. Subsequently, Ma Lao Air, understanding the situation, leveraged various connections to extricate himself from the predicament. Ultimately, he was sentenced to 3 months of external supervision for the crime of assisting in the concealment of illicit drugs, required to report periodically to the police and pay a fine of $10,000. While Ma Lao Air emerged from confinement, the men faced a grim fate, being cast into a maximum security prison, enduring the torment of awaiting a sentence of at least 15 years. Previously, Qin Yu's impression of Ma Lao Air was limited to viewing him as somewhat reckless, blunt, and aggressive, often perceiving him as impulsive and lacking in forethought. Yet, he recognized that beneath these flaws lay a profound sense of loyalty to his comrades. When Ma Lao Air was first apprehended, Qin Yu was aligned with Yuan Ku's faction, and he had not hesitated to exert pressure on Ma Lao Air in hopes of compelling him to abandon the case. However, Ma Lao Air steadfastly refused to divulge any information, choosing instead to endure hardship rather than burden the men and Lao Ma. Thus, Qin Yu did not regard Ma Lao Air as fundamentally malevolent. Rather, he believed that his overtly flamboyant approach to matters made him somewhat difficult to engage with. To Qin Yu's surprise, the day after Ma Lao Air's release, he personally called to invite Qin Yu to dine together and reconnect. Initially, Qin Yu had not contemplated forging a deeper relationship, given their previous clashes, and he feared the potential for awkwardness. However, with Ma Lao Air extending the invitation, Qin Yu found it ungracious to decline, recognizing that fostering a more amicable relationship would benefit both parties. After careful consideration, Qin Yu reached out to Lao Mao, Zhu Wei, and Guanxi, inviting them to accompany him, aiming to facilitate an introduction among this small circle, which would facilitate future collaborations. On Friday evening, shortly after 7, they convened at a well-regarded Chinese restaurant in the Blackstreet district, yet both parties still exhibited a degree of reticence during their meal and drinks. As the assembly gathered, apart from the old cat and the 2 companions across the table, nearly everyone had previously engaged in a scuffle with Ma Lao Air. Although the atmosphere could hardly be deemed awkward, the interactions were limited to mere formalities. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, Ma Lao Air began to exhibit signs of inebriation, insisting that Qin Yu and the others accompany him to Tuzha Street for some merriment. Reluctantly, Qin Yu and his companions acquiesced, following him out of the restaurant with intentions of heading to Tuzha Street. To their surprise, however, Ma Lao Air displayed a rather amusing drunkenness at the entrance, which delighted Qin Yu and the old cat. The commotion began when Qin Yu, the old cat, and Ma Lao Air were idly chatting while awaiting the arrival of their vehicle, when a disheveled old man began to quarrel with a young waiter. To the left of the steps, a tall young man, clad in an apron, was using a snow shovel to clear the accumulated snow from the sides of the staircase. The scruffy old man stood nearby, demanding entry to place an order, exclaiming, "Why won't you let me in?" The young man retorted vehemently, "You come here every day just to buy 50-cent buns. Who serves you?" The old man, appearing to be in his 60s, reddened in embarrassment as he was chastised by the youth. Biting his lip, he turned to leave. The waiter then kicked the tattered bag off the low windowsill and shouted, "Take your rubbish with you. Don't leave it on the windowsill next time. It's leaking oil, and it's a hassle to clean. Had you but spoken, I would have complied. Was it necessary to kick it?" The old man trembled with indignation. "If my presence bothers you so, I too deserve to live, do I not? You can't just snuff out my existence." The waiter retorted, "Why do you prattle on? I told you to scram. Can you comprehend that? The old man, clenching his jaw, sighed and bent down to retrieve his bag, brushing off the snow. At that moment, Ma Lauer, who had been engaged in conversation with Chinyu, abruptly turned and slapped the waiter on the head. Are you devoid of parents? Were you never taught how to speak to the elderly? The waiter, taken aback, stammered. What's wrong with me? I've been here listening to your nonsense for ages, and you haven't spoken a word of decency. Ma Lauer seized the young man's collar with fervor. Is this how you treat those beneath you? What makes you superior? This old man comes daily for his 50-cent buns, dressed in rags with snow and water on his feet. I'm merely trying to ensure a pleasant dining environment for everyone. Furious, Ma Lauer unleashed 2 swift slaps, demanding apologize. Apologize. The waiter, intimidated by Ma Lauer's demeanor and possessing a meek nature, felt tears welling in his eyes after the blows. Brother, I only scolded him a bit. I demand your apology. Ma Lauer bellowed, pointing at the old man. The young worker swallowed hard and turned to the old man, speaking softly. Sir, I apologize. Everyone ages eventually. The old man replied nonchalantly. Ma Lauer, possessing thick brows and large eyes, with a crew cut that gave him a fierce appearance, glared at the young worker, growing increasingly irate. Finally, he seized the collar of the worker's shirt and bellowed, Go, prepare a table inside and order 4 dishes. I will treat this gentleman to a meal. You wretched dog, grab a mop and follow him to clean the floor. If it's not spotless, I will make you regret it. Sir, thank you, but I will not be purchasing any steamed buns, the old man called out with a smile. Ma Lauer raised an eyebrow. What do you mean, sir? I have been beaten for you, and you want to grant me some face? Ha! I appreciate the sentiment, but I cannot afford to dine at this establishment every day. The old man continued to smile. My grandson has had a gastric surgery and cannot consume anything too hard. Their noodles are excellent, and whenever I pass by, I wish to buy a couple of soft buns for him. After pondering for a while, Ma Lauer reached into his pocket and pulled out a stack of cash, boldly declaring to the old man, Then today, I shall not treat you, but rather, I will provide your grandson with a year's worth of steamed buns. The old man was taken aback, as were Chinyu and the others, their faces etched with astonishment. Ma Lauer counted out 500 yuan in cash and thrust it into the young worker's hands, saying, From now on, at this time every day, you will prepare buns for this gentleman. If I discover you have failed in this task, I will make you shovel all the snow on Tuesday Street. Why, yes, understood, the young worker nodded. As the words settled, Guanxi and others drove up in their car, and Ma Lauer cheerfully waved goodbye to the old man. Take care, sir. The old man stood in a daze for a moment before bowing deeply. I thank you, child. What is there to thank for? Ha! I am young, and money comes easily, Ma Lauer said lightly, not engaging in further conversation as he climbed into the car. Lao Mao, with his hands behind his back, observed the entire incident unfold and shook his head in admiration. This lad is truly generous, giving away 500 yuan without a blink. He is indeed worth forging deeper connections with, Chinyu remarked with a smile. On the way to Tuesday Street, Chinyu jokingly asked, Lauer, that old man is clearly in need of money. If you wanted to do a good deed, why not just give him the money directly? Ma Lauer, reeking of alcohol, took a moment before delivering a classic line. I can afford to treat his grandson to buns for a year, but I cannot save him. Those are 2 different matters. You are truly an intriguing individual, Chinyu remarked with a thoughtful smile after a brief pause. Inside a mid-range entertainment venue on Tuesday Street, several of Yuan Hua's subordinates were reveling in merriment. Chapter 76. In the tumultuous era. Only this nonchalance is lacking within the 3-tiered private room of the Universal Entertainment Club on Dusty Street. A row of graceful young ladies stood elegantly. Ma Lauer, puffing on a cigarette, turned to Chinyu and said, Come on, today you may choose first. If you're not satisfied with one, we can select 2 or 3. I will cover all expenses. I want that one, yes, the one gazing at me with such tenderness. Without hesitation, Old Cat waved his hand and called out, Come here. Good evening, Appa, greeted a smiling girl with distinctive features as she approached Old Cat, conversing in Korean. After Old Cat made his selection, Chinyu and the others each chose one to sit beside them. Subsequently, Ma Lauer summoned the service staff for drinks and personally sang a tune to enliven the atmosphere. Setting aside trivial chatter, let's focus on how, under the influence of alcohol, relationships began to forge closer ties. Ma Lao Er then settled beside Qin Yu, raising his glass and remarking, "Xiao Yu, I Ma Lao Er am not one to mince words. Although we had our differences before, it was merely a matter of opposing positions. I have my reasons for not dropping the case, just as you have yours for beating me up from time to time. However, from this day forward, we shall share the same table. So let us turn a new leaf on the past. What do you think?" "Agreed. A new chapter," Qin Yu replied succinctly, raising his glass to clink with Ma Lao Er's before downing the drink in one go. Ma Lao Er, somewhat uncouth, spat and wiped his mouth, addressing Qin Yu. "My uncle is aging, and he won't be able to manage for much longer. From now on, I will likely be the one handling business matters. Xiao Yu, I am a straightforward person. In our future dealings, feel free to speak your mind. If I disagree, I will explain why. Let us avoid needless guessing games. They serve no purpose." "Very well," Qin Yu nodded, fixing his gaze on Ma Lao Er. "If business is to be entrusted to you, I must impart a few words of caution. Speak." Ma Lao Er acknowledged. "When I returned, Li Si had a word with me, specifically advising us to maintain a low profile in our business dealings." Qin Yu lowered his voice, continuing, "The Yuan family is backed by several major pharmaceutical companies, and locally, they possess solid connections. We have only just begun to establish our network, and some of Li Si's associates are observing us, assessing whether we can truly deliver results. Therefore, we must achieve tangible outcomes while avoiding unnecessary troubles." Upon hearing this, Ma Lao Er waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, we are no novices in the pharmaceutical business. Rest assured, I know what to do." To be candid, Qin Yu retrieved his electronic cigarette and quietly elaborated, "The suppliers have imposed strict sales targets. To secure lower procurement prices for the drugs, we must achieve a minimum sales volume of 250,000 each month. Do you comprehend the implications of this?" Though momentarily taken aback, Ma Lao Er quickly grasped the situation, responding, "It implies that our relationship with the suppliers is rather fragile." "Precisely," Qin Yu affirmed. "The suppliers wish to ascertain whether we can genuinely collaborate. Consider this. Their clandestine pharmaceutical activities are a thorn in the side of several pharmaceutical companies. Thus, if the capabilities of a partner are lacking, the supplier would rather forego the trade than take unnecessary risks." "I understand your point," Ma Lao nodded. "Initially, we must prioritize stability." Qin Yu lowered his gaze and poured a glass of wine. "Once our relationship with the suppliers is satisfactory, we will naturally stand tall. Rest assured, I have it all under control." Ma Lao responded boisterously. "Come, let's drink a toast." Qin Yu felt he had spoken enough, and, without further ado, raised his glass. The two exchanged a knowing smile and downed their drinks in one go. Once the serious matters were concluded, Ma Lao called out to a burly man with a resolute face, a noticeable scar on his left eyelid. "Brother Zishu, come here. Let me introduce you formally." In the distance, the man, who had been conversing with Lao Mao and others, approached with his drink in hand. "This is Lu Zishu, who has been with my family's old ma for nearly a decade. One could say he has seen me grow up," Ma Lao said with a smile. "He had some matters to attend to earlier, so he missed the meal, but now you two should get acquainted. Em Chin Igriku." "Hello, hello." Lu Zishu greeted with a steady voice, his expression warm. "I was tied up earlier, but I look forward to working together, Qin Group." "You're too kind." Qin Yu replied with a smile. "Just call me Xiao Yu," despite the prominent scar on his face giving him an intimidating appearance. Lu Zishu spoke with a deep voice, exuding a grounded demeanor without any airs of superiority. After their introduction, Ma Lao turned to Qin Yu with a grin. "My old man intends to delegate authority to me, but he fears I might not handle it well. So he asked Brother Zishu to work alongside me, providing me with some guidance. Thus, I often consult him on various matters." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt a sense of relief. That is quite reassuring. Having a seasoned veteran by your side will certainly keep you in check. Otherwise, you might end up in a spat with the waitstaff over a meal, which is rather concerning. "Ha!" Laughter erupted among the crowd. "Come now, let us not speak of anything else today. Let us enjoy ourselves," Ma Lao joyfully called to the young women nearby. "Go, bring me a few more dancers. I want to do a Latin segment." Yu gently tugged at Ma Lao. That's enough. You've already spent quite a bit today. Ma Lao waved his hand dismissively. What is the purpose of earning money if not to spend it? To put it bluntly, had I not encountered you during this incident, and had Minggu not been diligent in handling matters, I would surely be in dire straits. If one's life is at stake, what good is money? Yu found himself at a loss for words. I have 100 in my pocket today. I'll spend it all. If I die tomorrow, I won't regret it, Ma Lao proclaimed with carefree exuberance. Ladies, let us get the party started. Treat my friends well, and I'll toss 2,000 on the tea table shortly. Oh wow, Opa, that's impressive. The young women erupted in cheers, rallying around Ma Lao with enthusiasm. Yu lounged on the sofa, smiling as he observed Ma Leone, privately reflecting. Some individuals claim to be indifferent to wealth. They might be feigning, or perhaps they simply lack it. Yet, to possess such nonchalance is a rarity he has encountered only a handful of times in his 2 decades of existence, and Ma Leone is undeniably one of them. This man, lacking in refinement, speaks with an unmistakable air of the untamed, reminiscent of the chivalrous wanderers of old. Upon closer inspection, one could discern numerous flaws within him. Yet this authenticity is indeed admirable. To navigate life with such carefree abandon is no trivial feat, whether in the tranquil times of yore or amidst the current chaotic tumult. Although Yu had a commendable tolerance for alcohol, he found himself utterly overwhelmed by the infectious spirit of Ma Leone. Within less than an hour, he succumbed to inebriation, being assisted home by Zhu Wei and Guan Qi. Meanwhile, Lao Mao gradually found his rhythm. Since encountering Ma Leone, it was as though he had discovered a kindred spirit, lamenting the lost time they could have shared. As the night deepened, Lao Mao, equally intoxicated, was supported by a young lady, clasping Ma Leone's hand. He murmured, "Brother, I can no longer continue. I must take my leave. To wash away the wine, tomorrow I shall treat you to a bath." "Huh, you've had too much to drink." "Very well, you head back. I shall settle the bill and depart as well. Thank you for your generous hospitality. Indeed, please provide me with a detailed account of this young lady's character tomorrow." "Certainly." After exchanging pleasantries, Lao Mao was assisted away by the young lady. 15 minutes later, as Ma Leone and Lu Zishu settled their tab and prepared to exit the entertainment complex, they were startled by the voice of a companion of Yuan Hua calling out from within the music bar. "Donggu, I bid 500. "What the hell? They are here too?" Upon hearing the shout, Ma Leone turned, squinting his bleary eyes at the individuals seated in the music bar. Chapter 77. Overindulgence or Intentionality. Upon observing the state of Ma Lao air, Lu Zishu immediately interjected, urging him to reconsider. "What do their affairs have to do with us? Let's return and rest." "Who is performing today?" Ma Lao air swayed unsteadily toward the nearby companion, inquiring, "Is it the enchanting lady, the one from Thailand?" "Indeed." His companion nodded. With a belch, Ma Lao air grinned at Lu Zishu, declaring, "Come, let us venture inside to take a look. The last time I arranged to meet her, she was absent." "It's late. We should head back." Lu Zishu frowned, cautioning, "Yongdong is also present. If we go over, bah, he can do as he pleases, and I shall do as I wish." "What's the issue with that?" Ma Lao retorted, glaring fiercely. "The Tang Sha Street is so small. Am I to circumvent them every time I see them?" Lu Zishu was rendered speechless. "All right, let us go inside and have a look." Ma Lao air called out, leading his companions into the music bar. In this era, music bars bore little difference from their predecessors, save for a greater emphasis on performance. This meant that individuals with special talents frequently graced the stage. The primary clientele tended to be older, as the youth lacked the financial means to indulge. In such an environment, even dining could be a challenge, and wealthy scions were indeed a rarity. On stage, a tall and alluring young woman was performing a somewhat risque act, distinctly Thai in style, her performance daring in its audacity. Ma Lao air, a man of diverse appetites, found himself quite taken with the enchanting performer. After 2 previous unsuccessful attempts to arrange a meeting, coupled with recent misfortunes that had befallen the Ma family, he harbored a pent-up frustration. Thus, when the host announced an auction for the enchanting Lady S late-night company, he unhesitatingly interjected, I bid 1,000. As his words echoed, the spotlight illuminated the entrance, where Ma Lao Air flashed a toothy grin and took a seat at an unoccupied table, waving at the enchanting lady. The proprietor at the entrance called out the bid of 1,000. The host proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, opportunities like this are rare. The enchanting lady will be performing in Feng Bay next week. Securing her company thereafter will be quite the challenge. Wealthy patrons, indulge while you can. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid?" This auction for a late-night companion was merely a ruse to enliven the atmosphere. Most patrons participated for amusement. Many had no genuine desire to pursue anything beyond the evening's entertainment, as dining and drinking with a performer did not guarantee an overnight arrangement. Moreover, given that the enchanting lady was a professional, Yongdong's involvement was purely for show, fueled by alcohol and bravado. However, Ma Lao Air's entrance inexplicably shifted the ambience. Yongdong, a longtime confidant of Yuan Hua, though not directly engaged in the competitive fray, held ownership of 2 formally registered companies and controlled a significant portion of Yuan's business interests. Thus, he looked down upon Ma Lao Air and his ilk, viewing them as mere grassroots individuals from humble beginnings. On the sofa, Yongdong adjusted his black-framed glasses. Curiosity piqued as he turned to his friend beside him and inquired, "Has that fellow made his appearance?" "Yes, I heard it was Inspector Oldley who facilitated his release," his friend affirmed with a nod. With a chuckle, Yongdong waved his hand and said, "Xiao Lu, why don't you engage him in some light-hearted play?" The young man, standing in front, upon hearing this, immediately raised his hand and shouted 1,005. 2,000. Ma Laonyo's eyes remained unblinking. 2,005. 3,000. Within a mere 5 seconds, the bidding had escalated to 3,000, a sum that had already surpassed the playful atmosphere. The guests present were acutely aware that both parties were quite earnest, no longer merely indulging in jest. At the entrance, Lu Zishu frowned and cautioned Ma Laonyo, "That's enough. 3,000 for a woman. Is it truly worth it?" "It's not merely about the money," Ma Laonyo replied, casually crossing his legs, his gaze fixed on Yongdong, a smile gracing his lips as he exclaimed, "Hey, do you still have any bullets left in your pocket? If not, I'll have her come over for a drink." Inside, the young man who had been standing in front approached, bending slightly to ask Yongdong, "Brother, shall I continue bidding?" "No more," Yongdong replied, his expression darkening. "Let him continue his charade." 3,000. Is there anyone willing to go beyond 3,000? The host called out, but silence reigned within the room. "Now, let us invite Ms. Yaoji to toast the boss at the entrance," the host announced. Ma Laonyo stood up and turned to Lu Zishu, asking, "Do you still have money?" Lu Zishu, momentarily taken aback, retorted with exasperation, "If you're broke, why are you shouting? Do you or don't you?" Ma Laonyo pressed impatiently. "I do." Lu Zishu nodded. Upon hearing this, Ma Laonyo pointed at Yongdong and called out to the host on stage, "I won't drink anymore. Let the girl go to their table. That big brother has been shouting for a while. He must be a bit thirsty, haha." As his words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the room, leaving even the seasoned host at a loss for words. Yongdong sat on the sofa, his expression exceedingly grim, silent, and brooding. "Damn it, just a while ago you were stripped of your dignity, and now you dare to act like this." Suddenly, a burly man sprang up from the sofa, seized a bottle from the table, and hurled it towards Ma Laonyo with a swift motion. The bottle crashed onto the table, shattering and signaling an inevitable confrontation. 7 or 8 individuals charged forward, raining blows upon Ma Laonyo and his companions. Yongdong, standing in front of the sofa, shouted repeatedly in an attempt to quell the chaos. But to no avail. At the entrance, Ma Laonyo, already 8 parts intoxicated, despite his ferocity, found himself at a disadvantage due to his fewer numbers. The staff of entertainment venue also sided with Yongdong, leading to a swift downfall for Ma Laonyo. 3 or 4 individuals cornered him against the wall, launching a barrage of fists and kicks. Lu Zishu struggled against 3 of the venue's henchmen. Although he sustained minimal injury, he was nonetheless detained. A chaotic skirmish lasted approximately 7 or 8 minutes, ultimately culminating in the defeat of Master Air, who was thoroughly pummeled. The manager of the entertainment establishment hurriedly arrived to separate the combatants and then admonished Master Air, saying, "What do you think you are doing? We all know each other here. Causing a scene in my venue only brings me embarrassment." Master Air, wiping the blood from his nose, responded with an indifferent smile. "It's nothing at all. This doesn't concern you. Damn it, a good beating is just what I needed to sober up. Do we have a car? Let us go to the hospital for a checkup." The manager inquired. "No need. This minor injury is nothing to worry about." Master Air chuckled as he wiped the blood from the back of his hand. Although he appeared inebriated, he spoke with remarkable clarity to the manager. "I apologize for the trouble. I'm fine. It's just that the boss might be displeased. Never mind. You should go clean yourself up." No. I'll be on my way." Master Air waved his hand and was the first to leave the entertainment venue. Outside, in the car, Uncle Lou expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "What was the point of this? You spent money and still got beaten up. When Uncle Ma finds out, he'll surely scold you." "Didn't I just confront him?" Master Air grumbled. "I drank too much today." He crudely tore off a piece of tissue and stuffed it into his nose, saying, "Let us go home and sleep." Sigh. When will you ever learn to avoid trouble? Uncle Lou lamented. Inside the music bar, after the manager ensured the entrance was tidied up, he approached Yong Dong's table, settling onto the sofa, and saying, "Brother, stop drinking. Trust me on this. You should head home early." "What's wrong?" Yong Dong asked, tilting his head. Chapter 78. The brash man Yong Dong had initially intended to leave, but upon hearing the manager's words, he felt somewhat embarrassed. "Oh, are you really trying to chase me away?" Malayer, a simpleton, was never one to back down in the bustling streets. The manager whispered, "He has had quite a bit to drink today. I suspect he'll be back shortly." Yong Dong silently cursed the manager for his indiscretion. Yet he recognized that Malayer was a reckless character, and it was unwise to engage in a contest of wills with such a bold individual. Thus, he felt somewhat trapped in the situation. Leaving would cost him some face, as if he were afraid of Malayer. However, if he stayed, he feared potential trouble. After a moment's contemplation, Yong Dong smiled and replied, "It's fine. If he doesn't return today, I shall not take my leave." "Why bother with him?" the manager remarked. "No witties. Just bring more drinks. Let us continue to enjoy ourselves." Yong Dong wore a carefree smile. With a sigh, the manager rose to his feet. Once the manager departed,